Chapter 1 He no longer remembers her. In mid-September, the temperatures in the capital remained uncomfortably high, with the sun blazing down, and after several bouts of rain and scenes of oppressive humidity settled over the city, it felt as if the entire metropolis were encased under a glass dome, stifling and suffocating. In the afternoon, the air conditioning in the dormitory created a pleasant, cool atmosphere, isolating them from the sweltering heat outside. Siagica opened her eyes, lifting the covers and sitting up, her expression of bewilderment. She had experienced that dream again. In her dream she found herself on the high school basketball court, where a curse rose like a tidal wave, under the bright sunlight. Athletic boy Leopard gracefully, effortlessly king a perfect three-point shot, then raced a shandon a victorious gesture. The crowd erupted in even louder cheers, surging toward him, while Siagica stood at a distance, clutching a water bottle, struggling to catch a glimpse of him. The sun was blinding, and she couldn't make off Escher Pavlin of the boy, everything just fading into a blur. Suddenly, the indistinct crowd retreated, Charamagne frozen in places. T-boy emerged from the throng, taking water from her hand and smiling gather she called out, "Baby." The scene played in her mind, and Siagica shook her head, a hint of self-mature curling her lips. It had been 3 years what was he still fantasizing Gabo? The balcony door creaked open, letting in a rush of warmth, and Harrowmate John Leela's voice called out, "Gigi, are you awake from your nap?" Their dormitory was a 4-person arrangement, with bunk beds and desks below. Hearing the voice, Siagica looked down to see John Leela house gathering close from the balcony and closing the door behind her. She responded with a soft They finally finished military training for the freshmen. John Leela cataretta Caesar tefra of her belongings. I don't know with this summer's been unbearably hot. I heard several people suffered from heat stroke, and eventually has delayed the training. Luckily, we're already sophomores. Their freshmen had been eating like these. Siagica glanced at Thuril and Lasoon outside, nodding in agreement. Last year, the freshmen's military training had coincided with several days of rain, making jit farmer bearable than this year. Oh, by the way, Jiang Li listened and Lyra called, lifting her head from the pillow of clothes. Gao Yang told him us bringing his roommate tonight. Are you okay with that? Gao Yang was Safan and student Jiang Li Lai Hamilton Thulfurum. They had been chatting online for 2 months in summer, and now she was anxious about meeting him in person, so she invited Siagica along. Siagica had no objections, nodding slowly as Hecklin bed down from Erd. After waking from a nap, she usually felt groggy and needed a moment to clear her mind. Seat at their desk, she randomly opened a book. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper fluttered out, drifting to the floor. Instinctively bending down to pick a tube, Hergus fell upon Thepper, and she froze. The paper was already so wrinkled that it was almost unrecognizable, and having been tucked away in the book for so long, it had taken on often tale of you, as if it had traversed the sense of time. Fusiayu, please don't try this Fusiayu next time. It was a note from Fusiayu, written long ago. At the time, he had just transferred to her high school, and from his self-introduction she learned his name was Fusiayu. However, she had never seen him write those 3 characters. When he got side off her writing Fusiayu in her notebook while collecting assignments, hater worth this little note during the next class. The diligent student Siagica felt a rush of panic, fearing the teacher would discover her, and hastily tucked the note into a book, never expecting it would inadvertently follow her to university. Now seeing Jite again felt like an unsealed chapter of a long-buried crush. She held the crumpled note, her heart tightening. Ultimately, she took a dite back into the book. She would no longer harbor a secret crush. Even with such thoughts, even knowing that such unrequited affection would never see the light of day, and that they would likely never cross paths again, she still couldn't bring herself to discard any trace of him. At 6 in the evening, John Leela and Siagica arrived punctually at a popular barbecue restaurant in the university town. This barbecue place was renowned for its quality and affordability, and if they hadn't made their reservation, they would have found themselves facing a long queue outside. As John Leela bent over her phone to confirm their location with Gao Yang, she pulled Siagica into the restaurant. Phase pod Simeon waving from Indosiat. John Leela's face lit up with as Miley waved back. Navigating through several tables, they finally reached their destination, and Jiang Li couldn't help but complain, "Why did the bosita so fair inside? At least we're about the windowed here is better here." Gao Yang replied cheerfully. He was adel, fair-skinned Ayunman with a refined appearance, and he seemed to have a pleasant temperament. Jiang Li's complaint was more like casual. She settled down with Siagica and introduced her. "This is my roommate, Siagica." "Hello," Gao Yang greeted Siagica politely. Hey then turned to the boy beside him who had been engrossed in his phone, nudging him with his elbow. Hey, stop laying around. Since broaching theirtable, Sajita Hadol Redinata said the boy next to Yu Young. Huari's impalak t-shirt, wick accentuate his broad shoulders with hisht bowed over his phone, his bangs obscuridis features, butte narrow aloofness surrounded him, making him seem disinterested amidst the ladlicata around them. For some reason, Sajita felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. When Gao Yu Yang nudged him a couple of times, the boy lazily put his phone away and finally raised it. His warial mun-shaped hiskenfair with thin lips and a striking bonus structure when he looked up his dark, languid discariated in tough disdain, and the naturally arched browed a narrow wildness to his demeanor. The moment she saw his face, Sajita was taken aback. It felt as though time froze, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, leaving gone like the boy before you, stirring tumultuous waves within your heart. For a brief moment, their gaze met. He squinted slightly as Mila curling at the corners of his lips, and then extended his hand toward her. His fingers were long and slender, with prominent veins on his bow wrist. Nice to meet ya, I'm Fu Xiaoyu from finance department. In that instant, Xiaoji chashered, which answered, plummeted heavily. Fu Xiaoyu didn't recognize her. Some early warnings. 1. Female lead's first kiss on first time earbeth with the female lead, hormone spuri in body and spirit. 2. Lepersace a female ethis is fundamentally a sweet story with minimal angst. The female lead experiences some initial insecurity but will grow over time, so feel free to divine. 3. Essentially a sweet'll please forgive and awkwardness in the plot and writing style. Come witness the realization of Jesus a cret crush. Chapter 2. Are you peeking at me? Sajita's estimate slightly as he concealed her motions, extending her hand to shake his. Fusiayas Bulmwazdri, carrying Gaklian, would assent that muradiscal demeanor. Their touch was brief, yet it sent another jolt through her heart. After all, she had merely been an inconspicuous presence in class, a background character for Dustonier, how cold so me and like him, surrounded by admirers and basking on attention, possibly remember her after all this time? Fusiayu, Sawyer Fusiayu. John Leela's astonished voice broke from her reverie. Sazakelo could up to see John Leela's swide with Shakas Hestar dat T-boy across from them. After receiving a confirming nod from Fusiayu, John Leela turned to Gao Yang, you didn't tell me your room to us Fusiayu. Gao Yang chuckled, Tom has just an ordinary friend, I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. Sure, ordinary friend, Jiang Leela plead with as Merc, beauty our ordinary friend is famous throughout the entire university, is that right, Gigi? Once again, Xiaojisha was brought into the conversation, I've heard of him. From Themament Shintared Universitan Sofusiayas Nami in the freshman list, Shek nu theory at the same shul, however, one ways in foreign languages department tan theater in finance, so their paths were unlikely to cross, she had suppressed her excitement but couldn't help but pay him more attention. Because of this event how she had kept to herself throughout the university life, she still heard many rumors about Fusiayu. For instance, his background was rowdy din mystery he was rumored to be the hero of a prominent family in the capital, he was also said to be carefree and indulgent, never lacking in family admirers, with girlfriends who changed as frequently as thesiasins, non-elasting government, his nonchalant demeanor and made him very alluring. Every time she heard such stories, it reminded her of Techism that separated them. It was a place she could never reach. With this thought hottenment, Sajikalo read her eyelashes, a pang of bitterness flooding her heart, to king a sip her drink, checked their head down to hide her feelings. Since we'll here imitate us well take advantage for esteemed Gao Yang's connections and dad Fushio as a friend, Jiang Leela suggested, still bantering with Gao Yang. Sure, Fusiai replied without hesitation, pulling out his Finitoskinth cure code. Wow, that was straightforward. John Leela marked. Iver drummer se taruna versa to Thadia Rias going I conceit no. What, Ario interested in, planning something, Fusiayu teased, his expression relaxed, his tone casually yet playful. Forget it I can compete with Zomioni Supenlai reckless, Jiang Leela quickly backtracked. If I were to find a boyfriend, I would have it toba Somion like Gao Yanganly and reliable. Fusiayu chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her words. By that way Gigi doyo and toad hamas a friend too, Jiang Leela asked, noticing Sajichaki at lay sipping her drink. Sajika hesitated, then looked up to find Fusiayu's finesse screen displaying cure code. Fusiayu to pet the screen lightly go ahead. Xiaoji felt her heart race again, her previous calm shattered. Stealing herself, she took out her phone and added hi masa friend. His profile picture assassinic Shotofa Glacieri had taken himself. Xiaoji recognized the image had shown it during an English presentation back when they were classmates. Just Natitas Fu Ciu. Seeing the message enter, Xiaoji bit her lip, added the note, and sent them a message in return. Xiaoji cha. He truly didn't remember Haratal. Just then, Thesquers reserved, and as grill and thidable began to heat up, filling the air with thinta singaroma of grilled meat. Zhang Lian Gao Yang were engrossed in conversation, laughing and joking, and Sun decided to order a case of beer. Xiaozichut naturally reserved, Han Wen tension off joining their lively banter, Sush kept her head down, quietly fiddling with her phone. Stealing a glance at Fu Xiaoyu, Wolsasim disinterested and was staring at his phone, she felt a surge of nervousness and quietly clicked on his profile picture, entering his moments. Fu Xiaoyu's moments were quite sparse, mostly featuring a few scenic photos from Mistravels, and Shekwa Clyriac had teamed. Perhaps Duetto having changed this number, the earliest post dated back 2 years. Twice ago was when Halaf Tun Chengen changed his number. Xiaoji hadna verited him on his previous account. That year, she had just entered her second year of high school. When the teacher brought Fu Xiaoyu to the front of her class to introduce him as a student while and lived with them for a year, she remembered how paused slightly when his gaze swept across her. Feeling flustered, Shesmo let him and her returned the gesture. A brief smile thought dazzled her, momentarily blinding her with its brilliance. From that moment on, it seemed her secret crush had begun. As Fu Xiaoyu gradually integrated into the class, rumors spread that Thuasayeltha here sent Yuncheng for some experience. Henever Deni Deth interacted with others without hers, yet his refined demeanor and worldly knowledge made him the center of attention. Meanwhile, 16-year-old Sejita, with her average looks obscured bithic bangs, her skin not particularly good, and her oversized school uniform, was a Mareshido went the class. None knew Sejita harbored feelings for Fu Xiaoyu, nor did Dainyon believe she could have like someone like him. After all, they belonged to entirely different worlds, with hard-lying intersections. Yet, Xiaoji shackled to her feelings for a year after year, hidden from everyone. When Fu Xiaoyu was about to leave after Thirskandayr, many of his classmates who had been friendly with him asked for a sweet chat, and he obliged. Xiaoji, however, sat at her desk, watching Gashua surrounded by friends, unable to reach out. At that moment, she thought they wouldn't become strangers from Thanon. Never did she imagine it had now. She cold click into his moments and glimpses snippets of his life over the past few years. Lost in thought, Xiaoji excited Fu Xiaoyu's moments. Just then, Zhang Lili, caught up in excitement, patted her shoulder. Startled, Xiaoji Chashin slipped, accidentally tapping something on her screen. Feeling her phone vibrate slightly, she held her breath, staring at the message that appeared. It tapped Fu Xiaoyu. In a moment of clumsiness, she had tapped Fu Xiaoyu. It felt as if she had been caught in a wrongdoing, heat and panic flooding her mind. Xiaoji chaffled to buzzing in her head, frantically trying to retract their action. However, the next second, Torply appeared on her screen. Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu Ario Peking Gad? Her heart felt as though it had been seized tightly, and Xiaoji cautiously looked up, on to meet Fu Xiaoyu's teasing gaze. Chapter 3 Inch. Do not be so eager to throw yourself into my embrace, my dear. The surrounding clamor surged into her ears, drowning her in a cacophony that felt almost deafening. Across the table, Xiaoji locked eyes with Fu Xiaoyu. His pupils were a deep, inky black, rendering his charming peach blossom eyes even more profound, infused with a touch of languid amusement, as if he could peer straight into the depths of her soul. Both roguish and mischievous, the heat creeping into her ears became increasingly unbearable. Xiaoji averted her gaze, attempting to obscure her flustered state by typing hurriedly. Xiaoji frowny face slipped my finger. Fu Xiaoyu did not respond, and she dared not glance at his reaction again, switching applications to scroll through other content. If one disregarded the slight tremor in her fingertips, she might have appeared somewhat composed. How utterly embarrassing. Xiaoji thought repeatedly. Would he consider her too forward? Gigi, would you care for a sip? At that moment, her friend Jian Lili patted her shoulder, waving a beer bottle before her, inquiring, I've never seen you drink before. Care to give it a try? Xiaoji had never consumed alcohol, having spent so many years as the model of propriety, her understanding of alcohol remained that of a perilous indulgence. She was about to refuse when Zhang Lili had already thrust a glass into her hand. Zhang Lili, now slightly tipsy, radiated enthusiasm, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. It's nothing serious to try it occasionally. Besides, beer isn't that potent, just think of it as tasting a beverage. As she spoke, she filled Xia Jicha's glass to the brim. Xia Jicha found herself overwhelmed by Zhang Lili's fervor. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her gaze, inadvertently locking eyes once more with Fu Xiaoyu's profound peach blossom gaze. Fu Xiaoyu held a glass as well, poised at his lips as if preparing to take a sip, his expression revealing a lack of interest. Noticing her gaze, he paused momentarily, squinting slightly, then raised an eyebrow and suddenly lifted his glass, as if to clink it with hers from afar. Then, with a subtle smirk, he tilted his head back and down the contents in one go, his pronounced Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He truly embodied the carefree demeanor of one accustomed to reveling in the pleasures of life. As though a rush of blood surged to her head, Xia Jicha's wrist trembled as if electrified, and she quickly lowered her gaze, nervously taking a sip of the beer. The acrid taste of alcohol unexpectedly assaulted her throat, and she found herself unaccustomed to the flavor. Turning her head and coughing violently, the glass in her hand shook with her movements, splattering her with droplets of beer, and her face turned crimson from the coughing fit. Oh my! Zhang Lili had not anticipated Xia Jicha's reaction would be so intense. The slight buzz she had just felt dissipated significantly, and she hurriedly snatched the glass from her hand, patting her back. You really can't handle your drink? Xia Jicha shook her head, wanting to explain that she merely choked, but her throat still felt uncomfortable, her face flushed. It took a while for her to regain her composure. Seeing that Xia Jicha had no further reaction, Zhang Lili finally breathed a sigh of relief, offering her a drink to help soothe her throat, murmuring softly, looks like at future gatherings, you'll have to sit at the kids' table. Gao Yang, with a cheerful demeanor, began to mediate. My apologies, I promise to bring 2 fewer bottles of wine next time. Xia Jicha opened her mouth, realizing her voice came out somewhat hoarse, and decided against speaking. She felt reluctant to raise her gaze, fearing she might catch a glimpse of Fu Xiaoyu's mocking expression. It was particularly unsettling to be in Fu Xiaoyu's presence. Regret filled her chest bit by bit, and Xia Jicha inexplicably felt a tinge of sadness. She understood it was merely a meal, and he likely would not remember her at all, yet she still wished to avoid making a fool of herself before him. Perhaps he might even perceive her as a bore. Her mind swirled with a tumult of emotions, and Xia Jicha, head bowed, lightly pinched the hem of her clothing, wrinkling the fabric in her grip. Waiter, could I have a pack of tissues? At that moment, she heard Fu Xiaoyu's calm voice. The waiter's response was swift, and a fresh pack of tissues was soon delivered to their table. Xia Jicha's shoulders drooped as she cautiously lifted her head slightly, trying to discern what Fu Xiaoyu was doing. She dared not look directly at his face, only catching sight of his long, slender fingers as he leisurely opened the tissue pack and pulled out 2 sheets. He then extended them towards her. Here, wipe your hands. Fu Xiaoyu's tone remained as nonchalant as ever. The alcohol will dry on your hands and become sticky. Xia Jicha uttered a soft ah, as if roused from a dream, accepting the tissue and murmuring, thank you. Fu Xiaoyu seemed not at all like the rumors suggested, tempestuous and cold towards others. In fact, he appeared to be somewhat considerate. Carefully wiping her hands, she still felt remnants of stickiness, prompting Xia Jicha to rise and visit the restroom. The restroom in the skewer's shop was tucked away in a quiet corner, small in size, with only one sink and a mirror marred by a broken corner, speckled with water stains, lending it a hazy appearance. As she washed her hands, Xia Jicha gazed into the mirror at her reflection, her features blurred but still able to discern the lingering flush on her cheeks. How utterly shameful, Xia Jicha, the first encounter after such a long separation, and he likely does not even remember you, yet here you are, flustered to this extent. You promised yourself to gradually forget him, to cease this torturous infatuation. But why, at the moment of seeing him again, did your emotions seem to be surrendered to him once more, swayed by his every action and word, rising and falling? The cool water flowed over her palms as Xia Jicha leaned forward, dampening her cheeks, as if to regain her composure. Only when she felt the heat dissipate from her face did she casually wipe the droplets from her eyelids and turn to leave the restroom. Burdened by her thoughts, her steps quickened, and just as she exited, her forehead unexpectedly collided with a firm chest. The impact was not light. Xia Jicha stumbled back a step, hearing a muffled grunt from the other party. Hastily, she apologized, I'm so sorry. Before she could finish, Her nape was gently pinched by cool fingertips. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, lifting her head to see Fu Xiaoyu, her pupils widening in surprise. Fu Xiaoyu withdrew his hand easily, the corners of his beautiful eyes curling into a playful smile, laced with a hint of mischief. "Do not be so eager to throw yourself into my embrace, my dear." Chapter 4. Does he have a girlfriend? As Fu Qi stood face to face with Xia Zhicha, she had to tilt her head slightly to scrutinize his expression. Fu Qi also lowered his gaze, fixated on her, the corners of his eyes still harboring a hint of elusive amusement. Xia Zhicha had just washed her face, the remnants of water had yet to dry, and after their earlier collision, a small patch of fabric on his chest had become dampened. The young girl, with her naturally unadorned visage, appeared even more ethereal and delicate after the wash, her doe-like eyes and cherry lips glistening with a faint sheen of moisture. Her skin was fair, and her simple cotton dress accentuated her slender figure. Perhaps it was due to the earlier impact, but a faint blush tinted her eyes, and her eyelashes were slightly damp, giving her an air of innate fragility, as exquisite as a fragile porcelain doll. It was a refreshing and pristine beauty, as pure as a blank canvas. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Fu Qi watched intently as the girl's cheeks flushed once more due to his light-hearted jest. With a touch of helplessness, he lowered his brows slightly and could not help but explain in a gentle tone, "I was merely joking, please do not take it to heart." Having mingled with a rowdy group of friends for so long, he had become accustomed to speaking without restraint, nearly forgetting that she was not one of their reckless companions but rather a proper young lady who was easily teased. Xia Zhicha gently bit her lip and replied with a soft, She was certainly aware of this. During high school, Fu Qi often exhibited this playful demeanor among his friends, his tone laced with a hint of frivolity, always seemingly indifferent. Yet, despite this carefree nature that drew admirers, he remained profoundly detached, untouched by the world around him. As someone approached to enter the restroom, Xia Zhicha instinctively stepped aside. However, Fu Qi remained still, his gaze suddenly locking onto her face. She had intended to turn and leave, but upon sensing his penetrating stare, her spine stiffened, and her movements faltered, her breath becoming cautious. "What is it?" Fu Qi appeared to have discovered something, scrutinizing her for a while before his brows furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this young lady. Xia Zhicha's breath caught in her throat, a surge of joy quickly giving way to uncertainty. Should she reveal it? What if he merely thought she resembled someone from his past and did not actually remember her? With dry lips, she gently licked them and finally whispered, "Yuncheng High School, Class 3 of the second year, we were classmates for a brief period." Upon receiving this answer, Fu Qi seemed momentarily taken aback. He turned his head to reflect for a moment, his furrowed brow gradually smoothing out. "Oh, it's you." The name resurfaced in his memory. The disparity between the Xia Zhicha from high school and the one before him now was so vast that he struggled to reconcile the quiet, reserved girl with the short hair and glasses that obscured most of her face with the serene and soft countenance standing before him. Their interactions had been limited. All he remembered was her quiet demeanor, her solitary nature, her disinterest in conversation, and her exceptional academic performance. Fu Qi smiled, "Impressive, you've managed to get into Jing University." The admission line for Jing University was almost worlds apart from that of Yuncheng, and Fu Qi was acutely aware that the educational resources in Yuncheng paled in comparison to those in the capital. He understood the difficulty of achieving admission from there, so his praise was sincere. Xia Zhicha was somewhat astonished that Fu Qi genuinely remembered her, nodding in a somewhat dazed manner, appearing rather endearing. Observing the expression on her face, Fu Qi found himself smiling more broadly, as if recollecting some detail. He leaned slightly closer, his tone tinged with playful reproach, "Why did you pretend not to know me before? Is my status as your high school classmate so unremarkable?" Fu Qi's broad shoulders loomed over her as he leaned in, the overhead light casting shadows that enveloped Xia Zhicha. With the distance closed, a crisp scent mingled with a hint of alcohol wafted into her senses. Regaining her composure, she averted her gaze, her eyes gradually dimming as she murmured, "I was afraid you might not remember me." After all, Fu Qi was never lacking in friends, surrounded by countless people, and after several years, it was possible that even those acquaintances from back then had faded from his memory. How could she have the confidence to believe that she, an ordinary classmate who hardly qualified as a friend, could occupy a place in his recollection? She dared not speak her thoughts, fearing that if Fu Qi truly did not remember her, he would look down upon her, thinking she was pretending to be familiar. Fuchi was taken aback by Xiajicha's response, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. Just as he was about to articulate a thought, his phone rang. Xiajicha also heard the ringing and watched as he leisurely straightened up, retrieving his phone from his pocket. The illuminated screen revealed a name, one belonging to a girl. In that moment, Xiajicha felt her heart plummet, as if the air surrounding her had been forcefully compressed, suddenly finding it difficult to breathe. Fuchi glanced at the name, seemingly familiar with it, and answered the call without hesitation. Xiajicha, unwilling to eavesdrop on their conversation, hastily turned and left, not wanting to linger for even a moment longer. She had almost forgotten that Fuchi was a man of many connections, carefree and unrestrained, and certainly had a girlfriend by now. The faint flicker of hope that had ignited in her heart was abruptly doused with a cold splash of reality. As she navigated through the bustling crowd of the shop, a pang of bittersweet discomfort settled in her chest. Despite knowing she had no right to feel discontent over this matter, she could not help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over her. Xiajicha, it is time to be more perceptive. Let go of your unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 5 of The Unrefined Yet Unapologetic. Having lingered for quite some time, John Lily returned to the table and pulled her back into her seat with a playful tug. Oh dear, you've merely washed your hands, yet it took you so long that I almost thought you had fallen into the toilet. An empty bottle of wine had already accumulated in a box beside them, and the two individuals at the table were clearly quite tipsy. Xiajicha, with a hint of exasperation, gently replied, as if soothing a child, "But I'm back now, aren't I?" John Lily, who frequently indulged in drinking and often returned to her dormitory inebriated, had become accustomed to Xiajicha's comforting ways. Her words instantly brightened John Lily's expression, who then linked arms with her, squinting her eyes with a grin. "Well, you're back. Hey, Gao Yuyang, shall we open another 2 bottles? Gao Yuyang promptly lifted an empty wine bottle, enthusiastically banging it on the table. "Come on, let us fill it up again." Clearly, both of them were quite intoxicated. Xiajicha was taken aback by Gao Yuyang, who appeared so refined, yet was proving to be so unreliable. As she observed them pretending to pour wine for each other with their empty bottles, she sighed and called the waiter over to return the remaining wine and request some sobering soup. "By the way, Fu Xiyu just went to the restroom. Did you see him?" Gao Yuyang suddenly inquired, looking at Xiajicha. "Ah, I did see him." Xiajicha paused for a moment, nodding vaguely. "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Gao Yuyang said, pressing his temples in frustration as he scrolled through his phone. "His ex-girlfriend just called me, insisting on knowing where he is, and she has called several times." "Why is his ex-girlfriend calling you?" John Lily interjected, intrigued. "Because she can't reach old Fu." Gao Yuyang shrugged. "This girl is really something. She knows old Fu never takes relationships seriously, yet she insists on asking him if he loves her. After being dumped, she behaves like a madwoman, continuing to pester him, and now we, his friends, are dragged into this chaos, wondering when it will finally settle down." Before he could finish, he felt a hand land on his shoulder, causing him to jump and turn around. There stood Fu Xiyu, his expression nonchalant, with a hint of guilt. "Old Fu, you're back?" John Lily, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Look who was here, it's Brother Fu." Fu Xiyu seemed unconcerned about the discussions behind him, lowering his gaze, his tone flat. "I've told her not to contact me anymore. A month is a month, it's time to end it." As he spoke, his demeanor was almost devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating a mundane fact, one that held no weight on his mood. "A month?" John Lily's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you set a time limit on your relationships?" "That's how he operates. When a girl confesses, he makes it clear from the get-go that there's a time limit. If she accepts, they LL date, if not, they part ways. It's all very mutual," Gao Yuyang explained. "Is it really possible to do that?" John Lily exclaimed, astonished. "How utterly callous. This man has no heart," Gao Yuyang lamented. "You have no idea. Our group of friends has been betting on this for the past 2 years. If he continues this way, karma will surely catch up with him." Fu Xiyu had already taken his seat, and upon hearing John Lily's remark, he merely lifted his eyelids, a smirk playing on his lips, tinged with indifference, yet he said nothing. His long, pale fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, as if silently conceding to the truth. Utterly heartless. Xiajicha slowly withdrew her gaze, peeling peanuts in a leisurely manner, her heart tightening. Yet it was precisely his callousness, his refusal to linger for anyone, that rendered him so captivating. After an exuberant meal filled with laughter, as they stepped out of the establishment, the sky had turned pitch black. The latter part of the evening had seen little drinking, and the two who had imbibed the most were now considerably more sober. Zhang Lili proposed to Gao Yuyang, "Shall we hail a cab back to campus?" Gao Yuyang shook his head. "We'll be heading to another venue shortly." "You two go ahead. You certainly lead a vibrant nightlife," Zhang Lili teased before taking a cab herself. While waiting for her ride, she glanced around and casually asked, "What about Fuziyu?" "Not sure," Gao Yuyang shrugged. "All right then," Zhang Lili replied. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Xiajicha walking toward a convenience store, calling out, "Gigi, could you grab me a drink?" "Got it," Xiajicha responded warmly. The convenience store was quite small, with only a few rows of shelves. Upon entering, the clerk lethargically greeted her with a welcome. Xiajicha moved to the back and picked up 2 packets of sanitary napkins, as she was on her period and her supply was nearly depleted. At the cash register, the clerk once again greeted her with a lackluster welcome. Since her purchases were minimal, Xiajicha hadn't taken a shopping basket. She approached the cooler near the register to retrieve the drink Zhang Lili requested. As she navigated through the obstructing shelves, her footsteps faltered when she spotted a familiar figure at the counter. Fuziyu. He stood there, casually scanning a row of cigarette boxes, nonchalantly inquiring with the clerk about a particular brand's availability. When the clerk turned to check the shelves, he glanced in Xiajicha's direction, albeit briefly. Her face flushed suddenly, and she swiftly turned her back, concealing her items behind her. Fuziyu seemed indifferent to her presence. He merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus to the clerk. After a brief exchange, he stepped away from the counter, as if intending to purchase something else. "He surely didn't notice me, did he?" asked Xiajicha's fingers instinctively clenched tightly, and she let out a small sigh of relief as she approached the register to pay. After settling the bill, she stuffed her purchases into her canvas bag, only to hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Fuziyu was returning. She averted her gaze, silently turning to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the store, a leisurely voice called out from behind her, "Xiajicha, wait a moment." Xiajicha paused in her tracks. This was the first time Fuziyu had called her name since their reunion. His enunciation was pleasant to the ear, carrying a hint of a Beijing accent, as if the words danced lightly on his tongue, exuding an air of nonchalance. Uncertain of his intentions, Xiajicha stood there, blinking in confusion. Just as she was about to respond, Fuziyu strode up beside her. In the fleeting moment they passed each other, he suddenly moved his wrist and slipped something into her hand. Xiajicha felt a gentle warmth in her palm. Fuziyu did not linger, maintaining an indifferent expression as he exited the convenience store. Only after his tall, relaxed figure had disappeared into the distance did Xiajicha come to her senses, looking down at the item in her hand. It was a bottle of warm milk. Having just taken it from the shelf, it was perfectly heated, yet in her dazed state, Xiajicha inexplicably felt it was almost too hot to handle. Chapter 6. Never entertain thoughts of someone like Fuziyu. As Xiajicha slowly made her way back to the original spot where she had been waiting for the bus, the figure of Fuziyu had already vanished from sight. Zhang Lili, perhaps slightly tipsy and feeling a bit dizzy, leaned against a nearby utility pole, idly swiping at her phone. It was only when Xiajicha approached her that she noticed, rather impolitely rummaging through her canvas bag to locate her drink. Accustomed to Zhang Lili's unrestrained manner, Xiajicha let her rummage and, as if casually, inquired, "Where are they?" "Oh, they just got on the bus and have already left," Zhang Lili replied, having retrieved her drink, popping the cap and taking a large gulp while her eyes returned to the phone screen. "Our bus is stuck on that road, so we'll probably have to wait a few more minutes." "Oh." Xiajicha blinked, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had originally thought she would at least get a chance to bid farewell to Fuziyu. After all, having met him this time, she was uncertain if there would be another opportunity in the future. Would their connection be limited to this fleeting encounter? The warmth from the hot milk in her hand continued to radiate, while a feeling of unwillingness began to unfurl in her heart. Biting her lip, she inexplicably took out her phone and snapped a photo, sending it to Fuziyu. "Xiajicha frowny face, image, Xiajicha frowny face, thank you." Just 3 simple words, yet at the moment she pressed send, she couldn't help but take a nervous breath. She had expected Fuziyu to be preoccupied with his own pleasures, yet surprisingly, he replied swiftly. "Fuziyu frowny face, haven't you boarded yet?" Xiaojiti's pupils quivered slightly. Xiaojiti frowny face, there is a bit of a traffic jam over there. Food see you frowny face alright. Food see you. Once you safely return to your dorm, send me a message? Xiaojiti paused for a moment, obediently typing back frowny face okay. It seemed that Fu Xiyu was genuinely quite attentive. On a September evening, the temperature was still bearable, even retaining some of the day's lingering warmth. Feeling the warmth of the milk in her palm gradually dissipate, Xiaojiti twisted off the cap and took a sip. The sweet warmth spread across her palate, as if it could flow into her heart. A few minutes later, Zhang Lily's taxi finally arrived. The journey back to the school wasn't particularly long, and Zhang Lily, engrossed in her phone, was likely chatting with Cao Yuyang again. Xiaojiti propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, observing the fleeting shadows outside, appearing somewhat lost in thought. It felt as if encountering Fu Xiyu once more was merely a dream. Until Zhang Lily snapped her fingers in front of her. Are you tired? With a hint of drunkenness, Zhang Lily radiated an unusual vitality tonight. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to examine Xiaojiti. After a few seconds, she pondered aloud, why do I feel like you seem a bit distracted today? Xiaojiti shook her head, mumbling, that no, perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Zhang Lily thought for a moment, that makes sense. We had dinner that dragged on so late. Normally, you would be winding down by this hour. Having spent a year together, she knew Xiaojiti well. She was the epitome of a diligent, obedient student, with a routine so steadfast that it could withstand any disruption, in stark contrast to Zhang Lily's carefree, social nature. Despite her stunning beauty, practically fit for television, she preferred to keep her head down, dressing in the most unadorned manner. If only she would take the time to present herself, there would surely be countless admirers at school. After scrutinizing her friend for a moment, Zhang Lily sighed, not taking the opportunity to date during college would be a shame, considering your exceptional looks. Zhang Lily often teased her this way, and Xiaojiti had grown accustomed to it, smiling shyly in response, I'm not considering that for now. Alright then. Unable to resist, Zhang Lily gently ruffled her soft, fair cheek, continuing to mumble, but honestly, looking at the boys in our school, I don't see many who are worthy of you. I know so many people, and I can count the truly handsome ones on one hand. Those who are truly good-looking, well, they are often quite unreliable. You're too innocent, they could easily deceive you. Just look at Fu Xiyu today. At this point, Zhang Lily's voice trailed off, leaning closer to Xiaojiti, and quietly asked, I'm asking you seriously, when you saw him, didn't you feel your heart race? Xiaojiti lowered her gaze, her eyes evasive. Not at all. The dim evening light concealed her emotions, and with Zhang Lily slightly tipsy, she didn't notice anything unusual, feeling at ease. That's good, and never entertain thoughts of someone like Fu Xiyu. You wouldn't be able to hold on to him and would only end up hurt. Someone like him is clearly a high-end playboy, he is not the type to settle down. Xiaojiti replied softly, the flickering shadows outside the car window intermittently casting a bittersweet hue on her features. She was well aware of Zhang Lily's warnings. However, the feeling of liking someone had always been akin to a moth drawn to a flame, addictive, deeply rooted in her heart for so many years, and just a glance at him made her feel as though she could never escape it. As the next day was the weekend, only Xiaojiti and Zhang Lily remained in the dormitory. The other two roommates were locals from Beijing. One rarely stayed in the dorm, while the other would return home whenever the weekend or holidays arrived, leaving Xiaojiti and Zhang Lily not particularly close to them. After washing up, Xiaojiti climbed into bed, while Zhang Lily remained at the desk, tending to her skincare routine. Noticing Xiaojiti had settled in, she turned off the lights, leaving only a desk lamp lit. Closing the curtains, the light was cut off, plunging the room into darkness. Lying on her bed, Xiaojiti slowly turned to her side, half her face buried in the pillow as she retrieved her phone. Unlocking the screen, she found her chat history with Fu Xiyu still open. The last message was one she had sent just moments ago. Frowny face, I'm back at the dorm. Fu Xiyu had responded with a simple, okay, gesture. Xiaojiti stared intently at the chat interface, the dim light of the screen illuminating her delicate eyes. After a moment, she exited the chat and opened her photo album. Her album was not extensive, consisting of only 3 categories, one for study, another for notes, and the last simply labeled. The last album was locked. Xiaojiti entered a password and found only a single photo inside. It was taken 3 years ago during the school sports meet, capturing a moment when she, as a student representative, awarded a prize to the winning athlete. The moment she handed the certificate to Futsiyu was fortuitously captured by a classmate from the press, and it had been featured prominently on the school's website for an extended period. In the photograph, the tall youth raised an eyebrow, his expression vibrant, with beads of sweat glistening at his temples, his school uniform casually draped over his shoulder, fluttering gently in the breeze. The girl before him revealed only half of her profile, her back facing the camera, her uniform neatly worn, her hand holding the certificate straight, betraying a hint of awkwardness. The youth's casually extended hand, reaching for the certificate, inadvertently brushed against her fingertips. This was the only photo of Xiaojiti and Futsiyu together, a raw image she had downloaded from the school's website. Kept in the most secretive of albums, she had preserved it for 3 years, even though she was merely a silhouette in the frame. Yet, this had been the closest she had ever been to him in those years. In the years without further encounters with Futsiyu, this remains Xiaojiti's sole treasured secret. The password was the memory of her first fluttering heart. Chapter 7. Apologize to her, properly. The following day was Saturday, and at 7 in the morning, Xiaojichai was awakened by the alarm set on her phone. To avoid disturbing John Lily, she had set it to vibrate mode. After silencing the alarm, she quietly got out of bed and proceeded to wash up. John Lily had always been a deep sleeper, and having consumed alcohol the previous evening, she remained undisturbed as Xiaojichai finished her morning routine and changed her clothes, her breath long and steady. Xiaojichai let out a sigh of relief and stepped outside. Besides the occasional tutoring sessions she took on weekdays, she worked part-time at a milk tea shop every weekend, conveniently located near the school's commercial district. When she arrived at the shop, her colleague had already raised the roll-up door and greeted her. This colleague, Chen Mao, was a girl 2 years older than Xiaojichai who had not attended university and had begun working at a young age. She was a long-term employee at the shop, known for her loyalty and efficiency, though her one notable flaw was her penchant for gossip. "Hey, let me tell you something. Yesterday, I saw a guy bring 2 different girls here to buy milk tea, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. The one in the evening was all over him, calling him hubby right in front of me and kissing him without a care. My goodness." Before Xiaojichai could even reach the back room, Chen Mao was already sweeping the floor and recounting the juicy details. Xiaojichai responded occasionally as she entered the workspace and donned her work apron. Just as she was tying the straps, her phone rang. It was a call from her uncle, Chang Chinyu. "Gigi, do you have enough money since school started?" he asked. Xiaojichai smiled lightly. "Yes, I'm fine now. I picked up a part-time job, so you don't need to worry." Orphaned at a young age due to a tragic accident, she had been raised by her uncle and aunt, who were both ordinary wage earners with modest incomes. They also had a younger brother, Chang Ming, who had always been frail, requiring significant medical expenses. Despite these burdens, Xiaojichai rarely felt like a burden herself. Her uncle and aunt were exceptionally kind, never allowing their financial difficulties to affect their care for her, treating her as their own daughter and placing great importance on her education. At times, their concern for her seemed to surpass that for her brother. While she felt gratitude, a sense of guilt also lingered. Having received a scholarship in college, she hadn't required any financial assistance from them, though they often insisted on giving her money regardless. "You're a girl, and you'll have more expenses in life. You don't even ask us for living expenses anymore. How can we not worry as expected?" Upon hearing Xiaojichai's reassurances, Chang Chinyu expressed disapproval, his voice slightly nagging. Xiaojichai listened quietly, her eyes curving gently as she deftly shifted the topic. "How is Suesue's health?" "The doctor said that after the surgery, she won't need any more interventions. If she recovers normally, she won't have to take medication anymore. It's considered a full recovery." Upon hearing this, Chang Chunyu's tone noticeably lightened. Xiaojichai felt a wave of relief wash over her as he asked, "Are you coming back for National Day?" "I probably won't be able to," Xiaojichai contemplated. "I have a few tutoring sessions during the holiday, but I'll definitely come back for winter break." Moreover, the distance between Beijing and Yunqing was considerable, and the airfare for National Day was exorbitantly high. "Alright, your aunt and that kid have been mentioning you lately." Chang Chunyu expressed a hint of regret but respected her decision, reminding her, "Just don't overwork yourself at your part-time job. If you run short on money, don't hesitate to ask us for help, don't force yourself." Ainung Xiaojichai soothed him softly, and after a reluctant farewell, they hung up the phone. Once the call ended, she transferred 1,000 yuan to Chang Chunyu. He promptly refused the money, returning it to her. Sighing, Xiaojichai changed into her work attire and exited the room. Just in time, the shop opened for business, and several delivery orders had already been prepared. "Why are there so many iced Americanos ordered so early in the morning?" Chen Mao remarked, scrunching her nose at the orders. "Are they really that good?" "They're refreshing," Xia Jichai replied casually, checking the machine. "At this hour, students coming from the 8 o'clock class aren't really awake." "Is university really that exhausting?" Chen Mao exclaimed in surprise. "I thought our teachers said that once you get to university, it's all about freedom." Xia Jichai merely smiled, choosing not to respond as she focused on preparing the coffee. With few customers at this hour, things were relatively quiet. After completing a batch of coffees, she slowed her packaging pace. "One iced Americano," she announced as she was packing, when suddenly a figure appeared at the counter. Before she could look up, a voice, tinged with fatigue, rang out before her. Startled, she lifted her head to find Fu Ziyu standing there. He wore a somewhat wrinkled white t-shirt, likely a remnant of a night spent awake, dark circles under his eyes betraying his lack of sleep. His disheveled hair fell over his forehead, casting a small shadow over his sleepy gaze. Despite his apparent fatigue, he leaned casually against the counter, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Upon recognizing Xia Jichai, his eyes flickered momentarily, and a lazy smile played on his lips. "Oh, it's you. Working here?" Xia Jichai nodded, placing his order, regular iced. "Yeah," Fu Ziyu replied, his voice barely above a murmur as he leaned against the counter, waiting for her to prepare his drink. For some reason, being under his gaze made Xia Jichai feel a bit more nervous than usual. Fortunately, making an iced Americano was a straightforward task. After sealing the cup, she handed it to him. As Fu Ziyu lowered his chin to accept it, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air. "Fu Ziyu." He paused, a hint of annoyance flickering across his features, and with a soft tch, he accepted the coffee from Xia Jichai's hand before turning around. As he adjusted his body slightly, Xia Jichai finally caught sight of the owner of the voice. The girl appeared to be around her age, tall and beautiful, with curly chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders, her makeup impeccably applied, glaring at Fu Ziyu with wide, expressive eyes. "What do you mean? How can you just break up with her? Nana has been crying for several nights." Hearing this, Fu Ziyu chuckled incredulously, not even bothering to lift his gaze. "Didn't I make it clear from the start? A month is a month. I grew tired. I'm not interested in continuing." Xia Jichai pieced together the situation. This girl must be the friend of Fu Ziyu's ex-girlfriend who had called him the previous day, coming to defend her friend. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback by his bluntness. Stepping forward in her heeled shoes, closing the distance between them, she attempted to approach even closer but was deterred by his cold gaze. "You must give Nana an explanation," she insisted, her fingers clenched tightly, her tone resolute. "She likes you so much. How can you not feel anything for her?" Fu Ziyu maintained his smile, looking down at her, his jawline appearing even sharper as he tilted his head slightly. "No," he replied, his voice devoid of inflection, scrutinizing her with an increasingly mocking expression. He let out a low laugh, speaking with an air of indifference. "I won't be attracted to you either, so do tone down your gaze." In an instant, the girl's expression went pale, her previous bravado crumbling into panic and embarrassment. "What a joke! How could I have feelings for someone like you?" In her flustered state, she became even more defensive, her tone growing sharper, causing Xia Jichai to wince at the sound. As the girl spoke, she suddenly lunged forward, snatching the cup from Fu Ziyu's hands, raising it as if to throw it at him in frustration. "I can't stand how you're treating others so poorly. I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Nana." Fu Ziyu's brow furrowed, and he swiftly grasped her wrist, trying to halt her movement. In a flash, the coffee slipped from her grip, crashing down onto the counter beside them. Xia Jichai barely had time to react and was unexpectedly drenched in the icy liquid. With a majority of ice cubes in the cup, she felt the coldness seep into her skin, and being on her period, a dull ache blossomed in her lower abdomen. Letting out a slight hiss of discomfort, she looked up, slightly dazed, at the frowning Fu Ziyu, then shifted her gaze to the girl. It seemed she had inadvertently found herself embroiled in an unexpected calamity. The girl, realizing the trouble she had caused, turned pale, and upon meeting Xia Jichai's eyes, instinctively tried to save face, snapping, "What are you staring at?" Xia Jichai, possessing a gentle temperament, didn't wish to escalate matters. Suppressing her discomfort, she lowered her gaze to clean up the mess at the counter, intending to return to the back room to see if there were any spare clothes she could change into. At that moment, Fu Ziyue's tone suddenly turned cold. "Did I tell you to leave?" Xia Jichai assumed he was speaking to her and opened her mouth. Lifting her head, however, she found him with arms crossed, still maintaining a relaxed posture, yet now blocking the girl's escape route. His expression had shifted from casual indifference to one of evident displeasure, his sharp features now carrying an ominous chill. The very air around them seemed to thicken in tension. "Turn back." His voice was flat yet bore an unsettling commanding quality. "Apologize to her, properly." Chapter 8, Are You Afraid of Me? This was the first time since high school that Xia Jiti had witnessed Fu Xi in a state of anger, and he appeared quite fierce. Despite not displaying any overtly menacing expressions, the slight lowering of his gaze and his impassive stare were enough to instill fear even from a distance. She felt her heart tremble. The girl was evidently frightened, her back stiffening as she took a step back, her eyes quickly welling with tears. Fu Xi showed no sign of sympathy. His voice, languid yet commanding, repeated, "Apologize." Given that she had indeed been in the wrong, the girl, pale-faced, hesitantly murmured an "I'm sorry" to Xia Jiti before sobbing and hastily fleeing. Xia Jiti silently averted her gaze, contemplating making Fu Xi another drink. However, she then heard him call her name in a detached tone. "Xia Jiti." Xia Jiti froze in her tracks, looking at him. He bore several brownish stains on his clothing, which dripped down from the hem, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Fu Xi scrutinized her for 2 seconds before suddenly asking, "Can I take a leave now?" Xia Jiti was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? I'll compensate you for your outfit." Fu Xi was succinct in his reply. Xia Jiti felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she stammered, "No need. I can just wash it when I get back." The fault did not lie with him, and there were surely spare clothes left by colleagues that she could use in an emergency. Fu Xi raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, "How long is your break?" Xia Jiti instinctively replied, "Until noon, all right." Fu Xi said no more and simply found a spot in the store to sit down. Xia Jiti assumed he was waiting for a freshly made iced Americano, so she prepared another cup and brought it to him. Fu Xi accepted the coffee but showed no intention of leaving. One hand held the cup while the other lazily scrolled through his phone. Could he possibly be waiting for her? A hint of incredulity crept into Xia Jiti's mind, prompting her to tentatively ask, "Do you need anything else?" As soon as the words left her lips, she immediately regretted them. It sounded as though she was trying to rush him out. Biting her lip, she was about to apologize when she saw Fu Xi set down his phone, casually resting his arm on his chin, his elongated, slightly upturned peach blossom eyes narrowing with a hint of relaxed amusement. "I do have something," he stated matter-of-factly. "I'm waiting for you." There was an undeniable undertone that left little room for refusal. Although she was well aware that his words carried no romantic implications, Xia Jiti still felt a bit dizzy. Realizing she likely could not refuse him, she softly uttered an "oh." Every time she encountered Fu Xi, it seemed her mind became somewhat muddled. She had unwittingly agreed it upon returning to the workspace. Xia Jiti inquired within the milk tea shop's group chat and discovered that indeed someone had left some old clothes in the cabinet. While she rummaged through them, the door swung open again, and in walked Chen Mao. "Hey, Gigi, what's your relationship with that handsome guy outside?" Chen Mao had been slicing fruit during the earlier commotion and, upon hearing the noise, had come out to observe from a distance. Her curiosity piqued. "Is he your boyfriend? I saw him waiting for you. Are you two going on a date later?" The mention of boyfriend sent a jolt through Xia Jiti, and she quickly denied, "No. How could that possibly be true?" "He's just a friend I know," she explained vaguely, anxious that Chen Mao would press further. She gently pushed her away, saying, "I need to change." Even the term friend felt slightly disingenuous as it left her lips. Were they truly friends in this context? Perhaps they were. Chen Mao nodded, her gaze still somewhat skeptical but refraining from further questioning, leaving Xia Jiti to breathe a sigh of relief. The borrowed clothes hung loosely on her frame, far too baggy, resembling oversized attire. The apron cinched at her waist only served to accentuate her slenderness. Fu Xi's eyes fell upon her momentarily before drifting away as he returned to his phone. Xia Jiti, too, lowered her gaze, smoothing the creases of her outfit. It seemed that when in the presence of someone she admired, she became acutely aware of her appearance, every flaw magnified. Surely, he must think she looked too thin and unappealing. At that moment, a new order appeared on the register. Xiaojiti upsetly glanced at it. It was an in-store pickup order for a small cake and a cup of hot milk tea. She prepared the items and placed them at the pickup counter. As she began to call out the order number, she suddenly noticed Fu Xi raising his hand, waving at her. Was that his order? Xiaojiti blinked, seeing him indicate to his phone, seemingly reminding her to check her messages. She glanced down, retrieving her phone from her pocket. Fu Xi frowny face. Did you skip breakfast? Why does your face look so pale? Fu Xi frowny face. I ordered this for you. Xiaojiti felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she momentarily froze, her fingertips hesitating. Fu Xi was indeed a remarkably considerate person, even towards someone he had only recently met. As noon approached, it was Xiaojiti's turn for a lunch break. Perhaps due to Fu Xi's presence, she sensed that the number of customers entering the shop that morning had increased significantly compared to usual. The ebb and flow of people seemed to inadvertently focus their attention on Fu Xi. Fu Xi, however, remained oblivious, his pale eyelids drooping as he disinterestedly played with his phone. He was the kind of person who shone brightly wherever he went. Chen Mao, realizing that Fu Xi was indeed waiting for Xiaojiti, readily allowed her to leave half an hour early, confident that she could manage her responsibilities. Enduring Chen Mao's teasing gaze, Xiaojiti could only smile ruefully, shaking her head to indicate that she had been misunderstood. Feeling somewhat helpless. As she removed her apron and exited the workspace, Fu Xi was already standing, ready to accompany her out of the shop. Nearby was a shopping mall with a women's clothing store on the third floor. Given the proximity of universities, the styles in these shops were particularly youthful. Walking side by side with Xiaojiti, Fu Xi suddenly turned his head and asked, "Which store do you prefer?" Xiaojiti, having rarely explored this area, randomly chose one and entered. The staff at this store were exceptionally enthusiastic. As soon as she stepped inside, they began to praise her and recommend various styles of dresses. Xiaojiti found it difficult to withstand such fervor, and in a daze, she accepted 2 suggested dresses and went to the fitting room. Fu Xi waited outside on a sofa, and after a while, upon hearing the curtain being drawn, he lifted his gaze. When he caught sight of the young lady emerging, a flicker of astonishment flashed across his nonchalant peach blossom eyes. Xiaojiti's face exuded a pure charm, yet it was not bland. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with clarity, her cheeks plump like a ripe peach, exuding an innate sweetness. Last night, when she wore a pure white cotton dress, she appeared innocent and demure, but today, adorned in a light blue dress with intricate lace, she radiated a delicate and charming allure. She was irresistibly cute, yet Xiaojiti remained oblivious, anxiously turning in front of the mirror and murmuring to herself, "Isn't this a bit too complicated?" She seldom wore such dresses, always feeling that overly delicate items did not suit her. Fu Xi chuckled lightly, intending to reassure her that it wasn't overly complex, but just then, Xiaojiti darted to the other side, searching for a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and dashed back into the fitting room. When she emerged again, she was clad in a much more understated outfit. "Then let's go with this one." Xiaojiti finally broke free from her earlier discomfort as she glanced in the mirror, softly conveying her choice to Fu Xi. Fu Xi gazed at her reflection for several seconds, his playful eyes shifting slightly before he broke into a light laugh. "All right, wear that." As the staff wrapped up the old clothes, Fu Xi proceeded to the register. Xiaojiti discreetly glanced at the price tag and, feeling compelled to contribute, pulled out her phone to transfer him the amount. After all, this matter was not particularly related to Fu Xi. That dress could simply be washed, and she disliked feeling indebted. Seated on the sofa, she observed Fu Xi as he seemingly received a message and took out his phone. The next moment, Xiaojiti was notified that her transfer had been returned. Fu Xi had already completed the transaction and was striding toward her with long legs. Xiaojiti quickly stood up, eager to take the bag from him, but before she could utter her thanks, her hand reached out only to grasp at air. Fu Xi held the paper bag high, just out of her reach, his deep black eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief as he spoke. "Still calculating how to repay me, who?" Caught in her own thoughts, Xiaojiti felt a flush rise to her cheeks, retracting her hand and responding earnestly, "I can pay for myself, you needn't go to such lengths." "You truly are," but Fu Xi seemed amused by her stubbornness, lowering his brow slightly and leaning in closer to scrutinize her, his tone becoming more emphatic. "Most people are eager to gain something from me, yet you insist on settling accounts, making it seem as though I have taken advantage of you." Xiaojiti instinctively stepped back, a flutter of anxiety coursing through her, but Xiaojiti. Before she could finish her thought, Fu Xi interrupted her with a calm demeanor. Ah, Xia Ti swallowed her words, lifting her gaze cautiously to observe him from the corner of her eye. Fu Xi did not immediately respond. Instead, he gazed at her for a while, as though he were meticulously examining something. After a moment, he pressed his brow down slightly, asking, "Are you perhaps a bit afraid of me?" Xia Ti's shoulders quivered. Fu Xi paused, his tone taking on a teasing quality. "Otherwise, why is it that you always avoid making eye contact with me?" Chapter 9. His first gift. The store resonated with vibrant music, the rhythmic beats striking at the very core of one's heart. Xia lowered her gaze, acutely aware of Fu Xi's penetrating stare upon her. No. Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she endeavored to project an air of calm nonchalance. "It's just that I'm not accustomed to speaking while looking into someone else's eyes." For fear that a mere glance would unveil the concealed thoughts she harbored deep within her heart. Ultimately, Xia could not bring herself to decline Fu Xi's offer to purchase that garment for her. By the time she finished work, the skies had darkened. While on her way back to the dormitory, she encountered Jiang Lili, who mentioned she had yet to have dinner, prompting Xia to kindly bring her a meal. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by the melodious sound of Jiang Lili's laughter. Her phone stood upright on the table, engaged in a video call with Gao Yuyang. Hearing the door open, she turned and called out to Xia before returning her attention to the screen, saying, "Gigi is back, I'll hang up now." As Xia shut the dormitory door behind her, Jiang Lili set her phone aside and, noticing the dinner in Xia's hands, beamed with delight as she reached out to take it. "I knew you were the best to me," Xia responded with a gentle smile, glancing at her phone. Softly, she inquired, "Have you two progressed this far already, so fast?" It had only been a single evening since they first met. "Is this considered fast? You still underestimate how reserved Gigi is." Jiang Lili teased with a chuckle. "At least we chatted for several months over a network cable before transitioning to video calls. I actually find it a bit slow." As she spoke, she opened the food container and stuffed a mouthful of food into her mouth. "You're just too engrossed in your studies and oblivious to the world. You don't know how swiftly romance progresses among our peers. Take Fu Xi for instance. After one day of eyeing each other at a gathering, the very next day, they're professing their feelings and announcing their relationship." Xia listened quietly, placing the bag containing the clothing on the table, which Jiang Lili keenly noticed, expressing surprise. "Finally willing to splurge on new clothes to spruce yourself up? It would be such a waste not to. Considering how beautiful you are, the dress got dirty, so I simply replaced it," Xia replied casually, opening the bag to wash the soiled clothes first, only to pause in astonishment upon seeing the contents. The dirty clothes were encased in a waterproof bag tucked in the corner, while the neatly folded dress she had tried on earlier that day lay prominently in the center of the paper bag. Xia gazed at the dress, her heart racing as she fumbled for her phone to message Fu Xi. She sent only a photo, and he seemed to have anticipated her gesture, replying, "This is for you." Fu Xi frowny face. "You look beautiful in this outfit." Fu Xi frowny face. "The tag has been cut, the receipt discarded, you can't return it. Don't ever say you owe me anything again." His brief messages exuded a carefree audacity that mirrored his character. In matters of social interaction, he appeared effortlessly generous and adept, leaving her with no opportunity to refuse. The words of rejection she initially intended to send were gradually erased, and after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately replied with a simple "Thank you." Feeling her response was somewhat lacking, appearing dismissive, she followed up with a cute emoticon. Perhaps she would find an opportunity in the future to reciprocate his kindness. She felt a twinge of embarrassment in admitting that the thought brought her a measure of joy. It seemed she had discovered yet another reason to engage with him openly and honestly. Fu Xi did not respond further. Xia set her phone down, carefully extracting the small dress from the bag, cradling it gently in her arms, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. This was the first gift she had received from him, concerning him. On the other side. "Fu Xiao, who is the new girl you're chatting with?" In the entertainment box, a cacophony of casual voices rose and fell. The dim lighting cast a shadowy ambience, and the atmosphere was rife with revelry. Some were engrossed in card games, while others laughed boisterously amidst scattered bottles, creating a chaotic backdrop. The music thumped loudly. Fu Ci sat at the center, surrounded by admirers like a star amidst planets, yet he appeared disinterested, his mind elsewhere. Shadows played across his face, lending him an air of cool detachment, both carefree and languid. The crowd had long grown accustomed to his nonchalant demeanor, continuing to engage with him in light-hearted banter, well aware that he was the apex of their social hierarchy. With a cigarette perched between his lips, Fu Ci tilted his head casually, prompting an attentive individual to step forward and light it. The flickering flame momentarily illuminated the darkness, a spark dancing between his lips. Fu Ci did not even bother to glance up, extinguishing the screen of his recently replied message. The speaker, eager to stir up mischief, leaned in with a grin and asked, "A new girl, you say?" "What new girl?" Fu Ci replied without engaging, as a sultry voice interjected. A woman, swaying her hips, nestled beside him with a smile, saying, "Fu Xiao, since you've been single for quite some time now, are you finally bored? Then how about considering me?" "Ah, I wondered why you were defending Fu Xiao earlier. Turns out your intentions were less than innocent, Sister Xin." The man who spoke erupted into laughter, but there was no malice in his tone. "If Fu Xiao truly desired you, he would have considered you long ago. Don't get your hopes up." Within their group, the mingling of male and female relationships was a well-known chaos, and conversation flowed freely without restraint, as everyone was aware of each other's intentions, leading to an uproar of teasing. Sister Xin shot a glare at the raucous group before leaning closer to Fu Ci with a coy tone. Fu Ci finally lifted his eyelids, letting out a cold laugh. "Enough." His voice, deep and tinged with warning, pushed her away as he rose to his feet. "I'm stepping outside for a smoke." "Ha ha ha, I knew Sister Xin would hit a wall." "Shut it." Fu Ci paid little attention to the ensuing chatter as he exited the box, a wave of ennui washing over him. Boredom, his phone vibrated again, and he glanced down, spotting the new emoticon Xia Zhicha had sent. Even through the screen, he could envision her reaction upon seeing that dress. It likely wasn't one of delight, and she might even feel vexed. A smirk tugged at his lips, and he found himself recalling the flustered girl from earlier in the store, unable to suppress a chuckle that escaped from his throat. Such a persistently earnest young woman. Quite endearing, indeed. Chapter 10. Inch beautiful. Before long, the National Day holiday arrived. In the dormitory, everyone was preparing to return home, leaving only Xia Zhicha behind. She continued her shifts at the milk tea shop, where the hourly wage increased during the holiday, and with the school on break, the workload was considerably lighter than usual. Coincidentally, the tutoring session she had taken on also requested her to schedule 2 additional classes, which she found manageable. Peking University resumed classes on the 7th, while Xia Zhicha's last tutoring session concluded on the 5th. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, she discovered the door ajar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she halted in her tracks, trying to recall whether she had secured the door properly when she left. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Lili's face peering out. "I came back early, surprise." Jiang Lili beamed at her with a tilt of her head. Upon seeing Jiang Lili, Xia Zhicha felt an instant wave of relief. "You scared me. Why are you back so soon?" The 6th was supposed to be the day of their return, and Jiang Lili had mentioned that she might arrive quite late. "Well, I had a change of plans." Xia Zhicha closed the dormitory door as Jiang Lili resumed sorting through her belongings beside her open suitcase. "Gao Yuyang invited me to the newly opened amusement park in the eastern part of the city tomorrow. Would you like to join?" Xia Zhicha uttered a soft ah. She had heard of the newly constructed amusement park in the east, which had garnered significant attention online, touted as the largest resort park in the country. On its opening day, it had set record attendance figures. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I think I'll pass." It was evident to anyone that there was some sort of situation brewing between Gao Yuyang and Jiang Lili, and she was reluctant to play the third wheel. Moreover, the ticket prices were rather steep. "Oh come on, you should go. The more, the merrier." Gao Yuyang is afraid of heights, and if I ride the roller coaster, I'll have no one to accompany me. Jiang Lili, noticing Xia Zhicha's hesitation, pounced on her to plead, "It's not just us going. Fu Ci will also be there. His family has invested in this amusement park, and we're merely taking advantage of his tickets. Think of it as a day out to relax. How about it?" Fu Ciyu. Xia Zhicha's gaze flickered momentarily. Ever since that incident, she hadn't seen him again. It seems that human nature is inherently greedy. Amidst the prolonged silence of their past, all she had yearned for was a chance encounter. Yet, upon their actual reunion, an uncontrollable desire to see him more frequently emerged. All right. She responded softly. Xia Jicha concealed her emotions adeptly, and Jiang Lili failed to notice the fleeting change in her demeanor as she cheered, "That I'll tell Gao Yang." Xia Jicha once again affirmed with a sure and rose to gather her clothes from the balcony. The campus at this hour was serene, with their dormitory nestled beside a grove of trees, the leaves rustling against the glass window in the gentle evening breeze. The hazy glow of the streetlights cast a tender ambience over the late summer, early autumn night. The polished glass reflected the youthful visage of the girl, unadorned and pure. Xia Jicha stood there for a while, clutching the dry clothes, and suddenly called out, "Lili. What's up?" Jiang Lili looked up swiftly. "Could you help me with my makeup tomorrow? You finally want me to do your makeup?" Jiang Lili exclaimed, as if she had received some unbelievable news, and then broke into a wide smile. "Sure thing, just wait and see tomorrow." Jiang Lili had long been vocal about Xia Jicha's reluctance to dress up, and upon hearing this unprecedented request, she was filled with excitement. The next morning, she eagerly pulled Xia Jicha from her slumber and seated her at the table. "When did you buy this dress? It suits you perfectly," Jiang Lili remarked while applying makeup, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I always said you should toss those old, drab clothes away. This is how you bring vitality to your look." As the eyeliner glided across her eyelids, Xia Jicha dared not show any other expression, merely curving her lips into a faint smile. She wore the dress that Fu Xiaoyu had gifted her. With her natural beauty, Xia Jicha required little embellishment. Jiang Lili's compliments flowed freely as she applied a subtle everyday makeup look and curled her bangs and side hair with a curling iron. "Oh my, with this transformation, you're simply a doll from the human realm." Even as they boarded the subway, Jiang Lili continued to admire her masterpiece, even pulling out her phone to snap several pictures, boasting, "In the future, when you need styling, please let me take full charge, alright?" The distance between Peking University and the amusement park was considerable, nearly a diagonal stretch across the capital. They had to ride the subway to the terminal station. By the time they arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, Gao Yang and Fu Xiaoyu were already waiting there. Both were tall and stood out in the crowd, easily spotted from afar. "Why did you arrive so early?" Jiang Lili checked the time and quickened her pace, playfully tapping Gao Yang on the shoulder. "We have half an hour until the agreed time. How long have you two been waiting?" "Just didn't he want you to be the ones waiting early?" Gao Yang chuckled. "You usually like to leave ahead of time." Jiang Lili shot him a playful glare. "So thoughtful, aren't you?" Xia Jicha trailed a few steps behind Jiang Lili as she approached, and upon turning back, Jiang Lili grinned and proudly proclaimed, "Look, isn't Gigi especially gorgeous today?" Xia Jicha was unceremoniously nudged forward, and as she stepped up, she found Fu Xiaoyu standing just 2 paces away. He was clad in a plain black t-shirt, a metallic necklace dangling at his chest, reflecting a cool light that exuded a hint of rebellious charm. His gaze wandered over her dress with a playful glint, his brow slightly arching in appreciation. Xia Jicha felt warmth rushing to her cheeks and discreetly took a step back. It seemed she understood the meaning behind his gaze. This dress was akin to a little secret shared between them. "Don't be shy, Gigi. When we're beautiful, we should be bold about it." Mistaking Xia Jicha's reserved demeanor for discomfort with the attire, Jiang Lili embraced her with an exuberant laugh. "Everyone thinks you look stunning, don't you agree, our discerning Fu Xiao, who has seen countless beauties?" Upon hearing his name mentioned, Fu Xiaoyu subtly averted his gaze, casually responding with a light mmm. Not receiving an answer, Jiang Lili pressed on, "Come on, tell us, is Gigi beautiful?" Listening to the back-and-forth banter, Xia Jicha instinctively straightened her spine. She wasn't quite sure what she was anticipating. Fu Xiaoyu's gaze returned to the girl before him. Beneath the blue hem of her dress, her slender legs appeared straight and delicate, strikingly fair. He suddenly smiled, his voice light and airy. "Beautiful." Chapter 11. Your Highness, may I request that you release my hand?" he remarked, finding her exquisite. A gentle thrill overshadowed the earlier, inexplicable unease, as Xia Jicha's eyelashes fluttered, her heart fluttering as if tickled by a delicate feather, eliciting a delightful itch. Her alabaster fingertips instinctively tightened. "I told you, with our Jicha looking like this, who wouldn't fall in love?" Zhang Lili exclaimed with satisfaction, humming a tune as she continued to embrace Xiajicha. Come on, let us go have some fun. The amusement park had only been open for just over a week, and now was the peak time, especially since today marked the final day of the holiday, with many families bringing their children to enjoy the festivities. Even with Fu Chiyu's influence allowing them to use the VIP passage, they still faced a queue for some of the more popular attractions. Zhang Lili immediately dragged Xiajicha toward the roller coaster, the park's main attraction and the ride with the longest wait time. Gao Yuyang, who genuinely had a fear of heights, steadfastly refused to join despite Zhang Lili's coaxing, opting instead to wait outside and hold their belongings. Fu Qiyu strolled leisurely behind Xiajicha and Zhang Lili. In front of them stood two young men engrossed in a discussion about a game, oblivious to the world as they moved forward in line. It wasn't until Zhang Lili cleared her throat a couple of times that they finally turned around, only to halt abruptly, one of them exclaiming, "Whoa!" As they resumed their place in line, the two leaned toward each other, their voices dropping significantly, occasionally stealing glances back. Zhang Lili nudged Xiajicha with her elbow, whispering, "They might be talking about you." Xiajicha shook her head, "Don't say such things." "Just wait," Zhang Lili, experienced and confident, replied, "They'll definitely come over to ask for your contact information." Xiajicha regarded Zhang Lili's words as mere jest, offering a soft smile without retorting. However, moments later, one of the young men unexpectedly turned around and approached Xiajicha, a somewhat bashful smile gracing his features. "Miss, may I get to know you?" To be honest, this was Xiajicha's first encounter with such an advance, and she hastily waved her hand, feeling a tad embarrassed. "I'm sorry." The young man let out a regretful ah, but fortunately did not press further and turned back. From the moment the boy had asked for her contact details, Zhang Lili had been throwing knowing glances at Xiajicha, and as soon as he turned away, she attached herself to Xiajicha, her face alight with the expression of "I knew it, see? I told you it would be like this, I've been saying it all along, just look at your face, if you were to dress up a bit, you'd have admirers everywhere." Xiajicha helplessly furrowed her brows, her peripheral vision catching sight of Fu Qiyu, who leaned casually with his arms crossed, a teasing glint in his eyes, seemingly amused by the situation. Xiajicha bit her lip, diverting her gaze. Fortunately, the VIP line moved swiftly, and shortly after, the staff ushered them to the front of the ride, the roller coaster seated 3 per row, and they fit together perfectly. Xiajicha nestled in the middle, while Zhang Lili playfully nudged the lace of her skirt, declaring, "Today, you are our little princess." That title felt somewhat cheesy to Xiajicha. She opened her mouth to protest but silently turned her face away. "Please don't call me that." Her voice was soft, and even as she spoke, it lacked any harshness, sounding almost like a gentle plea, prompting an urge to tease her further. Zhang Lili, thoroughly excited, exclaimed, "You are a little princess, how adorable, Your Highness, I am here to protect you." Xiajicha buried her face lower, casting a glance toward Fu Qiyu, her eyes betraying a hint of desperation for rescue. She had assumed that he would not indulge in such childish antics. To her surprise, in the blink of an eye, she caught him smirking, his enchanting eyes twinkling with amusement, and his lips parted in a silent whisper, "Your Highness." The staff approached one by one to confirm their safety restraints, noticing Xiajicha's head hung low, kindly reminding her, "If you're feeling unwell, you can let me know now, and I'll escort you down." "I am fine." Xiajicha's hands fell at her sides, and she pouted slightly, squeezing Zhang Lili's wrist in a fit of irritation. Zhang Lili retained her playful demeanor, but still offered a few reassuring words. The roller coaster began its slow ascent. Xiajicha had seldom ridden roller coasters. Her last memory of such an adventure dated back to elementary school when she had experienced one in a quaint amusement park in Yunqing. Though it had appeared tall, the ride was quite tame, prioritizing safety. She had assumed that the roller coaster here would be no different. However, as they reached the pinnacle, the exhilarating plunge sent her inside soaring, her blood rushing to her head, and the fleeting sensation of weightlessness nearly left her dizzy. Amidst the whirlwind, she could hear Zhang Lili's shrill screams, and the wind howled in her ears, rendering her voice trapped within her throat. Instinctively, she clutched the safety bar before her, tightly shutting her eyes. The roller coaster's journey was brief, and within a minute, they came to a gradual halt. Xiajicha, still reeling from the experience, felt dazed, her heart racing with excitement. After a moment, her senses began to return, and she opened her eyes. Zhang Lili's reaction stood in stark contrast to her own. She felt no fear whatsoever, instead stretching luxuriously once the ride came to a stop, squinting her eyes in contentment. "That was fun. We absolutely must ride it again before we leave." Xiajicha silently thought that she could do without that. Just then, she sensed a gaze upon her from the side. Turning her head, she met Fu Chiyu's languid stare, his expression composed and teasing. She blinked, slightly disoriented, and blurted out, "What's wrong?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she became acutely aware of the warmth enveloping her hand. Her heart skipped a beat as she slowly looked down. Her palm had somehow found its way onto the back of Fu Chiyu's hand, which was gripping the safety bar tight, grasping. The unconscious pressure had even caused his fair skin to flush slightly. With a resounding thud in her mind, Xiajicha felt her thoughts cloud over once more, immobilized by the realization of her actions. What had she done? Noticing the girl's face turning crimson like a ripe tomato, a mischievous impulse flickered in Fu Chiyu's heart. He sighed lightly, an indulgent tone lacing his voice, yet tinged with a hint of playful malice, as he leaned closer to her ear, stifling a chuckle, and whispered, "Your Highness, may I request that you release my hand?" Chapter 12, In Service of the Princess. Fu Chiyu's voice was captivating, lingering melodiously as it danced into her ears, sending shivers down her spine. It felt less like an interrogation and more like a playful jest, lacking earnestness. Xiajichai felt an intense heat rising within her, hastily retracting her hand, engulfed by a profound sense of embarrassment. A faint red mark blossomed on the pale skin of her hand, while Fu Xiyu, with his lashes lowered, languidly massaged the area with his distinctly knuckled fingers, tracing the visible veins beneath her skin. "I'm sorry," Xiajichai stammered. Fu Xiyu raised an eyebrow, apologizing for what? It doesn't hurt. His lips curled into a smile, the intonation of his voice lingering softly. "In service of the princess, I find it quite delightful." Xiajichai, on the way back to reunite with Gao Yuyang, Xiajichai still felt uneasy and decided to buy Fu Xiyu an ice cream from a nearby snack stall. The ice cream was packaged in a small box, scarcely larger than Fu Xiyu's palm. It was flavored with sea salt and lemon, encased in refreshing blue packaging. Fu Xiyu examined it for a moment, then glanced at Xiajichai, suddenly finding it reminiscent of her attire. The petite girl before him appeared even smaller, her hair tousled by the wind from the rides, hastily tied into a bun, exuding an aura of freshness and warmth. An inexplicable association made him chuckle, prompting Xiajichai to look at him in bewilderment. "It's nothing," Fu Xiyu replied lazily, holding a plastic spoon between his lips. "Quite adorable, indeed." It was unclear to which he was referring. After a thrilling morning filled with numerous activities, the majority of which were suggested by Zhang Lily, who was boundless in energy, they were nearing noon, yet she was still eager for another round on the giant swing. Ultimately, it was Gao Yuyang who intervened, suggesting they first break for lunch before resuming their amusement. Zhang Lily nodded in agreement. At lunchtime, the park's eateries, known for their delectable offerings, required a considerable wait. After placing their orders and being guided to their seats by a server, Fu Xiyu mentioned he would fetch drinks and stepped outside with Gao Yuyang. With the meal still a while away, Xiajichai, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned on the table, allowing her gaze to drift over the bustling crowd in the restaurant, momentarily zoning out. Zhang Lily sat beside her, idly scrolling through her phone, murmuring to herself, "Aren't they all just bored, engaging in such nonsense?" Xiajichai could easily guess she was perusing the school forum. Zhang Lily was not one to conceal her interests. She often shared the most outrageous gossip she encountered online. "Gigi, you must see this, I can't believe them." Xiajichai snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice, turning around with a soft ah as Zhang Lily held her phone screen before her. Discussion: It seems many newcomers want to get to know Fu Xiyu. The title was prominently displayed, marked with a hot tag. Wasn't it the same last year? Before the term even started, I had already heard of Fu Xiyu's name, and several senior girls approached him for contact details at the beginning of the semester, albeit this term they are now junior girls. Who can blame them? With looks and prowess like his, he is not lacking in admirers. Rumor has it that Fu is currently single. Could he be waiting to see if any of the new girls catch his eye? Come on, let us have a spicy stick pool. One stick to bet on who Fu's next partner will be. The ensuing messages were a flurry of images and names that dazzled the eyes. "One would think it's a competition for the new school belle," Zhang Lily scoffed. "Didn't Fu Xiyu just break up with that Na girl?" Now the forum is buzzing with speculation about who his next partner will be. Xiajichai paused, her fingers scrolling through the page at a glacial pace, while Zhang Lily occasionally assisted her with a nudge and a brief commentary. "Oh, right, they currently consider this one the most likely candidate, from our fine arts department," Zhang Lily said, stopping on a photo, zooming in. She is probably the most beautiful among this year's newcomers, and coincidentally, she fits Futsiyu's type perfectly. At this point, her voice dropped slightly. Most importantly, this girl boldly declared upon entering the school that she came here for Futsiyu. It is like she is pursuing him. Xiaojichai found it difficult to hear the rest, her gaze fixating on the photo, lost in thought. The girl in the image had striking features, her eyes exuding a bold allure coupled with a maturity seldom seen in their peers, unmistakably vibrant and vivacious. So, this was Futsiyu's type. Xiaojichai's fingers unconsciously rested on her lap, gripping the small bow on her skirt tightly. A sense of desolation washed over her, akin to the bitter burst of a squeezed orange peel within her heart. She suddenly felt that all the effort she had put into her appearance today seemed utterly futile from the very beginning. She was never his type. As their table was called for food, Xiaojichai hastily averted her gaze, rising as if she were fleeing. "I'll go get it." Upon reaching the pickup area, the server apologetically informed her that a small dish had been mistakenly taken by someone else and would need to be remade. Xiaojichai nodded in understanding and decided to wait there. While waiting, she lowered her gaze and, with an inexplicable sense of longing, opened the school forum. The post still lingered on the homepage, and Xiaojichai clicked on it. Everyone knows Futsiyu prefers vibrant and proactive girls. With that face and figure, wouldn't it be a breeze for her to win him over? It's only a matter of time, the question is how long it will last. Considering Futsiyu's admittance to Jingda, the prestige is unmatched. Xiaojichai's expression darkened. She had also entered Jingda for Futsiyu. During her second year of high school, although her grades were commendable, they were not exceptional, still falling short of the top universities in the capital. It was only when Futsiyu returned to the city that she quietly crossed out her initial target of South City and filled in Jingda instead. The subsequent 300 days and nights were spent grinding away with unwavering determination, her efforts so intense they bordered on despair, until she finally achieved a bare pass into Jingda. Everyone praised her diligence, yet no one knew that her motivation stemmed solely from a hidden desire. "What are you daydreaming about?" Suddenly, her phone was snatched from her hands, jolting her from her melancholy reverie. Xiaojichai looked up in surprise to find Futsiyu holding her phone, not scrolling through it. He tilted his head slightly, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the screen. Then, he chuckled slowly, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked, "Still looking at this?" Chapter 13. Futsiyu raised his hand to shield her eyes. Xiaojichai felt a pang of guilt, as if she had been caught red-handed, and reached out to reclaim her phone. "I didn't mean to look at these, Futsiyu calmly lifted the phone higher, tilting his chin slightly, and inquired leisurely, "So it just so happened that you stumbled upon my gossip?" Xiaojichai attempted to grasp for it again, but inadvertently brushed against his wrist. Startled, she retracted her hand as if shocked, and stammered, "Jiang Lily was browsing the forum just now and happened to take a look." "And then you came over to collect your meal, only to open it again?" Futsiyu clearly doubted her notion of happening upon, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Nevertheless, he lowered his hand and returned the phone, his finger gently tapping the screen twice. "Curious about me?" Xiaojichai fell silent for a moment, nodding half-truthfully, "I am a bit curious about your love life." Futsiyu paused, a laugh escaping his lips, and he chose not to elaborate further. It was difficult to discern whether he was indifferent or simply reluctant to discuss the matter. After their multiple encounters, Xiaojichai had gradually come to understand Futsiyu's attitude towards relationships. It seemed he always bore a sense of detachment and weary observation, exuding an inherent coldness. Even when he smiled, his eyes conveyed no warmth. She increasingly comprehended why everyone claimed he was heartless. The waiter once again called out to Xiaojichai, apologizing profusely as he placed the dishes onto the tray. Before she could reach out, Futsiyu thrust his drink into her arms and lifted the tray. The amount of food for 4 people looked substantial, yet he carried it effortlessly, revealing only the faint outlines of veins on the back of his hand. The drink, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator, was beaded with condensation, and a droplet fell onto her bare arm, causing Xiaojichai to shiver unexpectedly. Walking alongside Futsiyu, she lowered her head, wiping the bottle with her palm. "Xiaojichai." Futsiyu suddenly called her name. Xiaojichai responded with a soft ah, looking up at him in confusion. "I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at the moment." Futsiyu paused briefly, continuing in a calm tone, "Avoid getting involved in their trivial bets. It holds no significance." That was he explaining himself to her. Xiao Jichao's eyelashes fluttered, and she whispered an "oh," her tightly pressed lips relaxing slightly. In that instant, her heart felt as if it had released a breath, akin to a stone that had been suspended finally falling, creating ripples of subtle joy. It seemed that her friendship with him might endure a little longer. After dining, the time was not suitable for vigorous activities, so Jiang Lily temporarily set aside her desire to hop onto the big swing and followed the map to find a haunted house. The amusement park featured several haunted houses, and this one appeared to be styled in a Western theme, resembling a zombie hospital. Jiang Lily eagerly pulled Gao Yuyang inside. Xiao Jichao intended to follow closely, but as she took a step, Fu Ziyu grasped her waist's tie and pulled her back. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jichao asked, puzzled. Fu Ziyu chuckled lightly, "Let them have some space." Xiao Jichao paused for a moment, then immediately understood. It was evident that two individuals in a budding romantic relationship entering a haunted house together would inevitably raise suspicions. Thus, they waited at the entrance for a while before stepping inside. The haunted house was not large. As they entered, the black curtain behind them closed, plunging them into darkness. After a brief adjustment to the dimness, Xiao Jichao gradually found her footing. "I'll go first. If you're scared, just hold on to my shirt." Fu Ziyu spoke with a calm demeanor, as if they were strolling outside. Xiao Jichao acquiesced, but after a moment's hesitation, a shriek from Jiang Lily echoed from ahead. The confined space allowed the sound to carry. Even though the two ahead had distanced themselves, Xiao Jichao hesitated but eventually grasped the hem of Fu Ziyu's shirt, her fingers barely clutching it. She wasn't afraid of the dark, but sudden frights made her uneasy. They advanced through the darkness. The initial stretch of the path seemed designed for acclimatization, with little to instill terror, save for the occasional flicker of dim lights revealing eerie skeletal remains. Each time she brushed against one, Xiao Jichao instinctively tightened her grip, only to gradually relax it afterward. Fu Ziyu glanced back in the dim light and noticed the girl's brow furrowed tightly, displaying signs of anxiety. Seemingly unconsciously, he slowed his pace. A faint breeze rustled, and a door creaked open at the corner ahead. Jiang Lily's scream pierced the air once more, heightening the atmosphere's tension. "Are you scared?" Fu Ziyu suddenly inquired. Xiao Jichao jumped at his unexpected voice and softly replied, "Not really." She wasn't particularly timid, it was just that her body often reacted before her mind caught up. "All right." Fu Ziyu felt slightly relieved and continued onward. As they passed the door, Xiao Jichao closed her eyes to avoid being startled, blindly moving forward while clutching the soft fabric of his shirt. To her surprise, as they passed, all remained calm. Until she heard Fu Ziyu's voice beside her, "We made it past." She opened her eyes to find the door now behind them, shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of anything frightening. Comforting herself, she lowered her gaze unexpectedly. As she lifted her eyes, a pale head suddenly emerged from the doorway, its hollow eyes meeting hers, a blood-red smile reminiscent of a gaping mouth grinning grotesquely at her. Xiao Jichao's pupils dilated in shock, unprepared for the fright. Her mind momentarily faltered, causing her to stagger back a step, her back colliding with Fu Ziyu's chest. In the next moment, a cool hand enveloped her eyes, plunging her surroundings into darkness. Fu Ziyu shielded her vision with his large hand, effectively blocking her sight. "If you're scared, don't look." His deep voice resonated above her, soothingly. In that instant, it felt as though she had been rescued. The world seemed to consist solely of Fu Ziyu's voice. Xiao Jichao, still reeling from the sudden fright, felt her heart racing and quietly responded with a soft She was obedient. Xiao Jichao's face was small, and Fu Ziyu's palm covered most of it. Her long eyelashes brushed against his hand, quivering slightly, indicating her lingering fear, yet she remained silent. Her docility was almost too much to bear. The dim environment blurred her outline, and Fu Ziyu averted his gaze, casually releasing his grip. The ticklish sensation lingered in his palm, and his long fingers instinctively curled slightly at his side. "You're safe now." At his words, Xiao Jichao dared to slowly open her eyes. Still unable to fully adjust to the surrounding darkness, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist. Next, Fu Ziyu exerted a slight pull, leading her forward, his languid tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Run with me." Chapter 14. Utterly bad. What? Xiao Jichao was momentarily taken aback, her body instinctively obeying the command as she took a step forward. Suddenly, a sharp wail erupted behind her, reminiscent of a scene from a zombie film, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds. Though Xia Zhicha did not turn to look, she could hear the increasingly dense footsteps trailing behind them, rising and falling like a menacing tide. The oppressive darkness seemed to close in, as if it were pursuing them. Reacting on reflex, she quickened her pace to keep up with Fu Xi. "You've triggered a hidden storyline," Fu Xi explained calmly. "That glance back just now means we have to run all the way out." "Ah." Xia Zhicha opened her mouth, only to be gently interrupted by Fu Xi's cool voice. "No apologies allowed, this is what makes it interesting." His breath was slightly labored from the running, lending a deep, alluring quality to his tone in the enveloping darkness. Xia Zhicha obediently fell silent. How did he know she was about to apologize? The haunted house was not particularly large, though its layout was somewhat convoluted. Xia Zhicha nearly stumbled at several corners, which Fu Xi noticed, intentionally slowing his pace at the turns. The wailing behind them continued to close in. Finally, when they pushed open the last door, the sunlight poured in, bringing an end to the chase. Zhang Lili and Gao Yuyang were waiting for them outside, taken aback by their breathless appearance. "What on earth were you two doing? Why are you running like that?" Xia Zhicha, not particularly fit, leaned against her knees to catch her breath after Fu Xi released her hand. Fu Xi explained briefly to the duo, and Zhang Lili exclaimed with curiosity, "Why didn't you mention there was a hidden storyline? Now I want to play again." Gao Yuyang chuckled, handing her a bottle of water. "Forget it, your voice is a bit hoarse. I bet Fu Xi heard your screams quite clearly just now." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow, tacitly agreeing. "Ahem." Zhang Lili cleared her throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I wasn't that scared, was I?" Xia Zhicha listened to their banter, gradually regaining her composure. "Are you all right?" Fu Xi gently supported her, standing beside her as he asked softly. She straightened up and flexed her wrists. Suddenly, the image of Fu Xi holding her wrist while running flashed in her mind. Xia Zhicha discreetly glanced at his hand. His hands were indeed quite large, easily encompassing her wrist, and she couldn't help but imagine he could grasp both her wrists at once. Her thoughts drifted away, and she abruptly halted, chiding herself for such fanciful musings. After exiting the haunted house, they passed by a shop selling various merchandise from the amusement park. None of it was particularly practical, more suited for children. Zhang Lili intended to buy a few items for a relative's child and dragged Gao Yuyan along to help her find something a little boy might like. Xia Zhicha noticed Fu Xi had little interest in these trinkets and decided to follow him to exit the shop sooner. However, when they passed a shelf, she suddenly paused. Fu Xi noticed her halt and turned his gaze to the shelf, which was adorned with many ornaments. "Do you like these?" he inquired. Xia Zhicha hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and stepping away from the shelf. Seeing her reaction, Fu Xi asked again, "Are you truly not considering buying anything?" This time, Xia Zhicha answered, "None of it suits me." Fu Xi did not press further. Just as they were about to leave the store, Xia Zhicha suddenly said, "Wait for me." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms in acquiescence. When Xia Zhicha emerged again, she held a bottle of water. "I'm a bit thirsty," she explained. Fu Xi let out a lazy response, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Gao Yuyang said Zhang Lili wants to ride the swinging pendulum later. He'll go wait for her. If we don't want to join them, we can just wander off on our own. Xia Zhicha, just as she was popping the cap off her water bottle, blinked in surprise. "Do you want to go?" Fu Xi asked her. Xia Zhicha pondered for a moment and shook her head. The lingering unease from the roller coaster still gnawed at her, making her hesitant to experience such high-altitude thrills again. "All right," Fu Xi said, "then let's just stroll around." Xia Zhicha could hardly comprehend how things had evolved to this point. Originally, Zhang Lili had merely invited her out for a day of fun, yet it seemed she had spent most of her time with Fu Xi, and now, they had completely separated from the other two, walking together in an intimate duo. The early October weather was still slightly warm, and the amusement park was bustling with visitors, the pathways crowded with people. Xia Zhicha clutched her icy water bottle, sneaking glances at the composed Fu Xi beside her. There was an odd sensation, as though they were on a date. Silently repressing the flutter of thoughts that surfaced in her mind, she turned her head, fearful that Fu Xi might see through her thoughts. Fu Xi, noticing her movement, followed her gaze and asked, "Do you want to try that?" Xia Zhicha had not even been aware of what she was looking at, but upon focusing, she realized it was the log flume ride. It wasn't overly thrilling, but it appeared refreshing. She readily agreed. At the entrance, they purchased raincoats and queued to enter. Finding themselves seated in the last row, the raincoat colors were random, and Xiajicha ended up with a yellow one. As she carefully navigated over the water puddles to sit in the ride, Fu Xi observed her, finding her reminiscent of a bouncy little yellow duck. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although the log flume featured some drops, they were relatively mild, and when they plunged down, the splashes of water came rushing towards them. Fortunately, as they were in the last row, the people in front shielded them from most of the spray. Xiajicha remembered she had put on makeup that day and instinctively lowered her head as the water cascaded towards them. In such rides, raincoats offered little protection against the water, but thankfully, her makeup appeared intact. Just as she was about to look up, Fu Xi's hand unexpectedly grasped the back of her head, pressing her down again. "Don't raise your head just yet, little duck." The sight of the girl huddled down like that made her appear even more like a little yellow duck, prompting Fu Xi to use that nickname again. Xiajicha clearly registered his choice of words, but there was no time to dwell on it as another wave of water poured down upon them. When it was over, the grip on her head loosened. She slowly sat up and turned to Fu Xi, who was now drenched from head to toe, his raincoat hood having been knocked off in order to shield her. He looked rather disheveled. Just as she was about to inquire why he called her little duck, the question died on her lips. He had endured this for her sake. After all, little duck, did you enjoy yourself? Fu Xi's eyelashes were still glistening with droplets, and the corners of his eyes held a teasing glimmer as he spoke slowly. Xiajicha bit her lip, ultimately asking, "Why do you call me little duck?" Fu Xi helped her remove the raincoat's hood but did not answer, instead tilting his chin in a playful manner. Xiajicha understood, her ears gradually flushing red. This man was truly incorrigible. Why did he enjoy giving people nicknames so much? As it was a water ride, the exit was thoughtfully equipped with fans to dry off clothes. Xiajicha's skirt was soaked, and her hair was damp. She let her hair down and faced the breeze. Turning her head, she caught sight of Fu Xi nearby, wringing out his shirt. The loose t-shirt clung to his frame, revealing a hint of defined abs, accentuating his narrow, strong waist. A few droplets of water dripped from the hem of his shirt, trailing down the contours of his physique, exuding a subtle allure. Xiajicha's gaze felt scorched, and she quickly averted her eyes, only to be caught by Fu Xi, who had raised his head at that moment. The innocence in her eyes betrayed her embarrassment, making her appear quite vulnerable, especially with the blush that had been creeping up her ears since earlier. Fu Xi playfully pressed his tongue against his back teeth, a mischievous impulse rising within him. He casually shifted his gaze away, pretending not to notice her, and lowered his shirt. Believing she had evaded detection, Xiajicha exhaled softly and lowered her head, focusing intently on drying her skirt, as if trying to blow away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Her phone vibrated, signaling a new message. She pulled it out and haphazardly tapped the screen to illuminate it. Fu Xi frowny face. "Do you want to see more?" Fu Xi frowny face. "Or perhaps, would you like to touch?" Chapter 15. Have you never been kissed? Xiajicha's pupils trembled. What was she supposed to touch? Touch what? The image from earlier involuntarily resurfaced in her mind. It was the first time Xiajicha had seen such exquisite abs in reality. The 2 lines of text on her phone continued to provoke her senses, and as she lowered her head to grasp her phone, an inexplicable heat radiated from her palms. The cool breeze from the fan in front of her rustled softly, brushing against her cheeks and slightly alleviating her fluster. After a moment, she blinked her lashes, gradually calming her emotions. Perhaps, Fu Xi often joked around like this with others. Or, it was merely a habit. Unconsciously biting her lip, Xiajicha felt her fingers hovering over the keyboard with a certain trepidation. Xiajicha frowny face. "Do you often let others touch you?" Fu Xi did not anticipate that Xiajicha would actually respond to him. This girl was usually so quiet, unable to counter even a light jest, soft and docile like a little lamb. Yet, at times, she could be quite bold. He absurdly tugged at the corner of his lips, lazily glancing in her direction before striding over. Xiajicha awkwardly tucked her phone back into her small bag, pretending not to notice him. "Xiajicha," Fu Xi called out to her. She replied softly with an "Don't accuse me unjustly." Xiajicha's shoulders quivered slightly as she looked up in bewilderment, only to find herself caught in the depths of Fu Xi's eyes, which were laced with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. It's true that many people are curious, he said with a languid tone, his narrow peach blossom eyes drooping as he reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, but I have never allowed them to succeed. Xia Jicha blinked, struggling to believe him. He had so many girlfriends and was so adept at flirting, how could nothing intimate have ever occurred? Fu Xi refrained from explaining such matters in public, merely smiling without further comment. By the time dinner was nearing, Zhang Lili finally deemed it appropriate to contact them. After they regrouped and finished their meal, dusk had enveloped the surroundings. With the fireworks show scheduled for 8 o'clock, there was still a bit of time left, so Zhang Lili pulled Xia Jicha along to buy some snacks, instructing the two boys to secure a spot first. Since their meeting at dinner, Zhang Lili had been radiating joy, her expression glowing with delight, clearly in high spirits. It seemed her relationship with Gao Yuyang was progressing well. Xia Jicha smiled faintly, feeling reassured. The shop was quite crowded at that moment. Zhang Lili selected a few of her favorite snacks when suddenly she received a message. Initially, she merely glanced at it, but a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes upon reading. She gently poked Xia Jicha, who was holding a shopping basket and looking elsewhere. I'll step out for a moment, wait for me. Xia Jicha nodded. She picked a few more snacks and went to join the line. Just as she was queuing, she received a message from Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili frowny face. Gigi, I have something going on, might not make it, I'll have Fu Xi come to pick you up. Zhang Lili. Choose some snacks you like, it's on me. Xia Jicha furrowed her brows in puzzlement. What was happening? Feeling somewhat uneasy, she sent a message to inquire, but Zhang Lili was vague, only directing her to where Fu Xi was waiting. Xia Jicha hesitantly completed her purchase and followed the location given. The amusement park was vast, with winding paths depicted on the map. As night fell, she navigated through the bustling street outside the shop, turning a corner onto a quieter path. This route was somewhat secluded, flanked by trees, and the streetlights gradually illuminated, casting shadows that danced in the gentle breeze. Zhang Lili had mentioned that Fu Xi was waiting at the end of this path. Xia Jicha proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket, accompanied by muffled female gasps. It seemed to emanate from deep within the woods, fragmented and indistinct, yet, in an instant, Xia Jicha recognized it as Zhang Lili's voice. Her heart tightened, fearing something might have happened to Zhang Lili. She tiptoed closer to the source of the sound. There was a narrow path through the bushes leading deeper into the woods. Xia Jicha sidestepped the underbrush and tentatively advanced a few steps. The sounds grew clearer as she approached, and she could discern a hint of male voice mingled and hidden among the layers of branches. In the dimness of the trees, she vaguely spotted two intertwined figures. Xia Jicha was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before her, when suddenly an unfamiliar force grasped her wrist. Instinctively, she gasped, only to have her mouth covered and be pulled behind a more concealed thicket. It's me. Fu Xi's voice resonated low and steady beside her. Instantly, Xia Jicha's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, settled. Don't make a sound. Fu Xi whispered, releasing his hold. Xia Jicha nodded obediently, cautiously exhaling a slow breath. It was only then that she began to process what the two figures were engaged in. They were kissing. The shadows of the tree swayed, and the two lovers seemed to finally part, their breaths gradually calming. You're so annoying. Xia Jicha heard Zhang Lili's voice, sticky and playful, sounding incredibly sweet. Following that were Gao Yuyang's tender words of affection. Xia Jicha blinked, her heart still reeling in surprise. She was well aware that Gao Yuyang and Zhang Lili shared an extraordinary relationship, yet it had always remained ambiguous until now. She had never imagined they had progressed to this point. How fast, that in her daze, she noticed the couple kissing once more. Through the gaps in the branches before her, she could faintly see their figures becoming increasingly passionate, even producing soft, wet sounds. Afraid of being discovered, Xia Jicha felt a twinge of guilt and maneuvered herself into a more hidden spot. For her, this scene was a bit too stimulating. The space in the woods was quite narrow, and as she inched further in, she found herself pressed against Fu Xi. Their arms brushed against each other. Xia Jicha's breath momentarily caught, and in a flurry, she attempted to shift away. However, her waist was suddenly encircled, drawing her even closer. Don't go out. Gao Yuyang is watching this way. Fu Xi leaned down slightly, cautioning her. She had no intention of leaving. The grip around her waist remained firm, and Xia Jicha realized she was almost leaning against Fu Xi, her heart racing uncontrollably once more. It was too close, dangerously so. The air was filled with the occasional teasing sounds, and behind her was the breath of the boy she admired, fresh yet imbued with youthful vigor. Fu Xi seemed oblivious to how intimate their position was. He leaned in slightly, his breath leisurely brushing against her ear. "We'll leave once they are gone." The sensation sent tingles through her ears, making her legs weaken involuntarily. The shameful whimper on her lips was nearly impossible to suppress, and Xia Jicha could only respond with a trembling voice. Fu Xi seemed to finally notice her unusual demeanor, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded her thoughtfully in the dim light. The next moment, he smiled with a hint of mischief, lowering his voice and half-jokingly asking, "Have you never been kissed? Why do you turn shy just eavesdropping?" Chapter 16. Inch I quite like it. The deliberately lowered voice, tinged with a hint of huskiness, exuded an air of rebellious desire. It lingered in the night, akin to a jest or perhaps an enticing whisper. Xia Jicha bit her lip tightly and nodded. Fu Xi, somewhat surprised, asked, "You've really never been kissed?" Xia Jicha nodded once more. "And you've never been in a relationship?" Xia Jichao's throat felt dry as she emitted a soft mm. The ease with which she spoke of kissing and romance suggested he was quite experienced. She hesitated to envision Fu Xi kissing someone else, a wave of discomfort washing over her heart. After a while, Jiang Lili and Gao Yuyang finally concluded their commotion and left the small grove hand in hand. Once they had walked far enough away, Xia Jicha pushed herself up from the grass, moving slowly. Her legs felt a bit numb, and she bent down to rub them. Fu Xi leaned against a nearby tree, his arms crossed, releasing a light chuckle as he remarked, "There were too many people at the fireworks. I was worried you two wouldn't find your way, so I decided to come get you." But he clicked his tongue lightly, without any trace of anger, playfully adding, "Those two seem to prioritize romance over friendship." Listening to him, Xia Jicha glanced at the message from Jiang Lili on her phone. Jiang Lili frowny face, "Are you both at the fireworks show now?" Jiang Lili frowny face, "I'm coming over to find you." Not yet. Moreover, just a moment ago, she had secretly observed their affectionate exchange. As she stepped out of the grove, feeling a twinge of guilt, she replied, "I got held up by something earlier. I'll be there shortly." Behind her, Fu Xi called out, "Xia Jichao." She responded with a startled ah, turning to see Fu Xi holding out a bag of snacks to her. "You forgot something." It dawned on her that in her earlier fluster, she had left the snacks on the ground. She accepted them, saying, "Thank you." Fu Xi tilted his chin slightly. "Go on." Xia Jichao nodded and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned back to face Fu Xi, pausing momentarily before stepping closer to him. Fu Xi lowered his gaze, a hint of confusion in his eyes. In the next moment, Xia Jichao extended her hand, palm open. Her small, snow-white hand cradled a beautifully wrapped little box, as if it contained some delicate trinket. She appeared quite nervous, swallowing hard, and speaking softly, "This is for you." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "It's a thank you gift for the dress last time." The box bore the logo of the amusement park. Fu Xi's eyes flickered with surprise, followed by understanding, as a sly smile crept onto his lips. "So, you went to buy this at the souvenir shop earlier?" No wonder she lingered by the accessories. Xia Jicha bit her lip and nodded. "All right." Fu Xi chuckled lightly as he accepted the box and immediately opened the packaging. Inside lay 2 stud earrings, crafted from metal and in cooler tones, which matched his necklace perfectly. As he lazily surveyed the earrings, he was about to casually remark, "Good taste," when his gaze unexpectedly landed on Xia Jichao. The young girl was gazing up at him, her soft, doe-like eyes filled with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, as if awaiting his response. Her eyes sparkled, shimmering with vibrant light, reminiscent of fireworks blooming in the night sky. Meeting her gaze for a moment, Fu Xi found himself momentarily taken aback, a subtle stirring within his heart. "Thank you." Moments later, he chuckled softly, tucking the gift box into his bag. "I really like it." As the fireworks display concluded, the amusement park began to clear out. Fu Xi did not return to the school with them via subway but instead took a taxi back to his apartment situated in the eastern part of the city. The apartment was merely a few kilometers from the amusement park. Upon entering the top floor after inputting the passcode, he noticed the living room was brightly lit, but he was not surprised. He merely raised an eyebrow and ascended the stairs. The rooftop was adorned in a flamboyant manner, and in the center, a boy with a buzz cut lounged lazily on a sunken sofa, his posture slouched and casual. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not sit up but simply waved at Fu Si with a familiar gesture. This individual was Zhao Zhe, the youngest son of a family closely acquainted with the Fu family, known more for his carefree demeanor than any particular skill, excelling only in indulgence. "The old man kicked me out again tonight, so I'm here to escape," Zhao Zhe said, shaking a beer bottle beside him. "I'll just crash here." Fu Si was accustomed to this behavior and responded with a nonchalant sound, finding a place to sit. Zhao Zhe shot him a glance, sitting up. "Aren't you going to ask what I'm up to?" Fu Si, disinterested, did not even lift his eyelids. "Isn't it the usual? This time, it's actually different." Zhao Zhe chuckled a couple of times. "I got on your stepmother's bad side, and the old man wants me to go apologize." Fu Si finally granted him a glance. "What did you do to provoke her?" "I couldn't stand her," Zhao Zhe replied without a hint of remorse, grinning. "I accompanied the old man to your house for tea and saw her acting all coy, looking like an old witch. Her daughter tried to flirt with me, and I couldn't help but snap back a few times." Fu Si lifted his chin slightly, leaning back as if he had anticipated this. "Honestly, I admire how you've tolerated their antics for so many years," Zhao Zhe said, shaking his head. "Your dad, too. He has such a precious son like you, yet he sent you off to Yunqing, and now he is making it so you can't even go home. Doesn't he worry about leaving such a vast estate without an heir?" "Of course he doesn't." Fu Si closed his eyes, finding it amusing yet somewhat exhausting. "He is afraid I might usurp his power. Besides," he continued in a detached tone, as if it were none of his business, "the moment that woman got pregnant, if I returned, I'd surely be accused of something." Zhao Zhe fell silent for a moment. "So, that's why you didn't go home for the National Day holiday? You must be feeling the pressure." Suddenly, he asked in disbelief, "Your old man wouldn't want to leave everything to the child in that old witch's belly, would he?" Fu Si did not respond, seemingly acquiescing. "What will you do then?" Zhao Zhe exclaimed, sitting upright and slapping the coffee table. "Doesn't that mean you?" His words were abruptly cut off by Fu Si's cold laugh. He curled his lips slightly, his eyes harboring a hint of grimness. "If they truly want to take it, they better have the capability." His tone remained steady yet carried an undercurrent of absolute arrogance. Zhao Zhe was momentarily speechless before bursting into a relieved laugh. Fair enough. He had known how formidable Fu Si was since childhood. "Anyway, let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters." Zhao Zhe waved his hand, opening a bottle of beer for Fu Si. "Did you go to that amusement park nearby today?" Fu Si raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" "From your forum," Zhao Zhe casually remarked. "Have you found a new girlfriend?" "Just before you arrived, I saw someone post a photo of you on a date with a girl." Fu Si's fingers paused around the beer glass, his expression subtly tightening. "What photo?" Zhao Zhe lowered his head to open the forum, pulling up the post. "Take a look for yourself." The screen displayed a dimly lit photo. He and Xia Jiqiao walking together towards the fireworks venue, captured candidly from behind. "Who is this girl? Is she the so-called campus beauty?" Zhao Zhe, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the university's gossip, muttered his commentary softly. "The photo looks quite fitting." Not really. Fu Si hadn't anticipated being photographed in public, feeling a surge of impatience as he rubbed his forehead. "Tell Zhao Qi to delete this post." Zhao Qi was a distant relative of Zhao Zhe, serving as an administrator for the university forum, which was how Zhao Zhe accessed it. Zhao Zhe seemed momentarily confused. "Ha?" After a pause, as if finally understanding, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so you're starting to care about your image, huh, old Fu?" This was a stark contrast to how Fu Si previously disregarded any rumors or news about himself. Why was he suddenly concerned about his reputation? Fu Si, uninterested in engaging further, replied flatly, "That girl is shy." Zhao Zhe, hearing this reason, not only did not quiet down but appeared even more astonished. Just for that girl? He couldn't believe Fu Si cared enough to have a post featuring just a silhouette deleted. When had Fu Si ever been so attentive to a girl? Zhao Zhe's eyes widened, his thoughts growing convoluted. "Old Fu, you have never put this much effort into your ex-girlfriends." Fu Si shot him a glance, as if realizing something, pausing slightly before lazily curling his lips. Don't speak nonsense. That girl is too innocent. She doesn't have ulterior motives. Really? Zhao Zhe leaned in closer, sporting a mischievous expression. Suddenly, he caught sight of the earrings glinting coldly on Fu Si's ears, exclaiming in surprise, "When did you start wearing earrings again? Didn't you say you were tired of them and wouldn't wear them anymore?" Fu Si casually pressed Zhao Zhe's forehead, pushing his lewd expression away. "I suddenly felt like wearing them again." The image of the girl presenting him the gift resurfaced in his mind. In the night, her clear, dark eyes were so pure that they were nearly irresistible. She was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, blushing at the mere thought of a kiss. Even the slightest teasing would leave him feeling guilty. As his thoughts gradually returned, he realized how distracted he had been, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Releasing Zhao Zhe, who was still making a fuss beside him, he took out his phone and opened the forum. The post had yet to be deleted, and fortunately, there were no new comments, allowing it to slip to the latter pages. Clicking on the title, the image of the two of them walking side by side filled the screen. It truly had an unexpected harmony. Fu Si's gaze lingered on it for a while before, almost unconsciously, he pressed and held the image, saving it to his album. Chapter 17. The coat was draped over her head. After the National Day holiday, the schedule for elective courses was released. While checking the timetable, Xiaojicha and her companions were attending a class. Jiang Lili opened the page, and after a moment, she slumped over her desk, softly lamenting, "No way. We already have 3 early morning classes this semester, and now this elective course has claimed the remaining 2 days of early mornings for me." Early mornings, the nightmare of university students. And now, it would be for 5 consecutive days. What difference was there from high school? Xiaojicha patted her back, struggling to find words of comfort. She could only whisper, "I'll set an alarm for you, and I'll wake you up." "Thanks, that only deepens my despair." Jiang Lili clutched her chest, her expression a mixture of sorrow and indignation. "I painstakingly selected an easier course. Who could have anticipated such a torturous schedule?" As she spoke, she noticed that the course schedule was still loading on Xiaojicha's phone. Leaning over to inquire, "What about you? How's your schedule looking?" Xiaojicha showed her own timetable. "Yours is even worse than mine." Upon reading the text above, Jiang Lili's gaze softened with a hint of consolation. When Xiaojicha attempted to select her elective course, there was a power outage at her home, preventing her from accessing the registration page. By the time she finally logged in, only a few courses remained. She was left with no choice but to select a class at a different campus. The 2 campuses of Peking University were quite distant, requiring a half-hour commute. Having 2 classes scheduled consecutively over 2 days in the morning meant she would have to rise early for 2 straight days to attend classes at the other campus. "Can you manage that?" Jiang Lili expressed concern. "Perhaps you should find someone to swap classes with?" Xiaojicha shook her head. "It's fine." She suspected that no one would want to trade with her anyway. "All right then." Jiang Lili pondered for a moment and suggested, "You might still want to ask around, see if anyone else is in the same class as you. At least one person could provide some support." Xiaojicha considered this and thought it made sense. She then took a screenshot of her schedule and posted it on her social media. "Does anyone have the same course with Professor Yang Ji?" She didn't hold much hope and planned to delete it if no one replied within a day. Jiang Lili had already rested her head on the desk, engaging in a passionate rant with Gao Yuyang. After a while, she seemed to have calmed down, breaking into a silly grin. Xiaojicha, unable to help herself, smiled faintly and shifted her gaze away. That day, after returning from the amusement park, Jiang Lili had confided in her about her relationship with Gao Yuyang. Since then, the two had been inseparable, frequently going out on dates. Whenever Jiang Lili smiled at her phone, Xiaojicha knew she was undoubtedly chatting with Gao Yuyang, as if she were enveloped in a bubble of romance. "Ah, young lovers in the throes of passion." Xiaojicha propped her head up, half listening to the lecture. This class was rather easygoing, with the teacher merely reading from the PowerPoint presentation, almost hypnotic in nature. Fortunately, during her high school years, Xiaojicha had developed the habit of focusing, making it difficult for her to feel drowsy, thus it wasn't too arduous to endure. Suddenly, her phone screen, which she had turned off, lit up, signaling a new message. Fu Chi, you frowny face, I also enrolled in that course, shall we attend together? Xiaojicha's eyes flickered with surprise. Fuchiyu was in the same class as her. Before she could respond, another message arrived. Fuchiyu frowny face after class. Would you like to grab lunch together? Lunch together. Just the two of them, together. The first elective class is scheduled for Monday. On the first day of next week, they will meet again. Sajicha gazed at the line of text for a long time, slowly inhaling deeply before replying, alright. On Sunday, Sajicha received a notification that another tutoring session had successfully passed the trial. The family expressed their satisfaction and promptly scheduled weekly lessons, requesting her to commence classes in the evening. The Eastern District is renowned as a wealthy area in the capital, with several villa clusters resembling a labyrinth. This was Sajicha's second visit here. Her memory of the last time was somewhat hazy, necessitating her to inquire with the security guard for directions. In the days following the National Day holiday, the autumn weather in the capital seemed to accelerate, becoming cooler with each passing day. The daytime was relatively comfortable, but by afternoon, the sky grew overcast, and the wind began to pick up. Sajicha, occupied with a part-time job during the day, had no time to return to her dormitory to change clothes. Dressed lightly, she felt a chill as the wind swept over her while standing outside the security booth. She bent slightly at the waist and stamped her feet. The guard provided her with detailed directions to the residence she needed to reach, and she thanked him, preparing to enter. Sajicha? A voice called from behind her. Instinctively, Sajicha turned around to see Futsiyu standing a short distance away, his hands tucked into his pockets, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Sajicha had not anticipated encountering him here and greeted him. What a coincidence. The security guard seemed quite familiar with Futsiyu, greeting him warmly. Futsiyu turned to acknowledge him before glancing back at Sajicha and inquiring, "What brings you here?" Sajicha replied candidly, "I'm here for class." She then asked, "And you?" Futsiyu raised his chin slightly, indicating, "I have an apartment here." Sajicha fell silent for a moment, nodding to indicate her understanding. A gust of wind swept through, and she suddenly felt a drop of water on her cheek, soon followed by a damp sensation on her calves. It had begun to rain. She tilted her head back, noticing the thick clouds overhead, clearly signaling that the rain would not be light. Indeed, in the next moment, the downpour intensified, raindrops splattering densely, prompting Sajicha to instinctively seek refuge under the eaves of the security booth. Suddenly, another person joined her. Futsiyu stepped in beside her. The rain cascaded down from the eaves, quickly forming a curtain of water. "How can it rain so suddenly?" the security guard grumbled from behind, "and just when my umbrella was borrowed by someone." "None have returned." Sajicha's initial thought of borrowing an umbrella from the guard dissipated. She looked down to light up her screen and checked the time. There were still a few minutes until the scheduled class. The rain showed no signs of letting up. Not wanting to trouble anyone, she resolved that if it became necessary, she would have to dash through the rain. Noticing the girl beside him remain silent, Futsiyu glanced down and saw a look of urgency in her beautiful eyes. Today, she wore loose denim overalls, the thin fabric of her shorts exposing her slender legs, which the wind and rain mercilessly battered, rendering her somewhat pitiful. At that moment, gazing at the curtain of rain, she seemed to make a decision, unconsciously biting her lip. It appeared she had a penchant for biting her lips. Futsiyu's thoughts stirred slightly, and as if casually, he asked, "Where are you headed?" Sajicha pointed in the direction, specifying the location. Futsiyu leaned against the wall, straightening his posture, and nonchalantly opened his jacket, suggesting, "I happen to be heading that way too, shall we go together?" Sajicha opened her mouth to respond, "You shouldn't be in a hurry." Before she could finish, a heavy shadow loomed over her from above. Futsiyu draped his jacket over her head. His outerwear was a sturdy windbreaker, warm to the touch, and as a gentle warmth enveloped her, she felt a sense of security. "Let us go. I'll walk you part way," he said casually, stepping into the rain clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. Sajicha was taken aback by Futsiyu's directness and rushing out. Her intention to refuse caught in her throat as she stood frozen for a moment. Watching his figure grow distant, she bit her lip tighter and hurriedly followed suit. Futsiyu, tall and long-legged, ran swiftly but seemed to deliberately slow his pace to match hers. Upon noticing this, Sajicha quickened her steps to keep up with him. The wind and rain lashed against them, soaking her cheeks and legs, her hair sticking to her face. Sajicha struggled to keep her eyes open but remained focused on his rain-blurred, yet audacious silhouette. Her heartbeat and breaths quickened in tandem, as if she were sinking into a somewhat frenzied illusion. Futsiyu's windbreaker was indeed quite oversized, providing ample coverage, extending from her head down to her thighs, offering even more comfort than a raincoat. Instinctively, she wrapped it around herself, feeling enveloped by his warmth through the curtain of rain. They ran until they reached the eaves of the designated residence, and Sajicha halted, breathing slightly heavier. Futsuyu stood waiting for her, drenched from head to toe by the relentless downpour. Water dripped from the corners of his eyes to his chin, and he casually wiped his face with a hand, tousling his damp hair even further. Despite appearing more disheveled than after their last daring adventure, he retained an unyielding and upright demeanor. Sajicha removed the jacket and returned it to him, feeling a twinge of guilt as she said, "Thank you." He had helped her once again. Futsuyu's clothes clung to his skin, and choosing not to put on the jacket again, he draped it over his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "I'll be heading back soon anyway." "Your class is more important." Noticing the lingering concern in Sajicha's expression, he nodded towards the door. "You should go in first. I'll wait until you're inside before I leave." Sajicha, snapping out of her reverie, nodded and pressed the doorbell. Immediately, the voice of the homeowner echoed from within, coming right up. The footsteps approached, growing closer. Futsuyu took a step back, seemingly preparing to depart, but suddenly halted, his lips parting slightly as he called out, "Sajicha." Sajicha blinked, turning her head to look up at him. The distance between them was merely a step, and Futsuyu leaned slightly, his broad shoulders appearing to envelop her entirely without any sense of oppression. The sound of the rain continued to fall incessantly behind them. After a brief pause, he casually smiled, the corners of his lips curling lazily, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at her, his Adam's apple rolling gently, half smiling. "See you tomorrow," he said. Chapter 18 provided her with a hotel location. The following Monday, Sajicha rose early, as she needed to catch the shuttle bus from this campus to another. Jiang Lili, like her, had to wake up early, even earlier than Sajicha. When Sajicha got up, she noticed Jiang Lili sighing as she applied her makeup. Jiang Lili was the complete opposite of Sajicha, who preferred a natural look. She felt as though she would perish if she stepped out without a full face of makeup. Hearing Sajicha's movements, and considering that their other roommate was still asleep, Jiang Lili turned around, revealing a look of shared sympathy. Sajicha tilted her head and made a cheering gesture at her. "Why does it seem like you're quite happy to attend class?" Jiang Lili remarked, applying lipstick while yawning. "I feel like I could fall asleep the moment I close my eyes." "If you didn't wear makeup, you could sleep a little longer," Sajicha replied. "That's not an option." Jiang Lili adjusted her hair, stifled a yawn, and headed for the door. "I really envy you top students. You all seem so full of energy in class." Sajicha smiled softly. The other campus was new, and she had yet to visit it. While searching for her classroom, she took a few wrong turns and casually purchased breakfast. As she walked along the tree-lined path, she found herself unable to resist sending a message to Futsuyu. "Sajicha frowny face, when will you arrive at the classroom?" After waiting for a while without a response, she thought perhaps it was still too early, and he was likely still en route. Setting her phone down, she decided to head to the classroom to secure a seat. The teaching building here was 2 stories taller than the one on the other campus, and their classroom was conveniently located on the top floor, making the ascent a bit more strenuous. At this hour, the hallway was relatively empty. As she ascended the stairs, she instinctively looked up and was suddenly startled to see a figure descending. Upon recognizing the face, her pupils dilated, and she swiftly turned to find a place to hide. To her dismay, he spotted her first and rushed down the stairs, calling out, "Sajicha?" Realizing there was no way to evade him, she took a deep breath and turned around. The individual was a slightly overweight, tall young man, dressed in trendy attire, adorned with brand names from head to toe. His hair was curled, and his eyes squinted slightly, exuding a rather unappealing demeanor. Particularly when he scrutinized her, his gaze was filled with an unpleasant malice. "Lu Mingzhi," Sajicha greeted him politely, her hands clasped behind her back, knuckles turning white. "Why don't you call me senior anymore? Weren't you quite fond of it last year?" Lu Mingzhi approached her, his tone laced with evident teasing. "Why do you hide when you see me? I'm a bit hurt," he theatrically sighed. "I've told you I have no intention of causing you trouble regarding that incident. Why don't you believe me?" Sajicha lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together, internally scoffing at the absurdity of his words. She could never trust him, the animosity between them was far too palpable. When she had just begun her freshman year, Lu Mingzhi, as a direct senior, had interacted with her, maintaining a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close. Back then, he had played the role of a charming and humorous senior quite well. Until one fateful night when Xia Jichao returned to her dormitory from the library late, she passed by a corner of the wall and witnessed Lu Mingzhi coercing a girl. The sounds of violence, the sharp slaps, and the pained groans pierced her ears, revealing his alarming propensity for aggression. A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to call campus security. However, before she could dial, Lu Mingzhi had already noticed her. Thankfully, she managed to maintain her composure, allowing the girl a chance to escape before security arrived. Lu Mingzhi, perhaps wary of repercussions, left with a scowl instead of retaliating. Subsequently, as the surveillance in that area was perpetually malfunctioning, she could not recall the girl's face, and with insufficient evidence, the matter faded into obscurity. From that point onward, Xia Jichao became the target of his obsession. Lu Mingzhi adopted the guise of a suitor, lurking around her, proclaiming his affections within the department. While everyone believed in his sincere intentions, only Xia Jichao knew that he was undoubtedly seeking revenge, and should he succeed, the consequences would be dire. During that period, she dared not attend classes alone, refraining from leaving her dorm after dark, and remained inseparable from Jiang Lili for a semblance of peace. It wasn't until the latter half of her junior year, when he moved to the new campus, that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, gradually emerging from the shadows of her past. Little did she expect that upon her first visit to the new campus, she would encounter him. Seeing Xia Jichao's face filled with aversion and vigilance, refusing to respond, Lu Mingzhi's smile morphed into something sinister. "Do you come here for classes every week?" Xia Jichao's voice turned cold. "It's none of your business." "How can it not be? After all, I am your suitor, aren't I?" Lu Mingzhi said, reaching out to grab a handful of her hair. Xia Jichao frowned deeply, instinctively retreating 2 steps, calculating the odds of making a break for it before he could catch her. Just as she made her decision, the bell signaling the end of the previous class rang, and a throng of students poured out from the adjacent classroom. With the crowd bustling about, Lu Mingzhi's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he chuckled. "All right then, no opportunity to chat today. Perhaps next time?" Next time. A shiver ran down Xia Jichao's spine as she averted her gaze from his nauseating stare and turned, weaving through the throng of students to escape the floor. Upon entering the classroom, it was still sparsely populated, and Xia Jichao instinctively seated herself in the front row. Opening her phone, she discovered that her message to Fu Ziyu had gone unanswered. Even throughout the first class, there was no sign of a response. Fortunately, attendance was not taken in this session. During the break, Xia Jichao glanced around the classroom but still could not spot Fu Ziyu. Did he not come? Her eyes flickered with apprehension, her heart sinking. As the bell rang again, another class passed, and Fu Ziyu remained absent, his silence echoing in her mind. After class, as her classmates dispersed, Xia Jichao hesitated before deciding to call Fu Ziyu. He was not the type to break his word. The ringing tone lingered in her ear for what felt like an eternity before he finally answered. "Hello?" His voice was hoarse in a peculiar manner. Xia Jichao felt a slight tension in her spine. "It's me." After a moment of silence, he hung up. Xia Jichao lowered her phone, blinking in bewilderment at the screen. In the next moment, he finally replied. Fu Ziyu frowny face. "Sorry, I have a fever, just woke up." Fu Ziyu frowny face. "I might not be able to meet for a meal today." A fever. Xia Jichao's heart sank. She recalled the scene from yesterday when they had been caught in the rain. Was it because he got drenched yesterday that he fell ill? If only he hadn't lent her his jacket. A wave of guilt washed over her, and her fingers hesitated as she typed to Xia Jichao frowny face. "Are you going to the hospital now?" Fu Ziyu frowny face. "No need, just a good rest will do." Xia Jichao. "Do you have any medicine with you?" Fu Ziyu frowny face. "No, I'm not at the dorm." Xia Jichao felt an increasingly heavy burden of guilt. He must be feeling awful right now, without even any medicine. This predicament was of her making, and she felt compelled to do something, lest the weight of her conscience became unbearable. Remembering that there was a pharmacy just outside the school, she typed, "Where are you now? I can bring you some medicine." Fearing that Fu Ziyu might refuse, she fibbed, "I was just at the pharmacy and have already bought some medicine." The typing indicator on his end paused momentarily before he sent her a location for a hotel. Chapter 19, Listening to Your Words. Fu Zi's address led to the esteemed Tangji Hotel in the capital, a venerable establishment renowned as a 5-star hotel. As Xia Jichao entered the lobby, she was promptly approached by the front desk staff, who handed her the room key and informed her that Fu Zi was resting in the top-floor suite. "Mr. Fu has requested that you do not knock, you may enter directly, they conveyed on his behalf. Xiaojicha accepted the key with gratitude and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 68th floor, she found the door to the suite. This floor housed only 2 rooms, and as she arrived at the door marked with the appropriate number, she instinctively raised her hand to knock, only to recall the front desk's instruction. Instead, she inserted the key and opened the door. It was Xiaojicha's first encounter with the vastness of a hotel suite. The living room was labyrinthine, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the entire capital. The suite was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any artificial light, creating an atmosphere of profound quietude. To preserve this tranquility, Xiaojicha tread lightly across the living room and gently pushed open the door to the bedroom. The bedroom door was not securely closed, and with a gentle nudge, it swung wide open. Xiaojicha lingered at the threshold, peering into the room. The curtains were drawn tightly, and no lamps were lit, rendering the space nearly indistinguishable from night despite the daylight outside. On the bed, a figure lay cocooned in blankets. Turned away from her, Xiaojicha instinctively softened her breathing, her feet gliding silently over the plush carpet as she approached him. Not daring to utter a sound, she crouched down, her gaze filled with a mixture of concern and curiosity as she studied him in silence. Fu Qi remained asleep, half of his face buried in the covers, revealing only his tightly shut peach blossom eyes. The room's dim light accentuated his shadowy contours, while the faint glow from the doorway delicately illuminated his features. As he rested his eyes, the usual sharpness and intensity were replaced by a softness that hinted at vulnerability. His long eyelashes cast a gentle shadow on his undereye, evoking a sense of serene tenderness amidst the weariness etched on his brow. Is he still suffering from the fever? Xiaojicha's heart fluttered with concern as she recalled her oversight in forgetting to purchase a thermometer. Hesitating for a moment, she cautiously extended her hand, intending to place it on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, her wrist was suddenly seized by a firm grip. Of the heat radiating from his palm made her heart skip a beat, and she froze, momentarily paralyzed. Fu Qi opened his eyes, his drowsy gaze settling upon her with a depth that was both heavy and piercing. After a moment of recognition, he appeared to relax, releasing her wrist. Perhaps still caught in the haze of awakening, he gently closed his eyes again and confirmed in a low, hoarse voice, Xiaojicha? Xiaojicha responded softly with an mm. What were you about to do just now? The sensation of being caught in a misdeed washed over her, and she tightened her grip on her fingertips, feigning calmness as she replied. I wanted to check if you still had a fever. Even with his eyes still closed, Fu Qi acknowledged her with a weak sound of consent, his voice low and laden with fatigue. Then go ahead and try. Despite receiving his approval, Xiaojicha felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She reached out, feeling as though she were about to touch something fragile, her fingertips brushing against his forehead. Immediately, the overwhelming heat surged through her. Xiaojicha's heart sank. She was aware that Fu Qi had a fever, but she hadn't anticipated its severity. Any lingering thoughts of intimacy dissipated in an instant. She withdrew her hand, urgently rummaging through the plastic bag she had brought for fever-reducing medication. The intensity of his fever left no room for delay. He must take medication to avoid further complications. After setting the medicine aside, she searched for water. Fortunately, the suite was equipped with a hot water dispenser, allowing her to fill a cup with ease. When she returned to the bedside, Fu Qi had turned on the bedside lamp, flooding the room with a warm, yellow light. Upon seeing her, his brow furrowed slightly in discomfort as he languidly propped himself up. His tousled black hair hung chaotically over his forehead, and as he moved, the soft white comforter slipped down, revealing his bare upper body. His physique was well-defined, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding a sense of strength that was not exaggerated. The sight was far more striking than the half-revealed abs she had seen previously. Why is he sleeping without a shirt? Xiaojicha nearly lost her grip on the cup, her eyes momentarily unsure where to settle. Oblivious to her flustered state, Fu Qi kept his head lowered, one hand pressed against his forehead, combating the dizziness of rising. Xiaojicha's throat felt parched as she swallowed hard, turning her gaze away and placing the cup on the table, leaving behind a hasty, "I'll step outside for a moment," before swiftly exiting the room. Upon hearing the bedroom door slam shut, Fu Qi blinked in confusion, only then realizing he was without a shirt. After a brief moment of surprise, a slow, amused smile crept across his lips, his demeanor returning to normal as he reached for the nearby clothing to put on, as if he found amusement in the situation. Xiaojicha settled in the living room for a while, and soon, she saw Fu Qi emerge from the room, clutching a cup of hot water, his features still pale and weary. His slightly wrinkled clothing gave him a relaxed, homey vibe. Are you not going to rest a bit longer? She asked, unable to suppress her concern, recalling the alarming heat she had felt earlier. I've woken up. I am feeling better, Fu Qi replied as he sat beside her, his long legs curled beneath him as he leaned over to grab the room service menu from the coffee table. I'm a bit hungry. What do you want to eat? Xia Zhicha, lacking an appetite, replied, you can order. All right. Fu Qi perused the menu on his phone for a moment. As Xia Zhicha turned her head, she noticed he was still wearing the pair of earrings she had gifted him. With a slight tilt, the silver earrings caught the light, reflecting a cool gleam. She had never seen a man wear earrings so elegantly. They bore no hint of femininity or gaudiness. Paired with his naturally aloof expression, he exuded an intriguing blend of nonchalance and coolness that was undeniably captivating. Each time she gazed upon him, her heart fluttered anew. After finalizing the order, Fu Qi leaned back, appearing to relax as the effects of the fever-reducing medication began to take hold, his body easing into a state of drowsiness as he engaged in a casual conversation with Xia Zhicha. Did they not call roll today? That's good. He glanced at her. Do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Xia Zhicha hesitated for a moment, ultimately voicing the question that had been weighing on her mind. Didn't you go home yesterday? Why is he back at the hotel? Ah. Fu Qi replied casually, I was dragged out for drinks again last night, and didn't feel like going home, so I just stayed at a nearby hotel. Xia Zhicha exhaled a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Fu Qi's gaze shifted slightly, his brow arching playfully. What, did you think I was out all night with some woman and made myself sick? On the coffee table lay the cigarette box he had discarded yesterday. He reached for it, his raspy voice teasingly adding, if you really thought that, then you'd be quite heartless. That's not it. Xia Zhicha found no opportunity to interject, lowering her gaze. I know it's because you gave me your coat and got soaked in the rain. Seeing her guilt almost bring her to tears, Fu Qi softened his tone. I was just joking. I know you didn't think that. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from the box and was about to place it between his lips. This was the first time Xia Zhicha had witnessed him smoke. His thin lips pressed together as he searched his pocket for a lighter. The movement of his Adam's apple added an air of cool detachment to his demeanor. After a moment of silent hesitation, she raised her hand and tugged at Fu Qi's sleeve. You have a fever. You shouldn't smoke. Fu Qi paused, looking at her. Xia Zhicha opened her mouth, suddenly recalling what Jiang Lily had mentioned to her before. Fu Qi was known for his rebellious nature, preferring to live life on his own terms, detesting any form of restriction. She realized that she might have overstepped just now, fearful of his potential displeasure. She averted her gaze, biting her tongue as her heart sank. Would he come to resent her for this? Just as she was about to quietly apologize, Fu Qi's expression transformed into a playful smile. He broke the unlit cigarette in half and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Fine. His captivating peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his deep gaze fixed on her, the words dripping with a hint of amusement. I shall heed your counsel. Chapter 20. Let me hold you for a moment. The speed of room service was remarkably swift. It wasn't long before a knock echoed at the door of the suite. The butler entered, pushing a meal cart. It was then that Xia Zhicha realized that Fu Xi had ordered not only a bowl of noodles for himself but also one for her. 2 bowls of light noodles, steaming gently, were placed on the small dining table. Xia Zhicha and Fu Xi sat facing each other, and Fu Xi casually stirred the noodles in his bowl, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, I suppose this counts as a date. We haven't missed it. Xia Zhicha bowed her head, earnestly savoring her noodles. The hotel's restaurant typically does not offer extraordinary flavors. This bowl was merely a standard chicken noodle soup, with an overwhelming hint of ginger. She took delicate bites, making not a sound. The young girl ate with such seriousness, her quiet demeanor reminiscent of a rabbit. Despite still feeling unwell, Fu Xi observed her with a propped-up head, his appetite waning. Suddenly, his complexion paled. The chopsticks clattered onto the table. Hearing the noise, Xia Zhicha looked up to see Fu Xi hunched over, one arm resting on the table, his head bowed. Her hand paused mid-motion as she quickly moved to his side. What's wrong? Fu Xi placed a hand on his abdomen, a shadow cast over his eyes as he let out a muffled groan, his voice low and strained. I probably drank too much yesterday. My stomach is acting up, just give me a moment. Yet again, it was fever and stomach troubles. Xia Zhicha's heart raced, and without a second thought, she insisted, we need to go to the hospital right now. It's nothing, Fu Xi brushed aside her attempt to assist him, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. I'm used to it. I just need to rest a bit, I won't die from it. After saying this, he emitted another low groan. Xiaojicha felt a lump in her throat, determined to help him. No, this is serious. We have to go to the hospital. Her voice, rarely infused with such fervor, caught Fu Xi off guard. He had intended to offer her some light-hearted reassurance, but upon seeing the faint redness in her eyes, he faltered. Her gaze was resolute, her lashes trembling with unyielding determination, yet her reddened eyes made her resemble a little rabbit. Suppressing an inappropriate thought, Fu Xi controlled the inexplicable smile that threatened to surface, reluctantly conceding. Fine. The hospital diagnosed him with a high fever combined with acute gastritis. It was not severe enough to require hospitalization, but he needed 4 fluids. The infusion room was sparsely populated, with Xiaojicha seated beside Fu Xi, keeping an eye on the drip. Fu Xi leaned against the chair, his long legs lazily crossed, his eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Even in such a relaxed position, his posture remained rigidly upright. Despite the lingering signs of illness etched on his brow, he exuded an innate elegance that seemed to emanate from his very core. A nearby elementary school student diligently worked on homework, and apart from this, the vast room was empty, spacious, and tranquil. The only sound was the soft scratch of pencil against paper. In such an environment, one could not help but feel a sense of relaxation wash over them. The day's events had been somewhat chaotic, and at this moment, Xiaojicha finally allowed herself to take a breath, a wave of drowsiness creeping in. This was hardly the time to succumb to fatigue, she mentally chided herself, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, the surrounding ambience was too soothing, and her body's response began to overpower her resolve. When Fu Xi opened his eyes, he found the young girl beside him with her eyes half closed, her head bobbing forward ever so slightly. Clearly exhausted, she still attempted to put on a brave front. Fu Xi found it amusing and turned his head to gaze at her, perhaps sensing his scrutiny. Xiaojicha briefly opened her eyes, although they remained clouded, instinctively glancing at the 4 drip. Seeing that there was still time left, she slowly closed her eyes again, moistening her dry lips. Her delicate, porcelain-like face was astonishingly serene. Fu Xi hesitated to wake her. Time passed unmeasured until Fu Xi's phone, resting beside him, emitted a notification sound, startling Xiaojicha awake. The young student had long since finished their infusion and departed, leaving just the 2 of them in the room. Realizing she had dozed off, Xiaojicha felt her heart race momentarily, her first instinct to look at the 4 drip. There was still a little fluid remaining. At least she hadn't missed it. She relaxed and stood up to call for a nurse. The phone continued to ring, echoing in the empty space. Turning back, Xiaojicha noticed Fu Xi's expression had darkened significantly. Fu Xi showed no inclination to answer the call, his gaze cold and indifferent as he stared at the unmarked number on the screen, an aura of chilling intensity surrounding him. When he noticed her glance, he picked up the phone, his brow furrowing, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. You should go call the nurse. Xiaojicha complied, faintly sensing he wished for her to step away, and obediently exited. After summoning a nurse at the station and returning to the infusion room, she hadn't even stepped through the door when she caught sight of Fu Xi with the phone pressed to his ear, his expression dark and foreboding. Whatever he heard seemed to infuriate him. His grip on the phone tightened as if he meant to crush it, his brows furrowed in icy rage, nearly to a terrifying extent. The needle in his hand had slipped out, blood oozing from the puncture site. He seemed oblivious to it, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips as he spat each word venomously. Who do you think you are to bring my mother into this? With a resounding crash, the phone was hurled across the room, clattering against the floor. Xiaojicha jumped back in shock, while the nurse who had been following her gasped and rushed forward with a cotton swab to staunch the bleeding. Why did you take out the needle? You can't do that. If Fu Xi remained indifferent, his face expressionless as he extended his hand, as if pain were of no concern to him. Xiaojicha felt a tremor in her heart, inexplicably sensing his sadness beneath the surface of his emotions. She stepped forward, standing before him. In their contrasting positions, her standing, him seated. Fu Xi did not meet her gaze. The nurse continued to chatter, and Xiaojicha took the cotton swab from her, applying pressure to his hand, thanking the nurse as she departed. The infusion room fell silent once more. Fu Xi remained mute. Xiaojicha, unsure of the situation, was at a loss for words to comfort him, and so she fell into silence. The cotton swab pressed against his hand, their skin brushing against each other, allowing her to feel the pulse beneath. Once she was certain the bleeding had stopped, she discarded the swab into the nearby trash bin. Upon returning, Fu Xi still kept his head down, an overwhelming aura of negativity surrounding him. Xiaojicha stood before him, tentatively whispering, are we leaving? Before she could finish, he suddenly opened his arms and enveloped her in an embrace. Caught off guard, Xiaojicha stumbled forward a step. Her waist was ensnared, and she felt Fu Si's forehead resting against her abdomen. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank, her body frozen as if under a spell, too stunned to move. A jolt of electricity coursed through her. I'm feeling a bit unwell, Fu Si's muffled voice reached her, tinged with a heavy despondency as he closed his eyes, akin to a drowning man grasping for a piece of driftwood, instinctively seeking solace. Let me hold you for a moment. Chapter 21 is setting her photograph as wallpaper. Xiaojichao's eyelashes fluttered momentarily, then stilled, allowing Fu Si to embrace her. Strangely, despite his previously ominous countenance, she could now only perceive the subtle fragility that clung to him. Xiaojichao had a slender waist, and in Fu Si's arms, his stature made it seem as if he could snap her delicate form with the slightest force. That he refrained from any further movements, merely maintaining his hold on her, his breath long and steady, as if attempting to soothe his own tumultuous emotions. Xiaojichao involuntarily held her breath, her chest rising and falling gently. After a prolonged moment, Fu Si released her. Xiaojichao, feeling somewhat stiff, moved her arms and, her voice slightly hoarse, asked, "Are you feeling better?" Fu Si slowly rose, his voice raspy, "Much better." Xiaojichao responded with a soft "oh." The hospital was quite close to the hotel, and a brief walk would suffice. As they walked side by side down the street, an awkward silence enveloped them. Xiaojichao occasionally stole glances at Fu Si, whose expression remained composed, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Yet, she could still faintly sense his lingering gloom. Soon, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The day was still young, and Fu Si inquired, "Would you like to go up for a while?" Xiaojichao shook her head. She had classes to attend and needed to return to school. Fu Si raised an eyebrow. "All right." The subway station was not far and within view. He gestured with his chin, "I'll watch you enter the subway." Xiaojichao nodded, murmuring a quiet goodbye before turning to leave. Fu Si watched her slender silhouette fade away. Just as she was about to vanish into the subway entrance, he was about to avert his gaze when he suddenly noticed the girl halt, hurriedly turning around to run back to him. Xiaojichao sprinted swiftly, her hair dancing with each step, her delicate legs halting in front of him. "Did you forget something?" Fu Si asked nonchalantly, his eyes flickering. Xiaojichao shook her head, rising onto her toes, her doe-like eyes gazing up at him. "Fu Si," she said, this time it was her turn to speak, "see you tomorrow." Without waiting for his response, she turned and dashed away. The subway ride back to school was jostling, crowded with people. Xiaojichao nestled into a corner, her gaze fixed on the chat interface with Fu Si. She pondered sending him another comforting message, but after typing a few lines, she deleted them, feeling rather foolish. After a while, she dejectedly set her phone down, choosing to give up. Moments later, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. She glanced down to find that Fu Si had sent her a picture the very moment she had dashed toward the subway entrance. Having spent her childhood buried in books and rarely engaging in physical activity, her running form appeared rather ungraceful in the snapshot, resembling a clumsy penguin. Fu Si frowny face, "Next time, run slower so you don't fall." The remark was clearly teasing. Xiaojichao had assumed that after her departure, Fu Si would head upstairs. She was taken aback to discover he had stealthily captured her silhouette. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily replied with a sticker before exiting the chat and pressing the phone to her chest. After a moment, unable to contain herself, a slow smile crept onto her face. The prospect of seeing him again made her look forward to each new day. The following morning, Xiaojichao, having learned from her encounter with Lu Mingzhi the previous day, decided not to arrive early but instead joined the throng of students ascending the stairs to class. The classroom was already populated with several students. Entering through the front door, she surveyed the room and spotted Fu Si in the corner. Though still recovering from his illness and wearing a mask, he noticed her and raised a hand in greeting. Xiaojichao approached, clutching her books, and took a seat beside him. Before he could speak, a notebook was suddenly placed before her. It had a simple pink cover, the most basic of designs. He raised an eyebrow in confusion as Xiaojichao softly and earnestly explained, "These are the notes from yesterday's class." Fu Si feigned interest, his gaze drifting to the notebook as he casually flipped through the pages. The delicate handwriting mirrored her demeanor, neat and meticulous, with each line carefully inscribed, capturing the lessons with precision. As the class had only just commenced yesterday, the notes spanned merely 2 pages. "Quite diligent, aren't you?" he remarked, his voice still hoarse, muffled by the mask, lending an air of indifference. no wonder you're the top student. He recalled how Xia Jichao had excelled during high school not due to innate talent, but through sheer determination, always sitting upright and diligently taking notes. The group of troublemakers he associated with often disparaged her as pretentious, but he disagreed. Her earnestness was etched into her very being, impossible to feign. Closing the notebook, he returned it to her nonchalantly. Xia Jichao blinked. Aren't you going to copy them? Fu Si gestured to his empty desk, indicating he had brought nothing with him. His attitude toward class was decidedly lackadaisical. Xia Jichao responded with a soft "oh," choosing not to pursue the matter further. The instructor for this elective course, Yang Ji, was a genial elder who, upon beginning the class, had candidly acknowledged that he understood everyone was merely seeking credits, promising a more relaxed atmosphere. Consequently, a significant portion of the class was now engrossed in their phones, playing around. Xia Jichao attentively listened, occasionally glancing towards Fu Si during the teacher's pauses. He had not concealed his phone beneath the desk, openly playing with it, seemingly oblivious to its allure, his dark lashes lowered, his expression one of disinterest. His long, slender fingers occasionally swiped across the screen. Curiosity piqued, Xia Jichao leaned in to observe and discovered he was scrolling through his photo gallery. The next moment, to her astonishment, he opened the rather awkward photo of her running, studying it with a hint of amusement. Xia Jichao averted her gaze. When she looked back, she noticed Fu Si's fingers twitching, seemingly setting that very photo as his wallpaper. As he was about to confirm the action, Xia Jichao, in a moment of panic, poked him with her pen cap. You can't do that. Fu Si halted, lazily glancing at her. Why not? It's not flattering. Besides, why would he want to set her photo as his wallpaper? It's quite adorable. Fu Si stretched his brows lazily, a mischievous glint in his eye as he prepared to hit confirm once more. Xia Jichao pressed her lips together, a flicker of annoyance rising within her as she reached for his phone. Fu Si shifted to the side, effortlessly evading her grasp, his gaze fixed on her with an air of amusement. Students over there. Suddenly, a voice from the podium interrupted their exchange. What are you two whispering about? Xia Jichao froze, glancing towards the podium. Yang Ji, holding a book, wore a cheerful smile as he directed his gaze towards them, nodding in acknowledgement when their eyes met. What did I just teach? What question did I ask? He approached, his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the two of them for a moment. Upon noticing Fu Si's empty desk, his smile widened even further. Let us have this young man answer, shall we? Chapter 22. Recklessly audacious to the core, Xia Jichao initially believed that the teacher intended to call upon her, and she had prepared herself for that moment. To her surprise, however, it was Fu Siyu who was summoned. He had not been paying attention in class at all. Not a slight tension gripped Xia Jichao's heart as she contemplated stepping in to answer on Fu Siyu's behalf, only to find Yang Ji's gaze fixed on Fu Siyu with a knowing smile. It was clearly intentional. Xia Jichao fell silent, aware that escape was futile. She hastily lowered her head, flipping through her textbook in a desperate attempt to locate the relevant page to assist Fu Siyu. Unfortunately, the thick tome proved unwieldy, and her frantic searching yielded no results. Just as anxiety surged within her, Fu Siyu had already risen calmly to his feet. With a voice rich and slightly husky, he articulated a comprehensive answer to the question, his pace measured and deliberate, devoid of any hint of flaw. Having finished, he did not await Yang Ji's evaluation but leisurely returned to his seat, exuding an air of indifference akin to that of a languid aristocrat. Yang Ji, taken aback by Fu Siyu's flawless response, found himself momentarily speechless. The reprimands he had contemplated swallowed back. This student answered perfectly, let us applaud him. The surrounding onlookers, as if finally seizing an opportunity to stir, erupted into applause, their voices a cacophony of hushed commentary. Wow, I didn't catch that question at all. What was asked again? I missed it too. All I can think about is how handsome he is. What can you discern from a masked face? What if there's a kappa underneath? What do you know? Just look at his girlfriend, she is stunning, he must be too. I was watching their interaction just now, it was so sweet. Why did the teacher have to interrupt? I want to ship them further. The carefree, charming lad and the studious sweetheart, they are truly a match made in heaven. Yang Ji had returned to the podium, yet the murmurs continued to swirl around them. Xia Jichao endeavored to disregard the fragmented discussions buzzing in her ears, her gaze shifting to Fu Siyu, silently inquiring about the source of his answer. Fu Siyu remained unfazed, leisurely pointing to his temple with his index finger, his elongated eyes curving into a mischievous smile, utterly audacious. Xiaojicha thought to herself, had I known, I wouldn't have shown him my notes. The immediate consequence of this incident was that, after class, Yang Ji designated the two of them to remain behind for cleanup duties. It was not truly a punishment, as there were designated individuals for cleaning each day. After class, they merely needed to wipe the blackboard and do a light sweep, which wouldn't take long. Noticing the classroom trash can was full, Xiaojicha glanced at Fu Xiaoyu, who was still erasing the board, before taking the trash can out to dispose of its contents. During lunchtime, the teaching building was nearly deserted. The large trash bin was located outside the restroom at the end of the corridor. After emptying the garbage, as she made her way back, she heard a leisurely footstep approaching from behind. How fortuitous, we meet again, Xiaojicha, came the haunting voice of Lu Mingjie. He emerged from the restroom, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely. Xiaojicha's expression hardened. She turned her back and did not respond, almost breaking into a run towards the classroom. However, she did not anticipate being intercepted at the staircase. It's been a while, I see you've got a boyfriend now, no wonder you're so resistant to me, he said, his slightly overweight, tall figure exuding an unwelcome sense of intimidation, his words growing increasingly vulgar. You're quite adept at attracting attention, flirting with that pretty boy. Does he even know you're still being pursued by me? He took a step forward, grinning maliciously. Tell me, if I wanted to deal with him, would he stand a chance to resist? Lu Mingjie's family held some influence in the capital, which allowed him to escape the consequences of his numerous misdeeds at school. It was only after that incident had faded into obscurity that Xiaojicha became aware of this. Xiaojicha had no desire to waste her breath on him. She knew that the more she said, the more infuriated he would become. With a frown, she deliberately took 2 steps back. Seeing Lu Mingjie's dissatisfaction as he reached out to forcibly pull her back, she seized the opportunity to raise the trash can overhead and brought it crashing down upon him. Lu Mingjie let out a pained cry, covering his face. Xiaojicha seized the chance to escape, but to her dismay, driven by anger, he lunged forward once more, grasping her collar and shoving her roughly. With the staircase right behind her, Xiaojicha lost her balance and tumbled backward, desperately clutching the handrail to prevent a fall. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she gritted her teeth, just as she heard Lu Mingjie cry out in agony once again. This time, his wail was utterly pitiful. The sound of fist-meeting flesh echoed through the corridor simultaneously. Xiaojicha blinked, her gaze finally registering the scene before her. Lu Mingjie was on the ground, groaning in pain, while Fu Xiaoyu stood beside him, broad-shouldered and upright, his fists clenched at his sides, his expression one of cold fury visible even above the mask. The pain in her ankle gradually subsided as Xiaojicha straightened herself and walked over. Fu Xiaoyu pulled her closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Are you hurt? Xiaojicha shook her head. The close call had left her feeling somewhat drained. Fu Xiaoyu appeared relieved. Lu Mingjie, peering through his fingers at the pair, lost his prior bravado, yet remained menacing. So you're the pretty boy, her boyfriend? Let me tell you, she has been thoroughly used. You've crossed me for her. Do you even know who my father is? Xiaojicha had never before heard such vile words directed at her so plainly. Especially now, uttered in front of the one she held feelings for. The simplest way to destroy a girl is to spread rumors of promiscuity. Her complexion paled slightly as her hands clenched tightly. Despite knowing the accusations to be false, she felt an undeniable sense of humiliation. What your father does has nothing to do with me, Fu Xiaoyu replied, his demeanor calm as he regarded Lu Mingjie struggling to rise, as if observing an insignificant insect, his voice low and menacing. Clean up your mouth. Provoked by such blatant disdain, Lu Mingjie charged at him in a fit of rage. Do you really think you can provoke me? Do you believe that if I were to kill you today, no one would dare to speak? His words were abruptly cut off. Fu Xiaoyu shifted slightly to the side, delivering a kick to Lu Mingjie's knee, sending him tumbling down the staircase. Lu Mingjie, caught off guard, rolled down, emitting several cries of despair. Fu Xiaoyu stood atop the stairs, looking down at him with a commanding presence. He then lazily removed his mask, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips, casting him in a light of cruel confidence, his eyes languid yet arrogant. Why would I not dare to provoke? Upon recognizing the face before him, Lu Mingjie's cries were abruptly silenced, a look of horror etched upon his features. In that instant, his eyes widened, pupils trembling as if they might shatter. How could it be? The recollection of his previous threats flooded back, and in that moment, he felt as if all sensation of pain had been eclipsed, a chill running from his head to his toes. Chapter 23. Feeling incredibly insignificant, Fu Xi, dismissing Lu Mingzhi's words, showed no inclination to concern himself with such trivial matters. With a nonchalant tug at Xia Jichao's wrist, he declared, "Let's go." Having said that, he descended the steps with a hint of arrogance, striding past the bruised and battered Lu Mingzhi. Xia Jichao hurried to keep pace with him. Though she had just twisted her ankle, it seemed uninjured, only a slight ache lingering, causing her steps to slow. The shuttle back to the campus required turning right, yet she noticed Fu Xi veering left and softly remarked, "Then, goodbye?" A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Xi's eyes. "Where are you off to?" "To catch the shuttle," Xia Jichao replied earnestly. Fu Xi scoffed lightly, placing a hand on her shoulder and redirecting her body away from her intended path. "What shuttle? You're riding back with me." Fu Xi's car was a sports model from a brand that Xia Jichao was not particularly familiar with, featuring only 2 seats. As they settled into the vehicle and she fastened her seatbelt, Xia Jichao cast her eyes downward and finally voiced the words that had been weighing on her mind: "Please disregard Lu Mingzhi's nonsense." Even though the incident was now behind them and Fu Xi had avenged her, the harsh words Lu Mingzhi had hurled still pricked at her heart like tiny thorns. The hurt lingered, and she had never before been subjected to such vile slander. She feared that Fu Xi might believe those accusations, questioning whether she was the sort of girl with a scandalous reputation. "I certainly don't believe it," Fu Xi interjected lazily before she could continue, revving the engine of the sports car. His tone held no trace of doubt. Xia Jichao blinked, her gaze lifting to meet his. Fu Xi's hand grasped the steering wheel with an air of nonchalance, his chin slightly raised, defining the sharp contours of his jaw. He did not look at her, his eyes lazily fixed on the road ahead, yet his tone carried a playful teasing quality, unhurried and deliberate. Blushing at the sight of a kiss, with such a lack of composure, how many boyfriends can you possibly attract? Xia Jichao felt a flush creeping to her ears and fell silent. After a moment, she recalled the scene of Lu Mingzhi's brutal beating. Rolling down those steep steps must have caused significant injury. Anxiously, she inquired, "Will you get into trouble for what you did to him?" Her concern was not for Lu Mingzhi, but rather for Fu Xi's potential repercussions. "Xia Jichao, what is my name?" Fu Xi suddenly asked, his voice flat, not addressing her question. Puzzled, Xia Jichao instinctively replied, "Fu Xi." "Correct, I am Fu Xi." He smirked slightly, a glint of audacious confidence in his eyes. "Do you think anything could happen to me?" Xia Jichao understood. His surname, Fu, belonged to the illustrious Fu family of the capital. Just that alone afforded him a certain immunity. Even if Lu Mingzhi had connections within the school, they paled in comparison to the Fu family's influence. Moreover, Lu Mingzhi had initiated the altercation. The tension in Xia Jichao's heart eased slightly. At that moment, Fu Xi extended his free hand towards her. "Why concern yourself with him?" He gestured to the faint bruise on his knuckles, a remnant of his assault, and raised an eyebrow. "Instead, why not focus on me?" Several days later, Xia Jichao learned the specifics of Lu Mingzhi's condition from Jiang Lili. "Hey, have you heard? That senior who was pursuing you got beaten up and is in the hospital." Jiang Lili exclaimed, rushing to Xia Jichao after their last class on Friday. Xia Jichao often marveled at how Jiang Lili managed to gather such news, smiling with curiosity as she asked, "Is it that serious?" "Indeed. I heard he tumbled down the stairs and broke 3 ribs." Jiang Lili shivered at the thought. "I can't imagine how painful that must be. How unfortunate." Xia Jichao replied with an indifferent tone. It was merely poetic justice. Jiang Lili, unaware of the true circumstances, continued to lament, "I wonder who the culprit is," as if he offended some powerful figure. He won't even speak of it. Poor thing. Sensing Xia Jichao's disinterest, she shifted topics. "Oh, by the way, you don't need to bring me lunch tomorrow after work. I plan to eat out." Xia Jichao nodded and asked, "A date?" Jiang Lili blushed and playfully pushed her, "Oh, don't say that." "Got it." On Saturday, Xia Jichao went to work at the milk tea shop as usual. As evening approached and the shop prepared to close, only delivery orders remained. Chen Mao, having finished washing cups, engaged Xia Jichao in conversation. "Whatever happened to that handsome guy who was waiting for you last time?" "I haven't seen him around," she casually inquired. "Have you two made any progress?" "We're just friends," Xia Jichao explained softly while processing a new order. The new order had an endearing note, filled with youthful exuberance unique to young girls. "Please package it carefully, it's an important tool for confessing. Choose the most beautiful flower. The customer had ordered the store's signature drink, aptly named Confession Flower C, which featured fresh flowers adorning the cup. It was indeed perfect for a confession. Just friends, and you're worried you can't win him over? Chen Mao approached, noticing her delicately arranging the flowers in the cup. I think he is quite fond of you. Perhaps you just need this one confession to seal the deal. You should use this next time to hint at him. Xia Jichao smiled and shook her head, reclaiming the milk tea from her hands and packaging it carefully. Fu Xi's nature was such laid-back and affable, he treated everyone well. Surrounded by so many people, she couldn't allow herself to be so narcissistic as to believe she would be the one to stand out. Xia Jichao's shift extended until closing time. Once the delivery personnel had collected the last of the orders, she tidied up briefly, turned off the lights, and returned to her dormitory. Jiang Lily had not yet returned, sending a message that she might not come back. On a quiet weekend night, the absence of chatter left Xia Jichao feeling strangely unaccustomed. Had Jiang Lily been there, she would have been browsing forums and sharing gossip. Lying in bed, Xia Jichao found herself idly pondering, and on a whim, she clicked into the forum. However, upon seeing the latest post, her expression froze. Latest, bet and lose, Fu Xi has indeed successfully held hands with the new campus sweetheart. In an instant, the bold red letters struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her dizzy. Surely, this must be false? Frontline news: today is our campus Princess Tong Tong's birthday banquet. Fu Dala was also in attendance. Under the carefully crafted confession strategy of our little princess, the two shared a deep gaze and successfully held hands. Suppressing the tremor in her heart, Xia Jichao clicked into the post, her eyes landing on a photograph. In a lavish hotel suite, amidst a crowd, a girl in a striking red dress radiated charm, a crown sparkling atop her head. Clutching a bouquet of flowers, she gazed at the boy before her. Fu Xi, positioned sideways to the camera, wore a devil-may-care smile as he reciprocated her gaze. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, a scene of vibrant celebration, as beautiful as a painting. Previously bet on her winning, I can only say they are indeed a match. It can no longer be described as a mere match, can it? They seem the most compatible among Fu Xi's past girlfriends. Could it be that they were the ones who visited the amusement park together? The silhouette looks familiar. I'll ship this pair with respect. The comments below were overwhelmingly congratulatory, unanimously deeming them a perfect couple, affectionately referring to the female lead as Little Princess. To Xia Jichao, it all felt inexplicably jarring. Hovering over the exit button, just as she was about to flee from the reality, something caught her eye as she paused. Reopening the image, zooming in, she noticed a cup of milk tea tucked away in the corner of the table, adorned with fresh flowers. The cup's logo was somewhat blurred, yet Xia Jichao could not mistake it. It was her store's emblem, the very cup of milk tea she had prepared with her own hands, now casually positioned in the corner of this grand confession, felt achingly insignificant. Chapter 24: Coincidences that tug at the heartstrings. Xia Jichao never anticipated that the confession milk tea she had crafted with her own hands would be employed by someone to profess their love to the person they cherished. The coincidence was painfully poignant. As the bitterness in her heart deepened, Xia Jichao curled up slowly, feeling as though her heart was being tugged at relentlessly. A prickling sensation gradually spread throughout her body, transforming into an overwhelming sense of loss, and she suddenly felt utterly drained. Indeed, although Fu Xi had mentioned to her that he had no plans for romance recently, it was inconceivable for someone like him to remain without a girlfriend indefinitely. That day would inevitably arrive. She was not someone significant in his life. What right did she have to impede his pursuit of love? What right did she have to feel sorrow? The following day, as midday approached, Jiang Lili returned to the dormitory, invigorated. Upon opening the door, she spotted Xia Jichao at the sink, washing her face. Did you skip work today? Jiang Lili inquired. Yes, I took a leave, Xia Jichao replied. Hearing the fatigue in her voice, Jiang Lili blinked, casually tossing her bag onto the table before stealthily approaching her. Xia Jichao bent over the sink, splashing water onto her face. When she looked up, she was startled by Jiang Lili's sudden appearance in the mirror. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Jiang Lili leaned closer to her face, exclaiming. Xia Jichao typically maintained a regular sleep schedule, seldom staying up late, resulting in her skin being exceptionally fair and translucent. Hence, even the slightest hint of dark circles was particularly conspicuous. I didn't sleep well last night, Xiaoxicha said, wiping her face dry, sensing that she had finally begun to emerge from her daze. She had suffered from insomnia the previous night, hardly sleeping at all. I see, Zhang Lili nodded, pondering for a moment before rummaging through her bag and producing a steam eye mask, placing it on the table. Since you have nothing to do this afternoon, you might as well take a comfortable nap. You really work too hard on weekends. Sometimes, just watching you exhausts me, Xiaoxicha replied softly while changing her clothes, feeling a warmth in her heart. Weren't you afraid being alone in the dorm last night? Zhang Lili asked, settling into a chair and playfully crossing her legs. Xiaoxicha shook her head, but curiosity got the better of her. What about you and Gao Yuyang? We didn't do anything, so don't get the wrong idea. Zhang Lili shot her a playful glance. We simply ended up playing too late and rented 2 hotel rooms. I actually wanted to pounce on him immediately, but he insisted on getting 2 rooms. How utterly unromantic. As she grumbled, Zhang Lili leaned back comfortably and pulled out her phone. Alright, let me catch up on what I missed last night. Xiaoxicha's shoulders stiffened. Oh no, I really missed something. I didn't check my phone all night. What about Fu Xi? I'm going to grab lunch. Do you want me to bring anything back? The name Fu Xi pierced her heart once more. Xiaoxicha struggled to maintain a calm facade as she stood up and opened the door, interrupting Zhang Lili's words. Zhang Lili exclaimed, looking up at her, I had a little something on my way back, so I'm not hungry yet, you go ahead. Xiaoxicha nodded and closed the door. Leaning against the cool door panel, she took a deep breath, her chest still heavy with emotion. Indeed, she was still being greedy initially. A mere meeting would bring her immense joy, and she never yearned for more. Yet, at some point, the more she interacted with him, the less she could control herself, nurturing an increasing number of unwarranted fantasies like an ordinary person who, after gazing at the stars, yearns to pluck them from the sky for herself. But the stars could never belong to her. In the end, all she would receive would be the moment when her fantasies shattered. Monday.as Xiaoxicha boarded the bus to another campus. Her heart was laden with worries. The elective course she had once eagerly anticipated attending with Fu Xi now filled her with a desire to evade it. She had thought she would arrive at the classroom early enough. However, upon stepping inside, she discovered Fu Xi already seated in the same spot as before. This time, he was not wearing a mask, and his loose hoodie cast a shadow over his forehead, causing his dark hair to fall slightly, obscuring his eyes and lending him an air of languid indifference. Upon seeing her, he waved at her with an air of casualness, as if nothing had changed. Xiaoxicha feigned ignorance, deliberately avoiding his gaze as she sat down in another corner of the room, diagonally across from him. She refrained from observing Fu Xi's reaction and diligently took out her books, reviewing her notes from the previous day. As more students trickled in, many recognized Fu Xi, and soon the classroom buzzed with whispers of excitement. Who is that guy? He's so handsome. Don't you know him? It's Fu Xi, the great Fu. Oh my goodness, the great Fu is in the same elective class as us. How did I not know? He probably skipped the first 2 classes. Anyway, Yang Ji doesn't take attendance. He's ridiculously handsome, oh my. No matter how hard Xiaoxicha tried to block it out, she could not escape the snippets of conversation that drifted into her ears. She even heard others discussing her. What happened to that girl's boyfriend from last week? Is Masked Guy not here today? Could they have broken up? Don't jump to conclusions. Masked Guy might have just been accompanying her to class. What a pity. I wanted to compare who has a better figure, Masked Guy or the great Fu. Enough, please stop discussing it. The fragmented voices swirled around her, making the words on the page blur and fade. Xiaoxicha blinked, realizing she could not focus on a single word. The chaotic emotions within her felt like a tangled ball of yarn, hopelessly intertwined. Wait, why is the great Fu standing up? Is he changing seats? A girl sitting behind her suddenly voiced her confusion. Why is he coming to the front? Xiaoxicha's hand froze mid-turning of the page, her neck stiffening as she turned to look back. Fu Xi had pushed himself up from the desk and was striding towards her. His tall stature and long legs made him the undeniable center of attention in the room. When their gazes locked, her throat went dry. Was he coming to find her? No panic surged through her, causing her mind to go blank. She quickly averted her gaze, pretending to get up to change seats. Noting the girl's clear attempt to avoid him, Fu Xi raised an eyebrow and halted in his tracks. He chose a random spot to sit instead. Hearing the sound of him settling not far behind, Xiajicha finally felt a semblance of relief, her shoulders drooping slightly. Thank goodness. He wasn't here for her, she inwardly mocked herself. Perhaps Fu Xi merely wanted to change his seating arrangement. Xiajicha, what ridiculous thoughts are you indulging in? He has a girlfriend now. Why would he still? Her phone screen lit up abruptly, snapping her back to reality. A new message appeared. Fu Xi frowny face. What's going on today? Fu Xi frowny face, are you avoiding me? Chapter 25. Avoiding him. Xiajicha pressed her dry lips together. Indeed, she was avoiding him, yet, if she were to admit her unmentionable thoughts, it would seem as though she were exposing her innermost feelings to him. Bowing her head, she typed slowly. Xiajicha frowny face. No. Xiajicha frowny face, it's just that you attract too much attention, I fear being discussed. As she typed this reasoning, she felt it was somewhat clumsy. After sending the message, she refrained from checking her phone again and continued to focus intently on her book. It seemed that by temporarily shifting her attention to the written words, she could momentarily overlook the feelings of loss and gloom that weighed heavily upon her heart. Fu Xi gazed at the screen of his phone, reading the girl's slow and hesitant reply. Her reticent nature was indeed predictable, yet inexplicably, there was an unfamiliar sense of distance emanating from her. Tapping his tongue against his molars, Fu Xi read each word slowly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he broke into an inexplicable smile. Was she truly avoiding him? After class, Xiajicha exited the classroom as usual, making her way to the spot where the shuttle bus would arrive. At this hour, the bus was not particularly crowded, and Xiajicha habitually chose a seat in the last row. With 5 minutes until departure, she gazed out the window, mentally reviewing the content of today's lecture. At that moment, someone sat down beside her. The bus was relatively empty, with several rows of vacant seats in front. Normally, one would refrain from sitting next to a stranger. Xiajicha blinked in confusion, glancing sideways. To her surprise, she recognized a familiar figure. Fu Xi, leaning back against the seat, tilting his head slightly, and looking at her with a nonchalant demeanor. This spot is unoccupied. May I sit next to you? Did he not drive here? Xiajicha averted her gaze, offering a distracted in response. Fu Xi brazenly stretched his long legs beside her, blocking her path of exit, leaving her with no option to change seats. However, she was acutely aware that she could no longer interact with Fu Xi as casually as before. She even felt a twinge of regret for having seen that post. Perhaps if she had not come across it, she could have continued to engage with him as friends, oblivious to the truth. An awkward silence enveloped the two. Unable to tolerate the tension, Xiajicha lowered her head, retrieving her earphones and donning them to listen to music. As the gentle melodies filled her ears, she closed her eyes, pretending to fall asleep. Fu Xi observed the girl's fluid movements, clearly attempting to feign unfamiliarity and create distance. Her evident resistance was palpable. She was not convincing in her active slumber. Her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly even with her eyes closed. Having witnessed her serene sleeping face before, he could discern just how anxious she was at present. Fu Xi curled his lips, a vague chuckle escaping his throat. Well, she truly was avoiding him, treating him as if he were a fearsome beast. The following day, when Xiajicha arrived at the classroom, she did not catch sight of Fu Xi. He did not appear throughout the class. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He hadn't come. It was only natural. Fu Xi seemed disinterested in attending classes. After enduring 2 lectures, he likely found it tedious and lost interest. Logically, this outcome should have brought her joy. Without seeing him, she would no longer feel sorrow over his matters, nor would she be unable to restrain herself from paying attention to him. Yet, why did her heart feel somewhat hollow? For an entire week, Xiajicha endeavored to ignore anything related to Fu Xi. When the weekend arrived, and she returned to work at the milk tea shop, Chen Ma noticed her off-kilter demeanor. What's wrong? After a week apart, you suddenly seem so distracted? Chen Ma couldn't hold back any longer and asked just before her shift ended, you've been zoning out all day, it's as if you've experienced a breakup? While Xiajicha was usually quiet, she was diligent in her work, meticulous in everything she did. Yet today, she appeared like a wandering spirit. Xiajicha paused briefly, pursing her lips into a faint smile. No, perhaps I'm just a bit worn out lately. There was no heartbreak. They had never even been together. Chen Mao remained skeptical, wanting to inquire further, but just then, a sweet voice rang out from the counter. I'd like an iced Americano, please. Ah, certainly. I'll place your order immediately. While Chen Ma was busy wiping the counter and unable to leave, she nudged Xia Jichao with her elbow. You should go. Xia Jichao nodded, flashing a smile as she approached the counter. Upon recognizing the person standing before her, she was suddenly taken aback. Before her stood a strikingly beautiful face, exuding confidence, accompanied by two close friends. She was evidently the leader among the trio. It was a familiar face she had seen in the photograph. Tong Tong, Fu Si's girlfriend. A sudden wave of bitterness surged within her, and Xia Jichao lowered her gaze, silently placing her order. She could hear the three girls at the counter chatting animatedly. Are you really going to deliver coffee to Fu Si after class? Of course, I just want to see him. Our little princess Tong Tong is personally delivering coffee. Oh dear, Fu Si is sure to be smitten. Exactly, by then, his heart will be completely captured. The girl in the middle smiled shyly at the teasing from her friends, her beauty becoming even more pronounced. It seemed, indeed, that she and Fu Si were a perfect match. And numbly, Xia Jichao sealed the cup and packaged it, handing it to the girl before her. She cast a glance at her simple, unadorned work apron. Someone as dazzling as Fu Si certainly deserved a princess-like girl by his side. Unable to suppress her imagination of Fu Si being affectionate with someone else, Xia Jichao quietly made herself an identical iced Americano. The icy bitterness on her tongue made her chest feel as though it were being squeezed painfully. How bitter it was. After her shift ended, she tidied up briefly before heading to her tutoring job. As she stepped out of the shop in her changed clothes, she noticed a new car parked arrogantly at the entrance, blocking the customer's access. Having dealt with similar instances of improper parking before, Xia Jichao approached the driver's side, knocking on the window. The car door swung open, and Xia Jichao took a step back, mentally rehearsing her words. She smiled, ready to speak, but was met with Lu Mingzhi's contemptuous gaze. Although Fu Si had given him a thorough lesson last time, the lingering memories of his past harassment resurfaced, causing Xia Jichao to instinctively stiffen at the sight of him. Lu Mingzhi's eyes gleamed with mischief as he scrutinized her from head to toe, a smug smile creeping across his face. Weren't you being protected by Fu Si? Why are you still making milk tea, little junior? Could it be, his eyebrows arched high, eyes gleaming with a malicious thrill of vengeance, that Fu Si has grown tired of you and left you behind? Chapter 26. Xia Jichao, are you playing me for a fool? Lu Mingzhi's tone was brash, clearly having learned of Fu Si's new romantic interest. He had come deliberately to take revenge on Xia Jichao. As she leaned against the car door, attempting to shut it, Lu Mingzhi forcefully pushed it back open with one hand, a smug glint in his eyes. Do you regret it? You thought you were untouchable with Fu Si backing you, but look at you now. Cast aside without a second thought. He had heard countless rumors about Fu Si, well aware of how swiftly he changed girlfriends. Once bored, he would unceremoniously discard them. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The humiliation of being beaten into the hospital lingered painfully in his heart. While he could not confront Fu Si, he could freely bully Xia Jichao, now bereft of his protection. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, he tapped on the steering wheel. Without Fu Si, you still have me, your senior daughter. Should I let your senior have some fun with you? Xia Jichao remained silent for a long moment, lowering her gaze as she took a few steps closer to him. Mistaking her approach for submission, Lu Mingzhi's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as he taunted, Did you feel proud when you were with Fu Si? Now you finally understand the meaning of yielding, don't you? Before he could finish his sentence, his face twisted in pain as Xia Jichao delivered a punch to his still healing rib. Dream on. She had never trained in combat, her strike lacking in force, merely a reflexive act of self-defense. However, landing on an injured area was enough to inflict unbearable pain. Lu Mingzhi let out a pained cry, doubling over as he clutched his injury, unable to move. You little. Before he could finish, Xia Jichao had already closed the car door and walked away with determination. That evening's tutoring session proceeded smoothly, and as she prepared to leave, the family insisted she stay for a late-night snack, which she politely declined. Exiting the villa, the darkness enveloped her as always. The dim lights under the eaves flickered, and memories of that rainy day resurfaced unbidden. Why did the recollections of Fu Si seem to haunt her at every turn? Shaking her head to cast away the intrusive thoughts, Xia Jichao continued on her way. The roads of the villa district were particularly dim at night, with streetlights spaced far apart, leaving only scattered lights hidden among the bushes. Walking in the dark was eerily silent, almost frightening. Thankfully, security was stringent, and no outside vehicles were allowed entry. With repeated visits, she had grown accustomed to this path. The chill in the air intensified, the dry night wind brushing against her cheeks uncomfortably. Xiaojicha quickened her pace. As she rounded a corner, she suddenly halted upon recognizing the figure standing under a streetlight just a few steps away. The orange glow illuminated a tall, aloof silhouette. Fu Si stood with one hand in his pocket, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, the glowing ember flickering amidst the pale whiteness of his knuckles, smoke swirling around him. His face was partially obscured by the shadows of the night, lending him an air of sharp indifference. Upon spotting her, Fu Si made no move, casually extinguishing the half-burned cigarette, his gaze fixed upon her as if awaiting her approach. The night wind picked up, tousling Xiaojicha's hair. The moment their eyes met, she felt a jolt, quickly averting her gaze, fingers tightening around her canvas bag as she hurriedly stepped forward, trying to evade him. However, just as she was about to pass by, Fu Si carelessly grasped the nape of her neck, pulling her back. Startled, Xiaojicha stumbled, unable to react before she was drawn closer. Their gazes locked, one looking down, the other looking up. Realizing she could not escape, Xiaojicha averted her eyes. Fu Si let out a low, ambiguous laugh, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Still trying to avoid me?" "No." Xiaojicha's voice was barely a whisper, devoid of conviction. Fu Si found her stubbornness amusing, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Oh really, you avoid me in class, pretend to be asleep during breaks, and now you see me and want to walk away." His tone was languid, each word deliberate. "Xiaojicha, are you playing me for a fool?" Despite his calm demeanor, a chilling undertone sent a shiver down her spine. Xiaojicha trembled slightly, still wanting to evade him. Fu Si gripped her arm, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What have I done to deserve this? Give me a reason." Xiaojicha stared into his eyes, which held a hint of displeasure, and blinked, suddenly feeling the sting of unshed tears. A wave of unspoken grievance welled up within her. It was he who had entered a new relationship without informing her, yet here he was, blaming her for maintaining distance. Frustration flared within her, and she stubbornly sealed her lips, staring defiantly at him without offering a response. Fu Si, initially irritated, sought an explanation. However, after a moment, he noticed the young woman's eyes glistening with unshed tears, her defiance waning as she continued to silently gaze at him. In the dim light, the corners of her eyes glistened, teetering on the brink of tears. Feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart, Fu Si softened unexpectedly. Realizing he might have frightened her, he let out a bemused click of his tongue. Then, lowering his voice, he spoke gently as if to soothe her. "What has made you feel this way? Who is avoiding whom? I have yet to feel aggrieved." Even if I were at fault, shouldn't I be made aware first?" Observing her demeanor shift slightly, Fu Si leaned down slightly, drawing closer as he continued to coax. "Confessing to one's mistakes requires a process, doesn't it?" His charming eyes twinkled with laughter, radiating an alluring warmth in the night. Perhaps his sudden softness disarmed her defenses, for Xiaojicha inhaled deeply, turning her head to evade his probing gaze. Her voice came out slightly hoarse. "You have a girlfriend now." Fu Si paused, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him, the smile in his eyes deepening. "Are you jealous?" Xiaojicha felt a lump in her throat, hastily lowering her eyelashes in a futile attempt to conceal her emotions. "No." She swallowed nervously. "I just think that if you have a girlfriend, you should maintain some distance from your female friends. It shouldn't be like before, where they sat closely, embraced, and he even considered using her picture as wallpaper." Fu Si, accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, likely perceived these interactions as mere friendly gestures, yet, to her, they were undeniably intimate. Without clear boundaries, she knew she would be unable to quell her wandering thoughts. As a fellow girl, she understood that if Tong Tong discovered her boyfriend engaging in such behavior with another girl, she would certainly be displeased. Her words came out somewhat haltingly, and she fell silent, awaiting Fu Si's reaction. The dim light cast shadows overhead, and as Fu Si's expression darkened, he maintained his lowered posture, his face shrouded in darkness, leaving his emotions ambiguous. Xiaojicha's heart raced with trepidation, uncertain if he had absorbed her words. Each second of silence stretched painfully, making her uneasy. After what felt like an eternity, just as her heart sank further, Fu Si finally spoke, his tone unruffled. "You certainly have a knack for considering others, Xiaojicha." Chapter 27. Fu Siu, I am afraid. Xiaojicha's heart trembled, causing her eyelashes to quiver as well. Is he admitting it? What she thought was the nadir of her heart sank even lower. Yet, to her surprise, the next moment, she heard Fu Siu's cool and languid voice. "Who told you I have a new girlfriend? What does that mean?" Xiaojicha remained lost in her despondency, momentarily unable to comprehend. Suddenly, her chin ached as Fu Siu grasped it, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet his. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he released his grip, his strikingly sharp peach blossom eyes devoid of interrogation, instead reflecting a somewhat absurd amusement. "So, you have been avoiding me this week because of this?" Realizing she could not deny it, Xiaoji-cha admitted honestly, "Yes." Fu Xiaoyu straightened himself, raising a hand to press against his brow, his teasing tone shifting to seriousness as he stated, "I am not involved with that Tong Tong. She confessed to me last weekend, which I declined. That group was just making a fuss, they probably didn't hear clearly. I thought you didn't read the forums, so I had no intention of mentioning it to you," he explained. "I figured if you didn't see the rumors, there would be no need to discuss it." Satisfied with his clarification, Fu Xiaoyu added, "After that, she continued to pursue me unilaterally. I can't control that. If others are making a fuss, that shouldn't reflect on me, right?" Xiaoji-cha listened quietly, feeling at a loss for words. It seemed she had indeed misjudged him. She had even denied him the chance to explain. The sorrow that had weighed on her heart for so long gradually dissipated, only to be replaced by guilt. Noticing the growing guilt on the young girl's face, Fu Xiaoyu's brows softened slightly, and he couldn't help but tease her. "You see a rumor but don't come to ask me directly, and you jump to conclusions. I'm quite aggrieved." Xiaoji-cha murmured, "I'm sorry, will you still avoid me in the future?" Xiaoji-cha obediently shook her head. "All right," Fu Xiaoyu finally smiled contentedly, "I forgive you." Seeing the canvas shoulder bag on the young girl's shoulder bulging, she unconsciously rubbed her shoulder from carrying it for too long. Fu Xiaoyu's gaze shifted slightly as he reached out to take the bag from her. "Let us go, I'll drive you." "Are you going back to school too?" Xiaoji-cha queried, puzzled. "To drop you off," Fu Xiaoyu replied casually, weighing the bag in his hand as if it were a trivial matter. Xiaoji-cha wanted to refuse, but then she noticed her bag was still in his possession. Fu Xiaoyu appeared relaxed, showing no intention of returning it to her. She fell silent, trailing along beside him. With the misunderstanding cleared, she still felt somewhat awkward. As she got into the car, she hesitated by the door for a long moment before finally speaking. "If you start dating someone in the future, remember to let me know." "Why?" Fu Xiaoyu glanced at her, smirking, "So you can distance yourself from me again?" "Yes." This time, Xiaoji-cha did not deny it. She remained steadfast in her thoughts. Having witnessed the girl's stubbornness, Fu Xiaoyu dismissed the need to argue further, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Fine, to preserve our friendship, I shall endeavor to date less." Xiaoji-cha fell silent, quietly settling into the car, her long eyelashes slowly drooping, concealing the melancholy in her eyes. Yes, friendship. The previously faint restlessness in her heart began to subside upon hearing that word. She reminded herself they could only be friends. She absolutely, positively, could not cross the line. The midterm examinations at Jing University were concentrated in November. Among all the universities in the capital, Jing University's midterms were notoriously difficult, and during this time, the library was filled to capacity. Even the gossip on the forums dwindled, overtaken by the lamentations of students studying frantically. The dormitory was no different, with cries of despair echoing within. For instance, Zhang Lili. "Aw, I'm going to go mad." This afternoon, with no classes, she would usually be napping, but now the desk lamp was blazing, and she flipped through her books while biting her pen in frustration. "Gigi, how do you have so many notes? Have you memorized everything?" Xiaoji-cha calmly highlighted the key points for her, responding with a simple Glancing down, she noticed a message from Chen Mao, also bemoaning the situation. "Chen Mao, why have the takeaway remarks from your school been so abstract lately?" Chen Mao frowny face. "Look at this note. Need knowledge milk cap. And another one that says milk tea. God bless me, what's going on?" Xiaoji-cha, everyone's gone mad studying. Chen Mao frowny face. University is terrifying. "JPG, I haven't seen Lao Gao for a whole week," Zhang Lili lamented, lounging over her books while complaining. Xiaoji-cha patted her back in consolation. "Just one more week, hang in there." "So annoying," Zhang Lili tapped on her screen, opening her friend circle as if to report, "Look at him, out every day with Fu Xiaoyu, and today he's off to some bar." "I want to go too." Xiaoji-cha glanced over, noticing a post from an unfamiliar person in Zhang Lili's list. "AW bar, who is going tonight? Fu Gu is here." Fu Xiaoyu's name truly was a magnet. Within minutes of posting, Several people commented that they wanted to join Fu Go, while she merely sighed inwardly. Xia Jicha quickly redirected her focus back to her studies, but Jiang Lili was different. She could never sit still. Eventually, their study session morphed into Xia Jicha working on problems while Jiang Lili scrolled through her friend circle. I can't take it anymore. As evening approached, Jiang Lili scrolled past several posts of others enjoying themselves, and finally, she could no longer resist, standing up. I want to go out too. I'll study tomorrow. Xia Jicha watched her swiftly apply a full face of makeup before heading out, unable to suppress a laugh. Let her go. After all, her philosophy was to seize the moment and merely aim to pass. Around 9:30 in the evening, just as Xia Jicha finished her last set of practice questions, she received a call from an unfamiliar contact. She answered, and a somewhat familiar female voice greeted her. Is this Xia Jicha? After pondering for a moment, she recalled that this was a classmate she had never interacted with much, their relationship neither close nor distant. Yes, what's the matter? She asked politely. It's like this, Jiang Lili is currently drunk over here, and we might need you to come pick her up. The other party's voice was filled with awkwardness. You are her roommate, right? The background noise was chaotic, with sporadic sounds of Jiang Lili shouting. The caller continued, sounding troubled. We want to take her home, but she insists on you coming. Drunk, Xia Jicha furrowed her brows in concern, replying, okay, I'll be there right away. The address provided was at a KTV near the school, a popular spot among university students. By the time she arrived, the night was already deep. Taking the elevator up, Xia Jicha followed the room numbers down a long, dimly lit corridor, where the cacophony of voices from the private rooms echoed all around. According to the caller, they were in the deepest room. The stench of smoke and alcohol filled the air, and Xia Jicha frowned, hastening her pace. As she neared the end of the corridor, however, her steps gradually slowed and eventually came to a halt. For some reason, she felt that something was amiss. Every room around her was filled with music or raucous laughter. Only the furthest room was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Furrowing her delicate brows even deeper, she took a few steps back and caught up with a passing waitress, asking, is that room occupied by a group of students? That room? The waitress appeared puzzled. There's no one in there. Xia Jicha's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition surged within her. She glanced down at the room number that the female classmate had sent her, confirming it was correct, and as she dialed Jiang Lili's number, she began to back away. Jiang Lili did not answer. The unease in her heart swelled like a tidal wave. Just as she was about to hang up, a man suddenly emerged from the innermost room. Muscular with bleached hair and a sleazy demeanor, upon seeing Xia Jicha, a lewd smile spread across his face, as if he had locked onto his target, striding toward her with purpose. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Xia Jicha's mind. She was almost certain he was heading straight for her. Pretending not to notice, she tensed her temples and swiftly turned, making a split-second decision to run. The man behind her indeed chased after her relentlessly. The winding corridors offered no clear signage, and for a moment, Xia Jicha felt like a headless fly, panicking and turning corners, failing to find an exit. With the man closing in, almost ready to grab her, Xia Jicha gritted her teeth and ducked into an adjacent empty room. The room had a lock, and she hurriedly secured it with the fastest speed she could muster. Outside, a violent banging on the door soon followed. What to do? Xia Jicha moved slightly away from the door, leaning against the sofa to catch her breath, attempting to calm her racing heart. Her mind was in disarray as she struggled to think of a way to respond. After several more kicks against the door, silence fell. The room was littered with empty bottles that hadn't been cleaned up yet, and Xia Jicha gripped one tightly, peering through the crack beneath the door. The man indeed had not left. He was standing by the door, hands in his pockets, nonchalantly as if waiting for someone. I can't go out. What now? Call the police? It was her first time facing such a dire situation, and her wrist trembled as she reached for her phone. Just as she was about to dial the police, she suddenly recalled the post Jiang Lili had scrolled through. Fu Xiaoyu was at that bar tonight, which was supposedly nearby. Her mind was blank. Still in a state of panic, she dialed Fu Xiaoyu's number. The call connected quickly, and amidst the loud background noise, a deep, magnetic voice resonated with a hint of amusement. What's up? Suddenly thought of calling me Fu Xiaoyu. I'm scared. Without even registering what he was saying, her voice, laced with tears, instinctively spilled out. There was a moment of silence on the other end. When he spoke again, his voice was chillingly grave. Where are you? Chapter 28, with me behind you. In the private room of a bar, the atmosphere was intoxicating and chaotic. The card table was filled with raucous cheers that echoed painfully in the ears. As a round concluded, someone raised a glass and approached Fu Ziyu, about to call out Brother Fu, only to be halted by Gao Yuyang's warning gaze. Momentarily stunned, he then noticed that Fu Ziyu was currently engrossed in his phone, his expression as frigid as ice. Everyone present felt a chill at the sight of Fu Ziyu's cold demeanor, and the individual immediately fell silent, his eyes questioning who had offended this formidable figure. Gao Yuyang shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. Just as the man wisely decided to withdraw, Fu Ziyu hung up the phone, donned the coat resting nearby, and strode out without a moment's hesitation, his face still stern. Gao Yuyang called after him, puzzled, "Where are you going?" Without turning back, Fu Ziyu replied, "To save someone." Save someone? Gao Yuyang was taken aback, momentarily wondering if he had misheard. Having known Fu Ziyu for many years, he understood the man's character all too well. Born into wealth and power, he possessed everything from the start, rendering him indifferent to all, his heart frozen to the core, apathetic towards anyone, unmoved by others' affection or disdain. He lived for the moment, indulging whimsically, as if no one in this world was worth his attention, pursuing only his own interests. When intrigued, he would acquiesce; when disinterested, he would withdraw. He lived in the utmost indifference. This was the first time Gao Yuyang witnessed Fu Ziyu rise without a trace of hesitation for someone else's plea for help. He recalled that phone call, where he sensed a girl's voice on the other end. Suddenly, Gao Yuyang had an ominous premonition. This time, Fu Ziyu was likely in deep trouble. The distance between the KTV and the bar was nearly 100 meters. 5 minutes later, upon arrival, Fu Ziyu stumbled upon a man outside, attempting to force open the door with a greedy glint in his eyes. A surge of anxiety gripped Fu Ziyu's heart, and his brows furrowed deeper as he quickened his pace. The moment he stepped into the private room, he was met with the shattering sound of glass. In the dim light, Xiaojicha was huddled in the corner, clutching a jagged piece of a broken beer bottle, trembling in fear. The man before her, having stumbled into the shards of glass, was bleeding from a deep gash at the back of his head, yet still stubbornly reached out for Xiaojicha. "Damn it, you dared to resist." Fu Ziyu's gaze darkened, and he stepped forward, seizing the man's collar, his wrist taut with tension as he delivered a fierce blow to the man's face. "Ah!" The man was caught off guard and fell among the shards, rendered speechless by pain. Fu Ziyu looked down on him with an imposing stance, abruptly shutting the door and turning on the lights. The blinding illumination pierced through the darkness, causing Xiaojicha to squeeze her eyes shut, still in a daze, her body quaking from fear. Gradually acclimating to the light, she opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Fu Ziyu's profile, she finally relaxed her grip on the weapon in her hand, a feeling of relief washing over her. Just a bit more. The intensity of her anxiety dulled her senses, and after a moment, she touched her face, only to realize that tears had been streaming down uncontrollably. Her face was icy. She raised her hand to wipe her face, but suddenly, something was thrown at her, obstructing her view entirely. It was a coat. "Take it," came his succinct, cold voice. Fu Ziyu had shed his outer coat, revealing a thin t-shirt that accentuated his powerful physique. He bent down once more to grab the man's collar, his arm muscles taut as he prepared to strike. The last time he had taught Lu Mingzhi a lesson, he had only used one punch. Thus, this time was Xiaojicha's first glimpse of Fu Ziyu truly fighting. As he looked down, his hair fell slightly forward, casting shadows that accentuated his fierce brow and eyes, resembling a demon from hell. Each punch was a release of pent-up fury, as if he were trying to beat the man to death, mercilessly landing blow after blow. The brutal thuds reverberated in the spacious room. Xiaojicha clutched the coat tightly, horrified as the man's pleas for mercy rang in her ears, starting from anguished screams to increasingly feeble whimpers. In between, he spilled all the details. "It wasn't me. Someone ordered me to take her to the hotel upstairs. Please, spare me. I won't dare again." "Ah! Ah!" Fu Ziyu paid no heed to these words, his actions unwavering. Only when the man seemed on the verge of passing out did he finally relent, dragging him to the sofa and pinning him against the wall. In a frosty tone, he demanded, "Who ordered you?" To his surprise, the man, having been beaten and now terrified, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Fu Ziyu pressed his lips into a thin line, disdainfully tossing the man aside like a dead pig. "Is there any water?" He turned back to the table, intending to splash some water on the man to wake him. "No need." At this moment, Xiaojicha finally regained her composure and stepped forward, returning the coat to him. "I'll ask the rest." She had a hunch about who was behind this incident. Xiaoxi did not believe that the instigator was the classmate who had deceived her. A mere acquaintance could hardly harbor such deep-seated enmity, there had to be someone else behind it. That person was merely a pawn. Given her typically reserved nature, her aversion to conflict, and her amiable disposition, she rarely clashed with anyone, thus, there were few who could hold such animosity towards her. As her suspicions crystallized, Xiaoxi felt increasingly heavy-hearted, her mind solely focused on resolving this matter. As she calmly turned to leave, just then, her wrist was suddenly grasped tightly, pulling her back. The force of the tug snapped her back to reality, and she felt a cool touch on her face. She slowly lifted her lashes. Fuziyu, with his long, slender fingers holding a tissue, was slightly bent over, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears. "You're a mess, clean yourself up." His gaze was lowered, and his expression had reverted to its usual nonchalance, as if the earlier ruthless persona had merely been a figment of imagination. The private room was brightly lit, strewn with chaos, mingled with blood and shards, a sight to behold, yet, he seemed oblivious, focused solely on cleaning Xiaoxi's face until her porcelain cheeks were spotless, at which point he tossed the tissue aside with satisfaction. Xiaoxi stood there in a daze, allowing him to methodically complete his task, when suddenly she felt her hand being grasped. "Let's go." Fuziyu maintained his usual demeanor, his fingertip gently brushing against her palm, carrying a sense of reassurance. "Whatever you wish to do, do not hesitate. You have my support." Chapter 29 Pain. With Fu Qi and Zai present, it was effortless to discern the true box number of that group. Beyond the dimly lit corridor, the heavy bass of music reverberated. "That girl named Xia is indeed easily deceived. I thought she would suspect something, yet a mere recording convinced her. I always said, such naive and obedient girls are the easiest to ensnare. I wonder if they succeeded over there. I suspect Brother Lu will soon, Brother Lu will shine tonight, a chance to redeem himself, ha ha ha." The door of the box was not tightly shut, and the sound of laughter echoed from within. The words exchanged were foul enough to incite nausea. Xiaoxi maintained a calm facade as she pushed the door open. Upon hearing the commotion, the previous chatter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned towards her. Inside, there were quite a few people, all appearing to be ruffians from society, with Lu Mingzhi seated at the center, whispering something to a girl beside him, his arm around her, laughing in a lewd manner. That girl was the classmate who had called Xiaoxi. Their intimate gestures suggested they were a couple. So that was it. The conjecture in her heart was confirmed, and a hint of mockery flickered in Xiaoxi's eyes. Upon seeing her, Lu Mingzhi showed a glimmer of surprise, yet there was no sign of panic. Instead, he patted the girl's waist and said, "Go on and play, I need to speak with her for a moment." The girl pouted, "You have plenty of time with her tonight." "Stay with me for a bit." Xiaoxi, unwilling to eavesdrop on their flirtation, coldly raised her voice. "Lu Mingzhi, was it you who did all those things?" Lu Mingzhi, initially intent on exchanging more lewd remarks, chuckled upon hearing Xiaoxi's voice and sauntered over to her. "Ah, so you know. Yet you still dare to come here?" In his eyes, although Xiaoxi had somehow evaded his arranged people, standing alone before him now was akin to a little rabbit voluntarily walking into a trap. A wicked glint flickered in his gaze as he chuckled softly, feigning to wrap his arms around her waist. "Why not we a slap?" His words were abruptly cut off by a sharp sound. The colorful lights illuminated Lu Mingzhi's face, revealing a clear handprint. Staggered by the unexpected slap, Lu Mingzhi covered his face, eyes wide with disbelief. "That you dare hit me?" Rage surged instantly. He advanced to grasp Xiaoxi by the neck. "You thought you could gloat after injuring me last time, you wretched girl. I should have brought more people to corner you, let you be toyed with by my brothers first." The vile language was unbearable, prompting Xiaoxi to swiftly retreat outside and shut the door, blocking him inside. Lu Mingzhi, now seething with fury, yanked open the door without a second thought, his tone arrogant. "Do you think a door can stop me? This is my territory." "Whose territory?" His words were once again interrupted. A languid, defiant male voice resonated before him. Lu Mingzhi shuddered. The figure standing outside was not Xiaoxi, but Fu Qiyu. With arms crossed, Fu Qiyu regarded him with a leisurely gaze, his voice laced with amusement. "Care to repeat what you just said?" How could it be Fu Qiyu? Xiaoxi had long since been deemed tiresome to him. A chill crept down his spine as the fear from their previous encounter flooded back, and he managed to smile almost instantly. No, I didn't say anything. I recorded it." Xiaoxi interjected calmly from the side. She raised her phone. "I've already sent it to the school." Lu Mingzhi's forced smile froze once more, contorting grotesquely. He glanced at Fu Qiyu, who bore an expression of indulgence, clearly having tacitly agreed to support her. This matter would undoubtedly not end simply. It was over. Only two words flashed through Lu Mingzhi's mind. He looked at Fu Qiyu with a sycophantic expression, attempting to grasp at straws. Fu Xiao, considering how badly you beat me last time, nothing has happened today. Fu Qiyu arched an eyebrow, sidestepping him, and pushed open the box door. The people inside had been eavesdropping and, upon seeing Fu Qiyu, pretended to be uninvolved, eager to distance themselves from the situation. Fu Qiyu's lips curled slightly, his tone languid. I just finished dealing with someone, I don't feel like getting my hands dirty right now. Lu Mingzhi, following him like a sycophant, displayed a flicker of hope. Yet the next moment, he saw Fu Qiyu lean against the doorframe and leisurely state once more, you all can take care of it, just leave him breathing. His words fell lightly, as if he were merely deciding what to have for dinner. However, the cold, oppressive tone in his voice left everyone feeling as if they had plunged into an ice pit. No one dared to disobey him. Without waiting for the reactions of those present, he took Xia Jicha's hand and departed. Not long after, anguished screams once again echoed from the private room. As they exited the KTV, the stifling air was dispersed by the evening breeze. Xia Jicha shifted her wrist uncomfortably. Fu Qiyu released her hand. Before her lay an expanse of illuminated streets, the flickering lights of cars flowing incessantly. A sense of salvation washed over her, as if she had finally returned to the calm of the real world. Once the ordeal concluded, reason returned, and emotions that had been suppressed within Xia Jicha began to rise. She felt a pang of fear. If there had been more people, or if the situation had been more dire. Had she summoned Fu Qiyu, had she dragged him into this? Lowering her gaze, she suddenly noticed the faint traces of blood speckled across the back of his hand. A jolt of alarm surged through her. She quickly grasped his wrist. You're hurt. In the chaos of dealing with the others, Fu Qiyu had not been cautious of the scattered shards of glass. When the glass splintered, several cuts marred the back of his hand, some deep, some shallow. Mixed with the other's blood, it was hard to discern the severity of his injuries. Fu Qiyu remained still, his eyes downcast as she examined his hand, indifferent. It's just a minor injury. Guilt swelled within her, and upon spotting a nearby pharmacy, she uttered, wait here, and turned to leave. Rushing into the pharmacy, she purchased some supplies to treat the wounds. When she emerged, Fu Qiyu was already seated on a bench by the roadside. The night breeze caressed him, rendering his tall silhouette sharp and desolate. Xia Jicha settled beside him. Fu Qiyu's pale eyelids flickered open slightly, and he cooperatively raised his hand. The intersecting scratches on his cold, white skin contrasted vividly with the crimson blood, evoking a hint of a brutal beauty. If it hurts, tell me, Xia Jicha said, dipping a cotton swab into the ointment, first carefully cleaning the glass shards from the wound, then slowly applying the medicine bit by bit. Her earnest admonitions were delivered in a soft tone, akin to comforting a child. Fu Qiyu chuckled lazily in his heart, a smirk playing at his lips. Such a trivial injury felt like a mere tickle, hardly registering on him. Just as he intended to jest, he noticed the girl's brow furrowed, her porcelain soft face taut with concentration, her wrist trembling slightly as she touched the wound. She appeared as if she were safeguarding a fragile porcelain doll, fearful he might feel pain. The words that were about to escape his lips were swallowed back down. Fu Qiyu's gaze deepened, and as he slightly curled his lips, he watched Xia Jicha press the cotton swab against the deepest of his wounds. It hurts. He lowered his eyes, his thick, raven-black eyelashes casting shadows, and suddenly spoke softly. Chapter 30, I am willing to take charge. Fu Qiyu's voice, inherently deep and magnetic, softened at this moment, imbued with an ethereal quality that seemed to carry a hint of fragility. Xia Jicha rarely heard Fu Qiyu speak in such a slightly vulnerable tone, and her heart trembled, softening further. Guilt washed over her. He should not have been embroiled in this matter. She had inadvertently brought him trouble. I'm sorry. Xia Jicha lowered her voice, expressing her dismay. She had never anticipated that a mere attempt to tease the young girl would lead to feelings of guilt. Fu Qiyu's brows furrowed slightly, exhibiting a touch of helplessness. Why do you always feel the need to apologize to me? His gaze flickered, accompanied by a playful smile as he asked, do you truly regard me as an outsider? Xia Jicha pressed her lips together, uncertain of how to respond. She was accustomed to apologizing. Whenever she caused someone trouble, remorse would envelop her. It was not that she viewed Fu Qiyu as an outsider, but rather, she held him in such high regard. She did not wish for him to be affected by her wounds. However, she felt disheartened to realize that in moments of peril, the first face that flashed through her mind was his. This was not right. Chaotic thoughts gradually flooded her mind, and suddenly, she felt a warmth against her cheek, accompanied by a refreshing scent of pine. Futsiyu's large palm cradled one side of her face, gently lifting her gaze. The young girl's face was indeed small, her cheeks barely fitting within his palm, her skin soft and delicate, as if it could shatter with the slightest pressure. The fleeting dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated upon feeling her soft skin beneath his touch. Futsiyu lowered his hand, his Adam's apple gently bobbing as he let out a soft sigh. His elongated peach blossom eyes held a hint of seriousness, and his tone carried a touch of wildness as he said, "Listen, Seajichai." Seajichai looked at him, her beautiful, clear deer-like eyes glimmering with confusion. "The reason I am willing to come to your aid is that, to me, you are worthy of my care." Futsiyu spoke slowly, each word articulated with utmost clarity, devoid of his usual languid frivolity. "I, Futsiyu, do not meddle in affairs without reason. Your matters are not a burden to me. I am willing to take charge." Seajichai's pupils quivered heavily. At that moment, all her senses seemed to falter, and her heart raced uncontrollably, as if caught in a dream. He said he was willing to take care of her. He did not perceive her as a burden. The ringtone of her phone rang out at an inopportune moment, jolting Seajichai from her reverie as she fumbled to retrieve it. Upon seeing the contact named Jiang Lily, she quickly answered. "Hello, Gigi, why did you call me?" Jiang Lily's voice carried an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, I was out for a walk and didn't realize my phone was dead until I returned." Relief washed over her. The last remnants of worry evaporated. Seajichai softly replied, "I encountered a minor issue earlier, but it's all resolved now." "That's good," Jiang Lily said, reassured by her calm tone. "When will you be back?" "The dormitory will close in 5 minutes, are you downstairs?" Seajichai froze, realizing that after the commotion, she had almost missed curfew. Although this area was near Jing University, returning would still take time. There was no way she could make it. If it were last year's dormitory supervisor, she might have been lenient, allowing her to return a bit late. However, the new supervisor this semester was strict and unyielding. To return late, one would have to register for a penalty before being allowed in. After vaguely responding to Jiang Lily, Seajichai ended the call, feeling perplexed. What should she do? She had brought only her phone, with nothing else. "Come to my house," Futsiyu suddenly suggested from behind her. Futsiyu also owned a residence near the school, a 2-story apartment in a high-end community. Spanning over 100 square meters, it featured 3 rooms and a living room, decorated in a minimalist and cool style. Judging by the furnishings exuding a sense of liveliness, it was evident this was a place he frequented, offering a glimpse into his life. Seajichai entered somewhat hesitantly, watching as Futsiyu opened the shoe cabinet and handed her a pair of women's slippers, soft and fluffy, adorned with a rabbit design. They were clearly intended for a young girl. Were these meant for his girlfriend? Did he often bring his girlfriend here? Seajichai's gaze slightly dimmed as she pondered. Futsiyu turned his head and noticed the young girl fixating on the slippers, lost in thought. He smiled, casually explaining, "They're new, no one has worn them." Seajichai responded with an "oh," slowly slipping them on. "Do you frequently bring people here to stay? Do you think of my home as a hotel?" Futsiyu shot her a sidelong glance. "I've never brought anyone back. You are the first." She was the first. Seajichai rolled this phrase over her tongue, suddenly feeling a flicker of happiness. People invariably care about their uniqueness. After having informed Jiang Lily that she wouldn't be returning, Jiang Lily bombarded her with question marks, inquiring where she would spend the night. Seated on the soft sofa in the living room, Seajichai replied. Seajichai frowny face, "I'm staying at a friend's house." Jiang Lily frowny face, "Have you made new friends without telling me?" Jiang Lily: "How rude, you're already close enough to stay at someone else's place, and I haven't even invited you to mine." Seajichai smiled softly, offering a few comforting words. Jiang Lily was accustomed to viewing Seajichai as a well-behaved little girl and had never doubted that she might be in any predicament. She simply considered her a regular friend. Jiang Lily frowny face, "All right then, just remember to come back for your exam tomorrow afternoon." Jiang Lily frowny face, "Oh, by the way, where are your notes for that class? I'll study late tonight and cram for it." Seajichai thought for a moment, realizing she couldn't articulate it clearly in a text, so she pressed the voice message button to explain. "Open the second drawer on my right. There is a folder inside with my printed key points. and then on the lower shelf of the wardrobe, Xia Jichai. Suddenly, a voice called from the inner room, startling Xia Jichai, causing her to inadvertently loosen her grip on the screen. The voice message was sent, Chapter 31 Good night. Xia Jichai felt a brief pause in her breath. She sent the voice message, which included Fu Ziyu's final call of Xia Jichai, to Jiang Lily. After a fleeting moment of blankness in her mind, her heart raced, and she hurriedly pressed to recall the message. Jiang Lily frowny face. I was only halfway through listening, why did you recall it? Xia Jichai frowny face. I misspoke earlier. Seeing that Jiang Lily had not heard Fu Ziyu's voice, Xia Jichai sighed with relief, feeling her hands and feet tingle with tension. Today had been rather exhilarating. Xia Jichai? Fu Ziyu's voice echoed once more. Xia Jichai hurriedly responded and walked in that direction. The door to the master bedroom was firmly shut, while Fu Ziyu was in the second bedroom. Pushing open the partially ajar door, she noticed Fu Ziyu holding two bed sheets, one pink and the other blue, and he inquired, "Which one do you prefer?" Fu Ziyu had changed into loose-fitting loungewear, freshly washed, exuding an aura of cleanliness, with damp black hair tousled against his forehead, lending him a relaxed yet homely appearance. The room was bathed in warm yellow light, casting a gentle glow on his features, giving him an air of tender softness. Regardless of his demeanor, Fu Ziyu was undeniably captivating, stirring her heart. Xia Jichai extended her hand and pointed to the blue sheet. She harbored no particular fondness for colors, yet she seemed to have developed a slight affection for blue because the first dress Fu Ziyu had gifted her was of that hue. All right. Fu Ziyu turned his head, placing the pink sheet back into the wardrobe. He then unfurled the blue sheet, preparing to make the bed. Xia Jichai quickly interjected, "I can do it." Living in his home already made her feel somewhat guilty. She could not bear to have him make the bed for her. As she spoke, she reached out to take the sheet from him. Fu Ziyu released his hold, allowing her to take over. He watched her bustling about, diligently resembling a little maid. Fu Ziyu pressed down on the bedsheet, chuckling, "Why are you so nervous? I'm not sleeping with you." As Xia Jichai tugged at the sheet at the head of the bed, his teasing words caused her to bury her head even lower. In her distraction, she accidentally bumped into the bedpost, the impact momentarily disorienting her. "After knowing me for so long, why do you still shy away from a simple joke?" Fu Ziyu, hearing the commotion, noticed her embarrassment and strode around the foot of the bed, approaching her. "I wanted you to relax a bit, yet you seem even more tense now." But that joke was truly quite embarrassing. Xia Jichai found herself imagining the scenario of sleeping alongside Fu Ziyu, a thought that made her cheeks flush. For the first time, she softly countered, "Please don't make such jokes in the future." Fu Ziyu's gaze sharpened slightly, "Why not?" Xia Jichai struggled to articulate her thoughts, "It's too intimate." His carefree nature could easily lead to misunderstandings. Perhaps he had joked like this with many girls before it. After speaking, Xia Jichai pressed her lips together, attempting to nonchalantly steer the conversation away from that topic. With a lingering ache on her forehead, she slowly raised her hand to touch it, wondering if there was a bruise. Before she could make contact, another hand beat her to it, resting a warm touch against her forehead. "Does it still hurt?" Fu Ziyu asked, leaning in closer as if to gauge the extent of her injury. In that moment, their proximity intensified, and Xia Jichai could even perceive the faint rhythm of Fu Ziyu's breath as he spoke. She shook her head, retreating as far as she could. "It doesn't hurt. No bruise." Fu Ziyu examined her forehead once more and then withdrew his hand. "I won't disturb you any longer." Noticing her still tense form, he realized that remaining there would only make her more uncomfortable. Fu Ziyu turned and exited the room. "Feel free to use anything in my home. I'll be in my room sleeping. The pillows and blankets are in the wardrobe. Just knock if you need anything." Xia Jichai gradually lowered her hands, resting them over her heart. "Okay." Just before Fu Ziyu stepped out of the doorframe, he halted once more. Additionally, he turned back, a charming smile gracing his features, the soft light accentuating his languid eyes, as if enveloped in an indistinct haze. "Xia Jichai, good night." Xia Jichao's heart, which had begun to calm, raced once again at his words. Fu Ziyu did not immediately turn away, his gaze still fixed on her, as though waiting for her response. "Good night." Xia Jichai murmured, her voice barely audible. She had often dreamed of this moment, imagining Fu Ziyu bidding her good night. His voice was genuinely enchanting, captivating her heart time and again. As the lights dimmed, Xia Jichao slowly wrapped herself in the blanket. The sheets and pillow radiated a refreshing scent, enveloping her entirely. This cannot continue, Xia Jichao reminded herself once more. She must not succumb, nor reveal her true feelings. They were merely friends for now. The following morning, when Xia Jichao awoke, she discovered that Fu Ziyu was already awake, seated at the dining table. The wound on her hand from the previous night had scabbed over, appearing dark red, indicating it would heal in a few days. On the table were 2 bowls of congee and some side dishes. One bowl was prepared for her, accompanied by a beautifully cooked soft-boiled egg. As Xia Jichao, still groggy from her restless sleep, inquired, "Did you make this?" "Yes." Fu Ziyu replied, his mouth partially filled with egg, his voice somewhat muffled. Xia Jichao was taken aback. She had presumed that someone of his stature would never lift a finger for mundane tasks. Fu Ziyu met her gaze, instantly discerning her thoughts. He chuckled lightly, his tone casual. "Otherwise, how do you think I've managed all these years on my own?" On his own, Xia Jichao paused in her movements, blinking in confusion. Doesn't he live at home? Suddenly, she recalled the furious phone call he had received in the hospital, seemingly from his family. Choosing to remain discreet, she fell silent, refraining from probing further. Despite being born into such a prestigious family, lacking nothing, he did not appear to be truly happy. At that moment, her phone screen lit up, and Xia Jichao glanced down. As she read the incoming message, a realization struck her, prompting her to eat more rapidly. Fu Ziyu watched as the girl across from him devoured her congee like a little hamster, her cheeks puffing up adorably. When she finished, she hastily rose to take her bowl to the kitchen. As if pressed for time, the sound of running water filled the air as Xia Jichao washed her dishes. Peeking her head from the kitchen, she quietly asked, "Then I shall take my leave?" Fu Ziyu replied with a lazy, casting a glance at her phone still resting on the table. The screen lit up again with new message notifications. Xia Jichao dried her hands and emerged from the kitchen, unlocking her phone while turning to put on her shoes, responding to the message. In that instant of unlocking, Fu Ziyu caught a glimpse of the chat interface. It displayed an anime character as the profile picture. "I'm almost at the school gate. Do you want to come out and meet me?" Fu Ziyu's gaze lingered, deepening with intrigue. Chapter 32. Who was that boy waiting for you outside? Several minutes later, at the entrance of Jing University, as Xia Jichao arrived, her gaze immediately fell upon a tall, somewhat lanky young man amidst the bustling crowd, dragging along a large suitcase. "Shuai Shuai!" Xia Jichao called out, hastening towards him. The young man lowered his phone, beaming as he responded, "Sister." His name was Chang Mingsui, the son of Xia Jichao's uncle and aunt, and her childhood companion. This year, he too had gained admission to Jing University. However, due to his long-standing health issues, which had flared up again after the college entrance examination, he had been hospitalized for an extended period, prompting him to request a deferment for his enrollment. His ailment was quite complex. He had nearly succumbed to it years ago, and his name was later changed to Chang Mingsui, symbolizing the hope of surviving year after year. In recent years, he had been hospitalized intermittently, undergoing prolonged recuperation before gradually improving, and now, having finally met the conditions for surgery and stabilized after the procedure, he felt ready to report to school. Xia Jichao attempted to take the suitcase from him, but he deftly sidestepped her. "The doctor said I'm nearly fully recovered now. I'm not that fragile," Chang Mingsui remarked, patting the suitcase beside him in reassurance. "You needn't worry. Look, my parents are at ease with me coming here alone." Xia Jichao frequently inquired about him from her uncle and aunt, so she was well informed. Yet, having grown accustomed to caring for him since childhood, she couldn't help but offer assistance, fearing for his health. Just as she was about to say something, Chang Mingsui had already draped his arm over her shoulder, affectionately leading her through the school gates. "All right, sister, don't be so tense. Relax a little, I'm not some fragile item." Xia Jichao could only smile helplessly. "All right." For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt an odd sensation on her back, as if someone were watching her. Glancing back briefly, she noticed the crowd at the school gate was chaotic, leading her to suspect it might merely be a figment of her imagination. The enrollment procedures were not overly complex. After paying the fees and collecting the necessary materials, they were to head to the dormitory. Having missed the first day of classes, girls were not permitted into the boys' dormitory, so Xia Jichao could only stand at the bottom of the stairs, watching Chang Mingsui ascend with his large suitcase. Only when he sent her a photo of the dormitory did she finally feel at ease. She quickly replied to him, "Xiajicha frowny face, I still have an exam this afternoon, so I'll head back to my dorm first." Chang Ming Sui. We haven't seen each other in ages. Wait for me just a bit longer. My parents specifically told me to treat you to a meal. Xiajicha frowny face, aren't you still waiting to get your meal card? Moments later, a notification appeared in their chat indicating a transfer of 200. Xiajicha, this child. 10 minutes later, Chang Ming Sui came downstairs in a different outfit. It was still early, and there was no rush for lunch, so Xiajicha took the opportunity to accompany him around the campus. My parents asked me to keep an eye on you at school, so you won't be stingy anymore. As Xiajicha introduced various locations, Chang Ming Sui walked behind her with his hands stuffed in his pockets, seemingly distracted, when he suddenly remarked. Xiajicha paused mid-sentence, chuckling, "I'm not being stingy," still denying it. Chang Ming Sui scrutinized her up and down. "You've lost weight." Xiajicha sighed in resignation. "It's been ages since we last met." "You're overthinking, you really have lost weight," Chang Ming Sui retorted playfully. "If you don't let me finish the 200 you owe me for lunch today, I'll stick to you like glue." This child had become even more mischievous since their last meeting. Xiajicha found it difficult to assert her authority as an older sister in front of Chang Ming Sui, sighed, and emphasized, "I am your sister." Chang Ming Sui grinned, responding without hesitation, "Yes, sister." As they passed a supermarket, Xiajicha stopped and asked, "Is there any snack you'd like?" Thinking she intended to buy something, Chang Ming Sui shrugged nonchalantly, "You buy what you want. Just bring me a bottle of water." Xiajicha pondered for a moment and asked him to wait outside. The supermarket was not particularly large, selling a variety of daily necessities, and its snacks were less diverse than those found in other convenience stores on campus, mostly consisting of classic chips and snacks. The iron shelves were old and cluttered, and the aisles narrow. Thinking of Chang Ming Sui's preferences, she began placing snacks into the shopping basket. She wasn't fond of snacks herself. They were all secretly prepared for him, knowing he would surely comment if he saw them. After gathering everything, she remembered the water Chang Ming Sui had requested and made her way to the beverage aisle. Several brands of bottled water were crammed onto the shelf, easily visible, with an assortment of other snacks precariously piled above. The shelf's panel was slightly slanted, giving the stacked bottles and other items a precarious appearance, as if they might tumble down at any moment. After a brief hesitation, Xiajicha cautiously extracted a bottle she deemed relatively safe. However, as she did so, the disarray behind it seemed to shift, causing an avalanche of items to tumble directly in her direction. With the bottle of water still in her hand, she was momentarily caught off guard, instinctively closing her eyes and raising her arm to shield her face. After a brief moment of rustling and clattering, she felt nothing amiss. Instead, she sensed a presence behind her. Slowly opening her eyes, Xiajicha discovered an arm extending beside her, holding back the cascade of items that threatened to fall. The hand that pressed against the shelf bore an unmistakable scar on its pale back, one she was all too familiar with. She froze, turning her head. Wasn't he supposed to be at home? How could he possibly be here, standing at 1.6 meters tall? Xiajicha found herself dwarfed by Fu Xiaoyu, who towered nearly 30 centimeters above her. Due to the narrow aisle and the considerable size of her shopping basket, she was uncomfortably close to him, straining to see his face. The lighting was dimmed out. Fu Xiaoyu did not lower his gaze towards her, preoccupied with righting the fallen bottles of water as if perusing his options, his fingers leisurely gliding over the row of bottles before him. He showed no intention of moving, his body nearly pressed against Xiajicha's back. It was as though he was entirely unaware of her presence. A crisp scent wafted towards her, and Xiajicha felt slightly disoriented by the proximity, tightening her grip on the water bottle. She yearned to slip away quietly. Just as she attempted to step aside, Fu Xiaoyu casually extended his other arm, playfully resting it against the shelf on her other side, effectively blocking her path. Half leaning, he seemed to enclose her within his embrace. From a distance, it appeared as if he had her firmly ensnared. Xiajicha hesitated to move, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Confused by his intentions, she bit her lip and called out, "Fu Xiaoyu." Fu Xiaoyu replied lazily. Before Xiajicha could inquire about his unexpected presence, footsteps from outside the store approached. As the sound drew nearer, Xiajicha felt a jolt of surprise and nudged his arm slightly. Her cheeks flushed. She did not wish for anyone to witness them in such a seemingly intimate predicament. "Could you let go of me for a moment?" Fu Xiaoyu also heard the approaching footsteps, lifting his eyelids slightly without budging. "Wait." The footsteps grew closer, and Xia Zhicha's heart raced. Before Fu Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, she ducked down, attempting to slip through the gap beneath his arm. Sensing her resistance, Fu Xiaoyu finally released her, straightening up with a hint of annoyance. Xia Zhicha exhaled in relief, gripping the shopping basket tightly as she sidled away. Noticing he had no intention of obstructing her further, she thought of the earlier incident as a mere jest and turned to leave, only to hear Fu Xiaoyu call out to her once more. His voice was soft, barely audible, meant only for her ears. Confused, Xia Zhicha turned back. Fu Xiaoyu had taken a bottle of cola from the shelf, holding it casually in his hand. His eyelids drooped as he seemed to peer beyond the shelf. His tone was nonchalant, yet upon closer inspection, it carried an imperceptible hint of cool detachment. "Who is that boy waiting for you outside? Your classmate?" Chapter 33, Possessiveness. He asked, "Is he Chang Mingsui?" Xia Zhicha blinked in confusion and replied honestly, "My younger brother." "Younger brother?" Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Is he also from Jingda?" "Yes, he just reported today due to health reasons, so I bought him some things," Xia Zhicha replied, not understanding why Fu Xiaoyu suddenly inquired about this. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Fu Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly, half of his face hidden in shadow, his expression somewhat inscrutable. "Just saw it and asked." Xia Zhicha responded with an "oh," and headed to the checkout with her shopping basket. As she approached the cash register, she collided with a swiftly moving figure. The other party said nothing, quickening their pace as they brushed past her. The sound of small leather shoes echoed sharply against the tiled floor, assertively weaving through the aisles of goods. Xia Zhicha did not see the person clearly and thought nothing of it. After completing her purchase, she walked to where Chang Mingsui was waiting at the entrance and handed him the plastic bag. Chang Mingsui glanced inside and asked, "So much?" "Yes, it's for you." Chang Mingsui raised an eyebrow, pointing at the bottled water in the bag, and chuckled helplessly. "I only mentioned needing water, didn't I?" "You're becoming more and more like our parents, wanting to stuff everything into my hands." Despite his words, he accepted the plastic bag, saying, "Well, it's a gesture from my sister. I won't let it go to waste." As they continued their conversation, Chang Mingsui suddenly turned back to glance at the supermarket and asked, "Sister, are you in a relationship?" Xia Zhicha straightened her back in surprise, looking at him incredulously. "What are you talking about?" Chang Mingsui pointed toward the supermarket, tilting his head. "I just saw you being so close with that guy in the supermarket." "Spill the beans, what's your relationship?" Xia Zhicha abruptly turned back, realizing that from the glass wall of the supermarket, through the gaps in the shelves, she could faintly see the beverage section. Fu Xiaoyu's figure towered above the shelves, revealing a pair of eyes that hung softly next to him. Stood another person. It seemed they were in a dispute, but only vague outlines were discernible. Xia Zhicha blinked, turning her head back. So, the interactions she thought were well concealed with Fu Xiaoyu had actually been witnessed entirely by Chang Mingsui. Watching Chang Mingsui's expression of "I knew it," Xia Zhicha shook her head, explaining, "We are just friends." "Friends?" Chang Mingsui expressed his disbelief. "Was he acting that way because he saw me getting close to you? Jealous, perhaps?" Jealous? Xia Zhicha couldn't reconcile that word with Fu Xiaoyu's aloof and haughty demeanor. How could Fu Xiaoyu possibly feel jealousy, especially over her? She lowered her gaze and firmly shook her head again. "That's impossible." Chang Mingsui observed Xia Zhicha for a moment and concluded, "You have a crush on him." It was not a question, but a confident assertion. Xia Zhicha felt her heart skip a beat. How had she not noticed before that her younger brother had such keen eyes and sensitivity? "I guessed it right, didn't I?" Chang Mingsui looked at Xia Zhicha's reaction, a childish pride evident on his face. "Trust me, you two will eventually be together." Chang Mingsui. Embarrassment surged within her at being teased by someone younger. Unable to resist, Xia Zhicha reached out to ruffle his hair. "You haven't even been in a relationship, so stop talking nonsense." How could Fu Xiaoyu like someone like her? Timid, awkward, and troublesome. "Don't mess with my hair, hey!" Chang Mingsui quickly covered his head, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief, as if he had seen right through everything. Xia Zhicha had not noticed, but he had clearly seen the moment that man glanced at him while following Xia Zhicha into the store. As a boy himself, he could easily discern what kind of gaze that was. It was a warning. A possessive gaze. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Fu Xiaoyu, did you hear what I just said? The charming female voice carried a hint of urgency. After all this, are you still not planning to agree to me? Fu Xiaoyu didn't even glance at the girl opposite him, his gaze fixed lazily on the can of cola in his hand. Why should I agree to you? This girl had been trying to assert her presence for quite some time, yet he still had trouble remembering her face, which was becoming increasingly bothersome. Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback, biting her red lips slightly. Everyone says you're my boyfriend now, and if you don't agree, how will I face them? She had pursued him for so long and done everything, yet she could not fathom why the rumored playboy, who changed girlfriends like changing clothes, was still unwilling to accept her. Fu Xiaoyu looked as if he had heard a joke, raising his eyes in disbelief. Am I the one spreading the rumors? Tong Tong did not expect Fu Xiaoyu to be so dismissive, leaving her momentarily speechless. Fine, I'll allow you to spread a new rumor. Fu Xiaoyu's tone was flat, as if he did not regard her at all. Say we aren't suited for each other and have broken up. Whether you dumped me or I dumped you, it's up to you. Fu Xiaoyu. The more nonchalant he was, the more flustered the girl became. She reached out to grab him. Can't we just pretend it's not true? You know it's wrong? Fu Xiaoyu easily evaded her hand, feeling somewhat impatient. With a cold laugh, he was too lazy to engage in any further discussion, heading to the checkout with his cola. If you know, then stop pestering me. Seeing that he regarded her as if she were invisible, a flicker of unwillingness passed through Tong Tong's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Don't worry, unless you really fall in love with someone more beautiful than me, I will never give up pursuing you. She was confident that he would not find anyone more beautiful than her. Fu Xiaoyu took her words as a joke and left the supermarket after paying. More beautiful than her, that phrase echoed in his mind. Strangely, the image of Xia Jicha's face surfaced in his thoughts. Her features were exquisite and gentle, with clear doe-like eyes that seemed to hold an endless depth, and when she smiled, it was as if a tranquil moonlight rippled across a still pond. When she blushed shyly, an alluring hue appeared on her cheeks, accentuating her soft, tempting lips, both innocent and enticing. Just earlier, standing by the shelf, she seemed so small and delicate. It felt as though if he leaned in, he could hold her tightly in his embrace. Fu Xiaoyu himself was puzzled as to why, upon seeing the message he sent her that morning, he had inexplicably followed her into the store. Especially when he saw that stranger's arm around her slender shoulders, a dark thought had inexplicably arisen within him, a desire to step forward and separate the two. It was only when she stood alone, bewildered as she explained that the person was her brother, that he suddenly realized what he had done. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, squeezing the cola bottle, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. When had he become so morally ambiguous? Chapter 34. Dressed like a playboy. A few days later, the school forum was once again abuzz with excitement due to a certain incident. Lu Mingzhi and his entourage were reported to have been expelled from the school. Rumor has it they got into serious trouble, and there may even be prison time involved. Really? I recall Lu Mingzhi having quite a pleasant demeanor, and his family holds some influence. It's not like his past misdeeds were ever brought to light without consequence, so how could he possibly end up in prison? I don't know. Perhaps they've truly crossed a line this time. Lu Shui from our class is also involved. I wonder if she has been caught up in it. I heard it's because they've angered someone they shouldn't have, given that a member of their class was entangled in this affair. Xia Jicha often overheard discussions when she entered the classroom for lessons. She hadn't inquired further with Fu Xiaoyu after their previous conversation, gradually piecing together the details from her classmates' chatter. They lacked the insider knowledge, yet Xia Jicha understood the situation best. The downfall of Lu Mingzhi was undoubtedly orchestrated by Fu Xiaoyu. Otherwise, with Lu's family's history of covering for him over the years, the consequences would not have escalated to such severity. Today marked the final exam of the midterm period. The subject was not overly taxing, and the atmosphere in the classroom was quite relaxed. Thank goodness you never agreed to date him, Zhang Lili remarked, placing her pencil case down before swaggering over to sit beside Xia Jicha. He was so eager in his pursuit, looking all charming and dapper, but who would have thought he was just a scoundrel behind the scenes? As she spoke animatedly, she suddenly noticed Xia Jicha staring at her. What's wrong? Zhang Lili blinked in confusion. Xia Jicha's gaze was fixed on the faintly visible bruises on her neck, partially concealed by her hair. Initially unsure, she scrutinized the marks for a moment before confirming their presence. Remembering that Jiang Lili hadn't returned to the dormitory the previous night, she asked with concern, "Did someone grab you?" Ah, Jiang Lili instinctively touched her neck, as if recalling something, and shyly covered it. "I forgot to wear a scarf. But it's nothing, you don't need to worry." Seeing that Xiajicha still appeared unconvinced, Jiang Lili's eyes sparkled with playful reproach as she tidied her hair and leaned closer to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing, Xiajicha's expression shifted from confusion to a quivering surprise, her ears flushing red, as if they might emit smoke at any moment. Jiang Lili sat back with satisfaction, chuckling as she patted Xiajicha's shoulder. "Just a little flirtation, it's all quite normal at our age. Once you start dating, you'll understand." This comment was a tad too provocative for Xiajicha. She lowered her head, covering her eyes in silence. Although she was aware of Jiang Lili's open nature, she hadn't anticipated it would be to this extent. Hearing such suggestive details whispered in her ear was somewhat overwhelming. "You are so innocent, Jiju." Jiang Lili teased, unable to contain her laughter at Xiajicha's adorably flustered reaction, resting her shoulders on the desk as she chuckled for a moment. Then, as if having made a decision, she patted Xiajicha's shoulder. "Perfect, after the exam today, I'll take you to a trendy bar I've been enjoying lately. There are plenty of handsome guys there. You'll gain some experience and won't feel so shy anymore." Xiajicha had yet to respond when the invigilator entered the classroom. Jiang Lili stuck out her tongue and returned to her seat, not forgetting to shape her lips into a silent promise. "It's settled then." Xiajicha sighed in resignation. Jiang Lili had always been proactive. That very evening, as soon as darkness fell, she dressed Xiajicha in a beautiful dress and did her makeup, dragging her out to hail a cab. The bar was located by the riverside, spanning 3 stories with an open courtyard on the first floor, where live singers performed. The third floor boasted a terrace. A new singer had just begun their set, and gentle folk melodies floated through the air. The establishment was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity by 8 o'clock, the first and second floors almost entirely occupied. Due to Jiang Lili's late reservation, they were seated on the second floor. This level was considerably quieter, their table positioned near the central courtyard, allowing them to overlook the live performance and a circle of booths beside the stage. From Xiajicha's vantage point, she could see a booth directly below them filled with a lively group, animatedly playing games, occasionally erupting in cheers over wins and losses. Jiang Lili ordered a signature drink and several popular appetizers before passing the menu to Xiajicha. Recalling that Xiajicha had struggled with beer on her last outing, she flipped to the low-alcohol section and suggested, "Try these first. They have a low alcohol content, so you won't get tipsy easily." Xiajicha nodded in agreement. The special cocktails here were visually appealing, and after a moment of indecision, she casually ordered a drink primarily made of pineapple juice. While she was deciding on her drink, several patrons passed by their table, and 2 young men approached Jiang Lili, asking for her contact information. The second man, while flirting, seemed to cast lingering glances at Xiajicha. Jiang Lili laughed and playfully bantered with them, effortlessly declining their advances. Once they departed, she rolled her eyes dramatically. "Those 2 were somewhat handsome, but they reek of insincerity. One look and you can tell they are not good people." Xiajicha nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the predatory glances the 2 had directed towards her. "Once you encounter more of their kind, you'll become immune to their charms," Jiang Lili mused, shaking her head. "They all look refined on the surface, but beneath it, they harbor ulterior motives, always eager to pounce on women. Gigi, don't let yourself be fooled by such types, understood?" As she spoke, she couldn't resist leaning into Xiajicha. "Someone as innocent as you is bound to attract the wrong kind of attention. Taking you out is just to broaden your horizons. Don't be too naive, or you might find yourself easily swayed." "Got it," Xiajicha replied, smiling with her eyes crinkling. As Jiang Lili spotted someone she recognized and got up to greet them, Xiajicha lifted her glass of lemonade and gazed down at the live performance below. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the previously crowded booth had suddenly emptied, as if to welcome someone, leaving the central spot open. Before her curiosity could fully blossom, a familiar figure settled into her view. "Futsiu." Xiajicha blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected to see him here as well. He was dressed in a casual yet stylish manner, donning a black sweatshirt adorned with silver accessories that exuded a rebellious charm. Once he was seated, the others around him resumed their chatter, laughter ringing out. He seemed oblivious to their merriment, accepting a cigarette offered by someone, lazily pinching it between his fingers. Noticing the gaze from the upper level, he lifted his eyes momentarily. Xiajicha's breath hitched, and she quickly averted her gaze, shifting deeper into her seat, fearing he might recognize her. A sense of guilt washed over her. Fu Ziyu's glance appeared to be merely a casual sweep before he returned to his conversation. After a brief moment, Xiajicha stole another glance downstairs, noticing he had lit the cigarette, resting it between his lips while engaging in light banter with those around him. Surely, he hadn't spotted her. She sighed in relief, just as a clear voice rang out, "Fu Ziyu." A delicate and beautiful girl clad in a chic Chanel-style outfit gracefully entered the booth, effortlessly taking a seat beside Fu Ziyu amidst the teasing gazes of the crowd. She playfully tugged at his sleeve, her exquisite features illuminated by the scattered lights. Xiajicha recognized her immediately. It was Tong Tong, Chapter 35. Give my girlfriend a kiss. Fu Gu, today, the little princess Tong Tong has postponed her college competition just to seek you out. Exactly. She is wholeheartedly devoted to you, shouldn't you reward her? A kiss? The crowd erupted into playful teasing, creating a lively uproar. Tong Tong's cheeks flushed crimson as she straightened her posture, not rejecting the attention. Fu Xi merely curled his lips, showing little reaction, subtly evading Tong Tong's intentional and unintentional touches. Once the laughter subsided, he turned to the boy who had been the most boisterous. Come here. What? The boy looked puzzled. Fu Xi replied coolly, switch places with her. Ha? The boy's eyes widened as he pointed at Tong Tong, me and her? Fu Xi nodded, his gaze devoid of emotion, revealing no hint of approval or discontent. But, Tong Tong, the boy attempted to protest, but upon noticing Fu Xi's expression, he immediately fell silent and approached Tong Tong. I apologize, Fu Gu said we should switch. Tong Tong's expression darkened instantly. Feeling a surge of indignation, she stood up and, with a hint of humiliation, moved to take the other seat. The boy, watching her transition, felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitantly asked Fu Xi, isn't this a bit unfair to the girl? Fu Xi, uninterested in further conversation, took a sip of his drink, lifting his chin slightly, the motion accentuating his sharp features. A languid chill surrounded him. The boy chuckled awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. I didn't say anything. What a fool, why did he have to speak up? Having dealt with Fu Gu for some time, he had never seen him show tenderness towards any girl. As Fu Xi's gaze drifted to the second floor, he noticed a girl had ceased to look down and was thanking the waiter who was serving food. Her profile appeared soft, and her smile was sweet, contrasting starkly with the bar's raucous atmosphere. Fu Xi lowered his eyelids and finished his drink in one gulp. When Zhang Lili returned to her seat, the drinks had already arrived. Xiajicha had yet to take a sip, waiting specifically for her. Zhang Lili smiled as she pulled out her phone. You truly understand me, let me take a picture. Xiajicha nodded. Once the photo was taken and Zhang Lili approved, she picked up her drink and cautiously took a sip. The previous beer had left a strong impression on her, and even now, she remained slightly wary of alcoholic beverages. The initial sweetness filled her mouth, predominantly the flavor of pineapple juice, not harsh at all, making the alcohol nearly undetectable. Feeling reassured, Xiajicha took another couple of sips. Is that Fu Xi down there? Zhang Lili remarked, glancing at her drink as she noticed Fu Xi, a hint of surprise in her voice. He's here too, along with that rumored girlfriend of his? Xiajicha pretended to heed her words before looking down again, her gaze drawn to the scene below. They had begun spinning a bottle, seemingly playing truth or dare. They're really going for it, those two guys are kissing, wow. Zhang Lili observed their boisterous antics, her interest piqued. How scandalous, they're kissing as if they can't bear to part. I recall that guy on the right has a girlfriend, doesn't he? Xiajicha, with her innocent perception, found it hard to tolerate such chaotic and casual displays, taking another sip of her drink to avoid watching further. It wasn't until a sense of drowsiness crept into her mind that she realized half of her cocktail had disappeared into her system unbeknownst to her. Her consciousness began to blur slightly, but thankfully, it was only a mild sensation, not enough to inebriate her. Xiajicha was hesitant to drink more. She disliked the feeling of losing control. Thus, she placed her glass back on the table and stood up, announcing her intent to visit the restroom. Zhang Lili, oblivious to her tipsiness, allowed her to go, reminding her not to engage with any unwanted advances. Xiajicha nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the game continued downstairs. The bottle unexpectedly landed on Fu Xi. Seizing the rare opportunity, someone immediately inquired, truth or dare? Fu Xi leaned back slightly. Dare. The crowd erupted into laughter as they prepared to draw lots for him. The dare is, kiss the nearest girl. When the person reading the dare announced it with a grin, laughter erupted again, all eyes turning towards Tong Tong, the only girl present. Looks like it's time to kiss. Kiss her. Kiss her. Tong Tong stood up confidently, approaching Fu Xi with a beaming smile. Fu Xi, a bet's a bet. Fu Xi merely chuckled softly, having witnessed her previous antics. Tong Tong misconstrued his demeanor as tacit approval, and the crowd's cheers grew louder, even attracting the attention of those seated nearby. With a flushed face and a hint of shyness, she leaned in to kiss Fu Xi in the next moment. However, Fu Xi turned his head, indifferently evading her. That's not happening. The corners of his lips curled slightly, his almond eyes narrowing just enough to convey a nonchalant tone. My girlfriend would be upset. Not only Tong Tong but everyone present was taken aback. Girlfriend, someone exclaimed in shock. When did Fu Go get a new girlfriend? What the hell, how come none of us heard about this? Seeing Tong Tong's expression stiffen, the crowd hastily tried to ease the tension. Alright, let's call this round off. Tong Tong, unwilling to concede, bit her lip and stared at Fu Xi for a long moment before forcing a smile, feigning nonchalance. But your girlfriend isn't here. A kiss wouldn't be such a big deal, right? No one else will know. Fu Go has been this reckless, surely he can handle a little joke? After her words, she fixed her gaze on Fu Xi. Fu Xi's previously carefree demeanor shifted as he met her gaze for a moment, a cold chuckle escaping his throat. Don't provoke me. With that, he disregarded Tong Tong, his eyes casually scanning the upper level, only to find the soft figure that had been seated there had vanished. Moments later, seemingly losing interest, he lazily stood up and walked out. The crowd exchanged glances, falling into an uneasy silence. Hesitant to speak, someone discreetly observed Tong Tong, who was experiencing humiliation for the first time in front of so many people. Her complexion paled as she recklessly turned to follow after Fu Xi. Fu Xi, where are you going? Fu Xi stretched his shoulders, glancing back slightly. As Tong Tong attempted to cling to him again, he raised an eyebrow leisurely, his tone teasingly languorous. What? I'm going to find my girlfriend for a kiss, would you like to watch? Chapter 36 of Fu Qi. In embracing her, Fu Qi's words were so candid and unreserved that Tong Tong stood frozen in place, taken aback. The group behind her in the booth was equally stunned, and soon a flurry of murmurs erupted. What? Oh, Fu Ji's girlfriend is here too. Where is she? I haven't seen her. I was just drinking with him a couple of days ago, and he didn't mention her. In the past, every ex-girlfriend was a sensational affair. Why is there no news this time? Does that mean Tong Tong is? Enough, stop talking, she must be heartbroken. The crowd deliberately lowered their voices, yet their words inevitably reached Tong Tong's ears. Her fingers clenched tightly, nails digging into her palm, and she shot them a glare over her shoulder. Turning back, she realized Fu Qi's silhouette had vanished, furrowing her brow. She reluctantly lifted her foot and followed in the direction he had departed. Though it was termed a lounge, its size was substantial, and ultimately, it was a place for drinking. With the restroom still in a state of disarray, exiting a stall and navigating past several individuals hunched over toilets, Xiaojicha felt a lingering lightheadedness. She had assumed her previous bout with beer was merely due to choking, but it seemed her tolerance was genuinely this low. She resolved to abstain from alcohol in the future. Staring at her slightly dazed reflection in the mirror, she contemplated this decision. The dim lighting enveloped her as she stepped out of the restroom, only to find herself abruptly blocked in the corridor by a group of people. Hey there, little sister, are you here alone? The leading young man appeared somewhat inebriated, carelessly extending his phone towards her. Let's be friends? Xiaojicha warily shook her head, politely declining. I came with a friend. I need to go find her. Perfect, the other replied with a grin. Why not take us along? We'd like to meet your friend too, the more, the merrier. Xiaojicha was unaccustomed to dealing with such persistent individuals. She merely muttered an apology, seeking an opportunity to sidestep them, yet, the young man insisted, opening the WeChat interface on his phone and presenting it before her. Perhaps sensing her gentle demeanor, he attempted to take her phone directly. How about this, you add me, and we won't bother you any further, sound good? Xiaojicha felt a tingle of anxiety creeping in, her head beginning to spin again. Fearing the situation might escalate, she reluctantly nodded, deciding to appease them for the moment. Upon seeing her agreement, the young man cheerfully asked, "Shall I scan you?" Xia Shicha offered a perfunctory nod, just as she was about to open WeChat. Suddenly, she felt an arm wrap around her shoulder. A crisp scent, mingled with a hint of alcohol, enveloped her, and her heart skipped a beat just as she contemplated resisting. A familiar, nonchalant voice reached her ears. "Hey everyone, are you hitting on my girlfriend?" It was Fu Chi's voice. In an instant, upon recognizing him, Xia Jicha felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Understanding he was there to rescue her, she instinctively relaxed into his embrace. It was an intimate posture. She could feel his hand resting on her shoulder, his distinctly defined fingers gently tapping against her. She exhaled softly upon seeing Fu Chi. The previously persistent group immediately altered their demeanor, smirking. "Oh, so you're taken." "My apologies." With that, they turned and departed, no longer pursuing her. Once they had moved away, Fu Chi released her. Xia Jicha murmured a quiet thank you. Fu Chi regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before inquiring, "Are you drunk?" Xia Shicha shook her head. "Just a little, not drunk." "A little and you're already like this?" Fu Chi, accustomed to the bar scene, could easily discern when someone was intoxicated. Observing the young woman's slightly sluggish speech and her insistence that she was not drunk, he found it amusing and playfully pinched the nape of her neck. "Come on, let's south go to the terrace for some fresh air and clear your head." Her skin was sensitive to the touch, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Yet perhaps due to an innate sense of safety she felt around Fu Chi, she nodded and followed him upstairs. The terrace on the third floor was secluded from the bustling noise of the two lower levels, designed for enjoying the view and taking photographs. It was significantly quieter. The November air was slightly chilly, with only a handful of patrons scattered about. The sporadic twinkling lights illuminated the dark, and as the night breeze blew, Xia Jicha felt her consciousness sharpen. Fu Chi led her to a cozy corner and they sat down. "Is this your first time at a bar?" he asked. Xia Jicha nodded. "I came with Jiang Lily." "Honestly, how much did you drink?" Fu Chi settled beside her, crossing his legs, and lowered his gaze to the young woman who was slightly tilting her face to catch the breeze, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "You came for the first time and already got yourself drunk?" Xia Shicha fell silent, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Just half a glass." Fu Chi's hand, which had been reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, paused as he chuckled softly. "Really just half a glass?" "Yes." Xia Shicha nodded, sitting up straight like a student awaiting reprimand. Fu Chi had genuinely never encountered such a pure-hearted girl, so innocent she seemed impervious to corruption. The thought of lighting a cigarette dissipated as he felt an unexpected sense of defeat wash over him. He asked, "Will you dare to drink again next time?" Xia Shicha shook her head. Knowing her limits now, she resolved never to touch alcohol again. A gust of wind tousled her slightly disheveled hair, and the ringing of her phone drifted in with the breeze. It took her a moment to realize it was her phone. Upon answering, Jiang Lily's voice mingled with the distant music from below. "Ji, are you still in the restroom?" Xia Jicha glanced at Fu Chi beside her, concealing the emotions flickering in her eyes, and pressed her lips together. "I'm on the terrace getting some fresh air. I'll be down shortly." The atmosphere was tranquil. Fu Chi was right there beside her. She wished to linger in this moment a little longer. While she spoke on the phone, Fu Chi's gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly captivated by the night view. After hanging up, just as she was about to follow his line of sight, Fu Chi suddenly leaned slightly, his shoulder pressing down as he embraced her. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in his broad arms, momentarily dazed and blinking, half of her face nestled into the soft fabric of his hoodie. What was happening? Why would Fu Chi suddenly embrace her? As realization dawned, Xia Shicha felt her heart racing in her chest, her entire body trembling with tension. Through the soft fabric, she could even hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating from his chest. "Don't move." Fu Chi lowered his head, resting his chin in the crook of her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her neck, a gesture so intimate it felt as though he might kiss her at any moment. Xia Shicha felt her throat dry, nearly igniting with heat, and she immediately restrained her quivering. Just then, she sensed Fu Chi slightly shift his head. "Have you seen enough?" His voice dropped an octave, directed coolly and ruthlessly at a point in the distance. Chapter 37. Xia Shicha, do you wish to fall in love? What does that mean? Xia Shicha felt as though her thoughts were abruptly yanked by this query, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She could not discern the scene beyond, only hearing the crisp sound of hurried footsteps, reminiscent of high heels striking a wooden floor. laced with an air of disarray, there was also an underlying hint of anger? As she grappled with her thoughts, the footsteps had already hastily vanished from the floor. After a moment, Fu Xi released her, averting his gaze as he explained, "That was Tong Tong." Xia Jicha remained oblivious, responding with a perplexed "oh." During the game of Truth or Dare, they insisted I kiss Tong Tong. Noticing Xia Jicha's sluggish comprehension, Fu Xi continued to elucidate at a measured pace. Xia Jicha nodded. "I didn't want to. I see. So, I said I would go kiss my girlfriend and simply walked away." As Fu Xi spoke, Xia Jicha responded with a dazed syllable. The atmosphere momentarily settled into a serene harmony. Tong Tong probably didn't believe it and followed us. That display was merely for her benefit. Fu Xi cast another glance into the distance, ensuring Tong Tong had not turned back, before finally releasing the hand that had been resting on her waist. November in the capital had begun to grow chilly, and the young girl was clad in thicker garments, yet through the fabric, he could still perceive the delicate slenderness of her waist. When she struggled, she felt impossibly soft. A hint of deep, somber hues unconsciously crept into his gaze, and he absent-mindedly toyed with his fingers. Is that so? Xia Jicha began to grasp the situation, her voice dwindling in volume. The earlier frantic heartbeat gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of disappointment. It turned out that she was merely meant to comply, a performance for others. It was indeed unlikely for Fu Xi to harbor any inexplicable desire to embrace her. Alcohol had amplified her emotions, and Xia Jicha failed to notice that her feelings of despondency and disheartenment were laid bare upon her countenance. When the young girl felt disheartened, her brows and the corners of her eyes drooped, soft as a rabbit, her bitten lips pale. The slender, delicate curve of her neck revealed when she bowed her head appeared alluring yet unaware, cloaked in the night's embrace. It stirred an irresistible urge to ravage, to tease. So endearingly charming. Fu Xi himself was uncertain if he had perhaps indulged too much. When his gaze fell upon her, an inexplicable restlessness surged within him. To call it restlessness would be an understatement. It resembled an irrepressible desire to touch. He had never experienced such thoughts or impulses towards that girl before. Over the years, numerous individuals had attempted to seduce him under his very nose, women of all kinds, yet he had never been swayed, finding them utterly uninteresting. Those who were visually pleasing remained by his side, merely as delightful ornaments, nothing more. Some had even gone so far as to strip and flirt before him, yet he felt not a shred of desire, merely annoyance. He did not partake in the promiscuity that characterized many young masters of his circle, nor did he settle for any attractive woman merely for the sake of primal instincts, deeming such behavior as surrendering to base instincts. If he did not wish to touch, he simply did not. Thus, in this moment of clarity, as he realized he harbored a desire to possess the person before him, Fu Xi chose to heed his own inclinations. Xia Jicha remained oblivious to the change in the gaze of the person beside her, still ensnared in her own dismal emotions. The earlier embarrassment of her self-indulgent thoughts made her restless. She softly murmured her intention to leave and attempted to rise. However, the moment she stood, Fu Xi raised his hand and firmly grasped her wrist. With a gentle tug, he pulled her onto his lap. Xia Jicha, caught off guard, felt the world spin around her, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping her. Upon realizing where she was seated, she trembled, quickly reverting to a state of stillness, scarcely daring to breathe. She sensed that Fu Xi's actions were deliberate. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she bit her lip, wishing to avoid being toyed with any further, and softly implored, "Fu Xi, let me go." Fu Xi remained silent, his charming eyes downcast as he gazed at her, speaking to himself, "Now they all believe I have a girlfriend." Why was he still on this topic? Xia Jicha was disinclined to pursue it, mumbling a vague trying to push him away. Her outstretched hand was effortlessly ensnared by Fu Xi once more. Therefore, the pads of his fingers, calloused yet gentle, caressed her soft, fair skin with a hint of mischief. A wave of tantalizing sensations washed over her senses, causing Xia Jicha to lose her strength momentarily. When she looked towards Fu Xi, she discovered he was intently watching her. His dark eyes, obscured by the night, held an inscrutable emotion. Xia Jicha's heart inexplicably fluttered. Suddenly, Fu Xi's eyes curved into an almost flirtatious arc, his tone still languid. "Xia Jicha, do you wish to fall in love? If not, shall we give it a try?" What? What did she wish or not wish for regarding love? What was happening? Xia Jicha stared at Fu Xi, her eyelashes stiffly fluttering, her mind momentarily devoid of thought, questioning if her intoxication had clouded her senses. Was Fu Xi truly asking her whether she wanted to date him? Was this a dream? Her heart raced, astonished, as she locked eyes with him, catching the glimmer of amusement in his gaze. What did you just say? Unable to restrain herself, Xia Zhicha asked again, her voice trembling, as if seeking confirmation. Fu Xi's lips curved into a smile, though he did not tease her. His eyes twinkled with a hint of indulgence as he patiently reiterated, I asked if you would like to date me. Xia Zhicha's eyes widened, her mouth agape in speechlessness, her heart was in disarray. How could someone like Fu Xi, who was never short of admirers or companions, actively direct his attention towards her? Did he truly have feelings for someone as mundane as she? Such emotions lingered only for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Xia Zhicha recalled the earlier game of truth or dare played by their group with no boundaries, even boys with girlfriends kissed. Could it be that what he said was essentially a confession, merely a part of their game? The tumultuous feelings were once again forcibly subdued. Xia Zhicha bit down hard on her tongue to prevent herself from uttering an enthusiastic yes. Perhaps it was merely a game. Striving to regain her composure, Xia Zhicha ultimately dared not directly ask if this was merely a game. She feared that the moment she voiced the question, she would witness Fu Xi mockingly affirming that it was indeed just a gamble within the context of truth or dare. Gazing at the distinctly outlined figure before her, his brows and eyes appearing even more unruly under the night veil, Xia Zhicha hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring. Is there a time limit? Chapter 38. A female friend. Fu Xi was taken aback by Xia Zhicha's unexpected question. He was accustomed to setting deadlines for others, and it was a novel experience to have someone inquire about his. Observing the unease in the young girl's eyes, he recalled their first encounter at the university, where he had likely left a rather unfavorable impression. She probably did not harbor a strong desire to be with him. Her gentle disposition merely prevented her from outright rejection. Fu Xi pondered that perhaps he had truly indulged in too much wine. He had never been one to impose his feelings on others, yet at this moment, he found himself entertaining the absurd notion of trying to coax her affection. Perhaps if he sweet-talked her first, she might acquiesce, and they would have time ahead. With a deepening gaze, Fu Xi mused for a moment before leaning closer, as if seeking her approval. How about 3 months? Xia Zhicha's eyelashes fluttered, her expression gradually dimming. It was as she feared, this was merely a game. Her agreement might only lead to her own humiliation. If she nodded now, once the game concluded and Fu Xi grew weary of her, the prospect of even friendship would dissipate. She would face the same fate as his previous girlfriends, discarded without a second thought, deprived even of the quiet companionship she once enjoyed. Lost in a haze of inebriation and tumultuous thoughts, Xia Zhicha licked her parched lips and parted her mouth slightly. The words of refusal she longed to express eluded her grasp. Fu Xi's elongated, enchanting eyes drew nearer, the darkness of the night enhancing their depth and allure. He leaned in closer, a faint blush at the corners of his eyes, as if enticing her. Xia Zhicha, is it all right? Could it truly be all right? Xia Zhicha repeatedly reminded herself that this was wrong, merely a jest born of a game, yet her consciousness continued to succumb, ensnared in a web of gentle seduction. As her vision blurred, all that remained were those eyes that had stirred her heart countless times. After a moment, she responded with a breathy voice, slow and tinged with reluctance. It's all right. Fu Xi could pose such inquiries to her as easily as he could to any other girl. Knowing he would eventually have a girlfriend, she realized she would inevitably distance herself from him. Suddenly, Xia Zhicha recognized a desire within her not to continue this hopeless admiration any longer. Perhaps a fleeting possession could still be considered possession, even if he did not hold her in high regard. Xia Zhicha, be brave just this once. Let this be the fulfillment of a long-held wish. Upon returning to the table, Xia Zhicha felt as if the effects of the alcohol had not yet worn off. In fact, she felt even more dizzy. Fortunately, the dimness of the bar concealed her state from prying eyes. Jiang Lili, nearly finished with her second drink, half-jokingly queried upon her return, "Did you encounter some handsome guy upstairs? Why were you gone so long?" Xia Zhicha paused momentarily, her tone betraying her embarrassment. "No, I just felt a bit dizzy and needed to rest." "As long as you're not cold," Jiang Lili nodded, taking her at her word. She then asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Xia Zhicha dared not touch another drop, shaking her head and glancing downwards. The vibrant atmosphere of the lounge below still thrummed with life. Fu Xi had yet to return. "All right then, I'm about done here too," Jiang Lili remarked. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, she swirled her glass and drained it in one go. "Shall we head back to the dorm?" Xia Zhicha replied with a soft mm. She still felt somewhat dreamlike as she followed Jiang Lili down the stairs. As they descended, she sensed Jiang Lili pause and suddenly exclaim, "Fu Xi?" Xia Zhicha halted, her breath catching as she lifted her gaze. Fu Xi appeared to be in good spirits, a smile playing on his lips as he leisurely descended the staircase from the terrace. He casually acknowledged Jiang Lili, but his eyes inadvertently drifted past her, locking onto Xia Zhicha's. The staircase was dimly lit, yet in that shadow, his slightly tilted eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer, as if brazenly inviting her gaze before others. It was utterly audacious. Xia Zhicha averted her eyes, her ears burning with warmth. She recalled the moment on the terrace after hearing her affirmation. Fu Xi had leaned in closer, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, and had confirmed, "No regrets?" Overwhelmed by such intimate gestures, Xia Zhicha trembled sensitively but managed to sob. He straightened slowly, chuckling lightly, and asked, "Would you like to stay with me a while longer, or shall I escort you downstairs?" Remembering Jiang Lili's presence, she hurriedly shook her head. "I can go down by myself." Even having agreed to date Fu Xi, she was still reluctant to be seen by others. After all, it was merely 3 months. She did not wish to become a subject of ridicule compared to his past girlfriends, nor did she want to hear their names mentioned after they parted ways. Such thoughts would only bring her sorrow. Quietly, she wished to possess the stars in silence and part ways just as discreetly. That alone would bring her immense satisfaction. Xia Zhicha pressed her lips together and softly inquired, "Can we keep this quiet for the time being?" Fu Xi responded with a hint of confusion, his gaze narrowing with mild displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the timid look in her eyes, as if pleading. His heart softened, overwhelmed by an inexplicable emotion that left him at a loss. Fu Xi sighed, his brow furrowing momentarily before he acquiesced. "All right," he said, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Xia Zhicha's locks were delicate and soft, smooth and beautiful, and it felt as if he were petting a small creature. Despite her shyness, she allowed him to touzle her hair, utterly compliant. Fearing he might push too far and frighten her away, Fu Xi slowly withdrew his hand, smiling gently as he said, "You should head down now. I'll stay here for a bit longer." Xia Zhicha nodded, her response barely audible as she swiftly escaped. She feared that if she lingered, her heart would indeed race out of her chest. The memories were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Lili's conversation with Fu Xi. Jiang Lili casually asked him a couple of questions about Gao Yang, and Fu Xi responded with a nonchalant demeanor. As Jiang Lili wrapped up her conversation, she playfully teased, "Isn't brother Fu down there having fun? Why did you come back up, off to have a romantic encounter on the terrace?" Snapped back to reality by her words, Xia Zhicha glanced up in a fluster, only to meet Fu Xi's gaze. His lazy smile carried a hint of mischief, his eyes lingering on her as he remained silent. What should have been an ordinary exchange of glances now felt laden with meaning, as if he were deliberately toying with her emotions. Xia Zhicha averted her gaze once more. What a perplexing individual he was. Jiang Lili had merely meant it as a jest, not expecting a response from Fu Xi. Upon seeing his lack of intent to reply, she ended the conversation. "I won't disturb you any longer. Let us plan another meal together with Yu Yang sometime. I'm off." "All right," he replied, slightly raising his chin but not moving, instead watching Jiang Lili as she led the young girl downstairs. As Xia Zhicha departed, she couldn't help but glance back. Fu Xi stood casually on the steps, his calm gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Upon noticing her backward glance, his smile deepened, as if anticipating her reaction, his lips parting slowly to form 3 silent words. Xia Zhicha froze momentarily before suddenly realizing what he had said. He had uttered, "female friend." Chapter 39. She is the first. When Fu Qi returned to the booth, Tong Tong had long since disappeared without anyone noticing. Upon seeing Fu Qi's return, the group erupted into playful banter, exclaiming, "Oh, look, our young master Fu has finally finished being affectionate with his girlfriend." Fu Qi's brows lifted slightly in amusement, and he chose not to engage with the rowdy crowd, merely allowing a faint smirk to escape him. Observing his contented demeanor, the teasing grew more fervent. What sort of kiss could make our young master Fu so elated? Surely, it couldn't be just a peck. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became increasingly uninhibited, with some revelers even locking eyes with girls at the next table, hastily departing together. Their minds were muddled, casting everything in a haze of ambiguity. Fu Qi shot a glance at one of the instigators, who promptly fell silent and made way for him. Once Fu Qi settled back into his seat, the conversation shifted gears. "Bro Fu, did you notice? Just now, Tong Tong returned from upstairs, stomping her feet in anger, grabbed her bag, and stormed off. Her expression was fierce. Fu Qi feigned indifference to Tong Tong's reaction. He could scarcely recall the specifics of her fleeting appearance on the terrace. He never bothered to dwell on matters that failed to pique his interest. All he remembered was the image of the petite girl in his arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He closed his eyes momentarily and allowed a silent, wry smile to grace his lips. While one of the group animatedly recounted Tong Tong's furious exit, Fu Qi could hardly muster the energy to listen, engrossed instead in his phone. The chat interface with Xiaoji Cha was pinned at the top of his screen. Her avatar rarely changed, always adorned with a charming design, a tender green tree. As he gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar name Xiaoji Cha, his gaze sharpened slightly. His pale fingers hesitated on the screen before he altered the name. Noticing Fu Qi's apparent disinterest as he focused on his phone, the others instinctively lowered their voices and changed the subject. "Bro Fu, is your girlfriend still around? Should we invite her over to meet the brothers?" Sensing their curious glances wandering toward his screen, Fu Qi switched off the display, his tone flat. "She's shy. Is our young master Fu afraid we'll frighten her?" Someone joked. "Rest assured, we shall treat her with utmost gentleness. We wouldn't dream of scaring her off. Indeed, now that she's at the bar, she can't possibly be an innocent little bunny, right? Besides, when have you ever dated that type? Just a brief introduction, Bro Fu, we're genuinely curious, let us brothers have a glimpse." Previously, Fu Qi's girlfriends were always glued to his side, eager to assert their claim, forging bonds with his friends from day one. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. This was the first time Fu Qi had declined, igniting the group's curiosity. "Or you could just tell us which table she's at, and we'll sneak a peek without disturbing her." "Exactly. With how secretive you're being, we can't help but wonder if you even have a girlfriend." As the banter escalated, some grew impatient, fidgeting anxiously, yet Fu Qi remained unfazed, leaning back with a nonchalant smile, as if he were an observer in his own life. Only when the comments crossed a line did he cast a warning glance. Gradually, as they realized their efforts were in vain, the crowd relented, choosing to drop the subject. At that moment, a few individuals in the corner erupted. "Holy smokes! Look at the moments! Young Master Fu has officially announced it." The previously subdued group erupted into excitement, some scrambling for their phones, while others peered over shoulders to catch a glimpse. With a synchronized motion, they refreshed their feeds, revealing a new post. "Fu Qi, I have her." The photo showcased a young girl's back, an image Fu Qi had captured of Xiaoji Cha rushing toward the subway entrance. "Wait, what? This is real?" The collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. They were astonished. Fu Qi had always been surrounded by a revolving door of women, with each one striving to flaunt their connection to him. They had never witnessed him mention anyone in his moments, leading them to believe he had remained single all along. This was the first time he had so boldly declared his relationship, as if marking his territory. Instantly, a dreadful premonition washed over them. This time, Fu Qi was genuinely serious. What kind of extraordinary person could evoke such earnestness in him? Xiaoji Cha, on returning to her dorm, stumbled upon the post. After tidying up and settling into bed, she finally had the leisure to check her phone. Her friend list was sparse, as she rarely browsed moments, merely intending to send a message before resting. However, upon noticing the notification from Fu Qi, curiosity piqued her interest, and she clicked on it. The photo immediately caught her eye, having almost set it as her wallpaper due to its significance. The image lingered in her mind, especially after hearing Fu Qi had the habit of regularly clearing his album. She had presumed he had deleted it long ago, only to find he had kept it all along. An anxious flutter gripped her heart as she realized the photo was now public. Even though it only depicted her back, she couldn't help but wonder if anyone would recognize her. Just then, Zhang Lily flung open her bed curtain with a flourish. "Whoa, Xiaoji Cha." Her tone indicated she had stumbled upon some new gossip. "Fu Qi has found a new partner." Xiaoji Cha's heart raced at the revelation. Zhang Lily, being the closest to her, might have already deduced the truth upon seeing the photo. Clutching her phone tighter, she feigned calmness behind the curtain, responding with a casual Moments later, Zhang Lily pulled back the curtain once more, thrusting the photo in her face. "Look. This is Fu Qi's first official announcement of a girlfriend. How extraordinary." Xiaoji Cha's eyelashes fluttered as she realized Zhang Lily was oblivious to her connection. She secretly exhaled in relief. thankful that the outfit she wore that day was one she had only donned once. Glancing hastily at the screen to acknowledge the photo, Jiang Lily retreated, pacing around the dorm. TSK, the forums are buzzing about it too. They say this treatment is unprecedented for Fu Chi's past girlfriends. No one seems to know who she is, and the forums are at a loss. But is our bro diving into a secret relationship? Jiang Lily continued her commentary, while Xia Jicha bowed her head, quietly closing the curtain again. The small space dimmed once more, illuminated only by the glow of her phone, casting light on her softly contoured face. Xia Jicha found herself momentarily lost in thought. Was she truly the first to receive such an official declaration from him? Though she should have been worried about being recognized, a secret thrill coursed through her heart. Bashfully biting her lip, Xia Jicha opened the long-pin chat interface and sent Fu Chi a message. Xia Jicha frowny face, why did you post that photo? The status, the other party is typing, flickered above. Xia Jicha waited in silence for his reply. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the screen flashed, indicating that Fu Chi had initiated a voice call. Chapter 40, holding hands, embracing, kissing, and outside, Jiang Lily continued to mutter to herself while browsing the forum. Xia Jicha stared at the screen, hesitated for a moment, then got out of bed and walked to the balcony. Beyond the glass windows of the balcony, the night was tranquil, with sparse lights twinkling. Some scattered leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Xia Jicha answered the phone. Having rushed out, she had forgotten to put on her headphones, pressing the receiver to her ear. She could hear a chaotic background noise on the other end. Fu Xiyu was presumably still at the bar. She tightened her grip on the phone and spoke softly. Hello? Amidst the light and airy music, a deep, magnetic chuckle resonated. Fu Xiyu asked, have you returned to your dorm? Xia Jicha instinctively nodded in response, only realizing afterward that she was on a call with Fu Xiyu. I've already returned, she murmured. All right. He chuckled again, and then fell silent. Distant voices called out to him from behind, to which he responded carelessly. Xia Jicha blinked her long eyelashes, recalling the purpose of her call. Concerned that Fu Xiyu might be distracted and not truly listening, she called out to him, Fu Xiyu. Here. His tone was relaxed. I don't want it to be public. Fu Xiyu replied with a slight as he grasped her meaning, chuckling, isn't it already not public? But didn't Jiang Lily fail to recognize you? Xia Jicha paused momentarily. It seemed that way. She wasn't particularly famous. Jiang Lily, who was so close to her and knew her well, didn't even recognize the silhouette in that photo. Others likely wouldn't know either. Someone just questioned whether I really have a girlfriend. While Xia Jicha was deep in thought, Fu Xiyu's unhurried voice came through the receiver again. If I don't post something, how can I prove it? He paused, adopting a slightly teasing tone, to assert my claim, and to prevent your boyfriend from being coveted. Remembering Tong Tong's previous entanglement with Fu Xiyu, Xia Jicha ultimately conceded with a soft She realized that deep down, she wasn't entirely averse to him keeping that post up. Feeling that there was nothing more to say, Xia Jicha pressed her lips together, about to bid him farewell. Just then, Fu Xiyu called her name, leisurely and melodiously, Xia Jicha. She instinctively responded with an ah. Do you know what it means to be my girlfriend? Fu Xiyu suddenly asked in a flat tone. Xia Jicha was taken aback. Until now, she had naturally assumed that Fu Xiyu's proposal to date her was merely a pretense to deter Tong Tong and others from approaching him. She didn't feel like she could be considered Fu Xiyu's genuine girlfriend, and therefore hadn't contemplated what they could do together after the shift in their relationship. Her beautiful doe-like eyes flickered. What? Even through a screen, Fu Xiyu could envision the bewildered expression on the young girl's face. Unable to resist, he laughed again. His voice, deliberately slowed down, delightedly articulated each word. Holding hands, embracing, kissing. Each term was pronounced with emphasis, the final syllables playfully rising. It resonated in Xia Jicha's ears, sending tingles down her spine. She couldn't help but imagine, with Fu Xiyu, and, at this point, Fu Xiyu seemed to indulge in some mischief, his tone teasingly prolonged. What else? Xia Jicha blinked, her thoughts momentarily pausing. After kissing, what comes next is, Suddenly, she realized, her mind momentarily blanked. Before he could utter the next syllable, Xia Jicha flusteredly hung up the phone. The lingering thrill from his deep voice left her feeling vulnerable, and she crouched down, hiding her face in her knees, overwhelmed with embarrassment. How could he be so naughty? She placed her phone on the ground beside her, and at that moment, it chimed. Seeing it was a message from Futsiyu, Sajicha cautiously opened it. Futsiyu frowny face, why did you hang up before I finished saying anything? Sensing the unmistakable teasing tone from the other side of the screen, Sajicha puffed up her cheeks, just as she was about to type a response to tell him to stop. Futsiyu was quicker than her. Futsiyu frowny face, what I wanted to say is, also, to be pampered by me without reservation. Futsiyu frowny face, what are you thinking? Sajicha's fingers paused mid-typing, warmth flooding her cheeks once again. Sajicha frowny face, nothing at all. This person was definitely doing it on purpose. She could almost envision Futsiyu on the other end of the screen, stifling laughter at her flustered reply. So mischievous, Sajicha dawdled as she stood up, noticing that Futsiyu had sent her 2 more messages. Futsiyu frowny face, just a reminder, Sajicha, you now have a boyfriend. Futsiyu. When you see me next, don't be so shy. Sajicha hadn't intended to reply, yet inexplicably, she began to ponder, did she really want to do those things with Futsiyu? Sajicha frowny face, but I don't know how to do any of those things. Futsiyu frowny face, I'll teach you. Indeed, Futsiyu, having had so many girlfriends, must have experienced those things with many girls, making him quite seasoned. To him, these were merely the commonplace elements of his romantic escapades. Sajicha's head drooped as she contemplated slowly. As she opened the balcony door to return to her dormitory, her phone vibrated again. Futsiyu frowny face, shall we start with tomorrow's date? Chapter 41. A brush against her calf. The following day was Wednesday, with only one class scheduled for the afternoon. The rare splendid weather of the season prompted Jiang Lily to invite Sajicha for a leisurely stroll by the school lake after class, but Sajicha gracefully declined. Are you going to teach again today? Jiang Lily remarked, accustomed to her friend's perpetual busyness immediately after class, merely offering a few light-hearted jabs as she tugged at her skirt. Dressed so beautifully, you could enchant the entire lakeside. Sajicha, flattered by the compliment, felt a hint of bashfulness and smiled in return. Upon returning to her dormitory, Jiang Lily paused in front of a full-length mirror affixed to her wardrobe, gazing at her reflection for a moment. Her phone, resting on the desk, chimed softly. Futsiyu inquired frowny face, are you out of class? Sajicha replied frowny face, I'm tidying up in the dorm, I'll head out once I'm done. She was truly going on a date with Futsiyu. A vague sense of apprehension began to stir within her as she glanced down at her shoelaces. Although Jiang Lily had declared her appearance lovely, she still felt a twinge of uncertainty, prompting her to snap a photo and send it to Futsiyu, asking if her outfit was acceptable. On the other end, Futsiyu opened the photo. In the mirror, the young girl had her phone obscuring her face, her hair styled into 2 playful braids adorned with delicate daisy clips. She wore a brown long dress, complemented by a knitted shawl, which rendered her slender and gentle in appearance. Though it was merely a casual mirror selfie, imbued with a touch of self-doubt, it struck Futsiyu as an inexplicable allure. His gaze deepened, and with a playful smile, he replied, frowny face, you look beautiful. The young lady, perhaps shy, refrained from sending further messages. It was not until half an hour later that she texted. I'm heading out now. Futsiyu, responding with a simple, be safe, rested one hand on the steering wheel, lightly tapping his index finger against it, a smile curving his lips as he pressed the accelerator. In the past, when girls had invited Futsiyu out, he had always lacked interest, fully aware of their intentions, often thinking it would be more straightforward to simply hand them a gift card. To him, shopping and dating were exceedingly mundane activities, a frivolous waste of life. His unexpected suggestion to go on a date with Sajicha was a decision that took him by surprise. Yet, he found himself, somewhat unconsciously, beginning to anticipate the outing, even settling into his car at an unusually early hour. Sajicha stepped out of the school gates and wandered a few steps down a less crowded path, where she spotted Futsiyu's car parked. It was not the usual vehicle he drove, but still of the same make, black, with a design that exuded a more understated elegance than the previous one. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was nearly 4:30. Futsiyu asked, shall we go for a meal first? As Sajicha fastened her seatbelt, she replied absent-mindedly, sure. After securing her belt, she looked up to find Futsiyu turn slightly away, lazily leaning back against the seat, his gaze fixed on her with a relaxed smile that hinted at a playful demeanor. Today, he wasn't in a hoodie. Instead, he wore a well-crafted brown jacket that accentuated his broad shoulders, his eyes glinting with a hint of rebellious charm. Futsiyu, what's up? Sajicha slowed her movements, blinking in curiosity. Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "What did you call me?" Sajicha, puzzled, repeated, "Futsiyu, still using my full name, huh?" He leaned in closer, his playful smile evident in the corners of his eyes, and gently pinched her cheek, suggesting, "Call me boyfriend or perhaps something more endearing." His touch was a bit rough, leaving a faint blush on her cheek that quickly subsided. Sajicha rubbed her cheek, watching as Futsiyu, with an air of nonchalance, withdrew his hand and started the car, as if merely indulging in a playful tease. Internally, she repeated the word boyfriend, gripping her skirt tightly. It still felt somewhat difficult to articulate. At this time, it was not yet rush hour, and the roads were relatively clear, allowing them to drive smoothly. Sajicha refrained from asking Futsiyu where he intended to take her for dinner until they reached the parking lot of an old residential complex, at which point she blinked in confusion. Futsiyu maintained his usual demeanor, saying, "Let us go." Sajicha nodded and exited the car behind him. The parking lot bore the marks of age, with low ceilings that made Futsiyu's tall stature seem somewhat stifling. The surroundings were dimly lit, save for the prominent green sign of the emergency exit. Sajicha quickly caught up to Futsiyu, following closely behind him. He glanced back at her, chuckling, "Aren't you afraid I might abduct you and sell you off?" Sajicha shook her head, appearing obedient. Futsiyu could not help but laugh, marveling at how he had ended up with such a compliant girlfriend. "You trust me that much," he teased, increasing his stride. "Then keep close." They ascended the stairs from the parking lot, and as they reached the first floor, the hallway grew increasingly narrow. A door on the right was slightly ajar, warm yellow light spilling out. Futsiyu opened the door with ease, revealing an interior that seemed like an entirely different world from the outside. The lavish Chinese decor was bright and inviting, every corner meticulously clean yet brimming with a homely atmosphere, exuding a sense of warmth. In the center of the living room stood a large dining table. An elderly lady seated at the table looked up upon hearing their entrance, and a warm smile spread across her wrinkled face upon recognizing Futsiyu. "Little you, you're here so early today? Have a seat, old you is busy preparing the ingredients." Futsiyu nodded and greeted, "Hello, Grandma Han." The elderly lady acknowledged him before noticing Sajicha standing beside him. "And who might this be?" Sajicha, caught off guard by the scrutiny, glanced at Futsiyu for guidance. With a relaxed smile, Futsiyu wrapped an arm around her shoulders, effortlessly introducing, "This is my girlfriend, Sajicha." The elderly lady's eyes lit up at the revelation. "Oh my, what a lovely girl. She is a perfect match for our little you." "Old you, stop chopping vegetables for a moment." Little you brought his girlfriend, she called toward the kitchen, then turned back to Sajicha, her face radiant with joy. "Dear, you can call me Grandma Han, just like little you. And that old man over there, you can call him Grandpa you." Sajicha, taken aback by the warmth of the welcome, felt somewhat awkward but shyly replied, "Grandma Han." The elderly lady's smile broadened. "So that rascal finally brought someone home?" Footsteps approached from the kitchen, and a somewhat gruff older man appeared, wielding a knife. Upon recognizing him, Sajicha's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are the renowned chef Yu Yifun, one of the most celebrated culinary masters in the capital, whose fame had spread across the globe." Years ago, he had retired, and tales of his prowess still lingered, with whispers of his private kitchen that accepted only one table's worth of guests per day, leading to an insatiable demand, with reservations stretching 2 years into the future. Sajicha knew of him only from the magazines in the school library. The person who had seemed so distant in those pages now stood before her. Stunned, she watched as the old man set down his knife and cheerfully nodded at her. "Did that boy not tell you from the beginning?" Sajicha shook her head, turning to Futsiyu, her heart racing with unease. She had assumed he was merely taking her out for a casual meal. She never expected it to be such an extravagant and exclusive experience. Yet, given Futsiyu's status, it was hardly surprising that he would know such prominent figures. Sensing Sajicha's nervousness, Futsiyu smiled reassuringly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Just treat them like ordinary elders." "Exactly, we've watched this boy grow up, no need to stand on ceremony," Grandma Han added, casting a playful glare at Futsiyu. "You could have warned her in advance. You nearly scared the poor girl." "Why would I dare?" Futsuyu replied, still holding Sajicha close as he led her to the table, his tone teasing. If I had told her, she might have run away, and you wouldn't have seen her today, you scoundrel. Grandma Han laughed, playfully swatting at him before taking a seat across the table. Sajicha quietly sat beside Futsuyu, observing their lively banter. Suddenly, she recalled an earlier moment when she had seen Futsuyu conversing with his family over the phone in the hospital. The interaction between this elderly couple and Futsuyu felt far warmer, more familial than the distant voices that had once troubled him. As her thoughts meandered, Sajicha felt an odd sensation creeping in. She snapped back to reality, and upon realizing the cause, her eyes widened in surprise as she quickly turned to Futsuyu. He was casually resting his chin on his hand, engaged in a light conversation with Grandma Han, his features sharp and composed in the warm light, yet beneath the table, his legs were lazily intertwined with hers, his ankle brushing against her calf in a teasing manner. Chapter 42. If you wish to hold hands in the future, simply do so. The itchiness in her calves surged once more, causing Sajicha to feel her spine stiffen, a sense of shame gradually creeping up to her heart's core. Futsuyu, how could it be like this, so unrestrained? She pursed her lips tightly, subtly shifting her position to the side. Grandma Han, seated across from her, was oblivious to the clandestine interaction beneath the table, yet sensing Sajicha's discomfort, inquired, "My dear, are you feeling unwell?" Sajicha, attempting to conceal her feelings, shook her head, "No." Futsuyu seemed to have just refocused his attention from that side, gazing down at her. Suddenly, he leaned in, his expression as natural as if inquiring about her well-being, yet when he paused by her ear, he chuckled softly, whispering, "Do you not like it?" His voice was seductive and teasing, devoid of any guilt as the instigator. With the elderly lady still watching, their interaction unfolded right under her nose. For Sajicha, it was somewhat overwhelming. Pretending to tidy her hair to shield her flushed ears, she remained silent, discreetly stepping on Futsuyu's foot. The plush soles of her slippers were soft and cloud-like, and Futsuyu was oblivious to the pain. It felt more like a little girl playfully teasing him, especially after that first step. Sajicha thought she might have pressed down too hard and cautiously eased off. Though she intended to retaliate, she couldn't bear the thought of him genuinely getting hurt. It was utterly heart-melting. Involuntary playfulness was the most lethal. Internally cursing, Futsuyu suppressed the inexplicable restlessness that surged within him once more, sitting up straight and declaring, "I'll go wash my hands." He rarely experienced the taste of his own medicine. The meal was enjoyed in a harmonious atmosphere. Sajicha, possessing a demeanor that the older generation favored, sat quietly during dinner, responding softly to the occasional inquiries, melting the hearts of the two elders, who beamed with delight. They addressed her affectionately as Gigi, akin to calling their own granddaughter. After the meal, Futsuyu took the initiative to wash the dishes. Sajicha intended to follow, but the elderly lady pulled her aside onto the sofa, saying, "The kitchen is where the men should concern themselves. Gigi, let us sit." The television played a traditional opera channel, the melodious sounds enveloping the spacious living room. The elderly lady listened with great interest, occasionally offering her commentary, and though Sajicha was not well versed in this realm, she listened earnestly, nodding from time to time. After a while, she heard the elderly lady chuckle and ask, "Gigi, how old are you this year?" Sajicha replied honestly, "I am 19 and in my second year of university." "In the same grade as Xiaoyu," the elderly lady nodded knowingly. Sajicha thought the inquiry was casual, yet after a brief silence, she heard her continue, "In your eyes, what kind of person do you think Xiaoyu is?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Sajicha instinctively glanced towards the kitchen. The kitchen was enclosed, with only the outward opening door revealing nothing but the faint sound of flowing water. "Do not worry, they cannot hear us," the elderly lady's gentle voice reassured her, and without waiting for a response, she added, "Do you also think he has a bad temper and is rather hard to get along with?" "Is he really difficult to get along with?" Sajicha's eyelashes fluttered in her eyes. Futsuyu, while not possessing a particularly good temper and often acting with reckless abandon, did not strike her as someone fundamentally hard to relate to. However, many rumors at school depicted him as cold and cruel, devoid of emotion, a formidable figure not to be trifled with. She shook her head. The elderly lady smiled, seemingly relieved, holding her hand, "Good child." Sajicha lowered her gaze, biting her lips softly, and asked in a gentle tone, "Are you asking me this because you've heard the rumors about him?" The elderly lady paused, the smile fading slightly. "Indeed," she sighed lightly, "that boy always acts as if nothing is amiss when he comes here, believing we, the elderly, are oblivious to the outside world. However, having watched him grow up, how could we not be aware? He has endured much hardship in recent years. After his mother passed away, he was left in a household filled with unrest. He was already isolated and helpless, and later, like a discarded child, he was sent to Yun City. The elderly lady's eyes brimmed with pity as she spoke. He used to be such a bright and sunny child, but upon returning, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. Yet, we dare not speak too much of it, for having gone through such experiences, who could endure? Feeling the grip on her hand tighten slightly, Xiaojicha found herself momentarily lost in thought. Although the elderly lady had deliberately omitted those matters, she could vaguely guess what they entailed. The dark secrets of affluent families seldom lack sordid reasons. Memories of that young man who appeared in Yun City many years ago flooded Xiaojicha's mind. With a languid demeanor and an indifference to everything, his unruly eyes occasionally revealed a hint of disillusionment. Back then, Fu Xiaoyu's defiance was a madness that embraced the notion of living each day as if it were his last. Had he truly been so unhappy even then? Thus, dear Gigi, the elderly lady continued, suddenly pausing, her tone imbued with earnest appeal. The reason for my lengthy discourse today is that Grandma Han hopes you can accompany Xiaoyu more, nurturing your relationship continuously. Is that agreeable? Xiaoyu has been lonely for far too long. Both of us have always wished for someone to stand by his side, and now we finally see. The elderly lady spoke slowly, her words somewhat rambling. Xiaojicha listened patiently, her heart slightly tightening, her gaze flickering subtly. It suddenly dawned on her that the elderly lady's words seemed to stem from a misunderstanding. Her romantic relationship with Fu Xiaoyu had only lasted 3 months. Xiaojicha opened her mouth, intending to clarify, but under the elderly lady's hopeful gaze, she ultimately could not voice her thoughts, merely nodding slightly. She was willing to accompany him, until he grew tired of it. Upon exiting the elderly couple's home and making their way to the underground parking garage, Fu Xiaoyu casually asked Xiaojicha, "What did Grandma Han discuss with you?" Xiaojicha pursed her lips slightly, "Some things about you." Fu Xiaoyu smirked, a teasing lilt in his tone. "Did she speak ill of me?" "No." "Then that's fine." Fu Xiaoyu noted the unease in Xiaojicha's eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind. Seeing her steps slow, he let out a light chuckle through his nose. "What are you afraid of?" "Those matters are not secrets." He spoke nonchalantly, as if he truly did not regard them as significant. Xiaojicha softly replied with an "oh," and as Fu Xiaoyu continued walking, she fell a step behind him. She lingered a step behind, observing his figure shrouded in darkness, her thoughts drifting back to the conversation with the elderly lady. Although many claimed Fu Xiaoyu was a bad person, she did not share that sentiment. She had never felt that way, yet he treated her well, even during their friendship, showing thoughtfulness and care. Although his methods might be somewhat rogue, he had never harmed her. He could discern who treated him well, and he reciprocated in kind. Yet, he was surrounded by individuals drawn to him for his wealth, power, and appearance, and he was acutely aware of this, which is why he never offered his heart. To others, this appeared as indifference. In truth, he was profoundly lonely. Fu Xiaoyu abruptly halted, casually gripping the nape of her neck and pulling her beside him. "What are you thinking, walking so slowly?" Xiaojicha blinked, finding herself pulled forward a couple of steps, now walking alongside him. She was close to him, and in the enveloping darkness, she could feel her hand brushing against his intermittently. Xiaojicha's fingertips hesitated, and she feigned nonchalance, lowering her head to gently grasp his hand. Then she quickly released it, thinking Fu Xiaoyu had not noticed. She was surprised when he halted once more. Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at her, and after a moment, chuckled, "Where do you find such a way to date?" Xiaojicha froze, looking up at him, feigning ignorance. "What?" Her delicate wrist was suddenly enclosed by a large, bony hand. Then, one by one, his fingers interlaced with hers, bold and assertive. Fu Xiaoyu's hand was chilly, having just washed the dishes. It carried a damp, refreshing sensation. "If you wish to hold hands in the future, simply do so." He tightened his grip on the young girl's hand, his eyes narrowing in a half-smile, his tone indulgent. "Did you hear that, Fu Xiaoyu's girlfriend?" Chapter 43, I desire a title as well. As the car exited the parking lot, the sun gracefully descended, casting a splendid glow across the skyline. Fu Xiaoyu and Xiaojicha ventured to a nearby shopping mall. At this hour, the mall was mostly populated by diners, while the lower floors remained rather desolate. The last time Xiaojicha strolled through a mall, it was also with Fu Xiaoyu. The malls under the same conglomerate offered little variation. Having frequented them extensively, Fu Fu Xi felt a lack of interest, sensing that Xia Jicha was also not inclined to linger. He inquired, "Shall we explore outside?" Beyond lay a street bustling with a night market, far more vibrant and intriguing compared to the sterile displays within the mall. Xia Jicha nodded in agreement. Indeed, the back street was alive with an array of stalls, the mingling aromas of various delicacies intertwined with the scent of sizzling oil, as Fu Xi guided Xia Jicha through the throngs of people crowding the narrow thoroughfare. She allowed him to lead her, since their hands had intertwined in the underground parking lot. Fu Xi seemed to have taken an interest in her hand, maintaining their connection except while driving. Fortunately, the weather had turned sufficiently cool, ensuring their palms remained dry and comfortable despite their closeness. His hand was considerably larger than hers, easily enveloping her entire hand, which provided a sense of security. Her heart raced with excitement. Fu Xi's captivating visage drew attention wherever they went, and as they navigated through the bustling crowd, Xia Jicha could feel numerous gazes directed at them. Some even approached her, undeterred by her presence. "Hello there, handsome, could I have your contact information?" The bold girl, dressed provocatively, trailed them until they paused at a fruit stall, then boldly leaned in, presenting her phone screen to Fu Xi. While he selected fruit for Xia Jicha, he remained silent upon hearing the commotion. Most would interpret this as a polite refusal, yet the girl seemed oblivious, pressing closer and attempting to push Xia Jicha aside. Fu Xi shot her a glance, set down the bag he was holding, and noticed Xia Jicha subtly trying to yield her space. With a smirk, he pulled her back, intertwining their fingers once more, completely ignoring the girl. Only then did the girl appear to notice Xia Jicha, exclaiming with a beaming smile, "Is this your little sister? How adorable!" Her gaze held an evaluative quality, the tone seemingly cheerful yet laced with condescension, as if implying that Fu Xi and Xia Jicha were mismatched. Xia Jicha disliked such insinuating glances and, after a brief pause, unexpectedly stated, "She's my girlfriend." The girl's expression stiffened momentarily, observing that Fu Xi remained focused on selecting fruit, seemingly indifferent. She laughed again, "But she looks so young, doesn't she?" "What's that? Are you interested in my girlfriend?" Before she could finish her thought, Fu Xi lazily interjected. After placing the last apple in the bag, he finally turned his attention to the girl, raising an eyebrow and smirking nonchalantly. "That won't do, she's mine." The girl was left at a loss for words, her demeanor awkward. Before she could respond further, Fu Xi had settled the bill and led Xia Jicha away, as if the entire encounter had never occurred. He held the bag open for her, and Xia Jicha reached in to retrieve an apple. Fu Xi's gaze lingered on her, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. "Not bad." Xia Jicha paused, looking at him. "You've learned to assert your claim, my girlfriend." Fu Xi's tone was relaxed yet playful. "Feeling a bit jealous just now?" Xia Jicha fell silent, instinctively retorting in a low voice, lacking conviction, "No." "Really not?" Fu Xi scrutinized her expression, a glimmer of mirth flickering in his enchanting eyes. "Then perhaps you should assert your claim more often." "I too desire a title." Witnessing the little girl grip the apple tightly, turning her head to ignore him, he playfully tugged at her braid, asking, "Shall we try our luck at the claw machine?" At the far end of the night market stall stood a small establishment, nestled near the corner, featuring a claw machine. The shop was quite modest, housing 3 rows of machines filled with a sparse selection of plush toys, most of which were rather unappealing. As a result, business was lackluster. Xia Jicha exchanged coins and perused each machine, finally spotting a plush toy she fancied. However, it was pricier, requiring 3 coins per attempt. Having initially exchanged for only 10 coins, she had failed to win after 3 tries. Fu Xi watched her from the side, arms crossed, his expression relaxed. The cool tone lighting in the shop accentuated the sharpness of his youthful features. Noticing her unsuccessful attempts, he asked, "Do you want to try again?" Xia Jicha gazed at the solitary coin in her hand and shook her head, opting instead for a machine where a single coin could secure a round. This machine contained various keychains and trinkets. After considering her options, she inserted the coin into a machine featuring a keychain shaped like a small dog. Only 2 keychains remained inside due to her prior failures. She hesitated to make a move. Fu Xi, sensing her reluctance, chuckled softly and reached around her, helping her maneuver the joystick. The machine was relatively low, and as he leaned over, his chin languidly rested on Xia Jicha's shoulder, enveloping her in a warm embrace. His steady yet subtle breath stirred her nerves, rendering Xia Jicha too anxious to turn around, her body stiff with anticipation, watching his cool, pale hands deftly control the joystick. Moments later, the claw tightened its grip, skillfully snagging the keychain and dropping it into the opening. Go on, take it, Fu Xi gently urged. His chin remained on her shoulder, showing no intention of moving away. Xia Qicha held her breath, cautiously reaching for the keychain. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she felt his weight lift from her shoulder as Fu Xi stood up and walked over to the coin exchange. After a short while, he returned with an additional coin. Having exchanged a few words with the vendor, seeing him insert the coin into the machine again, Xia Qicha blinked in surprise, asking, "Are you going to try for the last one as well?" Fu Xi cast his gaze at the claw, nonchalantly responding, With his movements, the second keychain was effortlessly retrieved. They each held a small dog, one yellow and one white, dangling from their fingertips and swaying gently. It seems rather lonely for one of them, Fu Xi mused, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes as he idly toyed with the keychains. Then, stepping closer to Xia Qicha, he brushed the keychain against her palm, eliciting a soft, magnetic pop sound of the two plush dogs pressed closely together. Chapter 44. Until next time, darling. Initially, Xia Qicha had yearned to capture a particular plush toy, and in the end, she succeeded. This time, Fu Xiyu did not directly assist her in obtaining it. Instead, he stood by, guiding her with a soothing tone. Xia Qicha had always been quite talented in learning, and after one attempt, she quickly grasped the technique on her second try and began to catch the toys with ease. Later, she tried her hand at other machines and effortlessly snagged two more. The three plush toys filled her canvas bag to the brim. As they prepared to leave, Fu Xiyu lowered his head, gently squeezed the thin fabric of her bag, and inquired, "Are you happy?" Xia Qicha nodded. She relished such moments that instilled a sense of accomplishment. As they stepped outside the shop, they encountered a small tavern bustling with activity, the noise merging with the night breeze, filling the air with a lively din. Young patrons occasionally passed by on their way to the tavern. Xia Qicha grasped Fu Xiyu's hand, strolling slowly along the path, brushing shoulders with passers-by. Not far ahead, a raucous commotion erupted, and when Xia Qicha glanced over, her expression suddenly froze. A group of fashionably dressed individuals was creating a stir, resembling a band, with someone carrying a guitar, laughing and making their way toward them. Among them were two familiar faces, classmates known for their musical pursuits, well connected both on and off campus. As the group drew nearer, Xia Qicha felt a sudden wave of panic and instinctively tugged at Fu Xiyu. Noticing her grasp on his hand, Fu Xiyu was about to tease her when she pulled him into a dimly lit alleyway. The light faded abruptly. The swishing of her skirt brushed against his pants as they turned to face each other in the narrow space, mere inches apart. Flickering light from the alley entrance cast shifting shadows around them. Outside, the cacophony of voices gradually approached before receding into the distance, leaving only faint echoes behind. Xia Qicha's tense heart began to calm. Redirecting her focus to her own position, she realized her back was pressed against the wall, and when she looked up, her nose nearly brushed against Fu Xiyu's chest. He casually extended a hand, cradling the back of her head to eye in that confined space. Hiding from the raucous crowd outside, Xia Qicha unexpectedly felt a fleeting illusion of them engaging in a secret romance. Fu Xiyu leaned down, the depths of his dark eyes glinting with amusement. "Why did you suddenly hide?" Xia Qicha replied slowly, "I saw a classmate just now." "Oh, I see." Fu Xiyu smirked, his words drawn out languidly as he leaned closer, nearly touching her nose. "I thought perhaps you suddenly wanted to kiss me." His voice held a hint of mischief, and the sudden closeness left Xia Qicha feeling slightly dizzy. Kissing him, Fu Xiyu's attractive lips were tantalizingly close, and while she felt an urge to retreat, the pressure at the back of her head kept her in place. Flustered, she averted her gaze, saying, "It's too early." After all, they had only been together for a day. She was uncertain about Fu Xiyu's previous romantic pace, but for her, this felt too fast. She found herself struggling to adapt. His innocent reaction elicited a soft chuckle from Fu Xiyu, who relented. "All right." Xia Qicha held her phone tightly against her chest, inadvertently illuminating the screen. As she looked down, her face unlocked the device. The chat interface with Fu Xiyu appeared, unremarkable in content, yet Fu Xiyu's gaze fell on the notes section above, raising an eyebrow. "You even noted my full name?" Xia Qicha, puzzled, responded with a soft, "Ah." She then heard Fu Xiyu's languid voice, "Doesn't my boyfriend deserve a more special note?" Xia Qicha paused. She had assumed that someone like Fu Xiyu, who seemed to have a string of relationships, wouldn't care about such trivialities. "Did you change it?" she inquired. Fu Xiyu responded with a nonchalant and directly opened his phone to show her. In the pin chat, the words "little rabbit" next to the green tree avatar stood out prominently. A flutter of embarrassment coursed through Xia Jiqiao. Why did he call her that? I changed it from the moment we established our relationship, Fu Ziyu declared, his tone both impudent and innocent. Who would have thought my girlfriend wouldn't care at all? Xia Jiqiao blushed, not wanting to listen to his playful accusations, and silently tapped to change it. Fu Ziyu glanced over. Is it just boyfriend? Xia Jiqiao hesitated, unsure whether to confirm. The next moment, she heard him say casually, that works. It seemed an adequate enough response. Ata loss for other titles. Xia Jiqiao resigned herself to labeling him with those 3 words. Fu Ziyu showed no intent to press further, appearing satisfied as he wrapped his arm around her. Let us head back. He dropped her off outside Jingda, stopping at the familiar corner. In the evening, the area was less crowded, and Fu Ziyu opted to step out of the car. Walking her a few paces. As they neared a busier area, he halted, gently squeezing the nape of her neck as if to remind her of something. Xia Jiqiao turned to look at him. How about a hug? Fu Ziyu opened his arms, tilting his head with a gentle smile. The cool night breeze tousled his hair, accentuating his youthful charm. Xia Jiqiao hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and wrapping her arms around his waist. Fu Ziyu's waist was lean and firm, and even through the fabric, she could feel the strength pulsating beneath. She quickly released him, only to find Fu Ziyu bending down to envelop her in a deeper embrace. His long fingers grazed her waist, lingering in a manner that was both intimate and possessive. Xia Jiqiao paused for a moment but then ceased to resist. She felt herself beginning to acclimatize to this closeness with Fu Ziyu. The night was tranquil. After a while, Fu Ziyu finally let her go. Time to head back. Xia Jiqiao nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Fu Ziyu, goodbye. Hearing his name escape her lips, Fu Ziyu's voice dropped to a husky murmur. Suddenly, Xia Jiqiao recalled that he preferred not to be addressed by his full name. Biting her lip and feeling his amused gaze lingering on her, she whispered even softer, "You." This was her first time using such an endearing term for him. Her voice, already soft and delicate, trembled slightly as she uttered it, unsure if it was due to shyness or unfamiliarity. Fu Ziyu, with many friends and various nicknames, had been called many things before, yet Xia Jiqiao's tender utterance struck him differently. In that moment, he resolved that no one else could call him that again. That name, spoken by her, was uniquely beautiful. A deeper smile spread across Fu Ziyu's face, satisfaction dancing in his eyes. His naturally striking features became even more captivating as he grinned. Well, it seems only you can make it sound so lovely. He leaned down once more, mirroring how Xia Jiqiao had embraced him earlier, and lightly hugged her again, his quiet laughter resonating with contentment. Until next time, darling. Chapter 45. He calls her baby. As the dormitory door swung open, Jiang Lily was in the midst of her skincare routine. The jelly-like mask adorned her face, and upon catching sight of the returning Xia Jiti in the mirror, she mumbled, "You're back?" Xia Jiti responded with a soft It was only then that Jiang Lily turned slowly, intending to strike up a conversation, but upon observing her expression, she suddenly halted. "Xia Jiti," she abruptly stood up, calling her by her full name. Xia Jiti, having just set down her belongings, looked up in confusion. "What's the matter?" Jiang Lily strolled leisurely, circling her. "You must tell me honestly, is there something going on?" Xia Jiti's movements stuttered, noticing the unmistakable hint of guilt on her face. Jiang Lily's conviction grew stronger. She leaned in closer, a mischievous grin creeping onto her lips. "Guess how I figured it out?" Xia Jiti's eyelashes fluttered slightly, waiting for an answer. TSK, just look at your distracted expression, the way a young girl in love would look." Jiang Lily couldn't resist pinching her slightly flushed cheeks. "I wasn't certain before, but after teasing you, it turns out I was right." Xia Jiti finally realized she had inadvertently walked into Jiang Lily's trap and had confessed. "Oh, you sly one, Jiti, here I thought you were being all quiet and unassuming, but it turns out you were secretly up to something big." With the mask still covering her face, Jiang Lily couldn't express herself too dramatically, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. "Come on, spill the beans, who is this handsome guy you've met?" "I can't believe I didn't know about him. He wouldn't happen to be from our class, would he?" "Let us not even talk about those misfits in our class. When did I even meet him? What was I doing back then?" Anticipating that her friend would not let her off easily, Xia Jiti quickly turned away, rummaging through her bag to retrieve a small plush toy, which she shoved into Jiang Lily's arms in an attempt to divert her attention. She then hurriedly made her escape to the balcony. "I'm going to collect the laundry first." The light on the balcony was dimmer than inside the room. Through the mirror above the sink, Xiaojiti caught a glimpse of her own face. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, extending to the corners of her eyes, her gaze somewhat dazed, and her lips unconsciously turned up, appearing enchanting in the soft lighting. Silently averting her gaze, she suppressed the thought that had just crossed her mind. Is it really that obvious? Indeed, it was quite evident. After putting away the laundry and returning to the dormitory, she found Jiang Lily still wearing a gossipy expression. Xiaojiti subtly dodged her gaze, earning a fit of laughter from her friend. All right, I won't pry anymore, Jiang Lily said, fully aware of Xiaojiti's shyness. After a moment of laughter, she got up to wash her face, turning back to wink at her. But I am eagerly looking forward to you introducing him to me. Oh, by the way, Jiang Lily suddenly recalled, the night after tomorrow, there is a basketball game between our school and the neighboring university. Gao Yuyang is playing, and I have to go. Would you like to accompany me? Xiaojiti pondered for a moment before replying, sure. Consequently, Jiang Lily cheerfully messaged Gao Yuyang, asking him to reserve 2 seats nearby for them. Xiaojiti changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed, wrapping herself snugly in her comforter. Her phone still displayed a chat interface with Fuziyu, whose name was saved as boyfriend. The memory of his deep voice affectionately calling her baby resurfaced in her mind. Fuziyu. He called her baby. A wave of embarrassment and warmth enveloped her, causing Xiaojiti to curl up into a tighter ball, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. On Friday, the basketball game took place at the neighboring university's gymnasium. When Xiaojiti and Jiang Lily arrived, they found the stands already populated with a considerable number of attendees, the majority of whom were girls. They're quite idle. I thought we had arrived early, Jiang Lily scoffed. It is just Fuziyu coming, but it seems like these girls have never seen a handsome guy before. Fuziyu? Xiaojiti was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Jiang Lily said, guiding Xiaojiti to a seat in the front row. One of the players sprained his ankle yesterday, and they needed a replacement. Fuziyu surprisingly agreed to play. It's been a long time since he participated in such matches. Jiang Lily pointed behind her. See, as soon as this news got out, the place is swarming with girls. 80% of them are here to watch him. Oh, Xiaojiti nodded absently. Her phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the message, her expression shifted, her fingers moving as if she were conspiring with someone. Jiang Lily noticed and asked, "What's up?" "There is a sudden online group meeting, and I can't take a leave." Xiaojiti's brow furrowed, her tone apologetic. "I might have to step out for a bit." "Seriously, is your group that stringent?" Jiang Lily sighed, though she understood. "All right, just come back as soon as you can." Xiaojiti quietly apologized again, receiving a dismissive wave from Jiang Lily before exiting the gymnasium. The group meeting turned chaotic when 2 members got into an argument, prolonging the discussion. Outside, Xiaojiti could hear the cheers from within. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already the second half of the game. Upon re-entering the gym, she was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of cheers and screams. As she took her seat, Jiang Lily was loudly cheering for Gao Yuyang. Once another basket was made, she noticed Xiaojiti. "You back?" she exclaimed, pointing to the court. "Our school is leading by a lot now." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the court and added, "What a pity. Fuziyu just made a stunning 3-pointer, and you missed it." While Jiang Lily lamented, Xiaojiti's gaze had already drifted toward the court. In the vast arena, she instantly spotted Fuziyu. Tall and long-legged with striking features, he was a natural focal point. It seemed the opposing team was deliberately targeting him. With a stoic expression, a hint of sharpness in his brows, and beads of sweat glistening on his chin as they dripped down to his jersey, every movement was swift and fierce, rendering the opposing players utterly helpless. Another 3-pointer. The deafening cheers erupted again as Xiaojiti watched him wipe away sweat with a powerful arm, droplets cascading down his throat, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. When he accidentally met her gaze, it felt as if he had locked onto her through the crowd, their eyes connecting for a brief moment. He quickly straightened up and walked away, as if that moment of eye contact had been a mere illusion. For some reason, Xiaojiti sensed that there was a newfound sense of joy in his demeanor after that fleeting glance. The game continued. As the end approached, Jiang Lily retrieved a bottle of water from a nearby cooler and tugged at Xiaojiti's arm. "Come on, let us go. Wait, I need to be the first to bring water to Gao Yuyang." Before leaving, Xiaojiti paused for a moment and grabbed a bottle of water for herself. Unsurprisingly, the university team emerged victorious, standing alongside Jiang Lily at the sidelines. Xiaojiti had never felt so acutely aware of Fuziyu's popularity. As soon as he stepped off the court, a swarm of girls rushed toward him, eager to offer him water. Within just a few steps, The path was blocked by a throng of admirers. Noticing Xiaojiti's gaze, Zhang Lili explained, "This is normal. It's always like this that he has laid back to the point of being lazy and doesn't bother to refuse anyone. He just takes from whoever catches his fancy." Some girls even feel a sense of superiority for having given him water, as if it's some sort of badge, but he probably doesn't even remember their names. While she spoke, her eyes caught sight of Gao Yuyan, and she quickly said, "I'm going over there. I see some cute girls, and I can't let them get ahead of me." "Wait for me," Xiaojiti nodded absently. Her thoughts still lingering on the scene, she tightened her grip on the water bottle, wondering if he would casually take from someone else today as well. A knot of unease formed in her chest, and she instinctively averted her gaze, but in the next instant, she noticed Fu Ziyu looking in her direction, as if he had singled her out from the bustling crowd, locking eyes with her for 2 brief seconds. He then leaned down to whisper something to the girl beside him before pushing through the crowd, striding purposefully toward her. No one realized that Fu Ziyu was approaching her amid the throng. Xiaojiti felt her heart race, and she instinctively turned away, navigating through the noise as she exited the venue. She still couldn't bring herself to face everyone's gaze with ease. Beyond the exit door, a turn led to a narrow path overgrown with weeds, rarely traversed by others. Sending a message to Zhang Lili to leave without her, Xiaojiti felt a pang of anxiety that her earlier evasion might have displeased Fu Ziyu. Standing there, she contemplated sending him a message to explain. As she typed, she suddenly felt a weight above her head. Still hiding from me, Fu Ziyu had appeared behind her, clad casually in a jacket draped over his shoulder. He exerted a slight pressure on her head, tousling her hair mischievously, his tone laced with playful challenge, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Baby, or were you deliberately trying to lure me here for a clandestine rendezvous?" Chapter 46, I can't bear it any longer. Xiao Jiqiao was reluctant to speak, yet the person before her drew ever closer, displaying an insistent demeanor. Her voice gradually lowered to a whisper, "Scoundrel." "Scoundrel?" Fu Ziyu laughed aloud upon hearing her words. "Is that what qualifies as a scoundrel?" He leaned down, his head brushing against her ear, his tone deliberately mischievous. "Then what if I engage in even more scandalous antics? Wouldn't my darling find it even more unbearable?" He must have washed his face before coming out, for he was refreshingly clean, devoid of any odor of sweat, his proximity akin to a tender intimacy. "Am I truly that unpresentable, darling?" Teased incessantly by his repeated endearment, Xiao Jiqiao could not resist giving him a gentle pinch. There were too many people over there just now. "Understood." Fu Ziyu chuckled lightly, "Then I shall endeavor to ensure my darling finds me a bit more presentable." How brazen this man was. Xiao Jiqiao contemplated pinching him again, but saw him straighten up suddenly, saying, "Just now, a few people brought me water, but I ignored them." His tone was declarative, yet there was an undercurrent that seemed to beckon for her response. Xiao Jiqiao was momentarily confused, replied with a non-committal and then noticed Fu Ziyu extending his hand toward her. She looked up, puzzled, into his teasing eyes. "Where's the water you had?" Fu Ziyu raised an eyebrow and inquired. Xiao Jiqiao belatedly retrieved the bottle from her bag, apologetically confessing, "I drank it." She had thought Fu Ziyu would not miss that bottle of water, so when she stepped out, feeling a bit parched, she opened it and took a sip. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt the bottle slip from her grasp, snatched away by Fu Ziyu. Yet he deftly twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to drink. His Adam's apple moved rhythmically, the veins in his neck prominent, accentuating the sharp contours of his jaw. Xiao Jiqiao's pupils constricted slightly, her mind momentarily frozen. Fu Ziyu had just consumed the water she had sipped. Instantly, the phrase "indirect kiss" echoed in her mind, and it was clear he had done so intentionally. As she watched him drain the last drops of the water, he even had the audacity to ask her if she wished to drink any more, his eyes sparkling with delight at her blushing face. How utterly insufferable. Once again, Xiao Jiqiao came to realize just how effortlessly adept he was at flirting. She cast her gaze downwards, wishing to ignore him, only to catch sight of the little dog charm dangling from his sports bag. Xiao Jiqiao paused in surprise. Today, Fu Ziyu was clad entirely in black, exuding an air of understated aloofness, while the yellow dog charm hung on his black strap, appearing particularly juvenile. Fu Ziyu crumpled the water bottle and tossed it into the trash bin, then turned to find Xiao Jiqiao staring intently at his bag. He feigned nonchalance, lowering his head to fiddle with the little charm. "Isn't it adorable?" "It is," Xiao Jiqiao replied. "What about yours?" Fu Ziyu asked. Xia Jichao had not attached hers to her bag, so quietly, she retrieved it from her purse, securing it with Fu Si's leisurely gaze upon her. Fu Si's expression turned satisfied. "Shall I keep you company for a while?" No sooner had he spoken than her phone began to buzz in her bag. Fu Si frowned slightly and clicked his tongue before answering the call. "Brother Fu." "Young Master Fu, Boss Fu, there's trouble at the venue, they say it's aimed at you, Brother Zhao is waiting for you here." The voice on the other end was rather obsequious, alternating between titles, and became notably more hesitant when addressing the matter at hand. "You know, concerning your affairs, we dare not." Fu Si's expression grew progressively colder as he clutched the phone. Once the call ended, Xia Jichao observed his demeanor and took the initiative to say, "I think I'll head back to the dormitory now?" Upon hearing her words, Fu Si smirked, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "Are you that eager for me to leave?" Xia Jichao, that was not her intention. After a moment, Fu Si returned his phone to his bag and approached her once more, leaning down to invade her space, their breaths mingling. "What about a little closer?" he asked. Xia Jichao tilted her head, appearing momentarily bewildered. "What? Closer, closer to what?" The proximity allowed her to see the depths of Fu Si's eyes, resembling an unfathomable, cold whirlpool, reflecting her image within. It felt as though she was ensnared in an intimate gaze. Her back stiffened, a flutter of anxiety coursing through her, yet there was a faint sense of anticipation. But then, Fu Si leisurely lowered his gaze, holding his charm in hand, inching closer to her. The two little dogs touched briefly before parting, resembling a fleeting kiss. It was merely a keychain. Xia Jichao felt her heartbeat gradually return to normal, and despite her initial instinct to retreat, she now felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. "Then, please take care." Suppressing her emotions, she took a step back and softly advised him. Fu Si responded nonchalantly with an "It's a trivial matter, don't worry." Xia Jichao felt a surge of embarrassment and turned to leave. However, Fu Si reached out, suddenly pulling her back around the waist. Xia Jichao, caught off guard, lost her balance and instinctively clung to his shoulder. Raising her gaze, she once again found herself ensnared by the depth of Fu Si's dark eyes. He gazed steadily at the luminous clarity of her doe-like eyes and chuckled softly, "Forget it, I can't bear it any longer." Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, his voice husky, as if soothing her softly. "Darling, I actually wanted to get this close." When Fu Si arrived at the venue, the troublemakers had already been subdued and taken to a dimly lit room. A group of individuals was gathered, smoking and awaiting Fu Si's decision. He was never merciful with those who caused disturbances. Once he had extracted the necessary information, he ordered them to be dealt with elsewhere. Who else could be targeting him? This was already the umpteenth time this month, and the person was indeed impatient. After Fu Si coldly issued his commands, a perceptive individual stepped forward, offering him a cigarette. "Young Master Fu, care to stay and have some fun?" Fu Si accepted the cigarette, inquiring the man's name, and the latter immediately nodded in understanding, leading the way toward the private room. Zhao Zhe had long been waiting for Fu Si to arrive. Upon seeing him enter, he slammed his cup onto the marble table, creating a sharp sound. "Old Fu, are you calling any girls today?" Fu Si cast him a sidelong glance without responding. "All right then," Zhao Zhe shrugged, "I've been holding down the fort for you here. Surely I deserve a little reward?" Fu Si nudged him with his foot, urging him to make some space. "Order a few for yourself." "Sure thing." Zhao Zhe had already prepared for this, clapping his hands, and several girls entered the room. Fu Si had no interest in them, allowing Zhao Zhe to embrace and chatter with them, as if the chaos in the private room were of no concern to him. Yet, his indifferent expression was enough to draw attention, and a few girls couldn't help but steal glances in his direction. "Brother Zhao, who is this?" one girl inquired with a delicate voice. "How could you not know?" Zhao Zhe understood these women's intentions well. He gave her waist a playful squeeze and laughed. "Don't get any ideas, he's not someone you can toy with." His gaze flickered, suddenly landing on the charm hanging from Fu Si's bag, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he boldly pointed. "See that? A prized flower has an owner." Upon hearing Zhao Zhe's words, several wealthy young men turned to look, shock evident on their faces upon spotting the charm. Fu Si had never been interested in such cute trinkets. If he was hanging this thing, who else could have given it to him? His girlfriend, of course. Someone immediately remarked with a suggestive smile, Brother Fu, is it the same one as before? Fu Si remained silent, lazily fiddling with the charm. Oh, looks like our Brother Fu has truly fallen in love this time. Your little girlfriend seems to have some tricks up her sleeve, Brother Fu. Are you really not considering bringing her around to meet us? The group chuckled knowingly. You even attached this childish little thing. You really are doting on her. Zhao Zhe, being closest to Fu Si, leaned in for a closer look, intrigued and wanting to touch it. Why is it still just a cartoon dog? Smack. His reaching hand was swatted away. Zhao Zhe, what the hell, old Fu, why did you hit me? The force was not great, yet Zhao Zhe rubbed his hand, eyes wide, his expression one of grievance. It's just a charm, right? I was only going to take a look. Who gave you permission to touch it? Fu Si shot him a sideways glance, his expression cool and detached, his tone leisurely, as though devoid of emotion. Yet, it inexplicably sent a shiver down Zhao Zhe's spine. He immediately surrendered, his voice turning feeble. But you're really not letting me touch it? Fu Si did not respond, taking a drag of his cigarette, lowering his gaze to type a message on his phone to ask Xia Jiqiao if she was returning to the dormitory, ignoring the others beside him. Zhao Zhe quickly understood and immediately returned to his seat. He knew better than to meddle in matters Fu Si deemed principled. Though it only heightened his curiosity, his life was more important. Someone nearby, noticing the atmosphere, skillfully attempted to ease the tension. Brother Fu, it seems this time your girlfriend has quite a strong possessiveness, huh? It's not her possessiveness that's strong. Fu Si leisurely brushed off the ash from his cigarette, lifting his chin and chuckling lightly, his tone relaxed and at ease. It's me. Chapter 47. Could it be that you've truly become infatuated with love? A single utterance plunged the private room into a brief silence for several seconds. Almost immediately, the atmosphere erupted, particularly, Zhao Zhe's tone twisted with disbelief as he exclaimed, You? Possessiveness? Old Fu, does that word even apply to you? He regarded Fu Ziyu as though he were a ghost, yet, this person remained composed, his brow relaxed, fingers delicately clutching a minuscule charm, exuding a hint of pride. It is worth noting that Fu Ziyu had previously exhibited an extraordinary indifference towards his past girlfriends, setting aside the notion of possessiveness. No matter how beautiful or shapely they were, whether they pouted or begged in front of him, he maintained an utterly callous demeanor, offering neither indulgence nor consolation. There was even an instance where a former girlfriend, in an act of retaliation, brazenly cheated on him in public, passionately kissing another man, her clothing nearly stripped away. Fu Ziyu observed this scene with no flicker of emotion in his eyes, calmly declaring their breakup and never casting her a second glance. At times, Zhao Zhe found himself bewildered as to what Fu Ziyu sought in these relationships. Was it merely the presence of a pretty vase? He once believed that due to Fu Ziyu's inherent coldness and ruthlessness, he would likely remain this way throughout his life. Heartless and detached, treating others as mere distractions, ready to withdraw without a trace, yet unexpectedly, at this moment, he claimed to possess a strong sense of possessiveness towards a certain young lady? Zhao Zhe felt as though his worldview might be crumbling. Initially, upon hearing that Fu Ziyu had a rather doting new girlfriend, he thought little of it. After all, with Fu Ziyu's temperament, how could he possibly dote on anyone? Now, he had witnessed it firsthand. This was it. Zhao Zhe felt an overwhelming curiosity gnawing at him. Who on earth could tame this man so thoroughly? By the end of November, the capital had turned desolate and frigid. Although she had endured a winter in the city before, the biting cold still unsettled Xia Jiqiao. After all, she had spent many years in the warm south, and adapting to such harsh, dry weather was a daunting task. Stepping outside necessitated wrapping herself tightly to avoid frigid hands and feet. Upon returning to the warmth of her dormitory, a layer of chill enveloped her. Back already? Jiang Lily was busy preparing soup in a small pot, the milky broth bubbling away. She ladled a small bowl and approached Xia Jiqiao, saying, Here, try some. The warm soup flowed into her, seemingly unwrapping her frozen insides, and Xia Jiqiao smiled, praising its delightful flavor. She handed over a package she had just collected, saying, This is for you. Thanks. Jiang Lily noticed the stack of boxes in her hands and inquired, What did you buy? Brushes and rice paper, among other things, Xia Jiqiao explained. She had been encouraged to join the calligraphy club during her first year at university, a relatively relaxed society with few obligations, save for some tasks during school events. The university was organizing an art gala for New Year's, and the calligraphy club was responsible for the exhibition, currently seeking submissions from every member. "I see," Zhang Lili acknowledged, bringing a bowl of soup to Xiajicha without further interruption. Xiajicha meticulously unpacked her items, attempting to practice a few characters. While the soup cooled to a palatable temperature. As she sipped from the bowl, she glanced back at Zhang Lili, who was still bent over her work, seemingly engrossed. Upon approaching, Xiajicha discovered that Zhang Lili was knitting a scarf. Zhang Lili, evidently a novice, was gripping 2 wooden needles, her face a mask of concentration as she followed a tutorial on her phone, appearing somewhat flustered. Unable to watch her struggle, Xiajicha offered assistance, asking, "What made you suddenly want to knit a scarf?" "It's all the rage online, knitting scarves for boyfriends," Zhang Lili explained. "I thought I'd make one for Gao Yuyan, so he could wear it every day. It would be quite the accomplishment." As she spoke, she made another mistake, grimacing as she corrected it. Catching a glimpse of Xiajicha from the corner of her eye, she suddenly grinned and asked, "Wouldn't you like to knit one for your fellow?" Ever since learning that Xiajicha was in a relationship, she had been eager to glean any information, but Xiajicha had remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. However, the teasing was unrelenting. Hearing this suggestion, Xiajicha blinked, a genuine thought sparking in her mind. But would Futsiyu appreciate such a gift? Observing Xiajicha's evident contemplation, Zhang Lili unabashedly lifted the recently delivered box, showcasing a plethora of colorful yarns she had purchased. "If you're interested, just take materials from me. I bought plenty." Gazing at the overflowing array of hues, Xiajicha abruptly remembered she had yet to ask Futsiyu what colors he favored. Just a moment. She returned to her desk, picked up her phone, and sent Futsiyu a message. Xiajicha frowny face, "What color do you like?" His response was swift to boyfriend frowny face black. "Why?" Xiajicha frowny face, "Oh, just curious." The screen soon illuminated with a call from Futsiyu. Xiajicha quickly made her way to the balcony. "What's up?" she asked softly upon answering. After a brief pause, he chuckled lightly. "My darling misses me, how could I not reach out?" Although Futsiyu had taken to calling her darling since their date, Xiajicha still felt a tinge of shyness upon hearing it. Her voice softened further, laced with a hint of nasal tone. "What are you up to?" "Working, it's been a bit hectic lately." Xiajicha could hear the rhythmic clicks of a mouse in the background. It seemed he had indeed been quite busy. She contemplated this but refrained from inquiring about his recent activities, saying, "Then, I won't disturb you any longer? Why so distant with your boyfriend?" Futsiyu drawled, refusing to let her hang up. "I'd much prefer you to interrupt me more. I've missed your voice these past few days." Why was he always so flirtatious with his words? Ultimately, after Futsiyu coaxed her into calling him a you several times, Xiajicha hung up, her cheeks flushed. She still remembered to ask Zhang Lili for some black yarn. On the other side, in the study of the East City apartment, Futsiyu ended the call just as he heard a knock at the door. Zhao Zhe entered. Whose call was it this time? Noticing Futsiyu had just set down his phone and appeared far less troubled than before, Zhao Zhe couldn't help but feel intrigued. Futsiyu didn't meet his gaze, responding succinctly, "Girlfriend." Understood. Zhao Zhe fell silent for a couple of seconds, his expression difficult to decipher, before conceding, "I shouldn't have asked." Ever since this man started dating that girl, anything that seemed to brighten his mood was undoubtedly connected to her. He shook his head, found a seat, and picked up a file nearby. At that moment, Futsiyu suddenly called out, "Zhao Zhe." "Yes, what is it?" Zhao Zhe, engrossed in the documents, replied casually, "Do you want me to check last year's accounts, or if a girl suddenly asks me what color I like, what does that mean?" Zhao Zhe. Wait, weren't we supposed to be discussing serious matters? He halted his movements, eyes widening in horror as he observed the faint smile curling at Futsiyu's lips. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zhe gravely remarked, "Old Fu, you can't possibly have turned into a lovesick fool, have you?" Chapter 48 Futsiyu, it is snowing. It feels quite pleasant. Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, noncommittally, not perceiving this as a derogatory remark. How infuriating. So what if he has a girlfriend? Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, purposefully responding in a flippant manner. When women ask me this, I usually reply that I adore risky topics. Fu Ziyu cast him a sidelong glance, chuckled lightly, and made no rebuttal, instead lowering his gaze to type. Fearing that Fu Ziyu might take his words seriously, Zhao Zhe hurriedly added, "No, you shouldn't actually respond like that to anyone, right?" "No," Fu Ziyu replied with calmness, his eyes downcast. "I understand she intends to prepare a gift for me." Zhao Zhe, then why inquire at all? Purely to flaunt, isn't it? This person is undoubtedly doing it on purpose. At that moment, his backup phone rang incessantly, and Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, choosing not to check the caller, and answered the call. After a while, his expression turned somber, and he slowly ceased smiling. After exchanging pleasantries, he hung up the phone, his demeanor no longer carefree, his brows were tightly furrowed. It was a call from the hospital. He tossed the phone to Fu Ziyu and said, "Your father has been contemplating altering the old man's will lately. He went to the hospital again today." The old man retained the majority of the shares in the Fu family, making him the absolute authority, unassailable in the entire capital. However, since Fu Ziyu's father, Fu Nanhai, remarried, he had been driven to the hospital several times by that confused family, leading to a decline in his health, and this winter, he showed signs of not being able to endure much longer. Fu Nanhai had long coveted the old man's power, and although he had begun to take over some responsibilities, he was still unsatisfied. This was primarily because the old man favored his grandson, Fu Ziyu. Once Fu Ziyu matured, it was undeniable that the Fu family would fall into his hands. The temptation of power was immense. Even father and son could turn against each other without hesitation. Coupled with the instigation from that mother-daughter duo, Fu Nanhai had grown increasingly resentful of Fu Ziyu over the years. However, with the old man exerting pressure, he could only engage in petty maneuvers behind the scenes, unable to stir up any significant turmoil. The sole inheritance was a foregone conclusion, making Fu Ziyu's takeover of the Fu family a certainty. Unexpectedly, a few months ago, Fu Ziyu's stepmother became pregnant. Though the gender was yet unknown, Fu Nanhai's intentions became increasingly transparent. Thus, the old man, to guard against any eventualities, specifically drafted a will stating that all future assets of the Fu family would belong to Fu Ziyu. Now, with the old man once again in a coma and hospitalized, Fu Nanhai had visited several times under the guise of checking in, each time bringing up the matter of the will. His motives were all too apparent. As Zhao Zhe's words faded, the dimly lit study was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, casting a worried glance at Fu Ziyu, who was lost in thought with his head propped up, Zhao Zhe began, "Old Fu," but was met with Fu Ziyu's soft laughter. "I can hear you." There was no trace of disappointment in his tone, only a chilling stillness that seemed to emanate from his very bones. In mid-December, the first snow of the year graced the capital as expected. Xia Jichao had also finished knitting her scarf. She had used a thicker, softer yarn, resulting in a fluffy, gentle texture. Just after rising, she heard Jiang Lily exclaim, "Wow, it's snowing." Jiang Lily, also a southerner, was quite excited about the snowfall. It had likely begun the night before, as a thin layer of white had already blanketed the ground by morning. It was quite picturesque. What a pity that such a beautiful snowy scene must coincide with our tyrant's early class. Jiang Lily yawned while applying her makeup. With a whole day of classes ahead, I won't even have time for a date. I'll definitely need to catch up on sleep when I return. Xia Jichao, washing up, paused momentarily upon hearing the word date. A date, she suddenly recalled a line from a romantic drama she had watched many years ago. On the first snow, one should be with the person they like. On the table sat a small gift box containing the knitted scarf. Originally, Xia Jichao planned to wait until the weekend to find an opportunity to present it to Fu Ziyu. Before heading out, she cast one last glance at the swirling snow outside, then abruptly turned back and slipped the gift box into her bag. The last class of the day ended at 5:30 in the afternoon. In winter, dusk falls quickly in the capital, and the sun was already beginning to set. Exiting the teaching building, Xia Jichao dialed Fu Ziyu's number. There was a delay before a slightly weary male voice answered. "Baby?" Xia Jichao tightened her grip on her bag strap and asked, "Where are you?" "At the hospital." Upon hearing Fu Ziyu's response, Xia Jichao's heart tightened. "Are you ill?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by an explanatory tone. "No, I'm visiting family." Oh, Xia Jichao vaguely recalled seeing the news about the old man from the Fu family being hospitalized a couple of days ago. Futsu must be quite busy now, right? Detecting the unusual tone in the young girl's voice, Futsu chuckled. Are you missing me, baby? The girl, shy by nature, usually wouldn't respond when asked such a question. After a moment of waiting, just as Futsu was about to speak again, he suddenly heard Xia Jichao's small voice on the other end. I miss you. She stood at the entrance of the teaching building, surrounded by students chatting and laughing, their voices blending into the phone's receiver. Her soft, tender voice, though faint, was particularly clear. Futsu momentarily fell silent, gazing at the snowflakes fluttering down before him. Xia Jichao summoned her courage and continued, Futsu, it snowed today. Can I come, see you? Xia Jichao felt a twinge of anxiety. She merely wished to deliver a small gift and see him for a moment, which shouldn't take too long. However, considering that Futsu's family was unwell, would it be inappropriate for her to visit? As she pondered this, she was about to add that it would be fine if he disagreed, yet, the next moment, she heard a light, cheerful laugh from the other end, as if he had been holding back for quite some time. Yes, it's snowing. Baby, I can hardly wait to see you right now. Chapter 49. A kiss on the neck. When Xia Jicha arrived at the hospital, twilight had already begun to set in. Futsu stood at the entrance, waiting for her. He wore a trench coat, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of elegance, with broad shoulders and a straight waist. Behind him, the hospital was ablaze with light, illuminating the sharp contours of his face and profile. Snow continued to fall sporadically, delicate flakes landing on his shoulders before quickly vanishing. As soon as Xia Jicha stepped out of the subway station, she caught sight of this scene, her heart tightening in concern for his well-being, prompting her to quicken her pace. The roads were slippery with snow, compacted by the footsteps of passing pedestrians, making it increasingly easy to slip. Just as she was nearing Futsu, she stumbled slightly, only to be steadied by a pair of cool hands. Be careful, Futsu's voice dripped with a teasing tone from above. Did you miss me that much? Xia Jicha gradually regained her balance and looked up at him. Against the light, Futsu's wild brows and eyes seemed to merge with the night, revealing the same nonchalant demeanor as usual, yet tinged with an unsettling shadow. A gust of wind blew, causing the snowflakes to settle on her eyelashes. Futsu raised his hand and leisurely brushed them away, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xia Jicha blinked, sensing something amiss with Futsu's mood. Her sensitivity to emotions was acute. Even though he laughed lightly and joked with her, she could faintly perceive the difference in him. Today, Futsu appeared utterly exhausted. She had sensed it during their phone call, and now, despite his relaxed smile, his eyes bore an eerie stillness and loneliness. Was he worried about her? Futsu, not receiving a response from Xia Jicha, assumed she was shy again and bent down to coax her. To his surprise, he was met with a pair of clear, doe-like eyes. The girl's gaze was so pure, as if they could see straight into his soul. Ayu, Xia Jicha called softly, her eyes unwavering. Futsu was always softened by this address. His brows relaxed, and in a languid tone, he replied, What is it? Are you unhappy? Futsu's gaze momentarily faltered, then, as if indifferent, he chuckled. What is there to be happy about while taking care of someone in the hospital? He squinted slightly, his peach blossom eyes curling into a whimsical arc, asking her, feeling sorry for me? Xia Jicha felt an unfamiliar discomfort at Futsu's demeanor, his feigned nonchalance despite his evident fatigue, as if he were wearing a mask that kept her at a distance. It made her heart feel heavy. Meeting his gaze for a brief moment, she bit her lip and suddenly looked down. Not receiving an answer, Futsu lowered his gaze to her. The girl was rummaging hurriedly through her canvas bag, leaving only a tuft of fluffy hair visible. After a moment, she finally retrieved a square gift box. It seemed she intended to hand it directly to Futsu, but after a moment's thought, she began to unwrap it herself. Ayu, Xia Jicha said earnestly while carefully opening the box, lower your head. Futsu, puzzled as to what she was holding, raised an eyebrow and complied. A soft, warm sensation enveloped his neck, gradually wrapping around him. He was taken aback. Lacking experience in helping others wear scarves, Xia Jicha fumbled a bit, her toes lifting awkwardly as she worked. Dressed warmly in a pink down jacket, the collar obscured half her face, revealing only her earnest eyes. Last time I asked you what color you liked, it was because I wanted to make you this, she explained softly, her words slow. I knitted it myself. It may not be very refined, but it's warm. Futsu listened quietly, not responding, his eyelids slightly lowered as he reached up to touch the scarf around his neck, his fingertips sinking into the soft texture. In that instant, it felt as if a string in his heart had quietly snapped. After Xia Jicha finished speaking, she stole a glance at Fu Ziyu's expression, discovering he seemed lost in thought. Did he not like it? A wave of anxiety washed over her. This was her first handmade gift to someone else, and she felt uncertain, fearing her creation was not good enough. Fu Ziyu likely wouldn't cherish such a trivial gift, afraid he might outright reject it. Xiajicha parted her lips and murmured, "I'll leave it with you, I'll take my leave now." At that moment, she heard Fu Ziyu chuckle again. This time, it was devoid of the earlier coldness, infused with warmth and gentle delight. And the next instant, he abruptly reached out, pulling her closer, leaning down to plant a somewhat rough kiss on her neck. His soft lips brushed against her sensitive pulse, sending a shiver through her entire body. Xiajicha gasped in surprise, instinctively drawing back, but Fu Ziyu trapped her waist with his other hand, leaving her with no escape. The man before her seemed to finally relax, shedding his fade, his shoulders drooping slightly, his voice a low, hoarse whisper, almost a murmur. Let me recharge, my baby." When Xiajicha returned to her dormitory, it was quite late. The snow had intensified during the night, and she had not brought an umbrella for the walk back from the subway station. By the time she reached her room, her hair was speckled with flakes. She brushed the snow from her hair, showered, and climbed into bed, only to see a message from Fu Ziyu. "Boyfriend frowny face, are you home?" She replied, frowny face, just finished showering, already lying in bed. After a moment's thought, she asked, "What about you?" Fu Ziyu did not respond immediately. After a while, he sent a photo of the background was his room, with him sitting on the sofa, a ball of light blue yarn beside him. His long, bony fingers gripped a wooden knitting needle, the sleeves of his loose homewear pushed up to his elbows, revealing arms with subtly prominent veins, pale skin exuding a hint of cool sensuality. "Boyfriend frowny face, I'm knitting a scarf for my baby." Xiajicha's face flushed instantly. Was he reciprocating her gesture? His face, typically aloof and indifferent, was now diligently crafting a scarf for his girlfriend. She stared at the photo for quite some time, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto her lips. Another message from Fu Ziyu appeared on the screen. "Boyfriend frowny face, can I kiss your lips next time?" Xiajicha's eyelids fluttered, nearly dropping her phone. The memory of that blush-inducing kiss on her neck outside the hospital replayed in her mind. Fu Ziyu had restrained himself, yet the sensation sent tremors through her body, leaving no trace behind. He had kissed her for a long time, his lips lingering on her neck, his hand possessively wrapped around her waist, making it impossible for her to escape. Even as he finally relaxed, still nestled against her neck, his low, breathy voice lingered in her ears, coated with desire. As the recollections entwined with the remnants of her sensations, Xiajicha felt her face grow increasingly warm. She gently touched her neck, recalling how exhilarating a kiss on the neck could be. If he kissed her on the lips, setting her phone aside, she buried her face into her pillow, her legs turning to jelly. After what felt like an eternity, she finally turned over and raised her head. The chat interface with Fu Ziyu still displayed on her phone. "Boyfriend frowny face, just teasing you." "Boyfriend frowny face, I probably won't be at school for a while, I'll be busy." "Boyfriend frowny face baby, remember to think of me often." The screen illuminated Xiajicha's cheeks, still tinted with a faint blush. Her gaze flickered with confusion. Would he really be busy? Was it due to matters at home? Was Fu Ziyu feeling down today because of those issues? She recalled how, after that kiss, in the biting cold wind, Fu Ziyu had earnestly adjusted her collar, his smile genuine in content. It seemed that after kissing her, he felt much happier. She disliked seeing him unhappy. She wanted to bring him joy. Xiajicha bit her lip and began to type to Xiajicha. "Frowny face, next time, I'll let you kiss me." Fu. Starting with a kiss on the forehead, then the neck, gradually enticing my wife. Countdown to Kisses V Chapter 50. Thinking of him as New Year's Day approached, the stage on the school playground gradually took shape. The New Year's Eve Gala had always been a significant highlight at Jing University, with various colleges and major clubs putting forth their utmost efforts in preparation. Originally, this had little to do with Xiajicha, but a few days before the event, she unexpectedly received a notification from the calligraphy club. A solo dance performance themed Ink and Wash was in need of someone to write a piece live on stage to accompany the dance. They had specifically chosen Xiajicha for her calligraphy skills. Without hesitation, she went to the rehearsal room that very afternoon to meet the performers. To her surprise, the person inside was Tong Tong. Upon opening the door to the rehearsal room, she was momentarily taken aback. The young girl was dressed in a dance outfit, stretching in front of the mirror. Beside her were the two friends Xiajicha had seen at the milk tea shop, engaged in animated conversation, their high-pitched voices echoing throughout the rehearsal space, drowning out the sound of the door opening. No one noticed Xiajicha's entrance. Tong Tong, are you still feeling down because of Fuqi? Oh, don't be upset, you know how he is, such a flirt, accepting anyone, perhaps that girl just confessed to him first. She'll likely get bored in no time. Exactly, besides, it's been ages, although there hasn't been any news of a breakup, he hasn't revealed who that girl is, has he? I think either she is too unattractive to show off, or they've already split, but just haven't said anything. Tong Tong listened on, her eyelids not lifting, her exquisite face revealing a hint of disdain. His social media still features her prominently. They haven't broken up. One of her friends faltered mid-sentence, forcing a laugh. Then that must mean she is not worth showing off, right? I bet she doesn't look that good. Maybe even Fuqi finds her unappealing. With our Tong Tong as a gem in front of him, no new girlfriend could ever compare. Not like we've seen anyone like that in the school. Ha ha ha. With the two girls fawning over her, Tong Tong finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Standing upright to face the mirror, she noticed Xiajicha lingering at the door, furrowing her brow slightly. Who are you? Having overheard their conversation, Xiajicha couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort, her expression growing considerably more subdued as she replied in a rather flat tone, from the calligraphy club. Oh, Tong Tong nodded, appraising Xiajicha from head to toe. Her gaze lingered on her face for a moment longer, scrutinizing. Haven't we met somewhere before? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Xiajicha lowered her eyelashes. Perhaps at the milk tea shop outside of school. Tong Tong nodded, casting a few more glances her way, managing a polite smile. For some reason, Xiajicha sensed a hint of hostility emanating from her. The table is over there. I need to continue practicing. Please write a piece for me to see first. Tong Tong gestured toward a nearby table and promptly returned to her two friends. Xiajicha nodded. The materials laid out on the table indicated that they hadn't intended to put her in a difficult position, yet, inexplicably, she felt that since seeing her, Tong Tong's attitude had become rather peculiar. Did she recognize her? After all, when the embrace on the balcony had been witnessed, Xiajicha had seen nothing, leaving her unsure if Tong Tong had clearly seen her then. Occasionally, the rehearsal room was filled with hushed whispers from the trio across the way. Although they tried to keep their voices low, the sound echoed throughout the space, allowing Xiajicha to catch snippets of their conversation. What is the calligraphy club up to? Are they trying to steal the limelight? Weren't they just supposed to provide a backdrop? With that makeup and styling, they'll overshadow everything still. No one can outshine our Tong Tong. She'll definitely dazzle the audience. Stop talking. What if that girl hears you? Once Xiajicha finished a character, she discreetly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with one of the complaining friends. The girl was momentarily startled, then casually turned away. Tong Tong's expression was equally displeased as she held her phone, using the camera as a mirror. Xiajicha began to grasp why the other's demeanor had shifted so subtly. It wasn't that Tong Tong had recognized her, rather, it seemed that Tong Tong was particularly concerned with her appearance. For some inexplicable reason, Xiajicha felt as though she had become Tong Tong's imagined rival. With a soft sigh, Xiajicha lowered her head and continued writing, pretending not to hear the remarks. It didn't matter. After the gala, their paths would no longer cross. Perhaps feeling guilty, the two friends raised their voices slightly, shifting the topic. Tong Tong, when you wear that performance outfit, you'll look like a fairy descending from the heavens. Who could possibly compare? Once you step on stage, I can guarantee you'll captivate everyone. Who knows, Fuqi might see you and fall head over heels, abandoning that ugly girl to pursue you instead? Wishing to avoid conflict, Xiajicha silently blocked out their chatter, yet, it inevitably affected her mood. She set down her brush and took a moment to rest. Opening her phone, she found the pinned chat interface still with Fuqi. The conversation had stalled since a few days ago, remaining frozen after she had mustered the courage to reply that she would let him kiss her next time. After a long silence, Fuqi had finally responded, once he had calmed down. Boyfriend frowny face baby, why are you so adorable? Boyfriend frowny face, then I'll come to kiss you. Her fingertips hovered over the screen, and Xiajicha's gaze lingered on those messages for quite some time. She suddenly realized that she had begun to feel a bit clingy. She had always been someone accustomed to solitude, comfortable in her own company, yet, it had barely been a few days since parting from Fuqi, and she found herself longing for him more than ever. Chapter 51, Waiting for You in the Grove. The New Year's Eve party arrived as scheduled. The festivities commenced in the evening and continued into the night, with the sky completely darkened and the atmosphere heated to a lively frenzy, both on and off the stage. The backstage area reserved for performers was bustling with activity. as people hurried to and fro, the winter night was truly frigid, and today, Xiaojicha was clad in a delicate qipao for her performance. While waiting for her makeup, she had adhered several heating pads to her body and wrapped herself in a long down jacket. Finding a chair to sit down, her phone buzzed with encouraging messages from John Lilly, along with real-time updates on the performances taking place on stage. John Lilly, is it almost your turn? I'm super excited right now. John Lilly, go for it, don't be nervous, I brought my camera specifically to capture your stunning shots. John Lilly, today, I am the head of the Xiaojicha Global Fan Club. Xiaojicha smiled slightly and began to reply to her messages. Before she could finish typing, she suddenly heard a cautious voice beside her. Excuse me, are you Xiaojicha? Xiaojicha put down her phone and turned to see a stranger, a girl, standing next to her. Puzzled, she nodded, yes, what's the matter? The girl appeared somewhat distressed but quickly spoke, well, it's like this, Tong Tong sent me to inform you that we are short on makeup artists, and since she has designed a specific look for you, it might take longer than expected. We may not have time to do makeup for others, so we might need you to. Before she could finish, Xiaojicha understood. Her expression grew somewhat distant, her lips pressing into a thin line. Just 2 days prior to the performance, Tong Tong had assured her that a makeup artist was arranged, and there was no need for her to worry. With so much preparation time, any issues could have been communicated in advance or alternative solutions devised. Yet, to be informed at this late hour, after waiting idly backstage, felt like a blatant attempt to hinder her. It was as if they were deliberately ensuring she could not get her makeup done or style herself. Xiaojicha frowned slightly at the girl, sensing her displeasure, hesitated for a moment before trying to mediate. You're just writing backstage, so whether you wear makeup or not shouldn't matter much. No one will pay attention to you, so you can just, it's alright. Xiaojicha interrupted her with a smile, thank you for letting me know. After that, she turned her attention back to her phone, sending a message to John Lilly. In truth, Xiaojicha was not overly concerned about this, much like the girl had suggested, being brought in merely to serve as a background figure, makeup or no makeup, made little difference to her. However, being deliberately obstructed always left her feeling uneasy. She understood Tong Tong's fixation with appearances and her desire to outshine others, yet, she was not the type to passively allow others to undermine her from behind the scenes. Before long, John Lilly rushed into the backstage area like a whirlwind. Upon spotting Xiaojicha, she immediately approached her without hesitation, opening her bulging bag in one swift motion. Thank goodness I brought my makeup kit with me. Otherwise, I would have had to run back, and who knows if I would have made it in time. As she spoke, she vented her frustration. I can't believe I praised Tong Tong for her looks before. How could she be so insufferable behind the scenes? Hey, Gigi, lower your head, I'm putting on foundation. Xiaojicha obediently lowered her head, allowing John Lilly to work her magic. What kind of look do you want? John Lilly asked, something light? Or stage makeup? She knew Xiaojicha had a reserved personality and was concerned she might shy away from the spotlight, so she wanted to offer some encouragement. Before she could finish her thought, she heard Xiaojicha say softly, whatever looks good. John Lilly was taken aback by Xiaojicha's response, momentarily stunned, nearly applauding her. Exactly. Why be so modest? Tong Tong hired a professional makeup artist for a custom look. Let us see if I can't overshadow her today with my own skills. John Lilly applied makeup swiftly, chattering away, and soon enough, she finished the look. Let me tell you, this is the best makeup I've ever done in my career. After applying the final touch, she handed Xiaojicha a mirror, exclaiming, your face looks stunning no matter how you do it. You could be a goddess. At that moment, another program was about to commence, and it was Xiaojicha's turn to take the stage. Someone called out to her, and she acknowledged with a nod, glancing back at John Lilly. John Lilly gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up, winking, I'll be right here, waiting for your triumphant return. Before handing her phone over for safekeeping, Xiaojicha hesitated for a moment, then stealthily took a selfie to send to Fu Chiyu. Girls often wish for the ones they admire to see their most beautiful selves. Before ascending the stage, Xiaojicha finally came face to face with Tong Tong. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Xiaojicha noticed a flicker of discomfort cross Tong Tong's otherwise beautiful and polished face, which quickly morphed into a fleeting guilt as she averted her gaze. Xiaojicha chose not to dwell on it. Hearing the host announce her name, she calmly stepped onto the stage. The winter night in the capital was chilling beyond belief. Even with heating pads stuck to her, the thin layer of her qipao offered little warmth. After the performance concluded, Xiaojicha felt her body stiffening from the cold. As she stepped off the stage, Zhang Lili was waiting with a down jacket, draping it around her shoulders and handing her a cup of hot water. "You can't just stand there writing. You should move around a bit. I was freezing just watching you," Zhang Lili remarked, rubbing her hands together, then shifted topics with a smirk. "You should have seen Tong Tong. She almost tripped on stage today. What a sight." Xiaojicha nodded absently, still trying to shake off the chill. Zhang Lili fiddled with her phone and soon presented it to Xiaojicha. The screen lit up. "Look, they're already discussing you on the forums, asking who you are." Zhang Lili spoke with a hint of smugness. "I told you, your face combined with my incredible makeup skills completely overshadows Tong Tong." Xiaojicha glanced down at the forum interface, indeed spotting several threads. Inquiry: who is the beautiful girl writing behind Tong Tong during her performance today? Seeking contact information. Shock: when did our school have such a beautiful girl? How come I've never seen her before? Discussion: during Tong Tong's solo dance, I found the girl writing behind her more captivating. Does anyone understand? Isn't this just poetic justice? Zhang Lili laughed while handing Xiaojicha her phone, trying to overshadow others only to be outshone herself. They say one should be kind. Otherwise, karma will come back to bite you. This is just too funny. After warming her fingers with the hot water, Xiaojicha finally felt some warmth return to her body. She had no strong feelings about the situation's outcome. After watching for a while with Zhang Lili, she opened her own phone. The chat interface displayed the photo she had sent to Fuqiyu before going on stage, but he had not yet replied. Is he still busy? Xiaojicha blinked, her mind wandering. The sound of the stage echoed around her, and she found it noisy, wishing to rise and leave the area. Just as she stood up, someone approached and blocked her path. The IT was an unfamiliar boy, seemingly still in high school, not at all resembling a university student from Jingde. Without a word, he thrust a small box into her hands and then dashed away. Zhang Lili watched this unfold and teased, "Look at that, and it hasn't even been long before you've garnered admirers?" The boy disappeared swiftly, and by the time Xiaojicha regained her composure, he was already gone. She looked down at the gift box in her hands, and at that moment, her heart skipped a beat. This box resembled the one she had previously given to Fuqiyu. It was strikingly similar. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within her, and Xiaojicha nervously bit her lip, cautiously peeling back a corner of the box. Inside, the contents were tightly wrapped, but atop it lay a neatly written note, the characters bold and expressive. "Waiting for you in the grove." As her gaze fell upon those words, Xiaojicha's eyelashes fluttered. It was as if she suddenly realized something. Clutching the gift box tightly, she swiftly turned and ran out of the backstage area. Chapter 52: A kiss on the lips. The sharp edges of the gift box pressed against Xiaojicha's arm. Her long down jacket had merely been draped over her shoulders since she stepped off the stage, fastened only with two hidden clasps at her collarbone, leaving it far from properly worn. As she ran, the cool breeze invaded through the gaps, rendering her discomfort, yet Xiaojicha seemed oblivious to it, her pace quickening until she dashed into a small garden shrouded by trees just outside the playground, finally slowing down, breathless. This place, colloquially known as the Little Woods at Jing University, had been voted as the sanctuary for couples on forums for several consecutive years. Due to the New Year's Eve party, the paths within the woods lay deserted, with small lights nestled among the bushes dimly illuminating this little realm. Xiaojicha silently calmed her breath, her heart racing as she moved forward. At the end of the light, an open space awaited her, where Fu Xiaoyu stood, waiting. Having not seen each other for half a month, he had not changed much. His hair had grown longer, with wisps gently obscuring his sharp brow and eyes. Upon hearing her footsteps, Fu Xiaoyu crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow at her, a lazy smile curving at the corners of his lips, as if he were merely waiting for her to approach. Xiaojicha felt her heart race a few beats faster, clutching the box tightly as she walked towards him. Before she could reach him, he extended his arms and enveloped her in an embrace. The familiar scent, tinged with a chill, enveloped her senses, bringing a long-missed sense of security. The somewhat stiff gift box rested between them, while the surrounding branches and leaves cloaked the night in tranquility. The distant sounds of music from the stage faintly drifted in, making this place feel like a secluded little world. Here, they met in secret. Fu Xiaoyu released her after a brief moment, taking the gift box from her hands. He tilted his chin slightly, smiling playfully, "Eager to see me? You haven't even properly worn your clothes." Xiaojicha lowered her head, slowly adjusting her down jacket, pulling the zipper all the way up under Fu Xiaoyu's gaze. Finally satisfied, Fu Xiaoyu weighed the gift box in his hands. Have you opened it yet? Xiaoxicha nodded, then shook her head, answering softly and honestly, I only looked at the note, but I didn't open it to see what's inside. Fu Xiaoyu was taken aback by her straightforwardness, momentarily stunned before he chuckled softly, alright. The wind was still a bit chilly, so he shifted his position, discreetly shielding her from the cold breeze, opening the lid of the box and presenting it to her. You can unwrap it yourself. Xiaoxicha opened it slowly. She guessed it would be the scarf that Fu Xiaoyu knitted for her, but to her surprise, besides the scarf, there was also a hat woven in the same color scheme, shaped like rabbit ears. Xiaoxicha blinked, looking up at him. Fu Xiaoyu, avoiding her gaze, stared straight ahead, his tone light. I knitted them both. Uncertain of what had triggered her amusement, Xiaoxicha bit her lip, unable to suppress a small laugh. In an instant, Fu Xiaoyu gently lifted her chin, meeting her gaze, his breath warm and intense, teasingly inquiring, Are you laughing at me? Xiaoxicha shook her head, her eyes sparkling like gemstones as they met his, her voice a whisper, I'm just happy. Happy to see him, happy to receive such a thoughtful gift from him. The sincerity in her expression softened Fu Xiaoyu's heart, realizing how candid she had become under his influence. The corners of his lips deepened into a smile as he released her chin, glancing at the items in her hands, suggesting, why not try it on? Xiaoxicha obediently donned the scarf. It wrapped warmly around her neck, faintly carrying his familiar, invigorating scent. Due to the performance, her hair was pinned up, so she let it down before putting on the knitted hat, which nestled over her slightly curled strands, the rabbit ears flopping adorably. Her makeup remained intact, the shimmering eyeshadow enhancing her doe-like eyes, which sparkled even more than usual. When she looked up at Fu Xiaoyu, her lips tinted a cherry red, she resembled a little rabbit. Fu Xiaoyu suddenly felt an overwhelming lack of self-control in her presence. He couldn't resist reaching out to tug at her rabbit ears, hearing Xiaoxicha softly inquire, Have you finished your work? Fu Xiaoyu replied with a casual absent-mindedly kneading the soft ears of the hat, almost done. Xiaoxicha remained still as he played with the hat, though he was not actually touching her ears, yet for some reason, observing his movements made her spine tense slightly. His fingers were so long and graceful, their leisurely caresses imbued with an unspoken allure. Struggling to dismiss her chaotic thoughts, Xiaoxicha asked quietly, I hadn't planned on joining the fun. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to anticipate her question, his tone laced with playful nonchalance, pausing before his enchanting eyes glanced at her. But my little darling is performing, how could I not come and see? So he had watched her performance. Moreover, he had come specifically to see her. A warm sweetness washed over her heart, and Xiaoxicha recalled the photo she had sent him, which he had yet to reply to. She softly asked, Did you see the photo I sent you? I did, Fu Xiaoyu answered, lowering his gaze, his voice calm. That he had seen it, so why had he not replied? Xiaoxicha let out a small oh, refraining from expressing her thoughts further, yet, Fu Xiaoyu's gaze gradually fell upon her face, his tongue playfully brushing against his cheek as he teased, Are you upset? Not wanting to appear petty, Xiaoxicha turned her face away. No. Fu Xiaoyu suddenly chuckled, leaning closer to her. Feeling his warm breath drawing near again, Xiaoxicha's breath caught in her throat, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly as she heard his voice descend softly in her ear. Not replying to your message was my way of telling you in person. Fu Xiaoyu spoke leisurely, his tone deliberately laced with affection. My darling, today you are the most beautiful little rabbit. Each word landed in her heart like fireworks bursting into bloom. Under the night's enchantment, Xiaoxicha felt herself falling into a gentle trap, slowly succumbing to its allure, her entire being enveloped in a dreamy haze. Instinctively, she reached out to push Fu Xiaoyu away, but upon grazing the fabric of his chest, her hand lingered, tightening instead. Embarrassment washed over her, burying her face in his embrace. Fu Xiaoyu relaxed his shoulders, allowing her to lean against him, his hand gently stroking the back of her head. The distant music from the stage faded, the hostess' voice becoming a vague murmur. Shadows and light danced around them, blurring the outlines of everything. After a while, Xiaoxicha gently nudged against Fu Xiaoyu, finally mustering the courage to lift her head once more. You, she called softly. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his gaze to meet hers. What is it? The color on the girl's lips had dulled from the original vibrant red to a glistening pink. She bit her lip again and said, Could you lower your head a bit? Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow but complied, bending down. Xiaojicha, on tiptoe, bridged the gap between them, their breaths intertwined for a fleeting moment, and her soft, rosy lips cautiously brushed against his. Chapter 53. This is my first kiss, darling. Just a fleeting moment. The soft, tingling sensation upon her delicate lips surged straight to her heart. Fu Qi was momentarily taken aback, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with amusement. He had not anticipated that the young girl would take the initiative so suddenly. His gaze locked onto Xiaojicha, the depths of his dark eyes swirling ominously. The girl, akin to a snail cautiously extending its antennae, quickly retreated, her head bowed in bashfulness, her voice barely a whisper. We agreed. They had promised that when they met again, a kiss would grace their lips. Heat crept to her ears as Xiaojicha felt Fu Qi's intense gaze upon her, her legs inexplicably weakening as she stumbled back, yearning to escape. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself ensnared by his arm around her waist. Fu Qi exerted a gentle yet firm pull, drawing her back. Is that how you intend to kiss? After a brief tumult of emotions, he chuckled softly, bending down to lift her chin with a hint of insistence, the corners of his eyes curling with a fleeting allure. Let me teach you how to truly kiss. His cool, thin lips descended, and Xiaojicha tensed, her breath abruptly stolen. This kiss was laden with an aggressive fervor, lacking restraint, as it methodically invaded her senses. Xiaojicha whimpered instinctively, rising on her toes, her body trembling as she felt his grip tighten on her chin. The sensation was both foreign and exhilarating, igniting a primal urge to flee, yet Fu Qi held her firmly in place, the next wave of passion crashing over her. The rustling of branches mingled with distant sounds from the stage, masking the fragmented gasps in the dim light. After what felt like an eternity, the prolonged kiss finally ceased. Fu Qi released her, and Xiaojicha felt as if she might suffocate from the intensity of it all. Taking a step back, her head bowed as she panted, her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen. When she dared to glance up, she found Fu Qi lifting his hand, his cool, white fingers leisurely brushing away the silvery trace on his lips, a suggestive glint in his eyes. The look he bestowed upon her was both teasing and satisfied. Xiaojicha's cheeks flared even hotter, her heart raced, her gaze inadvertently revealing a hint of alluring days, complemented by her innocent, sweet visage reminiscent of a rabbit, her lips still glistening with moisture, a blend of purity and desire. Fu Qi could not resist the urge to draw her back for another kiss. He finally comprehended why some individuals become so addicted to kissing. Once one has tasted such pleasure, restraint is nearly impossible. Xiaojicha, still struggling to regain her breath, saw him leaning in again and hastily raised her hand, attempting to push him away, stammering, No, I haven't caught my breath yet." Fu Qi paused, unperturbed by her resistance, chuckling softly, "Can't you breathe, darling?" Xiaojicha fell silent, retracting her hand. "This is my first kiss." With no prior experience, it was only natural she would falter. Unlike him, who seemed so adept, clearly having kissed many before, though she had long been aware that someone like him, having had numerous girlfriends, would find such intimacy commonplace. At this moment, she could not help but dwell on these thoughts, despite knowing she had no right to feel this way. Fu Qi, intending to tease her further, was taken aback when he noticed her lips pressed together, a hint of discomfort mingling with her efforts to conceal it. As if comprehending her turmoil, his gaze deepened, and he called out softly, "Darling." Xiaojicha's eyelashes fluttered, her voice soft in response. The night enveloped them, and Fu Qi, lowering his head, smirked as he asked, "Do you think I am a scoundrel?" Xiaojicha fell silent once more. She feared that if she nodded, he would become angry. Observing her silence, Fu Qi cupped her chin again, his thumb grazing her soft lips, his expression easing. "This is my first kiss, darling." First kiss. Xiaojicha felt a wave of disbelief wash over her, lifting her gaze to meet his. It was hard to accept whether it was the number of his ex-girlfriends or the effortless control he exhibited during the kiss. "You were so skilled at kissing," she murmured in protest. Fu Qi raised an eyebrow, suddenly laughing. "Should I thank you for the compliment?" "Gifted, darling." Noticing her silence, Fu Qi sighed lightly, leaning in closer to reveal a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Shall we try again? Allow you to experience what it means to be more proficient." Xiaojicha, still dazed from the unexpected emotions, found herself pressed against him once more. As she heard her breath grow erratic, Fu Qi soothingly caressed the nape of her neck, whispering a low reminder against her lips, "Breathe." Xiaojicha clutched the fabric of his shirt, her mind clouded as she obediently followed his advice. This kiss lingered longer than the last. Waves of tingling sensations coursed through her, leaving her feeling utterly weak, as Fu Qi's strong arms supported her, plunging deeper and deeper. Shadows stretched long upon the ground, distant sounds of fireworks bursting echoed, accompanied by cheers, illuminating the night sky. Flecks of light filtered through the dense foliage, casting a brilliant glow upon his deep-set eyes. It felt as if she were dreaming, Xiaojicha thought. After establishing their relationship, every moment they shared seemed to have manifested from her most unutterable dreams. What once felt unattainable had truly become a reality, so beautiful it was beyond her belief. "What are you thinking about now?" Sensing her distraction, Fuqi playfully nipped at her lip. "Darling, focus." A wave of burning desire washed over her once more, and Xiaojicha closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Even though she was fully aware that this romance was merely Fuqi's diversion, a whimsical wager, she still yearned for this dream to delve even deeper. Chapter 54 Subtle possessiveness. After the frenzied festivities of the evening, the dawn of the following day brought with it a palpable weariness. The school was closed for the day, and the campus remained eerily quiet throughout the morning. Xiaojicha remained in a state of drowsiness until nearly noon, when Zhang Lili lethargically roused her, saying, "It's time for lunch." Dazed, Xiaojicha responded with a muffled acknowledgement, pulling the blanket over her head and dozing off for a few more moments before reluctantly sitting up. Last night, as she returned to the dormitory, her legs felt somewhat weak. Zhang Lili had not returned, and fearing exposure, Xiaojicha first removed her makeup. It was only in front of the mirror that she realized her lipstick had smudged beyond recognition, marked by faint bite marks, a clear testament to the fervor shared with Fuqi. The soft whispers of breath still seemed to linger in her ears, causing her ears to flush crimson as she quickly washed her face and retreated back beneath the covers. Her phone buzzed with messages from Fuqi. "Boyfriend frowny face baby. Boyfriend frowny face, I was very happy tonight as well." His evident joy radiated through the screen. He was teasing her once more. Xiaojicha buried her face in the blanket, forcing herself to cease wandering thoughts, and closed her eyes to sleep. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming excitement of her first kiss, she found herself restless throughout the night, finally succumbing to slumber just before dawn. Now, as Xiaojicha rose from bed, she found Zhang Lili in a similarly exhausted state, clearly having been overly excited and sleep-deprived the previous night. Zhang Lili waved a piece of paper, announcing, "We won a dry pot voucher from the cafeteria in last night's raffle. It will expire if we don't use it today, let us go." Xiaojicha nodded in agreement. During the holiday, the cafeteria was relatively empty. After a couple of bites, Zhang Lili seemed to regain some of her vitality, pulling out her phone to check messages. After a moment, she straightened up, suddenly animated, and looked at Xiaojicha Ojiji. Xiaojicha, with a mouthful of rice, responded in confusion. "Goddess, let us not forget our humble beginnings." Zhang Lili handed her the phone, taking a deep breath. "Look, you've taken over the forum." On the forum's homepage, several posts from last night still rained high, with replies stacking up to several dozen layers. "In one day, I want all the information about this girl. She can't possibly be from another school, right? How could I not remember such a beautiful girl? Found her." I dug through the calligraphy club's list one by one. "She's our sophomore from the foreign language department. Her name is Xiaojicha. As for why we didn't recognize her before, please see the VCR, image, laughing to death. She's so plain, just a glance and she disappears into the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. My beautiful junior who loves wearing oversized t-shirts, so does anyone have her contact information? Please. I have a feeling that before long, your WeChat friend requests will be non-stop," Zhang Lili remarked, reclaiming her phone and sighing. "Shall I say something for you? That you're already taken, that might reduce the harassment." Xiaojicha was taken aback by the persistent interest in the posts. Even after a night had passed, she closed the thread and gently shook her head. "Indeed, they started digging. They even mistook your brother for your boyfriend. It's hilarious. I saw your brother responding in the threads, looking quite aggrieved." Zhang Lili, having encountered Chang Ming Sui on 2 occasions, chuckled as she recounted his witty exchanges in the posts. "What does he mean? My sister is irresistibly charming. That kid looks so innocent. How can he be so amusing?" Just then, a message fluttered in on WeChat, prompting Zhang Lili to lower her head to reply. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what does Fuqi mean by this? I don't quite understand." Fuqi had posted something on his moments. Xiaojicha's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she discreetly illuminated her phone screen. Upon refreshing her moments, the first entry she saw was labeled boyfriend. There were no words or images, only a rabbit emoji. To others, it appeared utterly nonsensical. A few people from her contact list commented, Question mark. What does this mean? Is Fugu craving spicy rabbit heads? Has he started raising rabbits? Xia Shicha's eyelashes fluttered rapidly. A rabbit. A little rabbit. My baby, today is the most beautiful little rabbit. Fu Xi's deep voice echoed in her thoughts once more. Xia Shicha tightened her grip on her phone, staring intently at the small rabbit icon, as a sudden realization dawned upon her. His little rabbit, his, and hers. A secret language known only to the two of them, the subtle possessiveness crystallizing in that moment. In an instant, her fingertips felt ablaze, and she quickly exited her moments. As Jiang Lili had predicted, ever since that day, Xia Shicha's WeChat friend requests had been relentless. Even during class, unfamiliar classmates approached her, inquiring if they could connect with a friend who wanted to meet her. Xia Shicha had never been adept at navigating such social dynamics, otherwise, she wouldn't have spent over a year at university maintaining merely superficial relationships with nearly everyone in her class. She chose to decline all requests, pretending not to see them. The discussions surrounding her on the forum persisted for several days, gradually waning in intensity until her surroundings finally quieted down. As the month of final exams approached, the campus once again enveloped in an atmosphere of diligent study. The forum became inundated with students driven to madness by their revisions. This is from my mom. She specifically instructed me to give it to you. Along with this, at the library's back entrance, Chang Ming-sui rummaged through a plastic bag while explaining to Xia Shicha. Every holiday, when Xia Shicha couldn't return to Yun City, her aunt and uncle would send her a care package. Since she had started school this semester, they had directly sent the packages to Chang Ming-sui, asking him to deliver them to her. The bag contained numerous items, and it took Chang Ming-sui a while to finish explaining. As he handed it to Xia Shicha, he asked, "Sister, aren't you going home for the holidays?" Xia Shicha nodded, accepting the bag, and patiently explained, "I found an internship. I'll return once the company breaks for the holidays." She had resigned from her bubble tea shop job during New Year's and secured a position as an intern translator, which required her to start during the winter break, offering a decent salary that would alleviate her financial stress for the next semester. Chang Ming-sui responded with an "oh," adding, "Then come back early for the new year, otherwise, my parents will surely nag me to death." "I know, I'll call them tonight," Xia Shicha replied with a smile. Having completed her task, Chang Ming-sui was about to turn away when he suddenly pivoted back. Noticing the hesitance in his expression, Xia Shicha curiously inquired, "What's up?" "Well," Chang Ming-sui found it slightly difficult to voice, "my roommate asked if he could get to know you." The third update exceeding 100 requests. Fugu. Is someone else trying to steal my home? Chapter 55. Staying at my place? Xia Jichao did not anticipate this turn of events. With a resigned smile, she patted his shoulder and said, "Please help me decline." Upon hearing this, Chang Ming-sui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, "I had a feeling it would be like this. I've already turned him down for you. I just meant for you to casually inquire. I view him as a roommate, yet he wishes to be my brother-in-law." "Absolutely not, even if you agree. I still disagree," the youth mumbled to himself for a while, as the little frustration in his heart seemed finally to have been expressed. He waved goodbye to Xia Jichao, asking, "Shall I be on my way?" Xia Jichao nodded, bidding him farewell as she watched his figure fade from her sight. Instead of leaving, she lingered for a moment before turning to walk through the small door. This door resembled a safety passage, lacking an elevator and featuring only a narrow staircase. As she rounded a corner, she unexpectedly collided with a tall figure. The plastic bag in her hand swayed, producing a rustling sound, accompanied by a deep, languid voice. "Our little darling is quite popular, isn't she?" The trailing tone echoed leisurely in the empty corridor. Xia Jichao raised her gaze, tilting her head to look at Fu Xiyu. "What brings you down here?" During this period of intense review, Xia Jichao had practically spent all her time in the library, attending classes only sporadically. Aware of this, Fu Xiyu often feigned casualness, sitting across from her or beside her, not disturbing her as he immersed himself in his own reading, much like a stranger fortuitously seated next to her. After several days, Xia Jichao grew accustomed to his presence, feeling a sense of reassurance whenever she spotted him. "I came down to see you, lest someone else snatch you away." Fu Xiyu took the plastic bag from her hand and reached out with his other hand to grasp hers. Sensing an odd inflection in his tone, Xia Jichao blinked. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Fu Xiyu lazily replied with a nonchalant Xia Jichao shook his hand, saying, "I turned him down." The young girl spoke softly, her tone tranquil, akin to petting someone as fur. Fu Ziyu glanced down at her, and upon meeting her soft, bright, honest eyes, any inexplicable annoyance he felt evaporated suddenly. He even thought to himself that his earlier feelings had been rather petty. It was tiresome to hear of yet another person wanting to get to know her. He recalled a few days prior when Zhao Zhe had looked up a forum and sought him out to ask if he had Xia Jichao's contact information. TSK, the young girl certainly attracted covetous gazes. Fu Ziyu pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, tightening his grip on her small hand until they reached the floor of the study room, where he finally let go. The study room was remarkably quiet, with everyone engrossed in their own tasks. No one paid any mind to the comings and goings of those around them. Xia Jichao occupied a corner seat, conveniently near a window, her open notebooks neatly arranged. Fu Ziyu sat across from her, propping his head up, idly flipping through his textbook. Xia Jichao was intensely focused while studying, her concentration bordering on single-mindedness. Her phone, silenced and turned face down beside her, remained untouched until the sound of the dismissal bell from the teaching building rang out at 5:30. She picked up her phone, beginning to sift through the messages she had yet to address. Fu Ziyu had been observing her since she set her book down, lifting his chin slightly to watch her. He noticed the young girl responding to each message, but when she opened one particular message, her shoulders suddenly slumped, and a hint of distress crossed her expression. Descending the stairs once more, Xia Jichao continued her correspondence, and Fu Ziyu lowered his head to inquire, "What's wrong?" "The school just sent a notice that I can't stay on campus during the holiday." Xia Jichao glanced at her screen, where she was conversing with her advisor, her voice slightly subdued. "I might need to look for a rental in advance. The rental prices in the capital were exorbitant, and affordable accommodations were scarce. Finding a short-term rental nearby could easily consume a significant portion of her internship salary. However, it was too late to abandon the job, as the contract had already been signed. After discussing the matter with her advisor, who confirmed that staying on campus was not an option, she mentioned she would help her inquire if anyone living near the school had a vacant rental for the holiday. Setting her phone down, she sighed softly, preparing to search for housing on the app, when she suddenly heard Fu Ziyu's voice. "How about staying at my place?" Xia Jichao paused momentarily, looking up at Fu Ziyu. His expression remained unchanged, as calm as if he were merely asking her what she wanted for dinner. Her heart skipped a beat as she recalled the day Fu Ziyu had taken her to his home. Back then, they were not yet in a romantic relationship. He was the host, and she was the guest. However, when such a statement is made between couples, it typically implies. Xia Jichao fell silent, hesitantly whispering, "Is that really appropriate?" Before she could finish her thought, her forehead was lightly tapped by a cool fingertip. "What are you thinking about?" Fu Ziyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I'll allocate you a room to stay in while I reside elsewhere. Just remember to help me with the cleaning? Or do you prefer to live together?" Nearly forgotten was the fact that this individual possessed more than one property in the capital. Although Fu Ziyu posed it as a question, he did not afford Xia Jichao the luxury of hesitation. The very next day, the keys and access codes to that apartment were in her hands. As forceful and irresistible as he himself was. As the holiday approached, Xia Jichao began to pack her belongings to move into his home, taking the opportunity to clean thoroughly on several occasions. Fu Ziyu's residence was generally quite tidy, though things tended to be scattered about, creating a somewhat cluttered appearance. After Xia Jichao meticulously organized everything, the place was almost spotless. Once the exams concluded and students began to leave campus, Xia Jichao returned to that apartment with merely a small suitcase. Upon entering, she found Fu Ziyu lounging on the living room sofa, leisurely surveying his surroundings. He hadn't been there for a few days, having entrusted the keys and access codes to Xia Jichao, and returning to find the place transformed was a novelty for him. Xia Jichao stepped inside and changed her shoes before silently approaching him to gauge his reaction. She was uncertain if he would be satisfied with her cleaning efforts. Fu Ziyu, catching sight of her standing before him like a wooden statue, appeared to be anxiously awaiting judgment. He chuckled softly, grasping her wrist and drawing her onto his lap. "Back already, little snail girl?" The weighty syllables accompanied by his warm breath brushed against her ear, and the unexpected intimacy made Xia Jichao shiver slightly, her body becoming somewhat rigid. "You're here." She gently pushed Fu Ziyu away, but he had one arm firmly around her waist, leaving her unable to move. Fu Ziyu reclined languidly against the backrest in response to her gentle shove, his expression relaxed and drowsy, yet he did not relinquish his hold. He allowed her to lean slightly forward, casually asking, finished with your exams? Today was the last one. The warmth of the heating in the room was substantial, prompting Xia Jichao to shed her outerwear upon entering, revealing a thin sweater that accentuated her slender silhouette. Fu Ziyu's large hand rested idly on her waist, tightening slightly, making her waist appear delicate enough to be grasped with one hand. As their conversation unfolded, he seemed to be enjoying himself, squeezing and then releasing her waist. Any plans for later? I need to go to the supermarket to buy some essentials. The tingling sensation at her waist became increasingly unbearable, and Xia Jichao finally could not tolerate it, pursing her lips to push his hand away. Please stop that. Fu Ziyu paused his actions but still maintained his hold on her waist, raising his eyelids to look at her. All right, he replied, a smirk tugging at his lips, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. It's been a while since I've kissed someone. Care for a peck? Chapter 56. You will inevitably perish under my influence. After spending considerable time together, Fu Ziyu realized that the young lady's avoidance was not an act of resistance, but rather an expression of shyness. Thus, he felt emboldened to press further. Fu Ziyu delivered his words with a mischievous tone, his brow relaxed and his demeanor playful, remaining reclined as he cast a half-smile at Xia Jichao, clearly soliciting a kiss while feigning nonchalance. Xia Jichao's hands lingered on his arms, her eyes fluttering as she gazed at him. Suddenly, she recalled how, in the past few days, she had been so preoccupied with exam preparations that she had somewhat neglected him. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned closer to Fu Ziyu, supporting herself with her hands on either side of him, her palms sinking into the softness of the couch. As she drew near, memories of their previous kiss, filled with urgency and fervor, resurfaced in her mind. She swallowed hard and whispered, "Could you perhaps be a bit gentler this time?" The young lady's doe-like eyes sparkled with vulnerability, her sweet breath brushing against his face, reminiscent of a gentle cat's tail, stirring an itch of longing within him. Fu Ziyu's Adam's apple bobbed as he made the bold move of grasping the back of her head, chuckling softly, "All right." He then leaned in and captured her lips. Initially, he intended to merely graze her with a light kiss, but upon tasting her sweetness, the pent-up desire he had restrained for days surged forth uncontrollably. He tightened his grip on her head, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. His tongue invaded her mouth, asserting dominance over her senses, leaving Xia Jichao breathless and disheveled. Her body weakened, her hands feebly resting on his chest, almost collapsing against him. The hand resting on her waist tightened once more, its warmth palpable even through the fabric of her clothing, as if urging her to relax, playfully pinching her waist in a rhythmic manner, both teasing and intimate. Xia Jichao trembled all over, struggling against him. Fu Ziyu loosened his grip slightly, and she buried her face in the crook of his neck, her mind clouded, only to bite down gently on his Adam's apple. The faint sound of a muffled groan escaped his chest. Xia Jichao froze for a moment, only then realizing what she had done. Slowly, she propped herself up, her gaze landing on the faint bite mark on Fu Ziyu's pale, elongated neck, a testament to their earlier frenzy. Her eyes still held a lingering daze and allure as she blinked, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Fu Ziyu's chest rose and fell a couple of times as he stared at her, suddenly breaking into a husky laugh. He wrapped his arm around her once more, pulling her tightly against his chest. "Don't move for now," he murmured, a mix of soothing and coaxing in his tone, taking a deep breath, his voice slightly labored. "I need a moment." Initially, Xia Jichao did not grasp the implication. However, as she shifted slightly, she felt the burgeoning desire within him, her shoulders stiffened, and she obediently remained still. Fu Ziyu had always believed himself to be a person of moderate desires. At least, in his years of existence, he had never experienced overwhelming cravings in this regard until he met Xia Jichao. This girl was so soft that even a mere touch could send him spiraling out of control. Just a kiss, with their bodies pressed together, nearly ignited a fire within him. He let out a soft hiss, tightening his embrace, his low, mischievous tone vibrating through his chest. "You will inevitably perish under my influence." After lingering for some time, they decided to head to a nearby supermarket to buy some items, and by the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the sky. The supermarket was not overcrowded at this hour, and Xia Jichao had only a few items to purchase as she quietly walked ahead with her shopping basket. Fu Ziyu trailed behind her, his strides leisurely. The earlier encounter had been somewhat excessive, provoking a hint of irritation in the young lady. Xia Jichao had a gentle temperament, often struggling to express her displeasure. She was usually kind-hearted, never engaging in conflicts, and even when irritated, she would only subtly ignore the person, rarely exhibiting any sharp emotional expressions. If she were to throw a tantrum, Fu Xi would at least have an inkling of how to appease her, but dealing with her current demeanor was entirely new to him. He could only follow her pace, exchanging a few words now and then, patiently waiting for her mood to shift. After selecting the last personal care item, Xiaojicha checked off the final item on her phone list and finally mustered the courage to ask Fu Xi, "Is there anything you wish to buy?" Fu Xi raised his head, glancing around. As he did so, the bite mark on his Adam's apple caught the light, still faintly visible despite having faded somewhat. Xiaojicha's gaze was momentarily scorched before she quickly averted her eyes. "Wait for me here," Fu Xi spoke, then strode toward a shelf, his tall figure moving with grace. His silhouette was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Xiaojicha observed him as he approached a shelf stocked with feminine products, and when he returned, he held a small packaging bag in his palm. It contained a pair of black hair ties adorned with tiny rhinestones. Xiaojicha felt puzzled, for she had an ample supply of hair ties. Once they had completed their purchases, Fu Xi stood at the supermarket exit and unexpectedly handed her the hair ties. His expression relaxed. "Change into these?" Xiaojicha blinked, bewildered but complied nonetheless. As she swapped out the old ties, she instinctively pocketed them, only to see Fu Xi deftly take them from her hands and place them on his own wrist. The black hair ties stood out beautifully against his fair, elegant wrist. Xiaojicha widened her eyes in surprise as she observed his nonchalant demeanor, even raising an eyebrow in delight. "Tie me up," he said casually, "so that everyone knows I have a significant other." Xiaojicha felt her irritation dissipate as she grasped his hand. "Let's go home." Since the supermarket was nearby, they had walked instead of driving. On their way back, Xiaojicha's cheeks flushed from the brisk wind. Upon returning home, Fu Xi watched her step inside, his hands tucked into his pockets, remaining motionless at the door. Xiaojicha had already changed her shoes but, noticing the lack of a closing door, turned around to find Fu Xi still standing outside, slightly puzzled. "Aren't you coming in?" The staircase lights that had just switched off flickered back to life, casting a sharp and clear outline of Fu Xi's face. He lazily tilted his head down, a smirk playing on his lips. "I have to head back." Xiaojicha responded with a soft "Oh, would you like to stay for a bit longer? Do you miss me?" Fu Xi quipped, raising an eyebrow while leaning against the doorframe. "No, just curious." Xiaojicha assumed he would linger for a while longer. Fu Xi's gaze remained fixed on her. Suddenly he lowered his shoulders, the shadows from the overhead light enveloping Xiaojicha's petite figure. She had just begun to lift her head when she felt a firm grip on her chin. A warm sensation spread across her cheek as Fu Xi bit down gently. The wind had already tinted her cheeks a soft pink. Her face was delicate yet not gaunt, her chin pointed but her cheeks tender and full, resembling a juicy apple. Fu Xi had long wished to do this, leaving no bite mark. It was a primal declaration of affection, and as he released her, his thumb pressed against her lips, leisurely caressing them. "Baby," he chuckled softly, "do you understand? Your actions make it hard for me to resist." He feared that if he entered again tonight, he might not be able to leave. Xiaojicha suddenly grasped the suggestive meaning behind his words, biting her lip as she pushed him away, hastily retreating inside. The door slammed shut with a thud, and through it, Fu Xi's unabashed laughter echoed faintly. "What a rogue." Chapter 57. "Darling, get in the car." Having completed her final examinations, the next step was her internship. Xiaojicha had secured a position as a translator at a small company. Once she commenced her duties, she discovered that a male colleague seated nearby, who had started at the same time as her, was also from Peking University. Currently a junior, he was her senior, named Lu Haojuan, a rather refined and scholarly young man. Upon noticing her, his eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Are you Xiaojicha?" Hesitantly, she nodded in affirmation, and he seemed to open up, launching into an introduction. "What a coincidence, I'm your younger brother Chang Mingsui's roommate, the one who asked him to see if you'd like to be friends." Xiaojicha was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, it's you." She had assumed that Chang Mingsui's roommate would be someone in his year, not an upperclassman older than herself. Naturally, since Chang Mingsui had arrived late for registration, he was likely assigned to a dormitory outside of his class. In person, Lu Haojuan appeared somewhat reserved. He offered a slightly awkward smile and extended his hand to Xiaojicha. "I might have been a bit impulsive back then, I apologize, but since we are colleagues now, perhaps we could get to know each other?" Xiaojicha found it difficult to refuse and shook his hand. Fortunately, he was a person of good sense. Their hands met briefly before parting. "Xiaojicha." At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. It was the department supervisor summoning her. Xiao Zhao wants to see you. Xia Jichai responded and hurried over. She remembered that this Xiao Zhao was named Zhao Zhe. Although his position was acquired through family connections, he didn't engage much in actual work. Upon reaching his office, she knocked on the door, and a voice from within said, "Come in." When she entered, Zhao Zhe was grinning widely, engrossed in a game on his phone, which emitted a loud notification sound. Hearing her arrival, he set his phone aside and gestured to some documents nearby, saying, "Could you send these out for me?" Xia Jichai replied affirmatively. As she gathered the papers, Zhao Zhe glanced up and, upon recognizing her, asked, "Are you the one from Peking University?" Xia Jichai was reluctant to engage in this conversation again, merely nodding before quickly exiting. Back at her workstation, she dispatched the documents and began reviewing her tasks for the day. On her first day of work, most of the agenda involved familiarizing herself with the company, and the workload was light. Her phone chimed with a notification indicating a new message. Boyfriend frowny face, how's your first day going? Xia Jichai glanced at her computer screen and snapped a photo of the potted plant on her desk. Xia Jichai frowny face, I'm adapting quite well. Boyfriend frowny face, shall I come pick you up after work? Xia Jichai recalled that he had been rather busy lately and asked, aren't you busy? Boyfriend. Not really. Boyfriend frowny face, nothing is more important than picking up my girlfriend. Xia Jichai slowly rested her head on the desk and replied, okay. She felt a sudden wave of anticipation. At 5:30, she clocked out punctually. The company occupied a high floor, and at this hour, the view revealed a bustling sea of vehicles in the city below, indicative of rush hour traffic, with several main thoroughfares showing signs of congestion. Concerned that Fu Si might get caught in the traffic, she messaged him to inquire, receiving a prompt reply that he was already waiting downstairs for her. With that reassurance, she descended. As the elevator doors opened, she unexpectedly encountered Zhao Zhe. Upon seeing her, he instantly broke into a broad smile and called out, Xiao Xia. Remembering their earlier conversation in the office, Xia Jichai felt a twinge of awkwardness but nodded politely as she stepped inside. Zhao Zhe left her with the impression of a laid-back rich kid, and Xia Jichai, with her more subdued demeanor, felt they might not connect well. However, Zhao Zhe proved to be even more exuberant than she had anticipated. Once the elevator doors closed, he cheerfully began, how's your first day at work been? That was a somewhat challenging question to answer. Xia Jichai could only respond with a polite smile, quite good. Fortunately, Zhao Zhe noticed her discomfort and shifted the conversation to lighter topics. As the elevator descended, he glanced at his phone and suddenly exclaimed, no way, it's taking so long for anyone to accept my order. I should have driven today, just got an order and it got cancelled? What the hell does that mean? The elevator chimed as it reached the ground floor, and Zhao Zhe stepped out while muttering under his breath, with Xia Jichai trailing quietly behind him. Realizing that his earlier expletives might have affected his image, he turned back to Xia Jichai with a smile, saying, don't worry, I'm usually quite easygoing. Xia Jichai nodded in acknowledgement. Looking through the glass doors of the lobby, she spotted Fu Si's car parked outside, the same black vehicle she had seen before. Just as she prepared to step out, Zhao Zhe suddenly exclaimed in excitement. He hurried ahead, striding toward the car. As he approached the door, he waved flamboyantly and called out, old Fu, just as I thought, you understand me best, coming to pick me up when I can't get a cab. Oh, the door is locked, could you open it? Xia Jichai hesitated, unsure whether she should inform Zhao Zhe that Fu Si was there to pick her up. The window rolled down, and she caught Fu Si's gaze from the driver's seat. Dressed in all black, he lounged casually, resting one hand on the steering wheel. He turned his head slightly, meeting her eyes for an instant, and nodded. Zhao Zhe, noticing Fu Si's gaze, turned around and was momentarily puzzled before quickly breaking into a knowing smile. Adopting a slightly authoritative tone, he inquired, Xiao Xia, are you having trouble getting a ride? Would you like me to have my buddy give you a lift? Before Xia Jichai could respond, he leaned out of the car window, addressing Fu Si, hey, old Fu, this is the Peking University beauty I mentioned earlier, mind giving her a ride? Fu Si regarded Xia Jichai with a playful glint in his eyes, a smirk dancing on his lips without a word. Zhao Zhe exclaimed, what, not possible? When he received no answer from Fu Si, he turned back to Xia Jichai, offering an apologetic look, sorry about that, my friend, he didn't say she couldn't come. Fu Si interjected slowly, his tone languid, I'm not here to pick you up. What? Zhao Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Then who are you here to pick up? Fu Si lazily gestured with his chin. Don't play coy, Zhao Zhe remarked, glancing at Xia Jichai in disbelief, half jokingly. It can't possibly be her you're here to pick up, right? Actually, Xia Jichai interjected hesitantly, he is indeed here for me. Zhao Zhe, his expression froze for a moment as he heard Fu Si chuckle behind him, casually unlocking the passenger door. With a click, darling, get in the car. Zhao Zhe, Chapter 58. Fragments of a secret infatuation. In an instant, Zhao Zhe felt as though the sky had collapsed. He widened his eyes, glancing between Fu Ziyu and Xia Jicha, his mind consumed by Fu Ziyu's earlier utterance of baby. Baby, baby, baby. Xia Jicha, could she truly be Fu Ziyu's meticulously concealed little girlfriend? His mind began to race, flashing through a montage of Fu Ziyu's affection for this little girlfriend, interspersed with memories of days prior when he had sought Fu Ziyu for Xia Jicha's contact information. At that time, Fu Ziyu had remained silent, his expression subtly enigmatic, leading Zhao Zhe to believe Fu Ziyu simply didn't have it, reassuringly chuckling that it was alright, as their brother Fu wasn't exactly well connected everywhere. In retrospect, Zhao Zhe felt as though he might die from embarrassment how audaciously he had encroached upon his brother's territory. He quickly took a step back, earnest in his declaration of loyalty. Brother Fu, I assure you, I was merely jesting earlier. You know how I am with beautiful women, I can't help but chatter, I never truly meant anything by it. I was merely discussing work with my little sister-in-law, he added, and then, with great zeal, he held the car door open for Xia Jicha, saying, little sister-in-law, please. Xia Jicha, somewhat taken aback by this unexpected attentiveness, glanced at Fu Ziyu. He patted the passenger seat, gesturing for her to enter, and with a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhe, he remarked, alright, you get in too, I'll give you a ride. Zhao Zhe swallowed nervously, cautiously inquiring, is that in the literal sense? Fu Ziyu, amused by his reaction, replied, less chatter. Understood, thank you, brother Fu. Recognizing that Fu Ziyu had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Zhao Zhe promptly settled into the back seat, donning a carefree grin once more. His home was conveniently along the way, and Fu Ziyu casually found a corner to drop him off before continuing on to take Xia Jicha home. Throughout the drive, Zhao Zhe cheerfully addressed her as sister-in-law, leaving Xia Jicha's ears slightly flushed. Fu Ziyu, catching this in his peripheral vision, smirked and playfully pinched her earlobe. Not accustomed to being addressed that way? You'll get used to it, Fu Ziyu chuckled, applying gentle pressure to her earlobe, which turned a deeper shade of red. Soon enough, there will be many who call you that. Shall we have dinner together? Fu Ziyu inquired, releasing her ear. Xia Jicha, still touching her earlobe, silently nodded in agreement. Once they arrived at the community, the two made their way to a nearby noodle shop. The establishment bore no sign, and the owner was a bearded uncle, clearly popular among the local residents, with a steady stream of familiar customers. The steaming bowls of noodles filled the small space with warmth. Upon entering, they found the last small table in the corner unoccupied. Xia Jicha asked Fu Ziyu what he wanted to eat, to which he replied, anything you choose. Xia Jicha nodded and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, one without green onions. When she turned back, she noticed Fu Ziyu raising an eyebrow, looking at her with mild surprise. You don't eat green onions either? Xia Jicha hesitated, her fingers instinctively tightening slightly as she shook her head. That bowl is for you. Fu Ziyu's eyebrow arched higher, intrigued. So you've observed that I don't eat green onions, quite perceptive of you. They had only shared a few meals together, during which green onions had never appeared, so he had never mentioned his aversion. Just after he had finished speaking to her, he meant to elaborate, but she had already brought it up first. He was curious about how Xia Jicha had noticed this detail. Sensing his contemplative gaze, Xia Jicha averted her own for a moment, ultimately choosing not to respond, instead lowering her head to pick up a strand of noodles. To speak of it would reveal everything. She had learned of this fact during her high school years. With the heavy academic load, she had grown accustomed to solitude in all her endeavors, whether fetching water or eating. During her secret infatuation with Fu Ziyu, she had often found herself sitting nearby, listening to him banter with his friends. One day, she had nonchalantly taken her seat, only to overhear a friend of Fu Ziyu's ask curiously from the adjacent table, Fu, aren't you eating today? Why haven't you ordered anything? Another replied swiftly, it's because the cafeteria's dishes today all have green onions, our Fu can't eat any of it. Really, can't you just pick them out? Are you seriously not eating today? After a series of exaggerated remarks, a languid voice floated over, I absolutely loathe green onions. The young man had recently arrived in Yun City, his speech still tinged with a noticeable Beijing accent, contrasting sharply with the local dialect, which lent him an air of flippancy and arrogance that easily caught Xia Jicha's attention. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was keenly aware. From that day forth, Xia Jicha made it a point to notice whether the cafeteria offerings contained green onions. If she discovered that every dish was garnished with them, she would quietly inform the cafeteria uncle that she did not eat green onions, asking if he could refrain from including them in a couple of dishes in the future. She told a lie. Her dislike for green onions was untrue. She merely wished for Fu Ziyu to be spared any unhappiness caused by such trivial matters. This fragment of triviality was tucked away within the lengthy solitude of her secret infatuation, a secret she guarded fiercely, known to no one. After their meal, Fu Ziyu accompanied Xia Jicha downstairs. As she bid him farewell and turned to ascend the stairs, he suddenly grasped her wrist, preventing her from leaving. He said nothing, merely gazing down at her with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement. Xia Jicha immediately understood the implication in his gaze and did not respond right away. After they had slowly walked into the building, she planted a soft kiss on his lips before darting away. Fu Ziyu watched her departure, his smile easing into a relaxed curve only when he saw the lights on her floor illuminate. Before he turned to leave, once in his car, he carelessly tossed his phone aside, only for it to ring suddenly. It was Zhao Zhe calling. The latter's tone bore a hint of contrition. Old Fu, I've been thinking it over, and I feel I should call to clarify that I have absolutely no feelings for your little sister-in-law. You needn't worry, I know, Fu Ziyu replied nonchalantly, his voice indifferent. He understood Zhao Zhe's nature well. After years of acquaintance, they shared an unspoken camaraderie, so he held no strong feelings about the matter. Relieved by Fu Ziyu's apparent lack of concern, Zhao Zhe tentatively inquired, should I tell those folks not to mention anything about your little sister-in-law? No need. Zhao Zhe, taken aback by this, asked, are you not planning to make it public then? Fu Ziyu responded with a soft exhale, fastening his seatbelt. She doesn't want to. Zhao Zhe felt a slight lump in his throat. Initially, he had assumed it was Fu Ziyu who was unwilling to go public. He never anticipated it was Xia Jicha. The girl, seemingly gentle and unassuming, indeed kept a low profile. What surprised Zhao Zhe the most was that Fu Ziyu, a man who had never indulged anyone, was genuinely accommodating her wishes. He had always been firm in his dealings. This was not mere talk. In fact, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, he had detected a trace of melancholy in Fu Ziyu's words when he said, she doesn't want to. Chapter 59, Drunk, Baby come pick me up. The moment this thought crossed Zhao Zhe's mind, he was instantly overtaken by a wave of goosebumps. This was certainly not the image of the arrogant, carefree, and imperious young Master Fu that he had in mind. Remembering that there was still something he had yet to mention to him, Zhao Zhe hastily collected his scattered thoughts and changed the subject. Oh, by the way, there's something I ought to remind you about. There's a guy in the company who came to intern alongside your sister-in-law. They read both from Peking University and sit next to each other. It seems he has a bit of an interest in her, and from their conversations, it appears he might be her brother's roommate? As Zhao Zhe's words echoed on the other end of the line, Fu Ziyu's gaze slightly narrowed. After a moment, he let out a chuckle, his languid tone infused with a hint of confident arrogance. Does she have feelings for him? Zhao Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly realizing the validity of the statement. That's true. Given Fu Ziyu's remarkably striking appearance and his top-tier attributes, who could possibly be worthy of his attention? Realizing that Fu Ziyu might feel jealous over such a person, Zhao Zhe contemplated that perhaps he had indeed been overthinking. After adapting for a few days, Xia Jicha became increasingly adept at her work. Her supervisor, responsible for guiding her, frequently praised her and gradually entrusted her with more tasks. As Friday afternoon approached, she unexpectedly received an urgent assignment. While the workload was not substantial, it was somewhat tedious, requiring a bit of time to organize. Although the deadline was set for the following day, Xia Jicha did not wish to encroach upon her weekend, so she decided to stay late and complete the task. When she worked, she habitually immersed herself in her tasks, and as a few colleagues departed, bidding her farewell, she merely responded with a brief acknowledgement, redirecting her focus entirely on her work. As she neared the completion of her assignment, she momentarily snapped back to reality, only to realize that the office had fallen eerily silent. Unbeknownst to her, the sky outside had already darkened. Xiajicha blinked her weary eyes, feeling a slight dryness in her throat. She reached for the water cup at her desk, intending to refill it. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find Lu Haojuan. He, too, held a water cup, gazing at her with a cheerful smile. Have you finished? Xiajicha shook her head and replied honestly, I still have a bit left to wrap up. Are you also staying late? Yes and no. Lu Haojuan placed his water cup on the desk, casually adding, I saw you here alone, looking a bit lonely, so I thought I'd keep you company. Let me get the water for you? Xiajicha politely declined his offer, smiling in a way that conveyed warmth yet maintained a certain distance. I can manage on my own. All right then. Lu Haojuan shrugged nonchalantly and took a seat. Observing that he had returned his attention to his work, Xiajicha sighed in relief, stood up to fetch her water, and resumed her tasks. Hey, old Fu, why is your sister-in-law working late today? On the top floor of the apartment, Zhao Zhe sat cross-legged, idly scrolling through his phone when his finger accidentally opened the company surveillance page. Just as he intended to exit, a particular small square displaying a scene caught his eye, causing him to sit up straight and show the phone to Fuziyu, who was seated beside him. Look at how diligent she is. Having just managed to untangle the chaotic matters on the Fu family's side, Fuziyu was in a mediocre mood, casually smoking with the mist wafting around his sharply defined features. As the small square expanded, the image filled the entire screen, and the figure of the young woman engrossed in her work became increasingly clear. Zhao Zhe's intention in showing Fuziyu the screen was merely to let him see his girlfriend's relaxed side, yet when Fuziyu lazily glanced over, he noticed an additional figure in the frame. The young woman rested her chin on her hand, intently gazing at the screen, occasionally typing on the keyboard or dragging the mouse to make adjustments. Suddenly, a tall, well-groomed young man strolled past her, placing a hand on her chair's backrest as he leaned down to converse with her, seemingly attempting to draw closer. The young woman nodded, apparently saying something that seemed to make the interaction quite pleasant due to the camera angle. It even appeared somewhat intimate. Zhao Zhe felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly glanced at Fuziyu beside him. Fuziyu's gaze remained fixated on the screen, his expression neutral, though his brow furrowed slightly when he saw the young woman smile softly at the young man. A shadow of discontent flickered in his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the door. What are you doing? Zhao Zhe inquired. Are you going to pick her up from the office? No, Fuziyu casually swiped Zhao Zhe's car keys from the entrance. I'm borrowing a car to head to a bar. Zhao Zhe. Before he could ask further, Fuziyu had already vanished from the doorway. So, is this what it means to be jealous, going to drown his sorrows in alcohol? Unable to decipher his intentions, Zhao Zhe simply rubbed his nose and mumbled softly, after all this, I still have to drive the car back myself. Fine then. The night had descended, and as the last light in the office was extinguished, Xiajicha and Lu Haojuan stood together, waiting for the elevator. Lu Haojuan turned to her and asked, Are you planning to take a taxi home? Xiajicha glanced at the time and, finding it still early, replied, I should take the subway. Lu Haojuan smiled, I drove here. Where do you live? I could give you a ride. No need, thank you. Xiajicha shook her head, gently declining. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and as she stepped inside, she took out her phone, not wanting to continue being questioned. During the descent, both remained silent. Xiajicha opened WeChat, intending to inform Fuziyu that she had finished work, when she noticed a new update in her moments. The familiar glacier photo served as the avatar. Fuziyu had posted a new status. Xiajicha clicked in to take a look. Drunk, baby come pick me up. There was no accompanying image, merely a location tag for a bar. Xiajicha paused, her pupils constricting. What could possibly have happened for Fuziyu to post such a message? Fortunately, it seemed he had retained some semblance of clarity when he posted it. It had been up for a few minutes, but there were no likes or comments visible. It appeared to be set to private, visible only to her. It didn't come off as a reckless drunken post, but rather more like a playful pout. The elevator chimed, signaling its arrival at the ground floor. Xiajicha didn't dwell on it further. She dialed Fuziyu's number as she exited. Xia, Jr., Lu Haojuan called after her, attempting to retain her. My car is parked just outside. Are you really not going to ride with me? Xiajicha did not pause in her steps, apologetically replying, I'm sorry, but I need to go pick up my boyfriend now. Without glancing back at his reaction, she hurried away. Chapter 60. Did you not notice? I am seducing you. Fortunately, the bar is merely a few subway stops away from here. Before Xiajicha could even step into the subway station, her phone call was connected. A gust of wind could be heard on the other end, but Fu Xiu remained silent. Xiajicha, her voice sweet and sticky, asked, "Are you outside?" "Yes, just enjoying the breeze." Fu Xiu's voice, somewhat ethereal and tinged with inebriation, spoke in a low, husky tone, "I am waiting for you at the entrance." Xiajicha responded with a quiet her concern growing. She had heard many say that Fu Xiu was an exceptional drinker, never having been truly intoxicated. What could have caused him to drink so much this time, to become inebriated to such an extent? Xiajicha remained on the phone with Fu Xiu until she exited the subway station. The bar was just outside one of the exits, and as soon as she emerged, she spotted Fu Xiu, also holding a phone to his ear. Leaning casually against a nearby lamppost, with eyes slightly squinted, he appeared tall and slender in all black, exuding a languid charm in the cold breeze. That touch of languor perfectly balanced the inherent aloofness he possessed, and the dreamy curve of his eyes hinted at a playful desire. Though intoxicated, his demeanor became increasingly alluring. At the bar entrance, people in various outfits came and went, and both men and women couldn't help but steal glances at him. Upon seeing Xiajicha, Fu Xiu lowered his phone and extended his hand toward her. Seeing his relaxed posture, Xiajicha feared he might lose his balance and fall, so she reached out to hold him, only to be pulled into his embrace. Fu Xiu smiled, gently massaging the nape of her neck as he drew her closer. The street was bustling with passers-by, and the sight of a striking couple in an embrace was undeniably captivating, drawing the attention of many, wondering how someone who appeared so intoxicated could possess such strength. Xiajicha struggled slightly but could not break free, whispering, "I need to take a taxi, let go of me." Fu Xiu let out a lazy agreeing to release her. With the intent of not arguing with a drunken person, Xiajicha lowered her head to call a taxi. Just then, she felt another weight settle on her shoulder. Fu Xiu wrapped his arms around her from behind, slightly bending down, resting his chin atop her head, both of them gazing at the taxi app on her phone. Xiajicha had encountered many drunk individuals before, like Jiang Lily, who sang loudly when intoxicated, or those causing ruckus in restaurants, but she had never met someone like Fu Xiu, who was particularly clingy. With a soft sigh, she allowed him to hold her. The area was quite convenient for hailing a taxi, and one arrived shortly. As they got into the car, Fu Xiu intertwined his fingers with hers, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. The warmth radiating from his body was almost intoxicating, and their palms pressed tightly together, causing Xiajicha's own hand to feel warm. The driver, catching a glimpse through the rearview mirror, chuckled, "You young folks are so in love." Fu Xiu, with a relaxed expression, thanked the driver in a drawling tone, all the while his thumb mischievously caressing the back of her hand. Xiajicha instinctively tightened her grip. Looking up at him, he lifted his eyelids, a faint smile playing on his lips, imbued with a hint of seduction. Xiajicha inexplicably felt a flutter in her heart. How could Fu Xiu, in his drunken state, be so flirtatious? Uncertain of his intended destination, she simply instructed the driver to take him to her place. Upon exiting the vehicle, Fu Xiu continued to hold her hand. Even when Xiajicha opened the door, she did so with one hand. It was only after they entered that he finally released her. The hallway was filled with a chill, but stepping inside greeted them with a wave of warmth. Fu Xiu entered first, and as Xiajicha turned to close the door, she heard the sound of fabric brushing against itself. When she turned back, she was momentarily stunned. Fu Xiu stood in the center of the living room, his down jacket casually tossed onto the sofa, revealing a thin sweatshirt beneath. In the dim light, he crossed his arms before him, his long fingers slightly lifting the hem of his shirt, as if he were about to remove it. The hem was already raised, and as he lifted his arms further, a glimpse of his toned waist began to show. The subtle outline of his abs, cascading down to his waistband, was both striking and enticing. Xiajicha was momentarily taken aback, her ears flushed crimson as she hurriedly rushed forward in her slippers to stop him, saying, "You can't take it off." Fu Xiu glanced down at her, a hint of mischief in his smile, and he resolutely pulled the hem higher. The warmth spread from her ears to her cheeks, and Xiajicha instinctively closed her eyes. The sound of his sweatshirt being tossed onto the sofa echoed in her ears. She heard Fu Xiu take a couple of steps towards her, halting right in front of her. "Open your eyes," he commanded. Xiajicha shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. "You should put your clothes back on first." She was not prepared for this. There was no response from him, and she heard Fu Xiu let out a soft sigh, repeating, "You open your eyes first." With a hesitant bite of her lip, Xiajicha slowly opened her eyes, only able to see her own toes. A gentle hand lifted her chin, and she finally beheld Fu Ziyu's chest clad in a white t-shirt. Oh, so he had put on a shirt after all. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she caught the sound of Fu Ziyu's soft laughter, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. Through the thin fabric, she playfully pinched his waist before settling back onto the sofa. Once again, she reminded herself not to argue with a drunken person. Her phone, which she had placed on the coffee table earlier, lit up. She picked it up to check the message. It was from Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan, frowny face. Did you manage to pick up your boyfriend? Are you safely home now? Xiajicha began typing a response, her head bowed, unaware of the shadow looming over her. Fu Ziyu stood beside her, and upon reading the content of her message, his dark eyes deepened in intensity. Baby, he suddenly called as he sat down beside her. Xiajicha turned instinctively to respond, only to have her chin grasped, a kiss laden with the smell of alcohol and a subtle force pressed against her lips. Tell him we are busy kissing. Xiajicha's fingers faltered mid-typing, her phone slipping from her grasp and bouncing twice on the sofa before the screen went dark. The next moment, she felt a push on her shoulder, causing her to lean back. She was nearly overwhelmed by his kiss, her back sinking into the sofa, her phone digging uncomfortably into her lower back. Fu Ziyu's kissing technique seemed to have improved. It felt as though he was deliberately teasing her, coaxing soft sounds from her lips, and she could feel a warmth creeping up her neck. The scent of alcohol on him was faint, not unpleasant, almost enhancing the charged atmosphere. A wave of aggressive passion surged forth, and Xiajicha suddenly came to her senses, her eyes widening. You are not drunk, Fu Ziyu's lips brushed against her cheek as he acknowledged her realization, his tone languid and unrestrained. With a slight shift of his arm, he created some space between them. Lying back, her hair tousled, she gazed at him weakly, opening her mouth to ask, then why? Why pretend to be drunk? The man before her, his eyes still tinted with a blush, his collar askew, exuded a disheveled charm, with smooth lines of his collarbone on display. His clearly alert peach blossom eyes locked onto her, and he suddenly chuckled softly, enunciating each word deliberately. Did you not notice? I am seducing you. Chapter 61. Your kiss is too suggestive. The crude thoughts lay bare, and Fu Ziyu's words were equally explicit. The dim light in the room intertwined, casting blurred shadows upon Xiajichao's trembling doe-like eyes. Fu Ziyu was, indeed, enticing her. The syllables reorganized in her mind, leaving Xiajichao momentarily blank, unable to recall anything. The air was thick with an ambiguous tension, and Fu Ziyu's gaze was heavy, a half-smile playing on his lips as he seemed to relish his own creation, observing the bewilderment that colored the young girl's eyes. He lowered his head once more, their noses touching, his voice laced with a wildness as he teasingly asked, So, has my little darling taken the bait? Xiajichao's eyelashes fluttered violently, her response delayed as she attempted to push him away. It seems not yet. Before she could muster any strength, Fu Ziyu had already seized her wrist and kissed her again. This time, his kiss was gentle, tenderly guiding her, as if teaching her the art of kissing that would bring him pleasure. The coat and cushions on the sofa had tumbled to the floor, creating a delightful chaos. After the kiss, Fu Ziyu lifted the languid Xiajichao, drawing her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice a satisfied, husky murmur. After so many kisses, how is it that you sometimes forget to breathe? He gently pinched her cheek, the touch delightful. Xiajichao raised her hand to brush his away, biting her lip as she whispered, Your kiss is too suggestive. It was merely a kiss, yet it left her utterly disheveled. Strangely, Fu Ziyu appeared immensely pleased by her response, narrowing his eyes as he nuzzled into her neck, teasingly chuckling, Thank you for the compliment, my dear, I shall be even more suggestive in the future. Xiajichao sensed that after uttering those words, something within him had stirred, a restless excitement beginning to simmer. She pushed him away, only to hear him sigh softly, burying his face in her neck to inhale deeply. Then he released her, saying, I'm going to take a shower. Her boyfriend was simply too adorable. Engaging in such activities was indeed addictive. The sound of rushing water echoed faintly through the bathroom door as Xiajichao retrieved an item that had fallen beneath the sofa, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. The sofa was quite spacious, and she curled up in a little corner, pulling out her phone, politely replying to Lu Haojuan. She contemplated whether to emphasize that she already had a boyfriend. Suddenly, a video invitation popped up on the top of her screen, from Jiang Lily. Habitually assuming it to be a voice message, she tapped to connect. Instantly, Jiang Lily's beaming face appeared on the screen. The background seemed to be her home, holding two pieces of clothing and gesturing toward herself. Quick, help me decide which one looks better. John Lily often posed such questions in the dormitory, and Xia Jichao was accustomed to it, choosing one of the outfits. Alright, I'll keep this one. As John Lily spoke, she set the clothing down and leaned closer to the camera. Is this the place you rented in the capital? It looks quite tidy. As she spoke, she picked up her phone from the table, leaning closer to the screen, suddenly noticing something, her voice faltering as she scrutinized Xia Jichao. Why are your lips swollen? Xia Jichao froze for a moment, switching screens, only to realize that Fu Xiyu had been rather rough during their kiss, leaving her lips slightly puffy. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her as she sought an excuse to deflect. However, John Lily, with her keen instincts, immediately inquired with piercing eyes, Did you get kissed? Not just kissed. She had undoubtedly just been kissed. John Lily was certain of it instantaneously, her brows arched, her gaze intense. At this hour, is your man still at your place? As she spoke, her expression shifted, suspicion creeping in as she leaned closer, interrogating, or are you two living together now? Xia Jichao quickly shook her head, no. Seeing her expression didn't betray a lie, John Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's a relief. You scared me. I thought you might have fallen for someone unreliable and rushed into living together. She regarded Xia Jichao with a nurturing demeanor, understanding her innocence and lack of romantic experience. Since learning of her relationship, she had been slightly apprehensive, especially concerning the identity of the other party, which Xia Jichao had yet to reveal. John Lily genuinely feared that Xia Jichao might be deceived by some unscrupulous scoundrel. At this hour, she should merely be on a date with that mysterious boyfriend, just having shared a kiss downstairs before returning home. As John Lily optimistically mused, she suddenly heard a door creak open, followed by a distant male voice, Darling, could you pass me the towel? In an instant, the smile that had danced on John Lily's lips froze. The next moment, she witnessed a fleeting look of panic cross Xia Jichao's face on the screen. Then, the video cut off abruptly. John Lily. Xia Jichao hastily set her phone down, responding with a soft acknowledgement as she retrieved a neatly folded towel from the wardrobe and slipped it through the slightly ajar door. She dared not look inside as a strong hand emerged from the swirling steam to take the towel. Upon returning to the living room, Xia Jichao found that John Lily had sent her several messages in quick succession. John Lily. What does this mean? John Lily frowny face, is that dog of a man still at your place? John Lily frowny face, how far have you two gone? Who the hell is this dog of a man? John Lily frowny face. Xia Jichao, you better explain. Xia Jichao lowered her eyes, feeling inexplicably guilty. Xia Jichao. Nothing happened. Xia Jichao frowny face, don't worry. Xia Jichao frowny face, it was just a kiss. Just a rather intense one. The bathroom door swung open once more, and Fu Xiyu emerged. He was still dressed in the same outfit, but it was damp and clinging to his form of the thin white fabric. When wet, outlined his toned abdominal muscles. Water dripped from the ends of his hair as he dried himself with a towel, noticing Xia Jichao's slightly awkward expression as she stared at her phone. He sat beside her, casually asking, What's wrong, is it that senior again? No. Observing the message from John Lily that read, If that blonde dog dares to deceive you, I'll personally take him down, she quickly replied with a reassuring emoji, dimmed the screen, and set it aside, explaining, It's John Lily. Fu Xiyu responded with a nonchalant At that moment, his phone on the coffee table lit up. He picked it up, checking the screen while one hand continued to dry his hair, the damp strands falling over his forehead in a relaxed manner. It was a series of voice messages from someone Xia Jichao did not recognize. Fu Xiyu opened them without hesitation, displaying a carefree demeanor in front of Xia Jichao. Chapter 62, I just want to kiss you. The voice on the line was chaotic, filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter from numerous people. Fu Ge, isn't your birthday coming up in a few days? The brothers were wondering if we should throw you a birthday party at the venue. Exactly, we need to make it grand, and the brothers should prepare some surprises. As the voice message ended, Fu Xi remained expressionless, simply replying, No need. Xia Jichao looked at him in surprise and asked, Are you going to celebrate your birthday? In that year of secret admiration, she learned many details about Fu Xi, yet she never discovered when his birthday was. During his year in Yun City, he did not celebrate it. Fu Xi responded with a brief stating a date next Saturday. With ample time left, Xiaojicha thought to herself that she still had time to prepare a gift for him. Remembering how he had just dismissed his rowdy friends, she eagerly inquired, "Do you have any plans for that day?" Fu Xi replied casually, "Yes." Xiaojicha felt a fleeting disappointment in her eyes. "Oh, I see, then it would have to be just a gift." She bit her lip, her voice lowering slightly as she asked, "Is there anything you want?" The person beside her remained silent, engrossed with his phone for a moment. The next second, he turned the phone screen towards her. Xiaojicha's gaze followed, and she saw 2 electronic tickets for a concert displayed on the phone. It was a renowned singer, with the venue in High City, scheduled for Fu Xi's birthday. "That's the plan for that day," Fu Xi said lazily, a slight smile gracing his lips, not as a question but as a request. "You'll accompany me." The distance between Jing City and High City was considerable, one situated in the north, the other in the south. The flight took 2 hours. On the afternoon of the following Friday, after work, Xiaojicha was taken to the airport by Fu Xi. The young master, accustomed to luxury, insisted on flying business class even on a small aircraft, and stayed in a 5-star presidential suite. Xiaojicha felt slightly out of place with the meticulous service. On the plane, a flight attendant softly helped her with her slippers, and as she changed them, Fu Xi noticed the adhesive bandage on her heel and asked, "What happened?" "My new shoes are a bit harsh on the heel," Xiaojicha replied. She wore a pair of delicate little leather shoes that had just arrived yesterday from an online purchase. They looked beautiful but rubbed against her heel. After trying them on for a day, she felt a faint pain in her heel when leaving work and realized it had been chafed. Since Fu Xi was outside waiting for her, she hastily bought a bandage at a nearby convenience store and thought little of it afterward. With the bandage on, it no longer hurt, and she had forgotten about the matter. Fu Xi seemed to have asked casually, as he did not continue the conversation. The hotel was right beside the concert venue, and from the top floor's floor-to-ceiling windows, they could even see inside the venue. Xiaojicha, wearing her slippers, sat on the living room sofa while Fu Xi leaned against the door, looking at his phone. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by the polite voice of the hotel manager, "Mr. Fu, your items have arrived." Fu Xi opened the door and brought in a rather large paper bag. Inside was a square box. He then strode over to her side. "What did you buy?" Xiaojicha asked, her gaze following. "Something for you," Fu Xi succinctly replied as he opened the box. Inside was a pair of shoes, fluffy and evidently comfortable. They exuded a high-quality feel and matched her attire perfectly. Xiaojicha was momentarily taken aback, hearing him softly command, "Lift your foot." "What?" Her eyelashes fluttered as she saw Fu Xi kneeling on the soft carpet, gently lifting her calf. He carefully held her slender ankle. The bag also contained several small bottles and a pack of cotton swabs, which were medicinal supplies. Fu Xi lowered his gaze, tearing open the bandage to apply medicine to her heel. His movements were natural and practiced. Xiaojicha's heart trembled. Clearly, they were celebrating his birthday, yet it felt as though he were attending to her. The cool touch of the medicated cotton swab made her instinctively pull back. Fu Xi paused. "Does it hurt?" Xiaojicha's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Not really, just a bit itchy. I can do it myself." Fu Xi raised his eyes, not responding to her latter statement, and as she attempted to retract her foot, he smiled playfully. "Why is my baby so sensitive everywhere?" After his teasing remark, he lowered his head, focusing intently on treating her injury. Xiaojicha remained silent. The wound was minor, and after disinfection and medication, by evening, it had formed a thin scab. The next day, she hardly felt any pain. It was Fu Xi's birthday, and around noon, a cake was delivered to the hotel. A petite strawberry cream cake, exquisitely crafted, adorned with a ring of vibrant strawberries and topped with a charming little sign that read "Happy Birthday." Since morning, Fu Xi's phone had been inundated with birthday wishes from his rowdy friends, which he glanced at briefly before disregarding. The cake also came with a few candles, and as Xiaojicha observed the bright daylight outside, she asked him, "Do you want to light the candles?" Fu Xi, having just woken up, his hair slightly tousled, propped his head up lazily, pressing the remote to slowly draw the heavy curtains of the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows. The room was plunged into darkness, the curtains blocking the light superbly, as if they had returned to night. Understanding the cue, Xiaojicha lit the candles. Fu Xi was celebrating his 21st birthday this year, and the numbers 21 glowed softly on the small cake, the golden flames flickering, illuminating the faces of the two. After a brief silence, uncertain of what to do next, Xiaojicha turned to Fu Xi. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smile, asking, "Should we sing the birthday song?" Xiaojicha hesitated for a moment before softly singing, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to sugar dissolving in a clear stream, soothing and delightful. It was Fu Xi's first time hearing Xiaojicha sing. He rested his chin on his hand, captivated by the serene profile of the girl illuminated by the candlelight, and suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Dipping his finger into the cream on the cake, he smeared it on her face. As she reached the final line of the birthday song, Xiaojicha's last note trembled, her eyelids fluttering open as she tried to dodge but failed. Her skin was so fair, it matched the cream almost perfectly, a small dollop resting at the corner of her mouth, as if she were a soft and tempting little cake herself. Xiaojicha attempted to wipe it away, only to hear Fu Xi speak first, "Wait for me to make a wish." She paused her movement, watching him as he closed his eyes to wish. Fu Xi's eyes were lazily half open, his eyelids gently lowered, the flame flickering in his dark gaze, accentuating the rugged depth of his features. Just as Xiaojicha thought he would close his eyes, he abruptly blew out the candles before him. The flames extinguished, plunging the room back into darkness. A crisp breath drew closer, and Fu Xi's lips suddenly pressed against her cheek, kissing away the cream. The lights brightened again as he sat up straight, a triumphant smile in his eyes, his lips curving into a playful yet gentle arc. "I don't have any wishes to make. I just want to kiss you." Chapter 63. Arrogant yet affectionate. Ultimately, the outcome was that Summer Jichao barely tasted the cake, while her lips were left in a delightful disarray from the kisses. The concert was set to commence at 7 in the evening, and after finishing dinner at 6:30, the two made their way to the venue. The entrance was currently teeming with people, both those with tickets and those without, gathering in clusters. Fu Xiyu navigated through the throng with her, inquiring, "Are your shoes comfortable?" Summer Jichao nodded in affirmation. The pair he purchased truly enveloped her feet in a soft embrace, akin to walking on clouds. The venue was an open-air stadium, and Fu Xiyu's ticket granted them seats in the front row, directly facing the stage, providing an excellent view. After locating their seats, with several minutes still before the show began, the arena was nearly filled to capacity, with discussions about the singer echoing all around them. Each seat was equipped with a glow stick and a rectangular paper banner, which Summer Jichao was inspecting when she felt a light tap on her shoulder. Two high school girls stood behind her, one holding a phone, who asked, "Excuse me, could you take a photo of us here?" Summer Jichao readily agreed. After the picture was taken, the girls expressed their gratitude with excited smiles and dashed back to their seats. Summer Jichao could faintly overhear their whispers, "Wow, her boyfriend is really handsome. They make such a great couple. I want a relationship like that too." Summer Jichao stole a glance at Fu Xiyu, who remained unfazed, sitting with the banner and glow stick in hand. The temperature in Haicheng was significantly warmer than in Beijing, allowing Fu Xiyu to wear a stylish black coat, impeccably tailored to suppress his wildness, rendering him even more composed. As he gazed calmly ahead, there was an air of refined mischief about him. His innate nobility allowed him to effortlessly embody any demeanor. Time and again, whenever she glanced at him, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. Lost in thought, Summer Jichao reflected on how 3 years ago, she had been a timid girl who dared not look at him, and now, she could openly be described as his match by others. Sensing her gaze, Fu Xiyu turned his head, leaning closer to her ear with a playful smile. "Do you want to take a picture too?" Her reverie interrupted, Summer Jichao shook her head gently, responding softly, "No, it's fine." Though she had listened to many of this singer's songs, she did not consider herself a fan and felt little interest in such matters. Minutes later, the lights in the audience dimmed, and waves of excited cheers washed over them. When the singer took the stage, the atmosphere surged into a frenzy. Summer Jichao had initially thought she was merely accompanying someone to the concert and might find it dull. However, before she knew it, she was swept into the vibrant ambience, softly singing along. The first half of the show passed swiftly, and during the intermission, the lights brightened slightly as the singer exited and the host entered to keep the audience engaged. As the echoes of the songs began to subside, the host cheerfully announced, "I imagine everyone must be quite tired from singing along, so let us move on to a relaxing segment." Fans who had attended previous concerts instantly understood what was coming and began to chant excitedly, "Kissing time! Kissing time! Kissing time!" With a flourish of the host's arm, several large screens switched to images of the audience. Whoever the camera locks onto must kiss the person next to them. As the announcement settled, the screen zoomed in, amidst the rising cheers, beginning to wander through the sea of glowing light. Summer Jicho thought this was a rare occurrence that likely wouldn't involve her, so she watched with interest as the camera shifted from face to face. Suddenly, she overheard the two high school girls behind her. "I want to see that handsome couple kiss. Should we wave our hands to attract the camera?" Great idea, Summer Jicho chuckled to herself, silently dismissing the idea as impossible. Yet, just then, the screen flickered, and Futsiyu's calm yet alluring features appeared, magnified for all to see. Her expression froze momentarily. In an instant, the audience erupted in a cacophony of screams. With his naturally striking features, Futsiyu's face on the big screen revealed no flaws, rather, it exuded a captivating intensity. In front of the camera, he remained relaxed, even arching an eyebrow with a hint of playful arrogance. Summer Jicho could even hear the collective intake of breath from those around her. The atmosphere grew increasingly electric. Even the host was momentarily taken aback, a light gasp escaping him, but he quickly regained his composure and quipped, "We are truly treating the audience's eyes today. The cameraman deserves a bonus. Now, let us see who this charming gentleman is sitting next to." As the screen began to retract, revealing her beside Futsiyu, Summer Jicho was jolted back to reality, her heart racing as she instinctively raised the banner to shield her face. Hiding behind the banner, her vision completely obscured, she turned her gaze and sensed Futsiyu looking at her. Their eyes met, and he lazily curled his lips, asking, "Not willing?" Summer Jicho bit her lip and nodded slightly. She could already foresee that Futsiyu's visage would become the talk of the evening. For now, she lacked the courage to kiss him in such a public setting. Amidst the raucous cheers, she still did not lower the banner. "It seems this young lady prefers to remain incognito," remarked the host, noticing her reluctance, yet not pressing further. He cheerfully suggested, "Shall we find someone else?" The camera began to pivot to other attendees. Just then, Futsiyu unexpectedly leaned closer, daringly approaching Summer Jicho. With a gentle touch, he lifted her chin, and behind the cover of the banner, he pressed a kiss to her lips. Summer Jicho's breath hitched, her eyes widening in surprise. The thin banner was the only barrier between them and the audience, and the warmth of his lips lingered, bold yet tender. The camera had not yet moved away, capturing this moment vividly. The crowd fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into a frenzy of screams. "Oh my God, they really kissed! So sweet! So sweet, even without showing their faces. This is such a declaration of ownership, it's too romantic. I want to snatch that pesky banner away, I crave the details, I wish to experience this through the banner." In that moment, all surrounding noise faded into oblivion. Summer Jicho's senses were consumed by the warmth of his lips and the sight of Futsiyu's mischievous, sparkling eyes in the dim light. The kiss was fleeting, gentle, a mere brush that nevertheless proclaimed their affection boldly, romantically, for all to witness. Summer Jicho's heart raced, pounding against her chest, her fingers trembling as they clenched tightly. "Perfect, now, let us see who our next lucky contestant will be." The host finally spoke up to quell the excitement, preparing to shift the camera to a different location. Futsiyu smirked, satisfied, ready to straighten his posture. Just then, Summer Jicho called out to him softly, "Ayu!" Her voice nearly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Futsiyu halted, turning to meet her bright eyes in the dim light. Suddenly, he felt a slender arm encircle his neck. Summer Jicho leaned in, tightly wrapping her free arm around him, the banner still shielding them from prying eyes. As the distance between them closed, she whispered softly, in a tone only they could hear, "Happy birthday." Today was his birthday. He was the center of attention. Therefore, she wished to celebrate his happiness amidst the throng of admirers, wishing him eternal joy. Chapter 60. For the 3-month deadline is fast approaching. Fearing that the final moments would be overly crowded, Fuchi and Xiajicha decided to leave the concert early, just as it reached the encore phase. At this moment, the crowd outside was still sparse, and the vibrations of the sound system within the venue could be faintly heard, with a few scattered individuals standing in the open space. Just as they had taken a couple of steps, Xiajicha suddenly felt a light, damp sensation on her forehead. The sky had begun to drizzle. Before long, the raindrops grew denser. Spotting a small convenience store not far away, Xiajicha turned and walked inside. A few people had entered the store before her, seeking umbrellas, and when she arrived at the umbrella display, she found only the most expensive black umbrella remaining. It would suffice for two to share. After completing her purchase, Fuchi stood at the entrance, noticing she held only one umbrella. Just as he was about to smile and say something, Xiajicha explained, "This is the only one left." He paused slightly, accepting the umbrella. "All right." The expensive umbrella indeed had its merits. When opened, its canopy was a size larger than the ordinary styles, allowing them to huddle closer together perfectly. As they exited the store, the rain prompted an increase in the number of people leaving. Amidst the rain, Xiaoxicha occasionally brushed past others. On their way to the hotel, she turned her head to look at Fu Qi. His expression remained unchanged, the wrist holding the umbrella slightly tilted, causing the canopy to angle toward her. A gust of wind arose, elongating the rain strands that fell on his straight shoulder, dampening a small patch. Xiaoxicha blinked, raising her hand to push the umbrella back. Fu Qi noticed her movement and deliberately elevated his arm holding the umbrella. Xiaoxicha murmured, "I won't get wet." Fu Qi feigned ignorance. Xiaoxicha fell silent, inching closer to him, when he suddenly called her, "Baby." Xiaoxicha instinctively replied. Fu Qi lowered his eyelids to gaze at her, his tone languorous and melodic. "You know, when you wished me a happy birthday earlier, I was thinking about something." "What?" Recalling the scene in the venue, she remembered that after she said those words, Fu Qi seemed to have little reaction, merely staring at her intently for a moment before smiling and thanking her, then turning away. She shook her head, waiting for his answer. Fu Qi suddenly leaned closer, a low chuckle escaping him, his tone lazy. "At that moment, I wished I could kiss you until you were breathless." His slightly aggressive words lingered in her ears, as if he truly intended to kiss her at that very moment. Xiaoxicha shivered, her voice momentarily catching, "But not now." "Not now." Fu Qi's tongue grazed the roof of his mouth, his tone stretching out playfully. "Then when would it be okay?" Xiaoxicha turned her face away, as if contemplating, her voice growing softer. "When we return to the hotel." "All right," Fu Qi chuckled lightly, "then let's kiss when we get back to the hotel." Xiaoxicha hesitated, only just realizing that she had once again been ensnared by Fu Qi's words. She bit her lip, unable to hold back. "Fu Qi?" He maintained that carefree tone. "We still can't kiss when we get back." The young woman's ears flushed crimson, her tone righteous, yet her voice was soft and lacking in intimidation. "So obediently adorable." Fu Qi abruptly halted in his tracks. Xiaoxicha followed suit, thinking he was displeased, only to see him chuckling softly, his voice deep and husky, his shoulders shaking with laughter. After a moment, Fu Qi half closed his eyes and leaned down to kiss her, disregarding the fact that half of his shoulder was completely exposed to the rain, his soft lips brushing against the young woman's cheek, then landing at the corner of her mouth, his teasing tone tinged with breathlessness. "Baby, you're so cute, I could easily bully you." The following Monday, Xiaoxicha had to return to work, so the next day, the two strolled around Haicheng, and after lunch, they took a flight back to Beijing. They landed in Beijing at 5 in the afternoon. Fu Qi arranged for a pickup, and as they got into the car, his phone rang. Sitting beside him, Xiaoxicha noticed that the caller ID read Zhao Zhe. Upon answering, without needing to lean closer to the receiver, they could hear the slightly sarcastic and envious tone on the other end. "Taking my employee straight to Haicheng for a concert over the weekend, old Fu, how romantic." Fu Qi raised an eyebrow. "How did you find out?" "Let us not even mention how many trending searches your face has been on various websites. Just your school's forum alone has several threads, right?" Remembering something, Zhao Zhe quickly added, "But don't worry, I checked, and little sister-in-law didn't show her face." Xiaoxicha listened on the side, her gaze flickering slightly as she took out her phone and opened the forum. Sure enough, as Zhao Zhe had said, posts related to Fu Qi had nearly taken over the screen, with the most popular title already having hundreds of replies. "Shocking, is young Master Fu really this doting on his new girlfriend?" The post began with several photos, capturing the moment on the concert's big screen where Fu Qi and Xiaoxicha shared a kiss. There was also a candid shot of Fu Qi holding an umbrella in the rain, bending down to kiss Xiaoxicha from behind. In Haicheng, who would have thought that attending a concert would lead to a chance encounter with young Master Fu and his girlfriend? Let us not even mention the trending kiss photo. I was there, and I could almost be swept away by the screams. As soon as I stepped out of the venue, complaining about the sudden rain and not having an umbrella, I looked up and saw this scene. Where is the notorious, unyielding young Master Fu? Here he is, bending down to comfort his girlfriend, calling her baby. Young Master Fu comforting someone, calling her baby? My goodness, I'm really shipping this hard. Oh my, such a romantic and idle drama-like scene, this is just too doting. What's wrong with the original poster? Why didn't they go take a look at the legendary girlfriend in front of them? I'm dying to know who she is. Don't think about it, someone tried to dig into it earlier and was immediately silenced and warned, young Master Fu is keeping her under wraps. What is there to hide, Fu Chi? If you have a little wife, show her off boldly, don't be shy. Xia Chicha flipped through a few pages, seeing the replies filled with excitement over the photos, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Just as she was about to exit the page, her gaze unintentionally swept down and suddenly caught a reply. Who bet that this one would break up in a month? It has been almost 3 months now, could it be that young Master Fu is serious this time? In an instant, Xia Shicha's pupils trembled slightly, the matter she had deliberately avoided resurfaced in her mind. By the time the new year arrives, their 3-month deadline will indeed be upon them. Chapter 65, Would you like to embrace me? The car glided smoothly along the airport expressway. After ending a call with Zhao Zhe, Fu Xi turned to look at Xia Zhicha and noticed the unusual pallor on her face. He inquired, "What is the matter?" Xia Zhicha slowly lowered her phone, pressed her lips together, and shook her head. "It's nothing." The days had been too joyful, and she had become so immersed that she was nearly on the verge of forgetting that the 3-month deadline inevitably had an end. In just a few days, she would be returning to Yun City to celebrate the new year. Xia Zhicha lowered her head, contemplating whether she should broach the subject with Fu Xi at this moment, so they could part amicably. However, the very thought caused a dull ache in her chest. Once the subject was mentioned, it would signify the conclusion of everything that had felt dreamlike in recent days. She recalled witnessing Fu Xi's ruthlessly abrupt separations from his previous girlfriends, and she had not yet succumbed to the vanity of believing she would be the exception. Moreover, the inception of their relationship had always carried an air of ambiguity. Her melancholic mood persisted until the car halted at the entrance of the community. As they approached the building, Fu Xi glanced upward. "Did you forget to turn off the lights when you left?" Xia Zhicha followed his gaze and indeed saw that the lights on their floor were still on. Lost in her own thoughts, she could not recall whether she had turned off the lights when she departed and hesitantly replied, "Perhaps." Fu Xi said nothing further, taking her hand as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching their floor, their footsteps halted simultaneously as they beheld the scene before them. The door was ajar, a sliver open, with light spilling out from within, and occasionally, snippets of television commercials and the sound of footsteps could be heard from inside. Someone was there. Fu Xi's expression darkened abruptly. He released Xia Zhicha's hand and strode forward, yanking the door open. Xia Zhicha stood behind him, discerning the unfolding scene. A finely dressed mother and daughter sat on the sofa, while a woman resembling a maid bustled about. The mother-daughter duo exuded an air of ownership over the space, their postures haughty, their features strikingly similar: long faces, pointed chins, large eyes with upturned corners, further accentuating their unapproachable demeanor. Upon hearing the commotion, a girl who appeared to be a few years younger than Fu Xi turned her head first, grinning mischievously. "Brother." Fu Xi's thin lips pressed into a straight line, his temples pulsing with tension, and he coldly retorted, "Who is your brother?" The girl, seemingly accustomed to his frosty demeanor, remained unfazed, unashamedly retorting, "My mother and I have been waiting here for you for quite some time." "Where have you been gallivanting?" Catching sight of Xia Zhicha standing behind him, her smile grew increasingly mischievous. "So, you were off consorting with those dubious women again? Lin Jinan, dare you utter another word?" Fu Xi's fingers instinctively tightened, his voice a low warning. He glanced back at Xia Zhicha, signaling her not to approach, then reached out to shut the door. With the view obstructed, Xia Zhicha stood in the corridor, faintly hearing the heated argument within. The content was unclear, yet undeniably intense. She had not gotten a good look at the mother and daughter's faces, but from the address used, she surmised they must be Fu Xi's stepmother and stepsister. After a lengthy interval, the security door was reopened. The first to emerge was the maid, cautiously assisting a middle-aged woman beside her. The woman's abdomen was slightly rounded, her complexion unwell, yet she held her head high, exuding the air of a triumphant victor. "If you must blame someone, blame your father for his softness. After all, the child in my womb is also of the Fu lineage. What good is it if Fu Xi boasts? Do you truly believe the Fu family is yours? From now on, when you see me, you shall obediently call me mother." Inside, Fu Xi's face was half illuminated by the light, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white as he struggled to contain his rage, yet he fought down the impulse to lash out upon witnessing the woman brazenly caressing her abdomen. His deep, dark eyes were clouded with an ominous intensity. "You shall not have your way." His voice emerged from his throat, laced with an icy resolve. "Tell Fu Nanhai that none of his schemes shall come to fruition." Once the three departed, the room lay in disarray. Fu Xi stood at the center of the living room, his chest heaving, disheveled strands of hair casting shadows over his brow, amplifying the aura of menace surrounding him. Xia Zhicha remained outside the door for an indeterminate duration before gradually making her way towards him. Fu Xi seemed oblivious to her presence, his jaw taut, remaining silent. His mood was decidedly foul. The vast living room was enveloped in a chilling silence. Xia Zhicha tentatively lifted her gaze, feeling somewhat at a loss. She was uncertain how to comfort Fu Xi. In a fleeting moment, she recalled an earlier time in the hospital when he had embraced her to calm his anger. After a brief hesitation, Xia Zhicha slowly inched closer to Fu Xi. "Ah, you," she called out tentatively. "Whom?" The chill in Fu Xi's tone had yet to dissipate, sounding rigid and unyielding. Xia Zhicha awkwardly rose onto her toes, clumsily opening her arms, and asked him, "Would you like to embrace me?" Chapter 66. Inch Watch with me. Fu Qi glanced momentarily, seemingly entranced, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Xia Zhicha bit her lip, acutely aware of his unwavering attention upon her, yet she remained silent. After a prolonged pause, she took a couple of steps closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. In the next instant, her waist was unexpectedly tightened with force, as though he intended to meld her into himself. Fu Qi lowered his head, his breath mingling in her soft hair, enveloped by a sweet, gentle aura that he greedily inhaled. His chaotic thoughts gradually coalesced, as if pulled back to the realm of the living. Slowly regaining his composure, Fu Qi did not release her, tilting his chin down as his palm grazed her waist twice. "Were you frightened?" he inquired. Xia Zhicha shook her head. "Very brave," he replied, his tone laced with commendation, ruffling her hair before finally letting her go and guiding her to the sofa to sit. He showed no intention of explaining what had just transpired, and Xia Zhicha tacitly refrained from asking. Seated amidst the disorder, they resembled small creatures seeking solace amid the ruins. "How long until we return home?" Fu Qi suddenly asked as Xia Zhicha was taken aback by his abrupt inquiry. She calculated the time in her mind. 3 more days, she replied, having purchased a ticket for the 28th day of the lunar year. Fu Qi replied with an adding, "I won't be able to see you off at the airport or help you pack your luggage, will I?" Xia Zhicha vaguely understood his impending busyness and nodded in response. Her luggage was minimal, a 22-inch suitcase holding mostly winter clothing. Fu Qi stood by the bed, assisting her in folding her clothes. Just then, Xia Zhicha suddenly recalled something and dashed out of the room. She rummaged through her canvas bag left in the living room, retrieving a thumb-sized jade Buddha, before swiftly returning to her room. Hearing her hurried footsteps, Fu Qi was about to inquire about her urgency when he caught sight of her outstretched palm. "This is for you," Xia Zhicha said, looking up at him with clear, doe-like eyes. "It's very lucky." This talisman had been acquired during her 3rd year of junior high when her uncle and aunt took her to the most revered temple in Yin City. Though Xia Zhicha was not a believer, she habitually carried it with her during significant events, be it exams, interviews, or uncertain journeys. With it, she felt as if her endeavors would proceed smoothly. Xia Zhicha did not consider herself particularly unlucky, so she yearned to share this fortune with Fu Qi. It seemed the only thing she could do for him. After the new year, when the 3-month period came to an end, they might never meet again. Yet, she wished for his future to be a touch luckier, a tad smoother. This year, the various locales of Yun City gradually relaxed their restrictions on fireworks, and the festive atmosphere was more vibrant than in previous years. From the 28th day of the lunar year, the evening fireworks had not ceased. The house was warmed with heating, adorned with red spring couplets and the character Fu. Chang Ming Sui opened the window, and the previously muffled sounds of fireworks outside became strikingly clear. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from downstairs, startling Chang Ming Sui, who frowned and shut the window. "At this hour, why is it still so noisy?" "Well, it's the new year. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather, so it's all in good fun," his aunt, Zheng Hongying, said as she emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of dumplings. "Do you want to set some off?" "Uncle Chen brought us a whole box a couple of days ago, it's still in the trunk of the car." "Let us wait until New Year's Eve," Chang Ming Sui yawned, sitting at the dining table and asking Xia Zhicha, "Sister, do you want dumplings?" "No, I'm full from dinner, Xiaojicha replied gently from her spot on the sofa. Then I'll eat them all. Chang Mingsui yawned again, only to be playfully reprimanded by Zhang Hongying. If you want to eat, then eat properly. Only you would complain of hunger at this hour, Mom. Ever since I recovered, you've been taking me for granted. This was the first spring festival after Chang Mingsui's recovery, and the atmosphere felt more relaxed than in previous years. Xiaojicha's gaze shifted from the playful mother and son back to the television, which was broadcasting the news. Following a report on heavy snowfall in a certain area, the scene changed. Yesterday, Mr. Fu Huiqing, the head of the Fu family, passed away due to illness. His funeral will be held today at noon, with various dignitaries in attendance. Xiaojicha's eyelashes trembled slightly. The funeral depicted on the screen was grand, draped in black and white. She immediately spotted Fu Qi among the crowd, supporting the coffin, clad in a black suit, a white flower pinned to his chest, his gaze cast down, his expression devoid of emotion. In the midst of the surrounding crowd, some genuinely mourning, others perhaps feigning sorrow, he appeared particularly detached. The image flashed briefly before transitioning to another location. Xiaojicha fell silent for a moment before picking up her phone and opening the chat interface with Fu Qi. Aiming the camera outside, she captured a shot of the fireworks blooming in the sky and sent it to him. She assumed he would be busy and thought that perhaps, once he finished, this message might lighten his mood. To her surprise, he responded almost instantaneously. Boyfriend frowny face, are you watching the fireworks? Xiaojicha frowny face, no, someone is setting off fireworks outside. Boyfriend frowny face, they're beautiful. Boyfriend frowny face, can you show me again tomorrow night? Xiaojicha recalled that in the capital, fireworks had been banned for several years. Therefore, during the new year, it was always rather quiet. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, today was Mr. Fu's funeral. The family surely had no heart to celebrate the new year. He would also have to face relatives who felt like adversaries. Xiaojicha's heart softened, and she replied frowny face okay. On New Year's Eve, Xiaojicha accompanied her uncle and aunt to visit relatives during the day and bought some New Year goods. As night fell, the four of them gathered neatly on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala, a customary activity for their family. This year's gala was less engaging than last year's. The skits echoed in the living room, and Chang Mingsui leaned back, bored. Watching this is less enjoyable than watching the fireworks outside. Zhang Hongying, busy wrapping dumplings with flour on her hands, couldn't help but scold him. If you're bored, why don't you help me wrap dumplings? Okay, I'm coming. Chang Mingsui's pajamas were dusted with flour, and he quickly retreated to wash his hands, sitting at the tea table while still trying to drag others into his predicament. Sister, do you want to join? Xiaojicha agreed and stood up to wash her hands in the bathroom. At that moment, a brilliant burst of fireworks erupted outside. Xiaojicha paused by the window, then turned back to grab her phone from the sofa, capturing another photo as the second round of fireworks blossomed. She sent it to Fu Qi shortly thereafter. Her phone began to vibrate incessantly. Fu Qi had initiated a video call request. Xiaojicha hesitated, but upon realizing, she quickly turned and entered her room. Her room was small, only accommodating a bed, yet it had a great view, aligned with the living room window. The fireworks continued to explode outside as she answered the video call. The background appeared dim, suggesting he was in a car, and Fu Qi's figure was somewhat unclear. Xiaojicha angled the camera towards the window, but the fireworks had already concluded. Are you at home? Fu Qi inquired, his voice tinged with a languid rasp. Yes, watching the Spring Festival Gala with my family, Xiaojicha responded, closing the door behind her and lowering her voice slightly. I promised to show you the fireworks, so I sent you this. The murmurs echoed in the confined space. From the darkness on the other end, Fu Qi seemed to curl his lips into a smile. Watch with me. Xiaojicha was taken aback. What? The fireworks, Fu Qi's deep, amused tone resonated through the earpiece. The syllables waited. It's no fun watching alone. Let us do it together. Xiaojicha, through the screen, met his somewhat indistinct peach blossom eyes. For reasons unknown, her heart fluttered. But there aren't any fireworks left outside, she replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. From the phone, she heard Fu Qi emit a soft, distorted chuckle. There will be soon. No sooner had he spoken than a firework, resembling a shooting star, soared from outside her window, blooming brilliantly in the sky. The bright yellow flame illuminated her tiny room in an instant, casting light upon Fu Qi's teasing eyes on the other end. Xiaji Cha's expression froze momentarily, her voice trembling as she incredulously exclaimed, Fu Qi said nothing further, but opened the car door and stepped out. One firework after another erupted in the night sky, and Xiaji Cha vaguely heard rhythmic commotion on his end. She could also see the backdrop behind him, a continuous stream of colorful lights illuminating Fu Qi's features, making them increasingly distinct. He raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Baby, look downstairs. Xiaji Cha gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing as she nearly stumbled in her haste to open the window, braving the cold wind to peer outside. Below her apartment, a car was parked, its headlights illuminating a tall, slender figure leaning against it. Surrounded by the dazzling fireworks, the night breeze tousled his hair, and his coat fluttered in the wind. Ding! The phone screen indicated that the video had ended. Fu Qi looked up, smiling as he locked eyes with her. The magnificent flames erupted once more, illuminating the jade Buddha around his neck with a warm glow. It seemed as though all the colors of the world had converged in his gaze. Fu Qi's elongated eyes curved slightly, his lips parting. Baby! Amidst the crackling sounds of fireworks, Xiaji Cha discerned his lips forming the words, I miss you. Chapter 67, I miss you. In this moment, the cacophony of fireworks surrounding her seemed to fade into oblivion. In the brief instant of her quivering pupils, Xiaji Cha scarcely afforded herself a moment to contemplate, almost instinctively turning on her heel, her slippers flopping as she stumbled and grasped the doorframe to rush out of the house. The commotion startled Zhang Hongying, who was busy wrapping dumplings in the living room. Before she could utter a word of inquiry, she noticed the slender figure had already vanished from sight. Hey, Gigi, where are you going? Sister! You're not wearing your coat. The corridor's motion sensor lights flickered on, a chorus of voices echoed behind her, and by the time Xiaji Cha regained her senses, she found herself standing before Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu, broad-shouldered and straight-backed, wore a mischievous smile, tilting his chin slightly to gaze at her. He then stepped forward, opened his coat, and enveloped her within it, chuckling softly, Why aren't you wearing a coat? The coat was ample, and a warm breath enveloped her. The chilling realization of the biting cold was thoroughly dispelled, and Xiaji Cha obediently nestled in his embrace, taking a gentle breath, her eyes sparkling as she asked, What brings you here? I miss you, Fu Xiaoyu replied, his palm caressing her back, his voice airy and light. There was no other reason, he simply yearned for her. The drive from the capital to Yuncheng took 24 hours, one day and one night. Fu Xiaoyu felt as though he had lost his mind. He had assumed this new year would be no different from the last, the cold and unwelcoming old house, the dinner party filled with hidden agendas, merely lacking a guiding presence, becoming increasingly tense. Having grown up in such a soulless atmosphere, he was long accustomed to it, yet, as he mingled amidst the dazzling lights, wearing a mask of aloofness while conversing with others, his gaze fell upon a message on his phone, fireworks sent by Xiaji Cha. In that fleeting moment, her bright, glistening eyes resurfaced in his mind, pure, untainted by ulterior motives, emanating a gentle and steadfast heart. He yearned to see her, unable to suppress his desire. He had left the frigid prison of that world of fame and fortune without a second thought. He longed to see her. Thus, he traveled day and night to Yuncheng to be with her. As he drove through the night, Fu Xiaoyu's embrace carried a faint scent of smoke, mingled with the woodsy aroma of cedar, yet it was far from unpleasant. He looked down and gently tousled the soft strands of hair of the girl in his arms. Baby, look up. Xiaji Cha obediently raised her head, only to have her chin pinched and receive a kiss unrestrained and intimate. She noticed the faint dark circles under Fu Xiaoyu's eyes, her heart skipping a beat as she asked, Have you not slept? Nope, not tired, he replied casually, feeling invigorated at that moment, wanting only to hold the girl a little closer, refusing to let go. Then you should rest soon, Xiaji Cha insisted, breaking free slightly as concern washed over her, pulling out her phone to search for nearby hotels, tugging him along as she said, There's a hotel just outside our community. I can book a room for you. Just then, a teasing voice rang out from above, Sister, where are you taking your brother-in-law for some fun? Xiaji Cha froze, her head snapping up to see Chang Mingsui leaning nonchalantly against the window, a devil-may-care grin on his face as he looked at her with mischief. Not only him, but behind him were Chang Chunyu and Zhang Hongying, both peering in with amused expressions. Like a child caught in a misdeed, Xiaji Cha's cheeks flushed crimson, and she attempted to extricate herself from Fu Xiaoyu's embrace. However, he pulled her back. Don't move, you'll get cold. He glanced down, then calmly raised his head, smiling as he called out, "Uncle, Auntie." Xiaojicha, the number of people watching the Spring Festival Gala in the living room had shifted from 4 to 5. Zhang Hongying and Shang Chunyu were taken aback to discover that Xiaojicha had quietly entered into a relationship, especially with such a charming and courteous young man. After a brief interaction, the couple had already begun to affectionately address him as Xiao Yu. "How old is Xiao Yu this year? Where are you from? Are you in the same school as Gigi? That is so convenient." They bombarded Fu Xiaoyu with questions, who patiently answered each one. Only Chang Ming Sui remained composed, arms crossed, casting a victorious smile at Xiaojicha. "I told you, you two would eventually get together." Xiaojicha smiled in return, suppressing a flicker of anxiety in her heart. The fleeting emotions had swept away many other thoughts, but as things quieted down a bit, the 3-month deadline weighed heavily once again. Only 2 days remained. She began to feel a twinge of fear. Did Fu Xiaoyu come to her to discuss a breakup? Burdened by this thought, Xiaojicha found herself lost in reverie while watching the gala. Zhang Hongying, eager to include Fu Xiaoyu, had invited him to help with the dumplings, and as he did so, he caught sight of Xiaojicha's restless demeanor, raising an eyebrow as he playfully dusted her cheek with flour from his fingertips. "What are you worried about?" "Nothing." With family present, Xiaojicha hesitated to voice her concerns, offering him a soft smile. Once the dumplings were wrapped and stored in the freezer, Chang Ming Sui glanced at the time and suddenly proposed, "It's already 11. Should we go downstairs and set off some fireworks?" "Oh, weren't you just complaining about the noise outside? Now you want to disturb the peace?" Zhang Hongying replied, somewhat surprised. "Well, isn't your brother-in-law here?" Chang Ming Sui grinned. "Fireworks aren't allowed in the capital." "We must make the most of it, right, brother-in-law?" Fu Xiaoyu seemed to take a liking to the title, nodding, "I'd love to." "All right then," Zhang Hongying directed Chang Chunyu to fetch the car keys. "Let us go to the riverbank." The family vehicle was a van, filled to the brim with various firecrackers and fireworks. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they found a considerable gathering of people already enjoying the festivities. Chang Ming Sui immediately encountered a few of his high school friends and wandered off with them. Xiaojicha, feeling somewhat apprehensive about the more dangerous fireworks, opted for a sparker instead. Grabbing a lighter from the van, when she emerged, she found herself unable to locate Fu Xiaoyu anywhere. Noticing Xiaojicha searching, Zhang Hongying pointed her in the right direction. "Xiaoyu just took a call. It seemed to be from his family, and then he went that way." His family? A tightness gripped Xiaojicha's chest as she quickened her pace in that direction. The further she walked, the fewer people there were. In the darkness, the pebble beach was overrun with weeds. Xiaojicha tread carefully, and in the distance, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against a withered tree against the backdrop of the festive fireworks. He appeared rather solitary. As she approached, ready to call out, she heard Fu Xiaoyu's cold laugh directed at the voice on the other end of the phone, his tone dripping with disdain. "What does it matter where I go?" The other party must have said something else, for his expression darkened, his gaze icy as he offered a cruel and mocking smile. "Rest assured, if it were truly my doing, that bastard would have long ceased to be in your wife's belly." Chapter 68. I will always lean towards you. With those words, Fu Xi hung up the phone. Xiaojicha was still some distance away from him, surrounded by wild grass that flourished around them. He remained oblivious to her presence as he fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. The flickering red and blue flames tore through the night, reminiscent of an old scar being ripped open, bleeding anew. Fu Xi took a deep drag, his brow furrowing in a weary despondency, and suddenly struck a fist against the dry, coarse trunk of a tree. A heavy, muffled sound echoed, causing the withered leaves at the branches to flutter down. Xiaojicha's heart raced at the noise, prompting her to step towards him. The brittle grass crunched underfoot, producing a sharp crack that caught Fu Xi's attention. Upon recognizing Xiaojicha, he extinguished his cigarette and forced a smile. "Are you here to see me?" Xiaojicha replied with a soft approaching him to check for any injuries on his hand. That blow seemed to have struck bone, filling her with an uncomfortable ache. She turned on her phone's flashlight and gently grasped his dangling hand, her thumb cautiously caressing the back of it. There was a bruise where the knuckles protruded, accompanied by 2 fine scratches. Xiaojicha inhaled lightly, hearing Fu Xi say, "It doesn't hurt." She frowned slightly, recalling his previous claim of pain when he had injured his hand. "You said it hurt last time." Fu Xi raised an indifferent eyebrow. "I was just being playful with you. Did you really believe it?" It truly doesn't hurt. Fu Xi promptly switched off her phone's flashlight. Let's head back. He turned to walk away, but after a moment, he paused, a self-mocking smile crossing his lips. Forget it, stay with me for a while. The night breeze carried the scent of smoke, and Xia Zhicha mimicked Fu Xi, sitting down beside him on the ground. Would you like to hear about my family? After a brief silence, Fu Xi suddenly inquired. Xia Zhicha gazed at him quietly, sensing his discomfort and desire to confide. However, the intricate secrets of the affluence seemed a bit inappropriate for her to delve into as an outsider, so she bit her lip and asked, "Is it all right to listen?" Fu Xi playfully pinched her cheek, a casual smile gracing his lips. "You are my girlfriend. What is there that you cannot hear?" Noticing she held a sparkler, he casually took two from her. Igniting them, the flames illuminated his face, which wore a mask of indifference. From the moment of his birth, Fu Xi understood that he belonged to the elite, raised atop the pinnacle of society. The Fu family had enjoyed a century of glory, steadfast and unyielding. Everyone told him that his life should be one of carefree existence, ultimately leading him to inherit the family legacy. From the very beginning, he possessed everything others could only dream of. His father was the sole heir of a prestigious family in the capital, and his mother hailed from a lineage of scholars, both families well-matched. Though their union was arranged, they treated each other with respect. The elder Fu doted on his only grandson, raising him closely and imparting wisdom. Thus, the young boy grew day by day, embodying propriety and wisdom that astounded all. The love he received was abundant, rendering him oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Little did he know, the first taste of evil in his life would come from his own kin. Before marrying, Fu Nanhai had a first love named Lin Yanyi. Their separation was devoid of melodramatic familial conflicts. Rather, they parted amicably. 2 months later, Fu Nanhai married, and Lin Yanyi also wed another. Years later, at a gathering with friends, Fu Nanhai unexpectedly encountered Lin Yanyi again. By then, she had fallen into misfortune, having divorced due to her husband's gambling debts. As she tearfully recounted her plight, Fu Nanhai felt a stirring in his heart. Men often harbor a tendency to rescue damsels in distress, and thus, he began to maintain contact with Lin Yanyi, arranging work for her and providing her shelter in his home. Even when Lin Yanyi mentioned her inability to care for her daughter, he contemplated bringing the child, Lin Jinan, back to the Fu household to raise her. Fu Xi's mother, upon learning of this, vehemently opposed the idea. It was then that she discovered her husband had long been entangled with another. The fate of a loving couple began to crumble, descending into daily quarrels. The more they fought, the more Fu Nanhai perceived Fu Xi's mother as an obstacle to his relationship with Lin Yanyi, leading to an escalated entanglement that ignited a tempest. Eventually, Fu Xi's mother succumbed to her ailments and passed away. On the day her heart ceased to beat, Fu Xi kept vigil by her bedside throughout the night, while Fu Nanhai spent the night entwined with Lin Yanyi in their home. After that, there were no more reservations, and Fu Nanhai, bewitched, allowed Lin Yanyi to move in and marry him. In Fu Xi's eyes, Fu Nanhai transformed from a father into a mother's murderer. The elder Fu, appalled by his son's reckless actions, began to curtail some of his authority and focus on nurturing Fu Xi. Yet, Fu Nanhai, desperate for power, could not bear to see Fu Xi favored by the elder, and under Lin Yanyi's instigation, he neglected Fu Xi entirely, even sending him off to Yunchang during a dispute in high school. It was only through the elder's intervention that Fu Xi was brought back. Following this incident, the elder's health deteriorated, and Fu Nanhai sought to seize control. Had Fu Xi not steadfastly defended the family, the Fu estate would have long since fallen into the hands of his reckless father. As the last sparkler extinguished, leaving the flickering light to succumb to darkness, Fu Xi continued to recount. The elder had originally drafted a will, leaving the Fu family to me. He lowered his head, resting his forehead on his hand with a wry smile. But when Lin Yanyi came knocking last time, I discovered that Fu Nanhai had ultimately persuaded the elder to relent. In his final moments, the elder, despite everything, still clung to familial bonds, granting authority to Fu Nanhai and ensuring that Lin Yanyi's unborn child would inherit. So that was how it was. Xia Shicha recalled the haughty expression of that woman on that day. Just now, Fu Nanhai called to inform me that Lin Yanyi had encountered an accident, her pregnancy nearly lost. Questioning whether I was responsible, Fu Xi scoffed. How foolish. If I truly wish to act, there are hundreds of ways to ensure a clean getaway. Xia Chicha fell silent for a few seconds, blinking. Fu Xi turned to look at her. Are you afraid of me? He had never been a good person. No. Xiaoxicha shook her head, her gaze pure, devoid of deceit, yet he still managed to restrain himself when confronted with Lin Yanyi's pregnant belly. Despite the provocation, she reached out slowly, clasping Fu Si's hand. "Ah, you," she called softly. "Meichem, I'm here," Fu Si replied languidly, his words floating in the night breeze, his eyes half closed as if he were calming his thoughts. "Are you very sad?" It was perhaps why he had sought her out at this moment, leaving that household. Fu Si opened his eyes slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "A little, I suppose. Before this incident, I always believed that no matter how chaotic things became at home, the elder would ultimately stand by my side. After all, within that household, he was the only one who had ever shown him kindness. While I understand that it is the elder's hard-earned legacy, one I have no right to question, still," Fu Si chuckled lightly, "it feels a bit like betrayal." He could dismiss the family business, disregard the arrogant couple. But he cared about the betrayal of those he had once trusted. It felt as though a person already drowning was abandoned by the last piece of driftwood. Xiaoxicha pressed her palm against his, sensing the aura of despondency enveloping him. She tightened her grip slightly, asking him, "Do you still want a hug?" "MHM." Fu Si lifted his head, gradually enveloping her in his embrace, bending slightly to bury his face in the crook of her neck. His shoulders were broad, and Xiaoxicha's hand rested on his back, gently stroking it twice. In the distance, fireworks erupted amidst the laughter of the crowd, while nearby, the whispers of the wind intertwined with the crackling of broken grass. "Ah, you," she leaned closer to Fu Si's ear, her voice soft yet resolute. "I will always lean towards you." Chapter 69. In just 2 days, 3 months will have passed. The night was momentarily tranquil. Xiaoxicha could sense the body pressed against her stiffen for an instant. Shortly after, his breathing grew heavier. "Baby." A muffled voice emanated from her neck, as Fu Si's cool black hair brushed against her nape twice. Xiaoxicha responded softly, "May I kiss you?" His voice was husky and low, tinged with a hint of laughter, a nonchalant tone laced with an almost imperceptible plea. "Just a kiss." Xiaoxicha's heart softened, inexplicably aching a little. She replied in a gentle voice, Feeling Fu Si lift his head, she obediently closed her eyes, expecting a kiss akin to a tempest, yet was taken aback when the kiss turned out to be exceedingly gentle and cherished, as if he were treating an extraordinarily rare gem. From afar, a raucous cheer suddenly erupted by the riverbank. Moments later, a brilliant flash, like a blazing meteor, streaked across the sky, unfolding in layers, continuously blossoming into a dazzling sea of fireworks. As the clock struck midnight, the chorus of Happy New Year resounded. A new year had dawned, the old year had been cast aside, and the new welcomed in, serving as a reminder for all to look forward. After a considerable time, Fu Si pecked her lips delicately a couple of times, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. "Baby, Happy New Year." The fireworks illuminated the young girl's slightly flushed cheeks and glistening lips as Xiaoxicha turned her head, murmuring, "Happy New Year." Just then, her phone's notification chime rang out, rather inopportunely. It was Xiaoxicha's phone. She lowered her head and, with some hesitation, retrieved it. The screen displayed a video request from Jiang Lili. Glancing at Fu Si beside her, she averted the camera from him and accepted the call. The image popped up, revealing Jiang Lili outside amidst a sea of people in the square, where a large screen displayed Happy Spring Festival. Amidst the raucous background noise, she smiled and asked Xiaoxicha, "Are you out there?" Xiaoxicha replied softly, setting off fireworks by the river. "We just finished a countdown event at our square. I'm about to head back now," Jiang Lili said, casting a curious glance her way, seemingly innocently inquiring, "Are you alone? Who's that next to you?" "No one," Xiaoxicha's eyelids flickered, "I'm with my family." "Really?" Jiang Lili blinked, "Then let me meet your uncle and aunt. I'd like to say hello." "No need," Xiaoxicha said quietly, stealing a glance at Fu Si, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Oh come on, that would be quite rude." Jiang Lili, who typically wouldn't concern herself with such niceties, seemed unusually insistent today. Xiaoxicha hesitated, initially considering other excuses, when suddenly she noticed Jiang Lili's expression shift to one of seriousness. "The person next to you, it isn't really Fu Si, is it?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiaoxicha, leaving her momentarily stunned. Observing Xiaoxicha's astonishment, Zhang Lili exclaimed, "No way, don't tell me that the guy who has been abducting you recently is Fu Xi." How on earth did Zhang Lili figure that out? Xiaojicha was still in a daze when Fu Xi reached over to take the phone from her. The screen turned towards his face, and he raised an eyebrow. "Are you calling me the blonde guy?" Zhang Lili gasped again, and before she could utter another word, Fu Xi ended the video call. He handed the phone back to Xiaojicha, biting her lip. She accepted it, hearing him chuckle lazily, his voice slightly husky. "So, in your friend's circle, I'm known as the blonde guy, huh?" Xiaojicha feebly explained, "She didn't know it was you before." Fu Xi nonchalantly replied with a dismissive his tone implying a hint of lingering resentment. Xiaojicha lowered her gaze, noticing Zhang Lili had already begun flooding the chat with messages. "Zhang Lili frowny face, I sensed something was off when I saw your posts. Didn't he expect it to be true?" Zhang Lili. "So, the mysterious girlfriend of Fu Xi who has been the talk of the town is you?" Zhang Lili frowny face. "Oh my god, I just remembered, the voice from the last video call I made to you sounded so familiar." Her moments of distraction led Xiaojicha to pause. She hadn't posted anything today. With a thought, she clicked into Fu Xi's social media. Sure enough, half an hour ago, he had shared a photo taken by the river, captioned, "This New Year." Zhang Lili frowny face. "I saw the license plate in the frame, it's from Yun City." Zhang Lili frowny face. "What's a big shot like him doing in Yun City during the New Year?" And Zhang Lili frowny face. "That's definitely Chang Mingsui's silhouette next to him, I can recognize it." Image. Xiaojicha watched the messages flood in, feeling flustered and unsure of what to say. She feared Zhang Lili would be upset, blaming her for not sharing anything. However, the next second, Zhang Lili sent another new message. Zhang Lili frowny face. "No way, if Fu Xi came to Yun City to see you, I have to come too." Zhang Lili. "The more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. How did you end up with Fu Xi? No way, he has too many skeletons in his closet. I need to come and assess him. Let me meet him." Zhang Lili frowny face, not accepting this. JPG, what's wrong? Fu Xi noticed Xiaojicha's expression had shifted. Turning to glance at the screen, Xiaojicha quickly averted her gaze and hesitated. "Zhang Lili wants to come to Yun City to meet you." "Let her come," Fu Xi replied casually, a relaxed chuckle escaping his lips. "Isn't that good?" Yet, Xiaojicha suddenly fell silent. "No, that's not it. It wasn't merely that." Xiaojicha's voice caught in her throat. "She knows about our relationship." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow. But the tightly held thought pressed down on Xiaojicha, making it difficult for her to lift her gaze, to meet Fu Xi's casually smiling eyes. Emotions tangled within her, and she felt her voice growing increasingly strained, but finally, she voiced her concern. "But in just 2 days, it will be 3 months. Chapter 70. She truly admires him. In merely 2 days, their relationship would come to an end." Upon uttering this phrase, Xiaojicha felt as though an immense amount of her strength had been suddenly drained away. She even found one hand pressed against the ground, yearning to rise and flee. The wind caressed her cheeks, bringing a slight chill, yet she still dared not lift her gaze, nor look upon Fu Xi's expression. Each passing second felt like an agonizing torment, as if she were awaiting her final judgment. After she finished speaking, Fu Xiu fell into a momentary silence. After a prolonged pause, Xiaojicha was startled to hear him chuckle softly. "So, during this time, you've been worrying about this?" His tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiaojicha's heart sank even lower. She parted her lips, intending to say something, when suddenly she felt her chin being lifted. Her gaze collided with Fu Xiu's dark, profound eyes. His expression was enigmatic, a semblance of a smile that sent a tremor through her heart. In the next moment, Fu Xiu curled his lips, leaning down to gently bite her lower lip with a hint of playful reprimand. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, but Xiaojicha could not contain a soft whimper that escaped her throat. "Do you understand now?" Fu Xiu released her, lowering his gaze and lazily inquired. Xiaojicha felt a bit dazed, her previously suppressed and complicated emotions abruptly unraveled, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Her breath momentarily caught, leaving her speechless. What did he mean? A vague thought flickered in her mind, yet she dared not speculate. Slowly blinking once, Fu Xiu grasped her chin, leisurely shaking it, his tone deliberate and unhurried. "I changed my mind, darling." He had never intended for their relationship to last merely 3 months. However, he hadn't anticipated that this young girl would remember so clearly. It was always others who sought to retain him, How could he be the one to cling to someone else? Tsk. A sense of vague discontent lingered in his heart for a moment, before Futsiyu bent down once more, biting her flushed earlobe gently. The pressure was lighter than before, his voice tinged with a hint of patience as he coaxed, "Can we not count this as a finality?" When Futsiyu spoke in such a manner, his deep, magnetic voice seemed to carry an enchanting allure that made her head spin. Xia Jichao felt warmth rush to her cheeks, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably, her body instinctively retreating, unable to fully grasp the situation. But why? Seeing the girl tense up in an attempt to escape, Futsiyu effortlessly pulled her back, holding her wrist firmly, leaning in to gaze at her, his deep, alluring eyes suddenly curving into a slight smile. "I can't bear to let go." In the dimness of the night, his eyes seemed shrouded in a veil of enchantment, his laughter intoxicatingly beguiling. "It appears I've become addicted to you, darling." Xia Jichao's eyes flickered momentarily, her gaze dropping slightly. This should have been a cause for her to rejoice, yet inexplicably, upon hearing his somewhat ambiguous declaration, her heart felt a subtle pang of despondency. What was it he could not bear to part with? What was he addicted to? Was it her, or rather the intimacy they shared, treating her as a mere solace? Xia Jichao yearned for a definitive answer, yet she hesitated. She feared that the question might elicit a response that would bring her sorrow. She could sense that Futsiyu perhaps harbored feelings for her. However, she remained uncertain of the depth of those feelings. Futsiyu was a man accustomed to a carefree, indulgent lifestyle. Behind his reckless abandon lay a heart that was difficult to probe. He seemed to have liked many, yet remained so indifferent that he never lingered for anyone. How long would his infatuation with her last before he grew weary? Her restless thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he pressed another kiss to her lips. What else with that dazed expression? Futsiyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her, his smile tinged with a mischievousness. "Are you unwilling?" Xia Jichao met his playful gaze, remaining silent for a moment before quietly snuggling into his embrace, burying herself against his neck. "I am willing," she heard herself murmur. His warm breath enveloped her, easing her breathing. Regardless of everything, Futsiyu had to hold some special significance for her, Xia Jichao mused. He always appeared so joyous in her presence, thus, she wished to bring him even more happiness. She truly, deeply adored him. On the evening of the new year, the Changchunyu couple warmly invited Futsiyu to stay at their home, but the quarters were far too cramped, making it difficult for another person to find rest. Consequently, Futsiyu opted to book a hotel for the night. After ringing in the new year, they returned home rather late. After completing her evening routine, Xia Jichao lay in bed, the clock reading 3 in the morning. At that moment, Zhang Lily sent her a screenshot of a train ticket. Zhang Lily frowny face, late night bargain successfully secured. Zhang Lily frowny face proud. JPG, the image displayed a high-speed train arriving in Yun City the following morning. Zhang Lily's hometown was not far from Xia Jichao, the train taking merely 4 hours. To Xia Jichao's surprise, Zhang Lily was so efficient. After pondering that her family likely had no plans for the next day, she replied, "Then I'll come to pick you up." Zhang Lily. Sounds good. Zhang Lily frowny face, make sure to bring Futsiyu along. Zhang Lily frowny face, I want to see what kind of magic he has worked to enchant our Gigi this way. Xia Jichao sought Futsiyu's opinion. He had not yet gone to sleep and quickly replied with a simple okay. On the first morning of the new year, it felt as though all the revelry had come to a quiet close, the entire Yun City enveloped in stillness. Due to their late night, Xia Jichao and her family awoke rather late. Having set an alarm, she was groggily roused from slumber, only to find a message from Futsiyu on her phone. "Boyfriend frowny face, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Sent 3 minutes ago." Xia Jichao squinted at her phone, quickly becoming more alert, and responded with a hasty "on my way," before jumping out of bed to freshen up. As she hurried downstairs, she spotted Futsiyu's car parked outside her building. She opened the door and slipped into the vehicle, noticing him lounging lazily, one hand resting on the steering wheel, smiling at her. Xia Jichao suddenly realized he was wearing the black scarf she had gifted him, while she herself was adorned in the one Futsiyu had given her. Today, her down jacket was also blue, and when paired with his all-black ensemble, it created a somewhat couple-like aesthetic. Futsiyu's enchanting peach blossom eyes were undeniably striking. Xia Jichao touched her neck, feeling a tinge of bashfulness as she averted her gaze and softly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" This was a small city in Yun City, lacking in upscale hotels. The one outside their community was merely a budget chain. Remembering Futsiyu's accustomed airs of refinement, she felt a flicker of concern. It was somewhat average, Fu Ziyu replied, tilting his chin and focusing on the road as he started the car. The previous apartment here hasn't been sold yet. I had someone clean it up last night, so we should be able to stay there today. Xia Jicha nodded, recalling Jiang Lily's message from the previous day, her tone filled with dissatisfaction towards Fu Ziyu. She spoke with a hint of worry. Jiang Lily is coming over soon, she might treat me poorly. Fu Ziyu interjected nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on the road, his tone languid. It's merely a family evaluation. I understand. Xia Jichao, Chapter 71. The love-stricken mind belongs to another. The car came to a halt in the parking lot outside the high-speed railway station, its license plate from the capital standing out conspicuously among the plethora of local plates. As Jiang Lily emerged from the station, suitcase in tow, she spotted Xia Jicha standing by the vehicle, waving enthusiastically at her. Without hesitation, she dashed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Gigi, Happy New Year! Did you miss me? Xia Jicha, caught in the embrace, managed to murmur in a somewhat strained voice, I did. Only then did Jiang Lily release her, taking a moment to appraise her friend before squinting playfully at her scarf. Your outfit is absolutely adorable, especially that fluffy scarf. The blue hue really complements your fair complexion. Once she had finished her praise, it seemed she finally remembered that there was someone else present, and she turned her gaze towards the car. The front passenger door was ajar, and she immediately recognized Fu Ziyu sitting in the driver's seat. A sardonic smile crept onto her face as she greeted him. Happy New Year to you too, Master Fu. Long time no see. The evident disparity in her treatment of the two did not seem to irk Fu Ziyu, rather, he raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Indeed, it has been a while. Master Fu is wearing a scarf as well? Jiang Lily exclaimed, her tone dripping with playful sarcasm. What a coincidence, it just so happens to be the very one that Gigi knitted by hand. Quite the coincidence, Fu Ziyu replied, his expression relaxed as he leaned back in his seat. The scarf you just admired was actually crafted by me. Jiang Lily. Jiang Lily, she was momentarily taken aback, swiftly shutting the car door and whispering to Xia Jicha, he can knit scarves? Xia Jicha nodded. Jiang Lily, in disbelief, pressed on, he truly knitted it himself and didn't he just purchase it? With a resigned smile, Xia Jicha nodded again, attempting to assist Jiang Lily with her suitcase and place it in the trunk, only to be halted as Jiang Lily grasped her arm, her expression turning serious. How long have you two been together? 3 months, Xia Jicha replied. Jiang Lily inhaled sharply. As they prepared to get into the car, Jiang Lily insisted on sitting in the back seat next to Xia Jicha. With midday approaching, they set off to find a place to eat. As they drove, Jiang Lily seemed to regain her composure but dared not inquire directly in front of Fu Ziyu. Instead, she began bombarding Xia Jicha with messages. Jiang Lily frowny face. So, when we ran into Fu Ziyu at the bar last time, you two were already together? Xia Jicha, reluctant to disclose that it had indeed been that very day, nodded ambiguously. Jiang Lily frowny face. Did you confess your feelings? Xia Jicha frowny face. He brought it up first. Jiang Lily frowny face? Jiang Lily shot her a shocked glance. Jiang Lily frowny face. Did he mention any time frame for your relationship? Xia Jicha replied truthfully, he initially said 3 months, but then he told me that didn't he count anymore. Jiang Lily's astonished expression deepened. Jiang Lily frowny face. Wow. In response to Xia Jicha's puzzled gaze, she took a deep breath and typed frantically. Jiang Lily frowny face. I understand now, it's not Fu Ziyu who has captivated by you, but rather your charm that has ensnared him. Her earlier worries about Fu Ziyu's personality and the potential for him to mistreat Xia Jicha began to dissipate. She understood Xia Jicha's gentle nature. When she liked someone, she would wholeheartedly devote herself. Faced with someone like Fu Ziyu, known for trampling on others' feelings, she had prepared herself for the worst. However, in this brief encounter, her perception was being challenged. She recalled the fervent discussions on forums about Fu Zi's apparent adoration for his mysterious girlfriend. If that girlfriend was indeed Xia Jicha, it seemed the reality contradicted all her previous assumptions. A feeling of frustration washed over her, a sense of skills unutilized. Jiang Lily glanced up, inadvertently catching Fu Zi's gaze through the rearview mirror, as if he were subtly observing the young woman beside her. After a moment of silence, she shot him a challenging look before leaning dramatically against Xiajicha. Gigi, let me lean on you for a bit. I'm so tired from the ride. On the first day of the new year, the streets appeared desolate, with only a handful of shops still open. Relying on her memory, Xiajicha selected a restaurant. Upon entering, it seemed the owner hadn't anticipated customers so early, and they were promptly escorted to a tidily prepared private room. The room was spacious, with a round table that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. Zhang Lili allowed Fu Xi to take a seat first before pulling Xiajicha beside her, positioning herself across from him. As the only patrons in the restaurant, their meals arrived promptly. While dining, Zhang Lili engaged in light conversation with Xiajicha, occasionally posing questions to Fu Xi. The atmosphere remained amiable, devoid of any awkwardness. Halfway through the meal, feeling somewhat parched, Zhang Lili stood up to fetch a bottle of drink. She casually inquired, "Do you want anything?" Xiajicha replied, "No, I'll just have plain water." Zhang Lili nodded, "All right then." As she exited, she left the door ajar, leaving only Xiajicha and Fu Xi in the room. The sound of Zhang Lili calling for the waiter echoed from outside. After a moment, Xiajicha noticed Fu Xi also rising and, curious, asked, "Are you going too?" Before she could finish, he took long strides and settled into the seat next to her. With his long, slender fingers, he leisurely helped her remove her scarf. "Is something wrong?" Xiajicha asked, allowing him to move freely, her eyelashes fluttering in confusion. In the next instant, she suddenly felt his arm encircle her waist, pulling her closer. Fu Xi closed his eyes, gradually tightening his embrace, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, his voice soothing yet deep. "Baby, let me lean on you too. Are you feeling unwell?" Xiajicha, mistaking his actions for discomfort, shifted slightly and asked with genuine concern, "Is it because you haven't rested well these past couple of days?" A sudden clatter interrupted her words as something fell nearby, causing her to jump. She turned to see Zhang Lili standing at the door, her drink rolling on the floor, shock evident on her face as she beheld the scene inside the room. The air grew dense with silence. Xiajicha felt warmth creeping into her cheeks, wanting to alert Fu Xi, yet he held her even tighter. To her surprise, Fu Xi showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he casually nuzzled against her neck, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at Zhang Lili. In that moment, Zhang Lili felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before her. She suddenly recalled the earlier moment in the car and froze. Wait, is he feeling jealous? Is that even possible? Realization struck Zhang Lili, reminding her of her original intent to prevent Xiajicha from becoming a love-stricken fool, yet, it seemed the love-stricken mind belonged to another. Chapter 72. A letter sent to him. The city of Cloud City in winter is rather unremarkable. After dinner, Zhang Lili perused the nearby attractions, ultimately deciding to forego them and instead take a leisurely stroll through the adjacent streets. Still harboring resentment from earlier, she linked arms with Xiajicha, deliberately ignoring Fu Xi, who trailed behind them without any apparent dissatisfaction. As afternoon approached, the shops lining the streets began to open more widely, with several convenience stores broadcasting clearance sales over their intercoms. Zhang Lili found herself intrigued by these announcements, occasionally stepping into a store, emerging with an assortment of trinkets in hand. Further ahead, they came upon an intersection. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Lili peered inside and inquired, "What is this place?" "It seems like there's a playground behind that iron gate." "My high school," Xiajicha replied. "This is the back entrance, usually kept locked." "Oh." Zhang Lili elongated her tone, nodding thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming, "Are outsiders allowed into your school? Why don't you take me for a tour?" After a moment's reflection, Xiajicha responded, "It should be fine, then let us go, let us give it a try." Zhang Lili promptly tightened her grip on Xiajicha, beaming as she urged her to lead the way. The main entrance of the school was at the next intersection, with iron gates firmly shut and a small side door partially ajar, loosely bound by a chain. A balding security guard dozed off in his booth. Xiajicha vaguely recalled this guard from her high school days. He had been the gatekeeper back then as well. Approaching the window, she gently called out, "Excuse me, sir, is it possible to enter the school for a visit now?" The dozing guard stirred, slightly annoyed, furrowing his brow. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Xiajicha, he yawned and replied, "Sorry, little miss, but outsiders aren't permitted in our school." Xiajicha exclaimed, eager to negotiate further, "I'm a graduate, Uncle Huang." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Xi's languid voice resonated from behind. He stepped closer, standing beside Xiajicha, casting a casual smile at the guard. Is it all right if we go in for a look? The guard, initially prepared to refuse, suddenly brightened upon seeing Fu Xiyu. Little Fu? Fu Xiyu nodded with a grin. Yes. Back in Cloud City, are you? The guard's tone became familiar and warm as he rose to unlock the gate. While unlocking, he briefly glanced at Xiajicha, a look of realization dawning upon him. Oh, I didn't recognize you at first. You're the top student from their class, aren't you? He said, as he swung the door open, cheerfully adding, You may go in, but do remember to exit through this same door. Thank you, Uncle Huang, Fu Xiyu replied gratefully, effortlessly wrapping an arm around Xiajicha as they entered the school grounds. He lowered his head and playfully asked, So, you're the top student, huh? Xiajicha pursed her lips, shaking her head. Not really, I just happened to perform the best in that year's exams. Hence, everyone playfully dubbed her the top student. Hey, what do you mean by this, Fu Xiyu? Seizing the opportunity to whisk my Jicha away. John Lily, momentarily taken aback, finally regained her senses and hurried to catch up with them. Once she relinked arms with Xiajicha, her mind began to whirl, abruptly turning to Fu Xiyu. Wait, you and Jicha attended the same school? Aren't you from the capital? Xiajicha interjected, he studied in our class for a year during his sophomore year. John Lily was astonished. You two were classmates? Suddenly remembering something, she glanced between Xiajicha and Fu Xiyu, her expression turning suspicious. When we met at the barbecue restaurant, why did you both act as if you didn't know each other? Xiajicha hesitated, her voice faltering. I thought he wouldn't remember me. Indeed, I nearly didn't. Fu Xiyu added with a teasing inflection, recalling the encounter. Really? John Lily was incredulous. How could anyone possibly forget Jicha's face? Xiajicha chose not to elaborate further, guiding her instead to the nearby honor wall. The first row prominently featured a photograph of Xiajicha from her high school days. Indeed. After examining the photo, John Lily fell into contemplative silence. Nodding slowly, she finally recalled the time when Xiajicha first entered the school, her unassuming appearance. The photograph depicted her looking even more disheveled than then, bangs almost obscuring her eyes, head bowed, and a timid smile gracing her lips. She shook Xiajicha's shoulders in exasperation. A gem obscured by dust. Xiajiji, if only you had learned to dress up sooner, Fu Xiyu might have fallen head over heels for you back then, and we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Dizzy from the shaking, Xiajicha chuckled helplessly. That wouldn't do either. Fu Xiyu chuckled softly, pulling her back into his embrace, his tone casual yet laced with affection. My little girl needs to focus on her studies to get into Peking University. I can't be a distraction. 17-year-old boys often possess an unrestrained tone, and as Xiajicha finally regained her composure, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. It was as if his words transcended time, reaching out to the 16-year-old Xiajicha, enveloped in her own grayness. The school was not large, and after approximately half an hour, they had explored most of it. Once they had circled back to the entrance, just as they were about to exit, the balding guard called out to Fu Xiyu. Ah, right, little Fu, wait a moment. Fu Xiyu halted, acknowledging him, and watched as the guard approached the security booth, retrieving a pile of envelopes. I just remembered, back when you transferred out, I received a letter addressed to you in the capital. However, it was returned since it couldn't be delivered. I can't recall who sent it, but it seems to be a girl's name. The guard held a substantial stack of envelopes, perhaps dozens, which he could barely cradle in both hands, thick with dust that attested to their age. He set the envelopes on the table, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Would you like to take a look? There are so many letters that haven't been claimed over the years. Fu Xiyu glanced at them but showed little interest, while John Lily stroked her chin, teasingly remarking, Oh, letters from a girl? Must be your high school admirers. Perhaps, let us see, Fu Xiyu mused. Sifting through the scattered papers, however, he caught a glimpse of Xiajicha, who appeared somewhat unsettled. What's wrong? Fu Xiyu leaned closer, inquiring softly. Nothing. Xia Jichao averted her gaze, her eyes fixating on the stack of envelopes as she struggled to suppress the tremor in her voice. Can I help you look for it? That letter was the only one she had ever mustered the courage to send to Fu Ziyu during her high school years. Chapter 73. I have liked him for a long time. Fu Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Xia Jichao shook her head, suppressing the flicker of light and shadow in her eyes, her voice soft. I'm just curious. Fu Ziyu stepped aside. All right. His delicate fingers brushed against the edges of each sheet of paper, while Xia Jichao's thoughts drifted away. That was after Fu Ziyu left Yun City. When he departed, it caused quite a stir at school. It was said that several of his close friends even skipped class to see him off at the airport. Even until the start of their senior year, discussions about his whereabouts continued unabated. For instance, he returned to a prestigious high school in Beijing, an institution whose educational resources far surpassed those of Yun City. Or that he went abroad for an exchange program, skiing beneath snow-capped mountains, cruising between glaciers, bungee jumping and skydiving, living a wild and free life. Or that he was preparing to take the entrance exam for Peking University. During those days when she was buried in her studies, Xia Jichao occasionally paid attention to these idle rumors. This was the only way she could glean information about him. One day, while helping her teacher organize student records, she stumbled upon Fu Zi's name once more among the old papers. This stack contained student information forms collected during their sophomore year, and in the address section for Fu Ziyu, instead of his residence in Yun City, it listed an address in Beijing. Xia Jichao speculated that it must be his place in the capital. In an instant, an unexpected thought arose in her mind. No matter what, she wanted to be brave just once. Thus, she memorized the address recorded above, carefully considered her words, and wrote him a letter. Yet perhaps she was indeed a coward. Even though she had resolved to muster her courage, she still failed to convey her feelings in the letter. She merely used vague words to tentatively inquire if they could keep in touch. Later, she sent the letter, but after months of waiting, she received no response. Xia Jichao had no idea whether Fu Ziyu had received it or if he had long since disregarded it. This uncommunicated letter felt like a breakpoint, extinguishing her small flicker of hope, and now, it reappeared before her. At the very beginning of all stories, the envelope she had bought was a simple yellow one, and when Xia Jichao found it among the myriad of names and addresses, it felt as if her fingertips had been jolted. With her back to Fu Ziyu, she swiftly concealed the letter in her sleeve. Fu Ziyu inquired, "Did you find it?" Xia Jichao shook her head. Those past affections were better left unknown to him. Winter nights fell early, and after dinner, as they exited the restaurant, the entire city had already been enveloped in darkness. Zhang Lili was staying at Xia Jichao's home, and since she hadn't packed her luggage, Fu Ziyu offered to take them downstairs. On the way back, Xia Jichao sat in the passenger seat while Zhang Lili got out to retrieve her suitcase from the trunk. Xia Jichao unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to say she was leaving when Fu Ziyu leaned over and gently kissed the corner of her mouth. "A reward for being the driver," he said, his lips curving into a smile, his peach blossom eyes glimmering in the dim light of the car. Xia Jichao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured an mm. That evening, Zhang Lili received the same warm welcome from the family as Fu Ziyu had. Zhang Hongying specifically brought out the dumplings she had made the previous day, and by the end, Zhang Lili was utterly stuffed. "Auntie, I really can't eat anymore." "No snacks either, I had a full meal, we ate together, I had plenty." From outside the room, Zhang Lili's pleas echoed, while Xia Jichao stood silently in the room, discreetly pulling out the letter from her sleeve, smoothing out the creases, and placing it in a small box in her wardrobe. She sealed it away at that night. Xia Jichao and Zhang Lili squeezed onto a small bed together. Xia Jichao's bed was only 1.2 meters wide, and as they lay side by side, their shoulders touching, Zhang Lili sighed, patting her stomach. "Uncle and auntie are too enthusiastic. I am sure I'll gain so much weight." Listening to her words, Xia Jichao's face lit up with a faint smile illuminated by her phone screen. The glowing display showed a message from Fu Ziyu. "Good night." When the screen went dark, Zhang Lili glanced over. Xia Jichao expected her to tease her as before, but instead, she averted her gaze, seemingly lost in thought for a moment. The room fell into darkness. The two of them breathed softly in unison, and as Xia Jichao closed her eyes, wishing to sleep, she suddenly heard Zhang Lili call her name. "Gigi." In the dark, Xia Jichao sensed her hesitation, feeling a bit puzzled as she replied with a soft "Was that letter written by you?" Xia Jichao's breath caught in her throat. She paused for a long time before hearing Jiang Lili continue, I saw you hide the letter in your sleeve. Knowing Xia Jicha well, Jiang Lili would never meddle with someone else's belongings. Even if it were a letter from another girl to Fu Xi, she wouldn't act out of selfishness. The only possibility was that it was indeed hers. Xia Jichao's silence confirmed her suspicion once more. Sensing the sudden stiffness of her companion's body, Jiang Lili felt a slow surge of disbelief. After a long pause, she cautiously asked, have you liked Fu Xi since that time? Xia Jichao remained silent. Just when Jiang Lili thought she wouldn't receive an answer, a faint voice broke the darkness. I have liked him for a long time. This was the first time in many years that Xia Jichao had confessed her feelings to someone. The emotions buried deep within her, hidden from the light, suddenly laid bare before another, akin to someone long accustomed to darkness being exposed to bright light, her words tinged with difficulty. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Jiang Lili's mind flooded with many details she had previously overlooked. No wonder, she sighed softly. Xia Jichao couldn't discern the emotion behind Jiang Lili's remark, biting her lip. Perhaps she thought it was foolish of her to cling to such feelings for so long, knowing full well that the other person was a carefree rogue incapable of genuine affection. Yet, in the next moment, she heard her companion laugh and say, Gigi, you are so brave. Chapter 74. Are you willing to acknowledge me? Courage. Xia Jicha was momentarily taken aback. Could she genuinely be described as courageous in this matter? If it were me, I couldn't be so resolute. Jiang Lili turned over, embracing Xia Jicha with a smile. Who hasn't had a crush on a few boys in high school? In the end, I've forgotten what he even looked like. With your temperament, unrequited love must be quite torturous. In the darkness, all that could be heard was Jiang Lili's soothing voice. After so many years without contact with him, your unwavering persistence has finally borne fruit. It is truly what you deserve. Unrequited love must indeed be painful. Xia Jicha was taken aback. She hesitated to confide her feelings to others precisely because she felt that such one-sided affection, like hers, was unworthy of anyone's empathy. Yet now, someone was asking her if it was indeed painful. Xia Jicha lowered her eyelids. It was excruciating, knowing that ahead lay an abyss of despair, a corner filled with dust. She stubbornly sought the faint glimmer of stars in the darkness, struggling to bloom a little flower that no one would notice amidst the dust. She remained silent, silently returning Jiang Lili's embrace. Jiang Lili draped a blanket over their heads, her voice taking on a somewhat gloomy tone. I initially disapproved of you being with Fu Xiaoyu, but now I feel there's no real reason to object. I was always worried that someone with such a dark past might just toy with your emotions, but today, from the very beginning, I was astonished. By the end of the day, Jiang Lili even felt that the person she encountered was a stark contrast to the Fu Xiaoyu she had heard about. At times, she thought he was quite charming. Xia Jicha's voice was a little dazed. Isn't that how he interacted with his previous girlfriend? Certainly not, Jiang Lili replied. From what Gao Yuyang told me, he has never treated his ex-girlfriend this well. He was quite cold. Just look at how many relationships don't even last a month. Sometimes they're not even allowed to hold hands in public, let alone knit scarves or give gifts. The young master's hands are precious. He wouldn't even carry gifts himself. This was the first time Xia Jicha learned about how Fu Xiaoyu had behaved in his past relationships. It was entirely different from her chaotic and reckless imagination. Xia Jicha could hardly believe it. Then why do so many people still want to date him? It's merely about looks and money, Jiang Lili said dismissively. Fu Xiaoyu must know that those girls are merely attracted to his status. Securing such a catch is already a badge of honor. If anything were to happen, it wouldn't be a loss, just like what people say online, bragging about their good fortune. At this point, she blinked and leaned closer to Xia Jicha's ear, whispering, but I guess only you know what it's really like. Xia Jicha felt a ticklish sensation and instinctively moved back, her heart racing. She found it hard to believe that when Fu Xiaoyu told her that was his first kiss, it might actually be true. Yet, his kissing skills were undeniably impressive. Jiang Lili originally intended to tease Xia Jicha by pinching her cheek, but was surprised to find it was quite warm, instantly piquing her curiosity. So, what is the status of your relationship? Have you gone that far? How was it? Fu Xiaoyu looks like the type who would be quite skilled in bed, doesn't he? Xia Jicha quickly covered her mouth, her eyes closing slightly as she replied slowly. Not at all. Yet, it seemed he truly was quite adept. Just a kiss could leave her breathless, coupled with the memories of his. Xia Jicha quietly burrowed deeper into the blanket. No longer teasing the bashful girl, Zhang Lili quickly reined in her playful thoughts and changed the subject. Speaking of which, do you know when I first thought you two made a good couple? Xia Zhicha pondered for a moment. Was it during a meal? No, Zhang Lili's tone grew serious. It was when we were wandering around the school. She continued, I was tying my shoelaces and lagged behind, calling your name, and Fu Xiaoyu turned to look at you before you did. In that instant, she felt her prejudices begin to dissipate, realizing that they indeed seemed quite compatible. Xia Zhicha couldn't quite understand why she suddenly felt a bit shy. Amidst her embarrassment, a flutter of excitement seemed to seep into her heart, as if she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of an echo within her aimless unrequited love. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to genuinely like her a little. After spending 2 days here, Zhang Lili bid farewell to Xia Zhicha. Fu Xiaoyu remained in Yin City, accompanying her until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, when their holiday concluded, and they returned together to Beijing. Peking University wouldn't commence until mid-March, so during this interim, Xia Zhicha continued to reside at Fu Xiaoyu's home, diligently working. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to have grown accustomed to visiting her frequently. Sometimes when she returned home, she would find him waiting with a table full of dishes prepared just for her. The rebellious young master donned an apron that was evidently a size too small, exuding an unexpected homely charm. At tea times, when Xia Zhicha opened the door, she felt as though they were already an old married couple. However, when he was mischievous, he could be quite relentless, always pushing his luck. He would demand rewards, teasing her with a nonchalant smile, playfully overwhelming her until she felt weak and unable to resist, only to be mercilessly teased further. Even so, they had yet to take the final step. A few times, Xia Zhicha thought Fu Xiaoyu would be unable to hold back. She had even prepared herself to reciprocate, yet he merely let out a frustrated groan, then rose to ruffle her hair before retreating to the bathroom to calm down. Mid-March, the return day for Peking University, the dormitory finally opened, and Xia Zhicha began to move her belongings back. She planned to do it over several days. On the first day, she took a portion of her clothes. It was only when she rummaged through her bag that she realized she had left her ID at Fu Xiaoyu's house. Since she needed it for something later, she pondered for a moment and informed Fu Xiaoyu. He was at home and quickly replied to her message. Boyfriend frowny face, would you like me to bring it over? Xia Zhicha frowny face, is it convenient for you? Boyfriend frowny face, of course. Boyfriend. But are you sure? Is it that you don't want to tell others about our relationship? Boyfriend frowny face, have you finally come to terms with it and are willing to acknowledge me? Upon seeing his teasing yet subtly aggrieved tone, Xia Zhicha bit her lip, suppressing an involuntary smile, as if she had made a decision. Xia Zhicha frowny face Boyfriend frowny face, on my way. In less than 10 minutes, Xia Zhicha's phone lit up once more with a message from Fu Xiaoyu. Boyfriend frowny face, I'm downstairs at the dormitory. At the same time, she heard faint gasps of surprise from below. She rushed to the balcony and looked down. Outside, the leaves were layered, and Xia Zhicha could only catch a glimpse of a vague figure through the gaps. Peking University allowed motorcycles on campus, and Fu Xiaoyu leaned against his bike, tall and long-legged, with broad shoulders and a straight waist, exuding a wild and cold charm. He seemed oblivious to the passers-by, engrossed in his phone. People occasionally walked by, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Xia Zhicha replied with, coming down soon, then turned to head downstairs. Her dormitory was not on a high floor, so she opted for the stairs. At this hour, the stairwell was relatively empty as most people preferred to take the elevator with their luggage. Just as she descended 2 steps, Xia Zhicha suddenly heard several footsteps echoing from above, accompanied by a few female voices that were somewhat sarcastic. Fu Xiaoyu's girlfriend is in our building? We must see what that ugly creature looks like. It's all over the forum, so many people are watching. Maybe he just switched to a new one after dumping the ugly one, and that's why he's brave enough to show her off, huh? These voices sounded somewhat familiar to Xia Zhicha. It seemed they harbored quite a bit of malice towards her. Just as she was pondering this, the footsteps from above drew closer into her view. Xia Zhicha turned around and locked eyes with the leader, Tong Tong. Chapter 75. After all, your boyfriend is exceptionally clingy. Xia Zhicha finally recalled the voices belonged to 2 of Tong Tong's friends, who had clustered around her during the New Year's Eve party rehearsal. From that moment on, they had been maliciously speculating about her behind her back. Now, it seemed that, fueled by the rumors circulating on forums regarding Fu Xiaoyu, their animosity towards her, a person they had never met, intensified. When Tong Tong spotted Xiaojicha, she momentarily froze, her complexion darkening. After all, the grievances from the party lingered, making it difficult for Xiaojicha to maintain a cordial demeanor, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and head downstairs. The two friends also noticed Xiaojicha, falling silent for a moment before lowering their voices, deliberately ensuring she could hear. Why is it her, so unlucky? What's she pretending for? After exchanging a few remarks without eliciting any visible reaction from Xiaojicha, they deemed the conversation dull and resumed chatting with Tong Tong. Tong Tong, do you want to see what Fu Xiaoyu's girlfriend looks like? Let's see, Tong Tong replied curtly, her tone somewhat irritable, yet she did not deter her friends from continuing their gossip. Perhaps we should say less, or else we might end up being the ones bullied. As their voices echoed in the corridor, Xiaojicha reached the staircase and caught sight of Fu Xiaoyu waiting outside. The early spring campus had already begun to show signs of vibrant greenery, and he stood in stark contrast, clad in black in front of his striking motorcycle, exuding an air of audacious charm. As he lowered his gaze to his phone, it seemed he sensed her presence, lifting his head to see her and breaking into a carefree grin as he approached. In that instant, Xiaojicha felt all eyes around her drawn to her, including the footsteps that had halted behind her. Still somewhat unaccustomed to being the center of attention, she made an effort to suppress her unease and stepped toward Fu Xiaoyu. "Extend your hand," he said, raising an eyebrow. Xiaojicha obediently complied. Her identification card was placed in her palm, and Fu Xiaoyu showed no intention of departing, instead inquiring, "What are you up to later?" "I'm heading to the administrative building to take care of some matters," Xiaojicha answered honestly. Fu Xiaoyu nodded and asked, "Shall I escort you?" Xiaojicha glanced at his eye-catching, seemingly expensive motorcycle behind him, hesitating momentarily before responding, "I'll go up and grab my things." "All right," Fu Xiaoyu ruffled her hair affectionately, his expression softening. "Go ahead." Thus, Xiaojicha took her identification card and ascended the stairs once more. Passing by Tong Tong and her friends, she glanced up to see their flustered and displeased expressions. Paying them no further mind, she maneuvered around them and ascended the steps. By the time Xiaojicha returned with her documents, Tong Tong had already vanished. Fu Xiaoyu helped her place her things down and retrieved a helmet from the side, placing it on her head. It was a light blue helmet adorned with two small cat ears, clearly prepared just for her. The petite girl, with her small head and delicate features, did not appear particularly cool in the helmet. Her doe-like eyes were fixed on Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu patted the motorcycle, urging, "Get on." It was Xiaojicha's first time riding such a vehicle. Previously, she had only ridden bicycles. Climbing on, she found her body nearly pressed against Fu Xiaoyu's back. "Wrap your arms around my waist," he instructed. Xiaojicha responded with a soft "oh" and complied. In mid-March, the temperature had already surpassed the chill of winter, and Fu Xiaoyu's attire was not thick. Through her outer jacket, she could feel the strength of his waist. Cautiously, she held on, her body not fully pressed against him, until she heard Fu Xiaoyu's exasperated voice from in front, "Hold on tighter, or you'll fall." Only then did Xiaojicha tighten her grip. The campus had speed limits, so Fu Xiaoyu did not drive fast. The early spring wind brushed against her neck, bringing a sense of exhilaration. "Do you want to try going faster?" Suddenly, Fu Xiaoyu's voice, tinged with mischief, cut through the air. Xiaojicha was startled, her previously relaxed arms instinctively tightening once more, pressing against his narrow waist. Fu Xiaoyu seemed to stifle a grunt, then added in a teasing tone, "Not now. Your boyfriend abides by the law. We'll go for a ride outside the school later." After a brief pause, he lazily added, "But you can hold on a bit tighter, your boyfriend's waist is quite sturdy, just don't let your hands wander down." Realizing he was teasing her again, Xiaojicha puffed her cheeks in annoyance, but eventually relaxed. When they arrived at the administrative building, Fu Xiaoyu removed the helmet from her head, leaving his own on as he leaned down to ask, "What time does roll call end?" At Jing University, roll call was held on each return day to ascertain the number of students returning, with different time slots for each grade. Xiaojicha adjusted her canvas bag and replied, 6 o'clock. "Then after it's over, shall I meet you at the bottom of the teaching building?" Xiaojicha blinked, looking up at Fu Xiaoyu. "What?" With the helmet on, only his twinkling, mischievous eyes were visible, as he asked, "Tonight, will you come back to my place?" Xiaojicha lowered her gaze, biting her lip. "I've already made my bed in the dorm." It wasn't that she couldn't go back. It was just that Fu Xiaoyu's gaze was too direct. She had a feeling that if she went back with him, she would inevitably find herself at his mercy. The thought of those moments made her legs feel a little weak. As she pondered, her cheek was gently pinched by someone. Alright, Fu Xiaoyu, sensing her hesitation, chuckled softly, I truly can't help myself when I'm around you. How about every weekend, you come stay for 2 days? Fu Xiaoyu leaned in closer, preventing Xia Zhicha from lowering her head, his voice taking on a coaxing tone. Compared to his previous suggestion, this one seemed more palatable. Xia Zhicha's cheeks flushed, and she nodded slightly. Just don't bully me like that every time. Get used to it, darling. The sight of the petite girl blushing as she spoke was irresistibly endearing, prompting Fu Xiaoyu to lean down and hug her lightly, feeling the softness of her waist between his arms, his eyes gleaming with carefree delight. After all, your boyfriend is exceptionally clingy. Chapter 76, Come to Claim My Title. Meanwhile, the school forum was ablaze with excitement. Mom, the CPI ship is actually real. Oh my goodness, Fu Xi's mysterious girlfriend turns out to be Xia Zhicha. The most compatible couple has emerged. I'm about to die from excitement here. The wild, arrogant young master and the soft-spoken, low-key academic sister, the disparity in stature and the tension in their personalities. Oh my goodness, I'm also here. Wow, Fu Xiao riding a motorcycle looks so cool, but then he gets off gently putting a helmet on his girlfriend. My heavens, that gesture, as if he is afraid she might be uncomfortable, so adorably pampering. And it was a specially prepared blue kitty helmet, so cute. Fu Xi, can I compete with you for your girlfriend? Wake up upstairs, Fu Xiao is already on the path to claim her. Passing by the administrative building, you didn't see it, but later they embraced. Fu Xiao held that little girl as if he wanted to devour her whole. Moreover, Fu Xiao has been carrying that little dog keychain with him often, turns out it matches his girlfriend's. Ah. Crazy, can you just show me directly? The fervor of discussion escalated, continuing well into the evening. In the dormitory, Zhang Lily read aloud while laughing uncontrollably, it's only been half a day, and there are already several threads about you two with hundreds of replies, all shipping you to death. Who knows, this group might even start a CP support club, and I could end up as the president. Wait, how come some people have already started writing fanfiction? What are these titles? Overbearing boss strongly tempts sweet soft academic. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. Let me see the beginning. Today is Xia Zhicha. Hearing Zhang Lily about to read it out loud, Xia Zhicha buried her face in the pillow, her voice soft and shy, lacking any intimidation. Please stop. Although she could anticipate that their public relationship with Fu Xi would spark much discussion, she never imagined it would be this fervent and Zhang Lily's voice sounded again, tinged with confusion. I just clicked on it and it's already deleted? Xia Zhicha sighed in relief. Zhang Lily continued to mutter to herself while scrolling through the forum. Her fragmented speech suddenly halted. She abruptly stood up from her chair, exclaiming, Whoa, what? Her voice was even more astonished, prompting Xia Zhicha to lift her head in curiosity. Zhang Lily stood in the middle of the dorm, staring at the screen in shock for a moment before running over to Xia Zhicha's bed, stretching her hand out with the screen. Fu Xi posted for the first time. Xia Zhicha blinked, instinctively looking down at the screen. On the forum's homepage, the latest post broke the usual format, the title boldly highlighted in red, with a single sentence, Don't go too far, she is shy and doesn't like it. The poster's default avatar and nickname were standard, but the rebellious flair was unmistakable. The accompanying image was a back view of the two of them side by side in an amusement park. An old photo. It seemed like a long-awaited declaration of possession. Is this really Fu Daolao himself making an appearance? Igigo fiercely protecting his wife, the tone is just too indulgent. Oh my goodness, despite all those previous defaming posts, Fu Daolao never paid them any mind, and now he has registered a new account overnight just to protect his wife? I feel like I've seen this photo before. I think I came across it on the forum earlier, but why can't I find it when I look back? I'm the one who took that photo. It was during last year's National Day. I posted it once, but it got deleted. Could it be that Fu Daolao was behind that? So the girl in that photo is Xia Zhicha, and when Fu Daolao saw it, he had it deleted, but then saved the photo? Didn't Fu Daolao's official announcement happen in November? Could it be that he had his eye on that little girl since then? Fu Xi actually pursues someone. he would pursue someone and secretly save photos of himself with the girl? Ah. Xiaojicha had never seen this photo before, but piecing together the content of these replies, she seemed to grasp some clues. Her eyes flickered, and she returned the phone to Jiang Lili, sending a message to Fu Xi. Xiaojicha frowny face, have you been paying attention to me since then? Fu Xi replied swiftly, yet he didn't even ask when, as if he had anticipated her question. Boyfriend frowny face, yes, I've been planning this for a long time, baby. Unreservedly admitting it with calm confidence. This made Xiaojicha pause for a moment in surprise. Back then, she had always thought he treated her just like any ordinary friend, and now, in retrospect, she realized that perhaps from that moment on, he had already regarded her with a hint of something special. It turned out his gaze had fallen upon her earlier than she had imagined. Her heart fluttered incessantly, and Xiaojicha's expression faltered as she chose not to reply to his message. Instead, she opened the forum, saved that photo, and switched back to WeChat. It had been a long while since she last posted on her Moments, and the operation felt somewhat clumsy. After a moment, her homepage featured a newly pinned post. It was the saved image. It's him. The first like and comment were both from Fu Xi. Come to claim my title. Chapter 77, If it's delightful to touch, then touch more. Xiaojicha had few friends on her list, none of whom were the chaotic sort. After a brief moment of silence, it seemed everyone finally realized what had transpired, and the comments section erupted with excitement. In the dormitory, Jiang Lili was the first to notice. With a sense of pride akin to that of a parent seeing their child come of age, she glanced at Xiaojicha and quickly typed a comment. Jiang Lili. Our once arrogant young master Fu also has a day where he seeks recognition. Ha ha. Jiang Lili frowny face. Gg, you did splendidly. Gao Yang frowny face, I can't believe no one noticed, congratulations. Jiang Lili replied to Gao Yang. We can be considered matchmakers now, Rose. Lin Yushan from the management class 3 frowny face, you two are so sweet. Chen Jia from the calligraphy club frowny face, I just shipped this on the forum. Wishing you 99 years. To be blessed by others always brings joy, and as Xiaojicha perused the comments, a subtle smile graced her lips before she exited the social media platform. A night of sweet dreams followed. The next day, Xiaojicha needed to return to Fu Xiu's home. Although they had agreed that she would come back to stay over the weekend, she still had some materials for class that needed to be retrieved from the dormitory. She switched to a larger canvas bag and, as she descended the stairs, unexpectedly encountered Tong Tong standing at the base of the dormitory. Unlike the impeccably made-up figure she had seen yesterday, adorned from head to toe and flanked by 2 followers, today Tong Tong appeared without makeup, donning a plush nightgown, her eyes reddened as though she had wept fiercely the night prior, standing alone and seemingly waiting for someone. Xiaojicha initially wished to ignore her, but upon seeing her gaze fixed upon her the moment they locked eyes, she paused. Xiaojicha. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she called out from the doorway. Xiaojicha halted, facing her, and met her gaze. Without the heavy makeup, Tong Tong, though still beautiful, lacked her usual fierceness. She bit her lip, and after a moment, she spoke awkwardly, I apologize. I also apologize on behalf of my 2 friends. Their words were too harsh, I'm sorry. Prideful as she was, Tong Tong had seldom apologized to others. Uttering these words made her complexion grow even paler. Xiaojicha's eyes flickered with surprise at the apology, but she quickly regained her composure. Her expression was gentle, devoid of anger or any hint of triumph. Avoiding Xiaojicha's gaze, Tong Tong clenched her hands, awaiting a response. After a moment, Xiaojicha smiled faintly, I accept it. While she accepted the apology, it didn't mean all was forgiven. Although the incidents hadn't caused her significant harm, wrongs were wrongs. Tong Tong had allowed her 2 friends to speak so harshly, thus bearing the responsibility. Moreover, Xiaojicha sensed a lack of sincerity in Tong Tong's tone. Her apology stemmed not from true remorse but perhaps from a desire not to provoke Fu Xiu, whom Tong Tong admired but dared not confront. Xiaojicha lowered her gaze, choosing not to probe into the unease reflected in Tong Tong's eyes, and stated softly, I won't tell Fu Xiu. With that, she displayed no further emotion and walked away. Today, there were no formal classes. The entire day stretched ahead, and when Xiaojicha returned to Fu Xiu's home, the house was eerily quiet. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior. Approaching midday, Xiaojicha packed her belongings into her bag, glanced at the time, and then at the door, which remained silent. Skipping meals was detrimental to one's health. After a moment's contemplation, she walked closer to the door and knocked gently. The crisp sound echoed within the room, and a vague figure stirred under the covers. "Ah, you." Xiaojicha tiptoed over, slowly sitting at the edge of the bed, and asked, "What do you want for lunch?" The figure under the covers shifted again, emitting a muffled sound. Suddenly, Xiaojicha felt a firm grip on her wrist. Fu Xiaoyu's slender yet defined hand emerged from beneath the blanket, pulling her toward him with gentle force. Caught off guard, Xiaojicha toppled backward, landing softly into the plush bedding. Fu Xiaoyu, half-lidded eyes, effortlessly peeled back the covers and wrapped her within them, half-dragging, half-hugging her closer. He then nestled his head into the crook of her neck and murmured, "Let us sleep a little longer." It seemed Fu Xiaoyu particularly enjoyed burying his head in her neck. The warm, tingling sensation against her sensitive skin made Xiaojicha momentarily freeze, instinctively wanting to push him away, yet, upon feeling the contours of his body beneath her palm, her rigidity only intensified. It dawned on her. Fu Xiaoyu slept without a shirt, that her hand rested upon the delightful musculature of his body, soft when relaxed, rising and falling with his breath, creating a sensation that was overwhelmingly vivid. Xiaojicha's mind momentarily short-circuited, flooded with these sensations, as fleeting images of his revealed abs, chest, and collarbone danced in her thoughts, that she was now touching. Her hand remained glued in place, completely unaware that Fu Xiaoyu had lifted his head. When she hurriedly glanced up, she was met with his playful, mischievous gaze sparkling with mirth. In the dimly lit room, his sharp, deep-set features bore a hint of drowsiness, softening his wild allure, rendering him even more languorous. He leisurely regarded her for a moment before asking with a teasing lilt, "Is it delightful to touch?" Her palm suddenly felt as if it were aflame, and Xiaojicha finally realized what she was doing, panicking and attempting to retract her hand. However, Fu Xiaoyu, with quick reflexes, caught her hand and, with a hint of mischief, pressed it back against his chest, his voice languid and drawn out. "If it's delightful to touch, then touch more." He even exerted a bit of pressure, allowing her to distinctly feel the hardening beneath her fingertips. The sensations were overwhelming, and Xiaojicha opened her mouth, feeling dizzy. Let us eat lunch first." Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "After lunch, shall we continue touching?" Xiaojicha, mortified and furious, bit her lip and gently pinched him. Ultimately, they did have lunch. As there were few ingredients at home, they ordered takeout from a restaurant Xiaojicha had previously enjoyed, known for its delicious fried rice. When it arrived, Fu Xiaoyu was in the bathroom, preparing himself. By the time he emerged, Xiaojicha was already seated at the table, beginning her meal. Hearing the commotion, she did not look up to acknowledge him but stubbornly softened her heart enough to open the takeout box and unwrap the chopsticks for him. Fu Xiaoyu felt as if his heart might melt, moving closer to kiss her, but Xiaojicha deftly evaded him several times, maintaining a stern expression, her voice tinged with irritation. "Eat your meal." "At your command." Fu Xiaoyu smiled lazily, looking utterly agreeable. After finishing their meal, Fu Xiaoyu tidied up the takeout boxes, and as Xiaojicha prepared to leave with her canvas bag, she reached to take the garbage bag from his hands, intending to dispose of it. However, Fu Xiaoyu did not hand it over. Instead, he opened the door and placed it outside. As Xiaojicha attempted to step out, Fu Xiaoyu swiftly closed the door in front of her. She halted, turning to look at him. Fu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, asking, "Do you have plans later?" Xiaojicha pondered for a moment and shook her head. Today, there were no classes or work, and she hadn't yet decided what to do. She planned to review her textbooks in preparation for tomorrow's lessons. "All right." Fu Xiaoyu nodded nonchalantly, then suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into the room. Xiaojicha's eyelashes fluttered in surprise, a sense of foreboding rising in her chest. "What are you doing?" "Since you have nothing to do," Fu Xiaoyu's tone was light yet imbued with a tantalizing playfulness, "let us continue with what we left unfinished before." Chapter 78, My Brother is Getting Engaged. Thus, for an entire afternoon, Xiaojicha was accompanied by Fu Xiu, reluctantly compelled to fully appreciate the allure of this individual. In his early 20s, he possessed a physique that straddled the line between youthful vigor and mature elegance, neither frail nor overly ostentatious, with a delicate layer of clearly defined muscle contours. The lines extended down to his V-shaped abdomen, revealing subtly pronounced veins that hinted at a certain sensual strength. He was unlike those wealthy scions, indulging in the pleasures of life, intoxicated by excess. Rather, he resembled someone who was service-minded, deliberately using his striking looks to charm. Xiao Jichao's fingers were ensnared by his cool, white hand, tracing the contours of the veins inch by inch, her face nestled in the exquisite hollow of Fu Ziyu's collarbone, too timid to raise her head. "That's enough," she murmured, her voice soft and laced with a quivering plea for mercy. Yet, she heard his calm, unhurried voice, tinged with a hint of desire. "After all the effort it took to achieve this, wouldn't it be a shame not to let your girlfriend admire it?" A low chuckle fell from his lips, and he guided her hand further down. Eventually, when she was finally released, Xiao Jichao felt dizzy, her wrist aching painfully cradled in his arms. She felt gentle, lingering kisses on her forehead, and Fu Ziyu's voice, suffused with satisfaction and joy, inquired, "Shall we take a nap here again today?" Embarrassed and exasperated, Xiao Jichao closed her eyes, utterly drained, unable to utter a single word. Next time, she resolved not to allow him to encroach further. After the thrilling sensations faded, a weariness gradually enveloped her mind. After a while, Fu Ziyu ceased speaking, and she drifted into a hazy slumber. The curtains in the room blocked out the light so effectively that when Xiao Jichao awoke, she momentarily lost track of time. It wasn't until she fumbled to turn on her bedside phone that she realized it was already dark outside. She had slept from the afternoon until quite late. Startled, she sat up. As her thoughts cleared, she belatedly realized that Fu Ziyu had long since vanished. Having overslept and missed dinner, hunger washed over her. Xiao Jichao picked up her phone and saw a message from Fu Ziyu. "Boyfriend Frownyface, I have something to attend to and must step out. I don't know when I'll be back." "Boyfriend? Don't wait for me, dinner is prepared and waiting on the table, just heat it up before eating." "Boyfriend Frownyface, remember to think of me." As she read through each line, her gaze lingered on the final word, and a faint smile curled her lips as she replied with a simple, "Okay." Stepping out of her room, she found the living room eerily empty, illuminated only by a solitary ceiling light above the dining table. It felt lonely, yet the neatly arranged dishes added a touch of domestic warmth. After having her meal, she rested for a while and informed Zhang Lily that she would not be returning to the dormitory that night. "Zhang Lily Frownyface, oh, so you've been swept back to your den by your big bad wolf?" Zhang Lily Frownyface, after finally securing your status, it's no wonder Fu Ziyu can't contain himself. Zhang Lily. Alright then, remember to return early for class tomorrow, don't overindulge. Zhang Lily Frownyface, I dare not help you with Wang Lao's class. Recalling the events of the day, she felt a lingering ache in her wrist. Xiao Jichao curled her fingers slightly, tossing her phone aside for a moment before retrieving it to silently respond to Zhang Lily with a nod emoji. However, Fu Ziyu did not return that entire night, and when Xiao Jichao awoke the next morning, the room remained as it had been the previous day. She remembered how, when she had roused Fu Ziyu, he had appeared as though he had hardly slept at all. Worry flashing across her mind, was he particularly busy these days? After completing her morning routine and gathering her bag, Xiao Jichao asked Zhang Lily to bring her textbooks, intending to head straight to class. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Could it be Fu Ziyu returning? Xiao Jichao's eyelids fluttered with unease. It didn't seem likely. She approached the door and peered through the peephole. In the hallway stood a figure clad in a striking red trench coat, arms crossed. With her head bowed, Xiao Jichao took a moment to recognize her as Lin Jinan, Fu Ziyu's stepmother's daughter. Before Xiao Jichao could voice her confusion, the woman outside called out, "Are you Xiao Jichao? I know you're in there, open the door." Her voice, as if tinged by the remnants of a night spent drinking, exuded a certain provocative allure. Seeing her poised expectantly for Xiao Jichao to open the door, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied. Before her stood a face adorned with exaggerated makeup, large eyes framed by thick lashes that fluttered as they appraised her. "So, you are the girlfriend Fu Ziyu is dating at school?" After a pause, Lin Jinan spoke slowly, her raspy, flirtatious tone carrying an air of bravado. "When I spotted you last time, I thought you might be one of those dubious women. My apologies." Though the words were framed as an apology, the underlying sentiment was anything but kind. Xiao Jichao frowned, attempting to sidestep her, only to be blocked. "Tell me, what did you do to win over my brother? Was it your innocence?" Lin Jinan scrutinized her again, a hint of haughty disdain in her demeanor. "Dressed in cheap attire, it seems my brother isn't particularly invested in you." "Is that so?" Xiao Jichao replied softly. Lin Jinan, momentarily taken aback by her interruption, laughed. "Indeed, otherwise, would you think my brother would genuinely open his heart to anyone?" Xia Jichao's expression remained unperturbed, as if she were merely recounting a fact. If that were the case, you probably wouldn't have approached me. She was not naive. It was implausible to believe that Lin Jinan sought her out by mere happenstance. More likely, it was the result of some maneuvering by Fu Ziyu's family. Had something transpired with Fu Ziyu at home? Xia Jichao's lashes fluttered. From his narrative on New Year's Eve, she could infer that Fu Ziyu's current situation with his family was far from favorable. His father and that stepmother were certainly not wishing him well. Thus, what was Lin Jinan's intention in seeking her out? To use her as leverage against Fu Ziyu, or but in an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through her mind. Xia Jichao pressed her lips together, resigned to the inevitability of confrontation, and met Lin Jinan's gaze directly. You can simply tell me what your intentions are. Lin Jinan, taken aback by her clarity, had intended to flaunt her superiority and provoke her further. Now, however, she felt as though her words had fallen flat against a soft surface. Gazing at Xia Jichao's composed yet infuriatingly exquisite features, Lin Jinan's expression darkened slightly. After a moment, she narrowed her eyes and smiled with a hint of malice. There's really no specific goal. I merely felt pity for you and wanted to offer a word of advice. It would be wise to distance yourself from my brother while you still can. Before Xia Jichao could respond, Lin Jinan nonchalantly blew on her manicured nails, her tone neutral as she added, besides, someone from your background is probably still oblivious to everything going on. You might not have heard yet, but my brother is getting engaged. Chapter 79. Witnessing the engagement banquet, the other party incessantly referred to social class with a tone that was both jarring and self-satisfied, causing Xia Jichai's brow to furrow even deeper. However, upon hearing the term engagement, she momentarily froze. This word felt rather foreign to someone of her age. Noticing the subtle shift in Xia Jichai's expression, Lin Jinan seemed to seize the moment with satisfaction, raising her eyebrows as her sharp voice echoed once more in the corridor. It happened a few days ago. My brother really hasn't he told you, as my father set a condition. As long as my brother agrees to marry the person he arranged for him, the inheritance of the Fu family will belong to him. In the increasingly dazed gaze of Xia Jichai, Lin Jinan arrogantly crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Unfortunately, he agreed. After all, when weighing the family fortune against a woman, it's clear which holds more weight. As the final words fell, Xia Jichai's eyelashes trembled. She slowly regained her composure, lowering her gaze. I will wait for him to tell me in person. She still did not believe Lin Jinan's one-sided claims. In person? Lin Jinan laughed as if she had heard the greatest joke. Do you truly think he would tell you? The fact that he can bring you home and support you indicates how deeply he is interested in you now. Do you really believe he would let go? After a pause, she scoffed. The Fu family can easily afford to keep a woman on the side, but I imagine a lady like Miss Xia would not wish to be the third party intruding upon another's family, would she? Xia Jichai pressed her lips together, her tone suddenly turning colder. Miss Lin. Lin Jinan had intended to continue her tirade, but upon hearing her speak, she inexplicably felt a chill, as the tone bore a resemblance to Fu Ziyu. Startled, she instinctively fell silent, realizing her own reaction. I have class to attend. Xia Jichai continued in a flat tone, could you please step aside? Her demeanor was as calm as water, leaving Lin Jinan to glare at her for a moment, still unable to discern whether she had taken in any of her words. It was not until the young woman walked past her, causing Lin Jinan to feel a flicker of exasperation. Fine, you don't believe me, do you? Lin Jinan tugged at her forcefully, locking eyes with her, a strange and mocking smile creeping onto her face. Thursday night, at the Yuyuan Pavilion, you can see for yourself. Xia Jichai stumbled slightly, her shoulder hesitating. Just a minute before class, Xia Jichai stepped into the classroom. Zhang Lily, seated a few rows from the back, sighed with relief upon seeing her and waved. You scared me to death. I almost called you, fearing you had overslept. As she handed her textbook to Xia Jichai, Zhang Lily continued to mumble, but soon noticed that her companion seemed somewhat lost in thought, as if her spirit were flagging. Zhang Lily blinked, leaning closer to her shoulder, curiously asking, what's wrong, did Fu Ziyu bully you last night? Though the remark was rather ambiguous, Xia Jichai appeared oblivious to its underlying meaning and shook her head. She constantly reminded herself not to care, yet Lin Jinan's words lingered in her mind like an unwelcome specter, echoing relentlessly. Thursday, Yuyuan Pavilion. Xia Jichai lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering. Should she go, despite her internal reassurances that Futsiyu was not that kind of person and that he was principled, she still found herself unable to resist sending him a message. Xiaojichai frowny face, are you free on Thursday? With her phone resting beside her, she attended the class with a distracted mind, awaiting a reply. After about 10 minutes, her phone finally vibrated twice. Boyfriend frowny face, I have some family matters that day, and I will be quite busy. Boyfriend frowny face, are you starting to miss me? Xiaojichai's heart skipped a beat. The entirety of Thursday was filled with classes, and by the time the last lesson concluded, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Lily yawned as she pulled Xiaojichai out of the classroom, asking, the third cafeteria has opened a small hot pot place, do you want to try it? Xiaojichai shook her head, I have something to attend to. Are you not having dinner then? I'll decide when I get back. Alright then. The temperature difference between day and night in early spring was considerable, and even after adding a jacket in the afternoon, Xiaojichai still felt a bit chilly. She quickened her pace as she exited the school gate and got into the car she had summoned. The Yuyuan Pavilion was situated in a remote area, inaccessible by public transport. As the driver chatted casually, he remarked, Miss, who is hosting a banquet over there? Xiaojichai focused on her phone, her lips slightly tightening. I have a friend. Your friend must be quite wealthy, the driver chuckled. That venue is the most expensive place for banquets in the capital. We common folk can hardly find a way in. I once picked up a girl who worked as a waitress there. The car stopped outside for a few minutes, and I saw that everyone coming in and out was quite prominent, including those from the television. Xiaojichai did not respond further, her mood heavy. After about an hour, the car finally stopped in front of a brightly lit castle. The banquet had already commenced, with a sparse flow of elegantly dressed guests entering and exiting, and the doorman eagerly opening and closing the door, while laughter and chatter drifted from within. Standing outside, Xiaojichai tilted her head to gaze at the intricately sculpted ceiling, feeling increasingly insignificant. This was her first foray into Futsiyu's world, and it was the first time she distinctly sensed the chasm before her. Suddenly, she felt a pang of retreat. The doorman seemed to notice her hesitation and stepped forward with a polite smile. Miss, there is an engagement banquet taking place here. May I ask if you have been invited? Could you please present your invitation? Engagement banquet. Xiaojichai felt as though her throat had been constricted, unsure of how to respond. It truly was an engagement banquet. Panic surged within her, and she quickly lowered her eyelashes, murmuring, I'm sorry. She is my invited guest. Just then, a cheerful voice came from behind, and Lin Jinan, adorned in a shimmering gold sequin gown and holding a glass of wine, slowly approached. Her makeup today was not as flamboyant as before, exuding a formal elegance that indeed lent her an air of a highborn lady. The doorman immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing her, stepping aside. Lin Jinan walked up to Xiaojichai, lifting her chin with a victorious smile. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? Why did you still come? Before Xiaojichai could react, she felt her wrist seized and was forcibly pulled through the entrance. Xiaojichai struggled twice, but Lin Jinan's grip tightened, her sharp nails digging painfully into her skin. Frowning, she was dragged through the empty corridor until they stood before the grand doors of the banquet hall. Just one glance, the lively and opulent scene within unfolded before her eyes. The lofty crystal chandelier swayed, casting a spell of intoxication. Under the illumination, a couple stood side by side, holding glasses of red wine, weaving through the crowd and engaging in conversation, evidently the stars of the evening. The young woman exuded grace and tranquility, embodying the quintessential demeanor of a refined lady. Beside her stood Futsiyu, clad in a deep black suit. Chapter 80. Why hide it from her? The exquisitely tailored suit accentuated Futsi's nearly flawless physique, his slick back hair and sharp brows lending him an air of rugged sophistication, exuding a sense of calm composure. Those who approached him for polite exchanges seemed to bestow blessings upon him, and he responded with a gracious smile and heartfelt thanks. This was a side of him that Xiaojichai had never encountered before, an entirely unfamiliar visage. As the eldest scion of a prominent family in the capital, he was regal and aloof, seemingly unattainable. After toasting with others, he turned to the young woman beside him, exchanging a knowing smile. The crystal chandelier cast blinding rays of light overhead. Standing amidst a sea of people, Xiaojichai suddenly felt an overwhelming distance between herself and him, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. My brother's companion is the eldest daughter of the Gu family. You know the Gu family, right? They dominate the fashion industry in the capital. She studied abroad since high school and has only just returned after completing her studies ahead of schedule. Lin Jinan's voice broke through her thoughts. laced with a hint of schadenfreude. For families like ours, social standing is paramount. It's clear who is merely a dalliance and who is truly sought after. It's a pity that some refuse to accept reality, dreaming of soaring to new heights like a phoenix. Even if my brother genuinely cares for you, he would never marry you. I advise you to leave while you still can, or else, when he grows weary of you, your fate. I need not elaborate, do I? Xiaoxicha stood there, dazed, her mind buzzing and her heart plummeting. The scene around her began to blur, her fingertips tingling with an icy chill. Fu Qi was indeed hiding something from her. Why conceal it? Had she not made it clear that she would understand and willingly let go? After all, the power of the Fu family far outweighed her insignificant existence. She comprehended that she was unworthy. She had never entertained the notion of a lasting future with Fu Qi. She was never that greedy. Yet, why was he keeping this from her? Xiaoxicha could not recall how she returned to her dormitory, feeling utterly disoriented. Her thoughts swirled chaotically. Jiang Lili had not yet returned. She splashed her face with water and then wrapped herself in her blanket, creating a small fortress for herself. Once the fortress was erected, enveloped in a cocoon of warmth and safety, the tears she had long suppressed finally found their release, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She did not wish to cry, repeatedly using her sleeve to wipe her eyes, the warmth of her breath condensing into mist that only served to further dampen her face. How pathetic! It should have been a joyous occasion. After the engagement, Fu Qi would gain support, seizing control of the Fu family's power. He would no longer be subject to manipulation, he would thrive. The gulf between them was insurmountable. A future together had always been impossible. This was merely an acceleration of that inevitability. Xiaoxicha, had you not been prepared for this separation all along? The suffocating sensation tightened around her heart as she buried her face in the sheets, struggling to breathe. But what did Fu Qi truly consider her to be? Was his silence a sign of lingering desire, a wish to keep her by his side while feigning normalcy? To allow her to remain ensnared in his tenderness, a blissfully ignorant canary, she could only wait foolishly for the day he would tire of her and withdraw his affections. In that moment, Lin Jinan's words pierced her heart anew, each syllable a blade that drew forth crimson anguish. The suffocating sensation intensified, and Xiaoxicha abruptly threw off the blanket, closing her eyes. Her cheeks felt cold and lifeless. She suddenly made a decision. The time spent with Fu Qi felt like a divine gift, a fleeting dream. Now, the gift had been retracted, and it was time to awaken from the dream. On the weekend they had planned to spend at Fu Qi's home, Xiaoxicha arrived empty-handed after class on Friday. Fu Qi had not yet returned, and the dinner he had prepared for her lay waiting on the table. It was reminiscent of their previous encounter. He was indeed very busy, however. While she had once found sweetness in such gestures, now she merely sat at the table, expressionless, reheating the food before quietly finishing it, before retreating to the guest room. Since the start of the new year, Fu Qi had virtually cohabited with her, their home brimming with items for two, the atmosphere saturated with the essence of shared life. Xiaoxicha retrieved her small suitcase from the wardrobe, packing away her belongings from the guest room. Just as she stuffed the last piece of clothing inside, she heard the sound of the door opening. Her hand paused, and she shuffled out in her slippers. The sky outside had darkened, and the living room remained dim. Why is it so dark? Fu Qi flicked on the light, the sudden brightness causing Xiaoxicha to squint. I was in my room, she murmured, glancing toward his figure standing a short distance away. Having presumably just shed his suit, he wore a loose white shirt, a few buttons undone, exuding a relaxed demeanor. As she observed him, she could not help but recall the image of him from the engagement banquet, slowly merging with the man before her. Now, she lowered her gaze, realizing that she could not pretend as if nothing had transpired. In this context, playing the role of the oblivious was rather difficult for her. Xiaoxicha turned resolutely. I'm a bit tired today, I'm going to sleep. Her steps were slow, her mind swirling once again at the sight of him, rendering her oblivious to the sounds around her. Just as she took 2 steps, he grasped the collar at the nape of her neck, pulling her back with a nonchalant air. Are you tired already? Xiaoxicha made an effort to mask her despondency, feigning fatigue. There were many things today, and I didn't get much rest. Fu Qi's gaze settled on her downcast eyelashes, and after a moment, he lazily looked away. All right. Yet his hand did not release her. Instead, he leaned closer. Shall we share a kiss before you sleep? Xiaoxicha's entire body stiffened as his cool lips descended upon her. She felt her breath hitch, an instinctive resistance surging within her, and she pushed him away with all her might. Noticing the unexpected intensity in her reaction, Fuqi furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? Xiaxicha's hands remained on her chest, her heart fluttering softly as she still avoided his gaze. I'm just really tired. Taken aback by her response, Fuqi chuckled lightly and chose not to press further, giving her cheek a gentle pinch. Go to sleep then. Xiaxicha nodded. As she opened the bedroom door, she pressed her lips together, unable to resist glancing back at Fuqi one last time, but he remained where he was, watching her leave, the light from the living room casting a soft glow around him, slightly blurring his outline. Xiaxicha paused, seemingly summoning her courage, and tentatively spoke, you. Fuqi raised an eyebrow, Have you been very busy lately? Fuqi's expression faltered slightly, as if recalling something. I suppose so. Then, Xiaxicha felt her throat tighten. Am I a hindrance to you? If he were to speak candidly with her, then at least she would have the opportunity to say goodbye. Fuqi appeared momentarily stunned before breaking into a lazy smile, his enchanting eyes twinkling with mischief. How could you be, my dear? Xiaxicha's gaze dimmed, and she replied softly, before retreating into her room. Through the door, she could hear Fuqi answering a phone call, his voice faint as he said, I'll come to keep you company tomorrow. Xiaxicha pressed her back against the door, her heart once again aching with a dull throb. Was he going to accompany that Miss Gu? Chapter 81 in Xiaxicha, come out. That night, Xiaxicha found herself in a restless slumber, burdened by thoughts, her nightmares fragmented and shattered, piercing her like shards of glass. She dreamt of Fuqi's kindness towards her, his indulgence, reliving countless moments from the past, his embrace, his kisses, as he repeatedly called her baby. Then, the scene disintegrated, and she plummeted into an abyss. At the end of her vision, the figure that once looked upon her with affection now towered above her, holding the hand of another woman, coldly uttering, Xiaxicha, you are unworthy. Xiaxicha awoke with a start. The familiar chill on her cheek prompted her to touch it, realizing that her face was already drenched in tears. It was now 7 in the morning, sleep eluded her, so she rose to wash up. The door to the master bedroom was wide open, and Fuqi was nowhere to be found. A message lingered on her phone. Boyfriend Frownyface, I'll be back tonight. Boyfriend Frownyface, I'll cook dinner for you. Has he gone to accompany that Miss Gu? Xiaxicha felt a heaviness in her head, biting her lip, and refrained from replying. The words boyfriend at the top of the conversation suddenly appeared somewhat absurd. She stared blankly at the screen before changing it back to the original name. She could no longer deceive herself into maintaining such a relationship with Fuqi. No matter how much she cherished him, she could not inflict pain on another girl because of it. The living room still held many of her belongings. Throughout the morning, Xiaxicha meticulously gathered all her possessions, as if striving to erase every trace of herself left in his life. Then, she pushed her suitcase and departed. As she closed the door, she sent Fuqi a message, Xiaxicha Frownyface, let us break up. Then, she blocked him. It was over. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Lili was taken aback to see her suddenly carrying so many things. Where have you been on a shopping spree? Realizing something was amiss, she continued, wait, aren't you supposed to be with Fuqi? How come? Before she could finish, she caught sight of Xiaxicha's red and swollen eyes, causing her words to choke in her throat. Upon recognizing that Xiaxicha was only carrying daily necessities, she sprang to her feet, anger flaring, and demanded, is it Fuqi? Did he bully you? Xiaxicha fell silent, her voice hoarse. I broke up with him. Broke up? Zhang Lili's voice rose several octaves. Why the sudden breakup? Did you two have a fight? Did he cheat? Upon hearing the word cheat, Xiaxicha felt a pang in her heart and inexplicably wanted to cry. No way, really? Zhang Lili, observing her reaction, was immediately incensed and whipped out her phone to peruse her contacts. No, I must help you scold him. Scumbag. Lili. Xiaxicha's voice trembled as she attempted to stop her. There is no need for that. From the very beginning, she had willingly flown into the flames, and now she was voluntarily leaving. She did not wish to appear so pathetic before Fuqi. Zhang Lili had intended to say more, but upon seeing Xiaxicha's demeanor, her heart softened. She grabbed some tissue to wipe her tears. It's alright, he is just a guy. If it's over, it's over, the next one will be better. Don't dwell on it, tonight I'll take you out to lift your spirits. Xia Jicha grasped the tissue she was given and silently nodded. In the evening, as Xia Jicha's spirits lifted and her belongings were nearly packed, Jiang Lili took her for a stroll along the riverbank in the western part of the city. The moonlight shimmered on the water, and a few small eateries lined the roadside. Jiang Lili led her into a barbecue restaurant, saying, "Whenever I'm feeling down, I take a walk like this and then come here to eat some meat and drink a bit. It lifts my mood significantly." The storefront appeared small, but inside it was a hidden gem, resembling a courtyard bustling with patrons. In the pitch-dark night, the surrounding lights illuminated the small tables, rich with the aroma of food. Jiang Lili and Xia Jicha squeezed into a corner, casually ordering 2 signature dishes, along with a bottle of beer and a bottle of juice. After placing their drink order, Jiang Lili suddenly stood up and spoke to the waiter. The waiter nodded in understanding and departed. Upon resuming her seat, Jiang Lili looked at the somewhat puzzled Xia Jicha and, with a mischievous smile, explained, "They actually have a major attraction here, the owner's son, a tall, athletic guy at 1.8 meters, who can serve us drinks." Xia Jicha blinked. "Serve drinks?" Jiang Lili playfully patted Xia Jicha's shoulder. "Yes, absolutely a catch. Once I have money, I'll bring in a few male models for you to enjoy. After meeting more handsome guys, you'll see that Fu Xi is nothing special." Just then, their drinks were served. The young man delivering the beverages indeed matched Jiang Lili's description. Tall, with bright eyes and a charming smile, he greeted Jiang Lili as if they were already familiar. "Sister." "Hey!" Jiang Lili responded warmly, pointing at Xia Jicha. "No need for doubt. She is also a sister." The young man's gaze settled on Xia Jicha, and he smiled broadly. "Hello, sister." The way he addressed her was sweet, and since only Chang Ming Sui had ever called her sister, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with such warmth from someone unrelated by blood, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The beer bottle was opened with a satisfying pop, and the young man began pouring drinks for Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili informed him that Xia Jicha couldn't tea drink and would prefer juice. The young man cheerfully complied, pouring Jiang Lili a glass before opening the juice and cheerfully gesturing to Xia Jicha. "Sister, could you pass me a cup?" As Xia Jicha bent down to retrieve the glass, her phone lit up with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hesitating for a moment, she chose not to answer, suspecting it might be a scam. After a while, the screen lit up again, showing the same number. Just as she accepted the glass of juice from the young man, she noticed the screen illuminating once more. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she ultimately answered the call. "Hello?" There was a brief silence on the other end. After waiting a moment, she casually turned to help Jiang Lili check the barbecue before speaking again. "May I ask who this is?" The sizzling sounds of grilling and the chatter of others in the courtyard surrounded her. Then, a voice she recognized all too well, deep and chilling, came through the receiver. "Xia Jicha, come out." Chapter 82. In Xia Jiti, you must not abandon me. Since becoming a couple, Fu Xi rarely called Xia Jiti by her full name. This utterance of Xia Jiti, with both her surname and given name, was chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Imbued with a sense of impending danger, Xia Jiti felt the nerves throughout her body tremble, her spine stiffening. In an instant, the impulse to flee overpowered her. She hung up the phone. "Who was it?" Jiang Lili, noticing her swift reaction, turned to inquire. Xia Jiti shook her head in silence, yet her mind was racing with thoughts of Fu Xi, where he could possibly be at that moment. Was he waiting outside the school or perhaps outside the dormitory? Or he might have just been with that Miss Guo absently. She picked up a glass from the table and took a sip, only to realize she had mistakenly grabbed Jiang Lili's beer. The sharp taste hit her throat, and she hastily set it down. The acrid sensation surged up her nasal passages, prompting her to turn her head and cough. Suddenly, the voice of a server echoed from the entrance, welcoming patrons. For reasons she could not fathom, her heart raced, and before she could steady her breath, she instinctively glanced in the direction of the sound. Almost simultaneously, a cold, bony hand seized her wrist. A jolt of icy pain shot through her, and as she looked up, she met Fu Xi's dark, brooding gaze. The once playful sparkle in his peach blossom eyes had turned to a frigid abyss, seething with suppressed rage. Xia Jiti felt a sudden sting in her eyes, yearning to break free from his grip, but he tightened his hold. "Come with me," Fu Xi commanded in a composed tone, moving to pull her up. "We need to have a proper conversation." "Hey! What are you doing?" The unexpected turn of events left Jiang Lili momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Fu Xi's intent to take Xia Jiti away, she sprang to her feet, attempting to intervene. You two have broken up. Stop clinging to her, Lily. Sagitt's voice trembled slightly as she softly interrupted, I'm just going to talk to him. It's all right. The night was dark and windy, with scattered lights flickering along the roadside. Fu Si's car was parked on a nearby patch of ground, and as he dragged Sagitt along, his long strides made it a struggle for her to keep up. She could feel his agitation radiating through the grip on her wrist, the pain intensifying with each step. She clenched her jaw, refraining from voicing her discomfort. Upon reaching the car, he opened the back door, pressed down on her shoulder, and forcefully pushed her into the seat. The pressure on her shoulder blades was excruciating, and as she attempted to sit up, he pressed her down relentlessly, enveloping her in an ominous shadow. The car door slammed shut with a decisive click of the lock. Inside the cramped vehicle, the dim lighting amplified the sense of danger. Sagitt felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She turned her head and closed her eyes, only for her chin to be suddenly seized. You've got some nerve, leaving without a word, then turning around to smile so joyfully with someone else. Fu Si's voice dripped with icy sarcasm, his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that demanded answers. Sagitt's eyes met his, feeling as if they were searing her soul, and she averted her gaze, lowering her eyes. I already told you we broke up. Reasons. Fu Si was unmoved by her assertion, his words clipped and to the point. The images from days prior flooded her mind, and she sensed the grip on her wrist loosening slightly. She sat up slowly, inhaling deeply to compose herself, and countered, What have you been busy with these past few days? The Fu family has been in turmoil lately, Fu Si replied, closing his eyes momentarily as if pausing to gather his thoughts. I admit I've neglected you a bit, my apologies. His apology was delivered lightly, almost dismissively, yet it only deepened the chill in Sagitt's heart. At such a critical juncture, he still chose to obfuscate the truth. She felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. Perhaps he deemed her gullible, hence the lack of necessity to reveal the reality. With some difficulty, she forced a smile, but felt his grip tighten once more around her wrist. Don't break up, all right? Fu Si lowered his chin slightly, adopting a tone reminiscent of their past, his lips brushing against her cheek. Yet, Sagitt instinctively evaded him. With her free hand, she strained to pry his fingers loose, her voice faint and trembling. But I no longer want you. As the words escaped her lips, her heart plummeted, laden with a numbing pain. Letting go of someone she cherished deeply was not an easy endeavor. Fu Si froze, his sharp features darkening. What did you say? Sagitt suppressed the suffocating emotions swelling within her, mustering the courage to meet his gaze. Her beautiful doe-like eyes sparkled with urgency. I said, Fu Si, I no longer want you. She refused to be a concealed third party, shrouded in secrecy. She didn't want Fu Si to become a reluctant villain because of her. Leaving was the most prudent course of action. They would both return to their respective paths. Memories of the past surged within her, and as tears threatened to spill, she lowered her lashes and reached for the door handle beside her, embodying a desperate urge to flee. Just as her fingertips brushed against the door, her waist was suddenly ensnared. She felt the warmth of a solid body press against her back, powerful arms encircling her with an almost obsessive grip. Sagitt attempted to struggle, but all she could hear was the heavy sound of his breathing, tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Sagitt, you must not abandon me. His words were enunciated with intensity, a command laced with desperation, as if he were pleading with her not to leave. Sagitt's entire being stiffened, as if the very thread holding her heart had snapped. Tears that had been dammed within her suddenly surged forth uncontrollably. She yearned to articulate her feelings, yet the words eluded her, and she lacked the strength to push him away. Fu Si, whose heart had been ablaze with fury, found himself momentarily halted by the sensation of warm tears cascading onto his hand. She was crying in an instant. All accusations evaporated, and he released his grip, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his lips tightened, and he hastily grabbed a tissue to gently wipe away her tears. Don't cry. Caring for another's feelings was a complex burden. He should have been incensed at her sudden departure, demanding a reason, even coercing her to return. Yet, upon witnessing her tears, it felt as though a dam had burst within him, flooding him with pain that he couldn't bear. To see her distressed. With a soft sigh, Fu Si's tone softened, each word measured and sincere. What is truly going on? The word engagement lingered like an incantation on her lips, and after wrestling with her emotions for what felt like an eternity, Sagitt finally spoke, her voice punctuated by sobs, "Aren't you already engaged?" Chapter 83, Inch I cannot bear to see you wronged. The voice reverberated within the confines of the car, leaving Futsiyu momentarily taken aback. "Who told you that?" "Lin Jinan." Xiajichao initially intended to refer to her as your sister, but knowing Futsiyu's aversion to such a designation, she altered her words before they could escape her lips. "She took me to witness your engagement banquet." The atmosphere within the vehicle seemed to hush slightly. After a pause, and not receiving a response from Futsiyu, Xiajichao, with a hint of nasality, softly added, "Moreover, I overheard you on the phone with Miss Gu last night, saying you would accompany her." Before she could finish, she was unexpectedly pulled into Futsiyu's embrace once more. "So, all these days, you have been testing me because of this?" A light, seemingly relieved laugh emanated from above her, as Futsiyu's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Why not simply ask me? I feared you might conceal the truth from me." The slight relaxation in Futsiyu's tone seemed to ease Xiajichao's tension, and she bit her lip. "Yet you have told me nothing." Whether it was regarding the engagement banquet or accompanying others, he merely mentioned there was something going on. Ultimately, it left her as a spectator to such a scene, amplifying her sense of insecurity. "I did not agree to the engagement." Futsiyu's languid tone interrupted her thoughts. She was momentarily stunned, and then heard him leisurely clarify, "That day was someone else's engagement banquet. I merely attended as a guest. As for Miss Gu, she was forcibly arranged as my companion by Fu Nanhai. I have not even touched her. At most, we clinked glasses." Lowering his gaze, as if fearing the girl might misunderstand again, he took out his phone and continued, "Last night's call was from Zhao Zhe. I spent the entire day with him. If you don't believe me, check the call records yourself." Xiajichao blinked and looked down, indeed finding a call from Zhao Zhe at that time yesterday. Futsiyu's cool, white fingertip hovered over that entry, softly asking, "Shall I call to verify now?" "No need." Xiajichao quickly shook her head. So it turns out she had been misled by Lin Jinan, leading to a misunderstanding of him? A feeling of guilt began to rise within her as she recalled Lin Jinan's words from that day, questioning him. "But if you did not agree to the engagement, what about your position in the Fu family? You were still worried about me even before the grievances have passed." Futsiyu cast her a sidelong glance, observing her eyes still glistening and reddened from tears. He smirked slightly. "What difference would it make if I did agree? On the surface, it seems like a boon for me, but in reality, it is merely those people attempting to deepen their control over me through marriage. Even if he were to take over the Fu family, he would merely be a puppet. How could he willingly accept that Fu Nanhai would never allow him to benefit? So that is how it is." Xiajichao instinctively bit her lip, only to have Futsiyu's thumb gently press against her lips, freeing her lower lip. "Of course, there is another reason," he resumed his previous nonchalance, lowering his gaze as his fingertip gently traced her soft, rosy lips. "I cannot bear to see you wronged. And I cannot bear to let you go." Xiajichao's breath hitched, her eyes widening. "But she stammered in disbelief, "am I really that important?" The almost self-deprecating words caused Futsiyu to furrow his brow in mild discontent. He looked into her eyes and realized she genuinely believed so. He couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Xiajichao, are you really that naive?" Seeing the girl seemingly lost in thought, somewhat dazed, he took her hand and pressed it against his left chest, boldly meeting her puzzled gaze. "Feel my heartbeat right here." Beneath his palm, through the thin fabric, she could distinctly sense the rhythm of his heart. Soon, her own heartbeat began to quicken in response. "I am almost ready to lay my heart bare for you to see, and you still think you are not important to me?" Futsiyu tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze darkening under the dim light, revealing a hint of somberness. That nearly confessional statement left Xiajichao momentarily dazed. Did Futsiyu truly harbor such feelings for her? She had always thought that even if he had some affection for her, it was not of significant importance. That was why she chose to leave quietly. She believed that someone like Futsiyu would merely view her as a fleeting interlude, and that a proud and carefree person like him would never bow to anyone. Yet here he was, bowing his head for her. The swelling in her heart mixed with a deep-seated sense of unease, prompting Xiajichao to lean closer, resting her forehead against his shoulder as she spoke softly. "But you have ended things with your previous girlfriends without hesitation, and we only came together due to a bet in a game. You have never truly expressed your feelings for me." I am genuinely afraid that I too will end up like them, quickly growing tiresome to you and being discarded with a clear mind and resolution. The more happiness she felt, the more anxious she became, fearing her immersion in it. She feared that upon waking from this dream, Futsiyu would revert to being the indifferent Futsiyu, effortlessly navigating through life, with no trace of her remaining in his eyes. That was why, when she sensed he was about to leave, she retreated first, like a snail retreating into its safe shell. Futsiyu fell silent, seemingly in a daze. After a long while, he slowly raised his hand to caress Xiaojichao's slender back. In that moment, he finally grasped how insecure she felt being with him. He was not one to openly declare his liking, often expressing it through teasing tones and playful banter. Even when they first got together, it was the same. She had always believed that their relationship stemmed from that trivial game of truth or dare. Yet even so, she willingly accompanied him, engaging in countless romantic yet absurd endeavors. She liked him far more than he had imagined. Sensing the gentle yet tense breaths of the girl in his arms, Futsiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, his heart softening to the core, losing any trace of irritation. He lowered his shoulders, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. "Babe," Futsiyu called her voice hoarse, "I acknowledge that my confession back then was not sufficiently formal, and I have quite a few skeletons in my closet, not exactly a good person. It is my fault for causing you to feel insecure." He willingly admitted his mistakes, causing Xiaojichao to nuzzle her cheek further into his embrace. So Futsiyu lowered his head, his voice pausing momentarily, his deep tone imbued with a touch of tenderness. "Would you allow me to pursue you once more?" Chapter 84, I Will Always Adore You. Xiaojichao's eyes flickered. She had anticipated that Fu Xi would tell her to stop overthinking or invite her to return home with him. However, to her surprise, he expressed a desire to pursue her once more. Such a proud individual, yet he was willing to mend the regrets of the past just to soothe her heart. Nestled in Fu Xi's embrace, Xiaojichao nodded gently. After lingering in his arms for a moment longer, she slowly straightened herself and remarked, "Then I shall go find Jiang Lili first." Fu Xi smiled, uttering a soft as he opened the car door and assisted her out. Having just shed tears, Xiaojichao felt somewhat weak, and as her feet touched the ground, her legs wobbled slightly. Fu Xi, quick to notice, steadied her and, with a hint of mischief, tightened his embrace, holding her a bit more firmly. The street was bustling with people, and the sight of the two contrasting figures, tall and slender, entwined in each other's arms, drew numerous gazes. Xiaojichao felt somewhat uncomfortable with such public intimacy, gently pushing him away, her voice soft and slightly nasal, "Not allowed." "Why not?" Fu Xi leaned down, chuckling lightly as he nuzzled her hair. Xiaojichao bit her lip, hastily concocting an excuse, "You are still pursuing me." Fu Xi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "All right then." He slightly eased his grip, allowing her to step away from him, his tone languid and relaxed. "Remember to lift your admirer from the blacklist." He wore a nonchalant, roguish demeanor. Xiaojichao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Just as she was about to push him away, a furious voice echoed from behind, "Fu Xi, what are you doing, you scoundrel? Let go of my Gigi." Startled, Xiaojichao swiftly turned around to see Jiang Lili striding towards them with an imposing demeanor, handbag in hand, ready to confront Fu Xi. "Don't bully her. You think you have the right to act like this after your infidelity? Release her." Her words were like firecrackers, and in a flurry, Xiaojichao pushed Fu Xi aside and positioned herself in front of him, shielding him from Jiang Lili's impending attack. Jiang Lili, noticing this, raised an eyebrow in disbelief, casting an accusatory glance at Fu Xi before turning back to Xiaojichao, her face filled with exasperation. "Why are you still protecting him? Get a grip, don't let yourself be, it's all a misunderstanding." Xiaojichao gently tugged at her sleeve, offering a quiet explanation laced with guilt. After recounting the entire story, Jiang Lili finally softened her stance towards Fu Xi. Back in the dormitory, Xiaojichao, feeling somewhat remorseful, apologized, "I'm sorry for worrying you today." "What's the big deal?" Jiang Lili waves dismissively. "Didn't I sulk before and you kept me company on walks? In our relationship, no one is a burden, alright?" She pulled out her chair, sitting down with a sigh of realization, but today was truly an eye-opener. I'd never seen Fu Xi exhibit such intense emotions for anyone before. In the barbecue restaurant, his gaze towards Xiaojichao had been as if he wanted to devour her whole. Despite his anger, there was a suppressed fire within him, and when Jiang Lili looked at him, she even caught a glimpse of the grievance he was trying to conceal. In that moment, she had assumed Fu Xi was merely upset and wanted to tease Xia Zhicha, leading her to worry excessively. Reflecting on it now, but when had she ever witnessed the esteemed Fu Xia being so emotionally invested in a girl? Previously, she had feared that since Xia Zhicha had harbored feelings for Fu Xi for so long, and he was inherently indifferent and callously charming, this gentle girl would end up being utterly devoured by him. Yet, it seemed clear now that it was Fu Xi who was completely ensnared by this little girl. With this realization, Jiang Lili felt a surge of clarity as she kicked aside an empty cardboard box that Xia Zhicha had retrieved earlier that morning, inquiring, "So, have you resolved your conflict? Are you still taking these things back to his house? Do you need my help to pack them up again?" Xia Zhicha glanced at the box, hesitating before shaking her head. "I probably want tea for now." Jiang Lili looked up in confusion. "Haven't you two made up? Shouldn't this be a time of heightened affection?" Xia Zhicha silently picked up the box and moved it out of the way. "He is now pursuing me again." Jiang Lili? Wait, what kind of game are you two playing? Jiang Lili's eyes widened. Fu Xia was pursuing someone? After being together for so long, he wanted to start from scratch because their initial relationship wasn't formal enough? Previously, it was always the girls pursuing him. Did he even know how to court a girl? This matter found resolution on Monday morning. As Xia Zhicha awoke for her morning class, she noticed a message on her phone. "Fu Xi frowny face, I'm downstairs." Xia Zhicha blinked in confusion, changing his contact from boyfriend back to his name, momentarily feeling a bit disoriented. "Xia Zhicha frowny face, why so early?" "Fu Xi. I made you breakfast and will accompany you to class shortly." Xia Zhicha was taken aback, her mind clearing. When she descended the stairs, she spotted Fu Xi, who was standing at the dormitory entrance with breakfast in hand. Unlike the last time he waited for her downstairs, today he wore a casual sweatshirt, leaning casually against the wall, his tousled hair adding an air of relaxed charm to his features. Xia Zhicha had often seen boys bringing breakfast to their girlfriends at the dormitory, but she had never imagined that Fu Xi would one day do something so sweet, let alone prepare breakfast himself. Upon noticing her, he approached, handing her the breakfast bag and asking, "Are you headed to class?" Xia Zhicha nodded and sent Jiang Lili a message to inform her that she was leaving first. At this early hour, the campus paths were not crowded. Inside the bag was a thermos filled with small pastries shaped like little rabbits, round and soft. They looked delightful to the touch. Xia Zhicha hesitated, then looked up at Fu Xi. He maintained a composed demeanor, meeting her gaze with ease. Xia Zhicha lowered her head again, picking up a little rabbit pastry and taking a bite. It was filled with red bean paste, quite delicious. The next one had a honey osmanthus flavor, not overly sweet, just perfect. "Do you like it?" Fu Xi inquired. Xia Zhicha nodded honestly. "I like it too." Fu Xi's eyelashes fluttered, his voice suddenly lightened with laughter. "I like you, baby." Xia Zhicha's eating motion abruptly halted, her heart racing twice as she looked up at him. Why so suddenly? Why was he suddenly telling her he liked her? Fu Xi smirked lazily, elongating his tone in a teasing manner. "I was afraid my baby might doubt my feelings and wouldn't let me pursue her." Xia Zhicha was suddenly reminded of the words she had spoken to Fu Xi the day before. She had said he had never told her he liked her. So today, he was confessing his feelings. Her ears flushed slightly as she lowered her head, silently finishing the last bite of the little rabbit. Just then, Fu Xi leaned down, whispering in her ear, "Baby." Xia Zhicha paused, responding with a soft hum, feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, deep and melodic yet with a hint of seriousness. "I will always adore you. You can confirm this with me anytime." Chapter 85, I Am Only Good to You. As she entered the classroom, there was still more than half an hour until class began. The room was devoid of any occupants, so Xia Zhicha instinctively chose a seat at the front. When Fu Xi effortlessly slid into the seat beside her, she turned her head, her bright eyes gazing at him. "Are you going to keep me company until class starts?" Fu Xi's lips curved into a faint smile. "I'll accompany you to class." Xia Zhicha was taken aback for a moment. "Don't you have a class?" "Not this morning." "Oh." Understanding his response, Xia Zhicha nodded and retrieved her books and notebook from her bag. As she reviewed her notes, Fu Xi propped his chin on his hand, watching her intently. Several minutes later, students began to trickle into the classroom. Upon noticing Fu Xi, many passing by would momentarily pause, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. The scene was so serene and beautiful that no one dared to intrude. Consequently, the classroom remained enveloped in silence, while the online forum buzzed with activity early in the morning. Wow! What a rare occurrence. Fu, the big shot, is actually accompanying his girlfriend to the early class, early. 8 a.m. None of Fu's classmates have ever seen him attend an 8 a.m. class, and here I am, seeing him accompany his girlfriend to it on the forum, wiping tears. Damn, I'm sitting just a few rows behind them, watching Xia Jichai study quietly while Fu, the big shot, sits beside her, equally silent. OMG, with that fierce and cold face, when he gazes at his girlfriend, he appears so gentle. When have I ever seen Fu so tender? Frontline report incoming. Image, the atmosphere. If I were there in person, I would have to hold my breath. I'm dying. The look in Fu's eyes, despite his rebellious and wild brows, how does he appear more like a loyal dog in front of his girlfriend? As the time for class approached, Xia Jichai closed her notebook and mentally reviewed the key points. She glanced at Fu Xi, her curiosity piqued, and asked, "You got up so early, aren't you tired?" From her recollection, Fu Xi was not the type to rise early. Even if he did, he would usually appear languid, his demeanor tinged with a hint of world weariness. Fu Xi rested his elbow on his chin, raising an eyebrow. "It's cold at home, I'm not used to it." That feeling had started the day she left home. The moment he received the text, he rushed back, and upon finding the house empty, devoid of any trace of Xia Jichai, an indescribable panic surged within him. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, the disconcerting emptiness of losing control. From that moment on, he realized he could no longer accept her absence by his side. Xia Jichai understood the implication of his words, her gaze dropping slightly as she emitted a soft Feeling her fingers being gradually enveloped and intertwined with his, she did not pull away but instead curled her fingertips in response. Perhaps it was the presence of Fu Xi that made the class seem to pass more swiftly than usual. The break was brief. Xia Jichai stepped out to fetch a cup of water. Upon returning, she noticed a pack of biscuit sticks on her desk's chocolate strawberry flavor, one of Xia Jichai's favorites. Her gaze shifted to Fu Xi, who tapped the packaging with his index finger and said, "Jiang Lily just came by to give these to you." Xia Jichai responded with an "oh" and turned to search for her. Jiang Lily was huddled in the last row, dressed in pajamas and wearing a hat, clearly having rushed in after nearly oversleeping, and was now applying powder to her face. Upon catching her eye, she winked and blew her a kiss. A new message arrived on her phone from Jiang Lily. Frowny face kissing goody, "You deserve it, what on earth?" Xia Jichai glanced down at the biscuit sticks, noticing the packaging was from this year's Valentine's Day limited edition. Turning it over, she saw two little figures about to kiss while biting the same biscuit. So that was the meaning behind it. "What's wrong?" Fu Xi, noticing her pause, glanced over curiously. "Nothing." Xia Jichai quickly flipped the packaging back, opened it, and pulled out a biscuit stick. Taking a bite, she looked up to find Fu Xi still watching her, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Do you want some?" Fu Xi's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, but instead of answering her question, he suddenly called out, "Baby." Xia Jichai responded in confusion, "What's up?" The smile on his face seemed to deepen, his tone casual yet soothing. "Between Masked Guy and me, who do you prefer to accompany you to class?" For a moment, Xia Jichai struggled to recall who Masked Guy was until she remembered the first day they attended class together when Fu Xi had worn a mask due to illness, prompting some to call him Masked Guy. That was ages ago. Why was he still competing over it? Xia Jichai blinked in slight exasperation, locking eyes with Fu Xi. His playful, upward-turned eyes held a sense of determination, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. After pondering, Xia Jichai replied, "You." Fu Xi's tone lifted slightly, his interest piqued as he pressed further, "Why?" Recalling that long-ago class where he had teased her, Xia Jichai fell silent for a moment before whispering, "Because you are a bit more obedient." Back then, Fu Xi had been rebellious, flamboyant, and utterly self-absorbed, disregarding others' feelings. Yet now, he was gradually tempering his sharp edges for her. Perhaps it was a particular word that struck a chord with Fu Xi, for Xia Jichai noticed him smile, seemingly pleased with her answer. He then took her hand, leaned slightly forward, and bit down on the remaining half of the biscuit stick she held. The cool sensation of his calloused hand brushed against her wrist, causing Xia Jichai to glance at Fu Xi. He held the biscuit stick between his delicate lips, not in a hurry to break it. As he raised his deep-set eyes to meet hers, his dark gaze held a hint of mischievousness, as if it had an enticing edge. Xiaojichai's heart fluttered slightly. How could he? Even his gaze was so captivating. With a soft crunch, the biscuit stick snapped. Fu Xi sat upright, the piece of biscuit still held between his lips, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. As the class bell rang, he leisurely propped his chin back up, his voice muffled yet affectionate as he murmured, "I am only good to you." Chapter 86, I Can Afford You. The classroom remained eerily silent, while the forum erupted with fervor. What on earth is happening? Is Mr. Fu acting coy? Oh my goodness, Mr. Fu gazing at the academic prodigy while nibbling on a biscuit, his eyes practically oozing charm, how enticing. I command each of you to bite down on one end. Go kiss already. When others do this, get lost. Who do you think you are to steal my food? When Mr. Fu does it, how can something so delectable be so irresistible? I can't take it anymore. I just want to press their heads together and make them kiss. Fu has long been unable to contain himself. That expression is clearly one of unfulfilled desire. I suspect that after class, he might drag Sister Xia to a secluded place and bully her mercilessly. As soon as she got into the car, Xiaojichai noticed Jiang Lily sending her a screenshot from the forum. After this class, there would be no more lessons for the morning, and she was taken by Fu Xi to his car, claiming they were headed somewhere. Once the door closed beside her, Fu Xi also settled in. Where are we going? Xiaojichai quickly exited the image and turned to inquire. Fu Xi started the engine, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." Xiaojichai nodded, observing his calm demeanor, and recalled the last comment she had seen on the forum, exhaling softly. Surely, he wouldn't bully her here, right? Just then, her chin was unexpectedly grasped. She was compelled to turn her head, and Fu Xi's kiss descended upon her. His soft lips pressed down with a slight force, causing her lips to ache a bit. Xiaojichai let out a low hum, and the seatbelt she had just fastened was suddenly released with a click by Fu Xi. His hand gripped her waist, kneading it gently, intensifying the kiss further. The confined space of the car suddenly grew warm. After what felt like an eternity, Fu Xi finally released her. After holding back for so many days, he could no longer restrain himself. He had intended to wait a bit longer, but upon seeing her, reason seemed to dissipate. Xiaojichai was left somewhat dazed by the kiss, softly sinking back into her seat, her gaze locking with Fu Xi's dark eyes that sparkled with satisfaction. The phrase unfulfilled desire flashed once again in her mind. It wasn't until he leaned in to help her refasten her seatbelt that Xiaojichai realized he hadn't buckled up since getting into the car. He had been scheming all along. Xiaojichai slowly turned her eyes toward the car window. You're still pursuing me? At this moment, kissing her felt like crossing a line. After days of pent-up desire, Fu Xi was particularly affable, lazily squinting as he started the car, playfully responding to her words. Yes, I overstepped, I must be punished. What kind of punishment? Xiaojichai's eyelids fluttered for a moment, contemplating before saying, Then you must refrain from kissing me recklessly for the next few days. Refrain from kissing, A hint of amusement flickered in Fu Xi's charming eyes, elongating the last syllable. Then can I kiss you properly? Xiaojichai pressed her lips together, her cheeks slightly flushed. That's not allowed either. She heard Fu Xi chuckle leisurely. So, after these few days, I can kiss you? He was so annoying. Xiaojichai bit her lip, seizing the opportunity during a red light to gently pinch him. Why was he always thinking about kissing her? The car swiftly entered the underground parking lot of a grand building. As they passed the structure, Xiaojichai took note. It appeared to be an office. Upon seeing Fu Xi park the car with remarkable familiarity, she felt a bit puzzled and asked, Where are we going? To the company, Fu Xi replied lazily as he unbuckled his seatbelt, raising his pale eyelids slightly, his voice slow. I brought you here to show you that even without the Fu family, I can still provide for you. Xiaojichai was taken aback. This entire building? Fu Xi nodded nonchalantly. Ever since his mother's passing, he had relinquished all expectations of Fu Nanhai. This day, Fu Nanhai remained unaware that his mother had left him a portion of her estate, entirely his. Thanks to this inheritance and the guidance of the old man over the years, he had achieved some success. All of this remained unknown to Fu Nanhai. Let us go. Fu Xi smiled slightly, saying, Let me show our future boss lady around your domain. Xiaojichai had yet to recover from her earlier astonishment as she was led by him into a private elevator to the top floor. This level was stark and empty, indicating that there were rarely any visitors. It likely served as Fu Ci's workspace. The office was spacious yet desolate, furnished with minimalistic decor. Fu Ci approached the desk, glancing at several documents, his brow furrowing slightly, before turning to Xia Jichai and saying, "I have some matters to attend to here. Once I finish, I'll take you out for a stroll?" The sofa in the office was quite comfortable, and Xia Jichai nodded, a hint of worry in her voice as she asked, "Will I be interrupting you?" They would welcome it. Fu Ci, with a languid demeanor, set the documents down and moved closer to her, sitting beside her. The space felt a bit cramped, and Xia Jichai instinctively shifted to the side, only to be pulled back into his embrace. "Let me recharge for a bit." Fu Ci closed his eyes, effortlessly taking her hand and nestling it against his neck. Xia Jichai had grown accustomed to his usual displays of affection. In this intimate setting, she relaxed, raising her free hand to gently pat his back. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a soft click as it opened. A woman in a tailored suit, around 30 years old, stepped into the office, preparing to place some items on the desk. Catching a glimpse of the figure on the sofa out of the corner of her eye, she abruptly halted. "Mr. Fu, you're here today?" Before she could finish her sentence, she froze, locking eyes with Xia Jichai, both expressing mutual surprise. Xia Jichai suddenly panicked, her spine straightening as she nudged Fu Ci, attempting to alert him. However, Fu Ci merely opened his eyes slightly, sitting up straighter but still holding her hand, their fingers intertwined. He glanced at the woman and replied nonchalantly, "Just place it on the desk." The woman quickly averted her curious gaze, nodded, set the documents down, and promptly exited. The entire exchange lasted less than 2 minutes, and the door clicked shut behind her, leaving only Xia Jichai and Fu Ci in the office. "That was my secretary," Fu Ci explained, once again resting his chin on Xia Jichai's collarbone. "I don't come here often. She handles most matters." Xia Jichai pressed her lips together, softly responding with a gentle and quietly inquired, "Was it inappropriate for us to be like that just now?" "Not at all," Fu Ci replied nonchalantly, playing with her loose hair. "The company is filled with young people who have been curious about you for quite some time. There's even a little group, she's the group leader, so I suspect the entire company will know you're here shortly." Reflecting on the secretary's serious demeanor, Xia Jichai found it hard to imagine her gossiping behind others' backs. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she blinked her eyelashes. "How do they know?" Fu Ci pointed to the desk. Xia Jichai followed his gesture and discovered a framed photo of herself resting there. "This person declares ownership wherever he goes. Someone else will be coming in shortly," Fu Ci remarked, stroking her hand with his thumb before reluctantly releasing it. "If you're uncomfortable, you can rest in the lounge." Only then did Xia Jichai notice a small door in the office. The lounge was larger than she had anticipated. Besides a bed, there was also a cloakroom. It was evident that Fu Ci hadn't rested here in quite some time, as everything bore a pristine and orderly appearance. Xia Jichai sat on the bed, able to hear subordinates reporting to Fu Ci just a door away. Once the sounds faded, she opened the door and peeked outside. The work-focused Fu Ci appeared entirely different from her previous impressions. His wild brows and eyes were now infused with concentration and seriousness, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, revealing strong forearms and prominent wrist bones, exuding an air of decisiveness. Especially when he lowered his head, slightly furrowing his brow, he possessed an inexplicable mature allure. No matter which aspect, it left her enthralled. Sensing that he might glance her way, Xia Jichai felt her cheeks warm, quickly shutting the door and returning to the edge of the bed. Why did it feel as if she had just behaved like a lovesick fool? The mattress was so soft that as she lay back, she felt as if she had sunk into the clouds, suddenly reluctant to rise. With nothing else to do, Xia Jichai decided to close her eyes and take a brief nap. To her surprise, she truly fell asleep. Upon awakening, she felt a bit dazed, attempting to turn over, only to realize she seemed unable to move. It felt as though she was being pressed down by something, her waist firmly restrained. Xia Jichai's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes to discover she was being held in Fu Ci's embrace. Chapter 87 Thin Kiss Where It Won't Be Seen. Fu Xi lay beside Xia Zhicha, his chin lazily resting atop her head, his hands encircling her from the side. Due to their differing physiques, she resembled a delicate doll nestled in his embrace, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest. Perhaps because his warmth was so enveloping, Xia Zhicha found herself experiencing a sense of safety. She extended a hand to grasp her phone, glancing at the time. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Time for a meal, however. It seemed Fu Xi still wanted to rest. Xia Zhicha switched off her phone screen, feeling a moment of hesitation about whether to wake him now. Just as she was torn, she heard a lazy, husky chuckle by her ear. "Awake?" Fu Xi inquired, his voice devoid of any drowsiness. Xia Zhicha was slightly startled, exclaiming, "Oh, you're awake?" I didn't feel sleepy just now," Fu Xi chuckled, his palm teasingly stroking her lower abdomen, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. "I just thought you looked too adorable while sleeping, so I wanted to stay with you for a while." Xia Zhicha's shoulders trembled slightly, and with a hint of struggle, she sat up from his embrace. The weather was gradually warming, and today she wore a slightly thicker shirt with a knitted vest over it. After her nap, the 2 buttons at her collar, which were already somewhat precarious, had come undone, exposing a delicate, fair collarbone. As she slept, the young woman had let her hair down, the silky strands cascading softly onto her collarbone, creating a striking contrast of black and white, exuding a chaotic blend of innocence and desire. The moment Fu Xi sat up, he caught sight of this scene, his gaze dimming slightly. Xia Zhicha lowered her head. Just as she was about to raise her hand to adjust her buttons, she suddenly felt a tightening at her waist as Fu Xi pulled her forward. His hand slid upward, grasping the soft nape of her neck, and Fu Xi unexpectedly leaned down, his thin lips hovering just above her exposed neck, his Adam's apple bobbing. With a slight tilt of his head, he could easily kiss her. The coolness of his breath brushed against her, causing Xia Zhicha to freeze momentarily, instinctively tilting her head back as if sensing his intentions, her voice trembling. "No." "What if I can't?" Fu Xi asked, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he provocatively inquired. "You can't leave marks here." Xia Zhicha's voice was laced with nervousness, her hands resting on his shoulders, gripping tightly. "People will see." Her voice dwindled, feeling Fu Xi slowly lift his head. "All right." He seemed to genuinely heed her words, no longer harboring intentions of teasing her, his hand at her nape also feigning to loosen. Hearing this, Xia Zhicha let out a slight sigh of relief, gradually attempting to straighten up and get off the bed. Yet in the next moment, she was pulled back again. His warm, domineering breath pressed against her collarbone, and Fu Xi let out a low chuckle, mumbling, "Then let us kiss where it won't be seen. Baby, let me overstep a few more times." Xia Zhicha finally realized that being drawn into Fu Xi's territory was akin to being lured into a den of wolves. After having coveted her for so long, once he clarified his intentions, he never intended to behave like a gentleman. As she fastened the top button of her shirt, Xia Zhicha felt her cheeks heat up while Fu Xi led her out of the lounge. Fu Xi's expression was relaxed, a faint red mark visible on his pale, prominent Adam's apple. It was left by the young woman in a moment of confusion, her nails scratching him without restraint. Upon noticing it, Xia Zhicha felt as if she had been scalded, quickly averting her gaze. Having lingered a bit too long, the cafeteria had already closed, so Fu Xi decided to contact his secretary to have 2 meals delivered. The same secretary from the morning entered, placing the 2 meals on the table with a composed expression, briefly introducing them before preparing to leave. Remembering Fu Xi's earlier words, Xia Zhicha's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, struggling to imagine her secretly forming a gossip group. The secretary seemed to sense her stare, turning to look at her while displaying a standard smile. "Miss Xia, is there something you need?" Xia Zhicha shook her head. "Nothing." The secretary exited the office with a smile. Soon after, the company group chat erupted with several new messages, sparking a frenzy. Report: "The boss didn't take his little lady to the cafeteria. I delivered the meals." "Do you know why?" "The boss definitely bullied the little lady just now." "Who understands? The moment I walked in, the little lady's face was still flushed, looking soft and tender, her gaze a bit dazed, while the boss appeared refreshingly composed, like someone who just finished a beastly act. More importantly, there's a scratch on the boss's Adam's apple. Ah. Our plan to stake out for the boss's lady at the cafeteria just failed? So uncontrolled, Fuzone, it infuriates me. I spent an hour eating, and didn't even get to take a nap. I now reasonably suspect that the scratch was intentionally left by Fuzone for the little lady. Even more beastly, Fuzone. Fu Zone. I have a wife. JPG, strongly condemn, strongly condemn. While the office staff fervently discussed and speculated in the group chat, Xiaojicha had already settled into the car that Fu Xi had arranged to take her back to school. She had classes in the afternoon. Recalling the lesson from the morning, Xiaojicha slowly took her place in the back seat. Fu Xi glanced at her with a grin, asking, "Am I being punished to be the driver?" Xiaojicha silently nodded. "Very well," Fu Xi replied, a hint of amusement in his voice as he pressed the accelerator. "I promised to deliver the princess safely to her destination." For her afternoon class, Xiaojicha needed to borrow a book from the library. Glancing at the time, she felt a bit rushed, so she texted Jiang Lily for assistance. She quickly received a reply from Jiang Lily with an "Okay." Xiaojicha let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn off her screen, a notification flashed at the top. She received a text from an unknown number. Assuming it was yet another advertisement, Xiaojicha opened it to delete it, only to freeze upon reading the content. "Miss Xiaojicha, hello, I am Mr. Fu Nanhai's secretary. Mr. Fu would like to invite you to the Fu family's old residence this weekend for a chat. May I ask if you are available?" Chapter 88. Let me marry someone else. Impossible. Upon seeing the name Fu Nanhai, Xiaojicha immediately sensed the ominous intentions of the sender. "Ah, you." Rather than responding directly, she tilted her head back and called out to Fu Xiyu. Aware of the complexities surrounding the Fu family's affairs, Xiaojicha understood that this was not a situation she could tackle single-handedly. It was beyond her capacity to bear. The mirth that had once danced in his eyes faded as he noticed the subtle shift in the young girl's demeanor. "What's wrong?" "Your father wants me to go to the Fu family's old residence." Xiaojicha handed him her phone, speaking the truth. Fu Xiyu's expression momentarily faltered as he took the phone from her hand and glanced at the message. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he decisively deleted the text. "Ignore it," he said, returning the phone to Xiaojicha, his voice imbued with a mixture of certainty and disdain. "In a while, they will quiet down." His words served as a soothing balm to Xiaojicha's previously anxious heart, alleviating her concerns. Trusting Fu Xiyu, she nodded as she accepted the phone he had returned. As they drove into the school parking lot and he dropped her off at the entrance of the teaching building, Fu Xiyu encountered Zhao Zhe at the parking lot's entrance, who was flirting with his new girlfriend. Since Zhao had begun dating a girl from Peking University, he had taken to appearing there frequently, enamored and compliant in his newfound romance. Raising an eyebrow, Fu Xiyu met Zhao's gaze just as the latter inadvertently caught sight of him, causing a startled reaction. "Damn, Fu Ge?" Zhao Zhe, who had been practically glued to his girlfriend moments before, quickly exchanged a few words with her, sending her off before hastily approaching Fu Xiyu. "Are you heading to class?" "Not going," Fu Xiyu replied, slightly lifting his chin, his demeanor languid and indifferent. "Just like you, escorting my girlfriend to class." Zhao Zhe, in the past, he would never have dared to imagine Fu Xiyu would boast so nonchalantly about such a matter, especially regarding a girlfriend. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of unease. "Wait, didn't I hear that you were planning to get engaged to that Gu girl? Gu, what's her name?" At this, Fu Xiyu's eyes sharpened, fixing Zhao with an intense gaze. "Who told you that?" The moment their eyes locked, Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively reached out to pat Fu Xiyu's shoulder. "Isn't it something everyone in our circle is gossiping about? They say your father is quite fond of the Gu family and that an engagement is imminent. I thought the Gu girl seemed quite decent, sensible even. If you truly marry her, perhaps it could be a chance to usurp your father." "Impossible." Zhao Zhe, who had been earnestly discussing the pros and cons, was abruptly interrupted by Fu Xiyu, taken aback. "What do you mean, impossible?" "Let me marry someone else." "Impossible," Fu Xiyu stated, his tone chillingly calm. "Even if an engagement were to occur, the only one it could be with is her." It was as if he were merely stating a fact. Initially, Zhao Zhe was taken aback, but as he realized who Fu Xiyu meant by her, his pupils widened in shock. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he finally regained his voice. "Are you serious about that girl?" In their circle, it was not uncommon for men to dally with women. It was equally unremarkable to become infatuated, and even more outrageous situations had been witnessed. Among the wealthy scions of the capital, who among them did not possess wealth and power, surrounded by countless women and inevitable scandals, many had played so recklessly in their youth that it led to hospital visits, with several men vying for a single woman, causing headlines galore. But regardless of their wild escapades, most eventually settled down, marrying someone of equal standing to lead a respectable life. After all, family interests outweighed mere romantic entanglements, and the world was not filled with fairy tales of Cinderella. Thus, even though Zhao Zhe had witnessed how deeply Fu Ziyu cherished Xia Jichao, he still held the belief that Fu Ziyu would not truly commit to her in the end. He thought Fu Ziyu shared this sentiment. Given Fu Ziyu's current standing within the Fu family, finding a partner who could bolster his position was paramount, and even challenging Fu Nanhai would be difficult. Moreover, even if Fu Ziyu were adamant about being with Xia Jichao, the more Zhao Zhe pondered, the tighter his brows knitted together. Observing Fu Ziyu turning towards the car, he hurriedly followed, hesitantly speaking again. "What do you plan to tell the others in the Fu family?" Fu Ziyu's deep-set eyes seemed to pause momentarily before a cold smile graced his lips as he opened the car door. "The ones I desire. What right do they have to interfere?" With a slight elevation of his jaw, his tone was deliberate yet carried a hint of arrogance and icy severity. "Do they truly believe they can hold on to the Fu family's assets and control me?" Zhao Zhe was about to offer another word of caution when something suddenly flashed before his eyes, something hurtling toward him. He instinctively reached out to catch it, only to discover it was a USB drive. "What is this?" Zhao Zhe instinctively began to ask, but abruptly fell silent upon realizing its significance. He looked up in disbelief at Fu Ziyu. Fu Ziyu kept his gaze lowered, nodding slightly. Zhao Zhe fell silent for a moment. On Saturday, a gentle rain fell, saturating every corner of the capital with its tender embrace. After the rain, the air in the city became considerably more humid, the trees blossoming anew, and the atmosphere filled with refreshing fragrances. This semester, Xia Jichao continued to hold a few tutoring sessions each week, receiving unanimous praise from several families from the previous semester. One family, whose child was preparing for the college entrance examination, even raised her hourly rate, requesting her assistance for a final push. In the afternoon, as she exited the villa area, Xia Jichao carefully sidestepped the puddles on the ground, placing the textbook she would need for the day back into her bag. Upon reaching the entrance, she was suddenly intercepted. The individual blocking her path was clad in a well-tailored suit, sporting a meticulously styled haircut and glasses, his smile exuding an excessively formal detachment. With a polite demeanor, he looked at her, his hand positioned across her path. "Miss Xia Jichao, may I take a moment of your time?" His courteous tone seemed to inquire, yet offered her no room for choice. Xia Jichao's grip on her canvas bag tightened, her gaze shifting toward the black sedan behind him. Chapter 89, Who allowed you to touch her? Only the secretary had been dispatched to fetch Xia Jichao, and there were no other passengers in the car. The sedan glided steadily along the road, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Xia Jichao turned her head to gaze out of the window, watching the scenery recede in a blur. The secretary switched on the car's radio, and soft jazz melodies filled the air. "Miss Xia, are you still tutoring?" the secretary inquired gently, as if casually probing. Xia Jichao merely responded with a non-committal her pale face betraying little emotion. Having come all the way to collect her, the Fu family was undoubtedly well aware of her background. This question served merely as a reminder of the disparity in their social standings. The car journeyed on for some time, eventually leaving the city and entering a sprawling estate nestled in the hills. The intricately wrought iron gates swung open, leading them through an expansive garden that seemed to stretch into infinity, until they halted before a structure reminiscent of an ancient castle, an even grander sight than Xia Jichao had witnessed on television. The secretary escorted her out of the vehicle. The interior of the old residence was vast, its decor revealing signs of recent renovations. The lighting was brilliant, and the plush carpet beneath her feet rendered her footsteps almost silent. Was this the place where Fu Xi had spent his childhood? Suddenly, Xia Jichao's gaze was drawn to a newly hung painting in a corner. It depicted a harmonious family of three: Fu Nanhai, Lin Yendi, and Lin Jinan, conspicuously omitting Fu Xi. It was as if his presence had been deliberately erased. At that moment, she caught the sound of Lin Jinan's sharp complaints echoing from upstairs, whining about the absence of sugar in her coffee. The secretary walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Xia Jichao with a reminder, "Miss Xia, please hurry." Xia Jichao snapped back to reality, responding softly. A wave of sympathy for Fu Xi washed over her. The reception room was located on the second floor, and upon entering, Xia Jichao found Fu Nanhai already waiting. He was of a somewhat corpulent build, with sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones, his slightly puffy eyes fixed on her with a hawk-like intensity. He bore little resemblance to Fu Xi. His scrutinizing gaze was critical, compelling Xia Jichao to involuntarily take a step back. The secretary had already exited, closing the door behind him. Fu Nanhai did not offer her a seat. Instead, he regarded her as one might appraise a commodity, chuckling, "So you are the girl Fu Xi has taken a liking to, quite lovely indeed." Xia Jichao instinctively frowned, remaining silent. "I had thought you were perceptive, which is why I had Nan come to warn you to distance yourself from Fu Xi," Fu Nanhai continued, unconcerned with her lack of response, "but I didn't anticipate that a girl who appears so docile would possess such cunning." His words dripped with contempt, causing Xia Jichao's body to tense slightly. Seemingly satisfied with the effect of his remarks, Fu Nanhai appraised her once more, a sneer on his lips. "No wonder Fu Xi is drawn to someone like you, so gentle and bookish, just like his mother." The implications within his words were manifold, laced with deliberate provocation, yet in that instant, Xia Jichao felt an acute wave of distress. She ached for Fu Xi, the only family member who loved him wholeheartedly was now being subjected to the scorn and derision of the very person responsible for his suffering. A surge of indignation welled up within her, her fingertips turning white as she spoke softly, "Ayu does not wish for you to mention his mother." Fu Nanhai's expression darkened immediately. Offended, he scoffed, "What do you think you are, so protective of him?" Xia Jichao lowered her gaze, suppressing the tremor beneath her eyelids, avoiding his stare. "Unfortunately, no matter how much you care for him, he will never marry you. You two will never be suitable for one another." Fu Nanhai rose and approached her, his tone dripping with assurance. "Do you know why? Because if that were to happen, he would lose the Fu family and be left penniless." As he spoke, a more profound smile spread across Fu Nanhai's face, tinged with a sense of leisurely triumph. "Women like you, who climb the social ladder, will soon realize that when the time comes, you won't want to stay by his side." At that very moment, Xia Jichao heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside, followed by Lin Jinan's shrill exclamation, "Brother! Why are you back? What are you doing? Father is still in the reception room." "I would." In an instant, Xia Jichao trembled, as if infused with newfound courage. She raised her eyes, locking her gaze onto Fu Nanhai's. "Mr. Fu, you ought not to pose such questions to me, but rather direct them to your second wife." The young girl's doe-like eyes sparkled, her words cutting through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the deepest defenses of his heart. Fu Nanhai's pupils constricted, his expression darkening ominously as he strode toward her, raising his hand to admonish, "Who taught you to speak to your elders like that? Who allowed you to touch her?" At that moment, the door to the reception room burst open with a resounding bang. Fu Xi entered, his expression a tempest of cold fury, striding forward and seizing Xia Jichao, pulling her protectively behind him. The atmosphere between him and Fu Nanhai crackled with tension, as if swords had been drawn. Feeling as though she had been rescued, Xia Jichao's previously tense spine relaxed, cognizant that this was not the moment for her to assert her strength. She stepped back quietly. Just then, Lin Jinan rushed into the reception room, her voice rising in alarm. "Brother, don't disturb Father Xia Jichao?" Lin Jinan seemed taken aback by Xia Jichao's presence, halting in her tracks, wide-eyed. Her gaze shifted to the visibly displeased Fu Nanhai, and suddenly, as if receiving a battle cry, her delicate features darkened, and she advanced aggressively to shove Xia Jichao. "Well, look at you. Relying on my brother's support, you, vixen, are still here. Now you dare to disrupt my family?" Before Xia Jichao could even turn to face her, she was unexpectedly pushed backward, losing her balance and stumbling several steps, a sharp pain shooting through her ankle. She bit her lip, letting out a soft hiss, as Fu Xi caught her just in time. In that instant, Lin Jinan let out a piercing scream. Simultaneously, Fu Xi's voice, cold and unsettling, sliced through the air. "Lin Jinan, are you so eager to settle your score with me?" Xia Jichao lifted her gaze to see Lin Jinan seated on the floor, her eyes wide with terror as she looked up at Fu Xi. "Brother," Lin Jinan scrambled to her feet, panic-stricken, "you're actually doing this for I apologize." Fu Xi had no desire to hear her excuses, his tone as calm as it was chilling. It was devoid of any emotion, yet it sent shivers down the spine. Even Fu Nanhai, who had not reacted in time, was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of fury at being defied. "Fu Xi, You dare to have your sister apologize to an outsider? Don't even think about returning to this home. Fu Xi merely raised his gaze slightly, casting a cold smile in Fu Nanhai's direction. Very well. He then redirected his attention to Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan instinctively shrank back, stammering an apology before attempting to flee toward Fu Nanhai. However, Fu Xi swiftly yanked her back. A cruel smile curled on his lips, tinged with a remorselessness. How did you make others apologize to you at school? Lin Jinan's eyes widened in shock, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 90 Inch Darling, grant me a home. Over the years, Lin Jinan, having transformed into a young lady of privilege, has made her misdeeds in school well known to Fu Xi and Tong Tong. Relying on her family connections and the indulgent affection of Fu Nanhai, she has brazenly bullied her classmates, employing methods that surpass even the most ruthless. Even a mere apology would be forced upon others with demands for kneeling and bowing. Witnessing Lin Jinan's panicked and pale reaction, Fu Xi's dark eyes remained inscrutable as he coldly reiterated, "Apologize." But as Fu Xi approached her once more, Lin Jinan, overwhelmed by humiliation and fear, lowered her head and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, her voice trembling, "I'm sorry." Fu Xi. Fu Nanhai, seething with rage, seized a decorative object from the table and hurled it to the floor, his voice strained as if forced from his throat, "You kneel too? I see you truly wish to be thrown out. Be my guest." The indifferent tone, laced with utter disinterest, left him momentarily speechless. Fu Xi lifted his gaze, suddenly revealing a smirk, a USB drive now in his hand. "Unfortunately, I happen to possess a little leverage against Mr. Fu." As Fu Xi held hands with Xia Jichai, emerging from the old residence, the twilight sun cast its warm glow across the sky. The secretary, once haughty, had long since bowed to bid farewell at the entrance. It was only after they had settled into the car that Xia Jichai's emotions seemed to finally detach from the earlier commotion. Recalling Fu Xi's reaction when he revealed the USB drive, which caused Fu Nanhai to lose his composure, Xia Jichai whispered, "What's on the USB?" "The foolish things Fu Nanhai has done over the years." Fu Xi, gripping the steering wheel, bore no semblance of triumph, rather a hint of weariness shadowed his expression. For years, he believed he had concealed those matters well, completely unaware that it was the old man supporting him from behind. Otherwise, how could he be enraged enough to end up in the hospital every few days? Fu Xi chuckled derisively, "The emblem on that USB drive is unique to the old man. It cannot be forged, and he would recognize it instantly." Xia Jichai nodded in understanding, but a sudden curiosity struck her as she asked, "How did you find that USB?" Fu Xi's expression shifted to one of complexity, his jaw tightening slightly. "In the old residence, in my room." His voice turned somber. It was perhaps the old man's way of leaving me an escape route. Despite the fact that Fu Nanhai is his biological son, the Fu family's century-old legacy was not something easily relinquished to a single individual. Thus, he ultimately aided Fu Xi. Xia Jichai quietly nodded. The remainder of their journey was shrouded in silence, the orange-hued sunset spilling through the car window, casting every contour in a serene glow, imbued with warmth. Instead of returning Xia Jichai to her dormitory, Fu Xi parked the car in the community parking lot. As she stepped out, Xia Jichai felt a dull ache in her ankle, likely a result of the earlier shove from Lin Jinan. There was no swelling, merely a subtle pain, indicating it was not too serious. Xia Jichai retracted her foot, intending to place the other one down for support. At that moment, Fu Xi had already exited the vehicle and stood before her. Noticing her slight movement, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "I might have heard it earlier, my ankle feels a bit sore." As she spoke, Xia Jichai had already stepped out and attempted to walk. "It's nothing serious." Fu Xi, upon hearing this, fell silent and then suddenly squatted before her, turning his back. "Get on." His tone was casual yet brooked no refusal. Xia Jichai exclaimed, "I walked by myself just now. I should be able to. If you don't get on, I will carry you back." Fu Xi's voice remained steady. Xia Jichai hesitated briefly before complying and climbed onto his back. Fu Xi's broad shoulders were stable as he walked. The sun, having dipped below the horizon, concealed the last remnants of its golden light. Street lamps flickered on, elongating their intertwined shadows. Xia Jichai wrapped her arms around Fu Xi's neck and softly asked, "Am I heavy?" Just as her words fell, she was jolted slightly as startled. A soft gasp escaped her throat as she tightened her grip, hearing Fu Xi's deep chuckle, like a feather, how could you be heavy? The petite girl, though not excessively thin, appeared delicate, her entire being light as a feather. Despite being nurtured for so long, she had not gained an ounce. Fu Xi clicked his tongue in his mind, then, recalling something, his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "When I came in, why did Fu Nanhai hit you?" Xia Jichai fell silent, slowly burying her face against his neck, gently swaying her legs, her voice muffled, "He mentioned your mother." Sensing a momentary stillness in the person beneath her, she paused before continuing, "I couldn't hold back and argued back a bit." Fu Xi was taken aback by such a response, momentarily stunned before raising an eyebrow. "So brave?" With her face still pressed against his neck, Xia Jichai nodded lightly, "She is the only person in your family who truly cares for you." Thus, regardless of what others said about her, she found it inconsequential. She wanted to help Fu Xi and protect his mother. The girl spoke softly, yet there was a resolute strength in her words, a tenacious sincerity that seemed quite stubborn, despite her small stature and gentle demeanor. It inexplicably tugged at one's heartstrings, softening it completely. Fu Xi abruptly halted, laughter bubbling forth once again, resonating in his chest, causing his entire being to tremble with warmth. Xia Jichai felt a tinge of anxiety, remaining still, fearing he might suddenly lose his strength and drop her. At that moment, she heard Fu Xi suddenly speak. "Darling." He called her softly, his voice low and resonant, "The people of the Fu family are not my family, nor is this my home." Remembering the photograph of the three-person family that hung on the wall, Xia Jichai nestled against his back and slowly replied, She understood. So Fu Xi turned his head slightly, his pale eyelids drooping. He continued, his voice tinged with a husky quality after laughter, as if coaxing her, whispering, "Darling, grant me a home, won't you? Grant me a home, together, let us journey into the future." Now it was Xia Jichai's turn to be momentarily taken aback, yet after but a moment, she tightened her embrace around Fu Xi and softly whispered in his ear, "All right." Xia Jichai knew that she was not truly brave. She felt fear when confronting Fu Nanhai, but she had always believed in her heart that Fu Xi would find her and rescue her from that place. Thus, when faced with Fu Nanhai's provocations, she could have chosen to endure in silence, yet she acted otherwise. Because Xia Jichai would always side with Fu Xi, she had never doubted whether Fu Nanhai would truly tear them apart. Perhaps everyone told her they were ill-suited, but as long as Fu Xi firmly asserted that they were a perfect match, she would follow without hesitation. Chapter 91, If you can't hold back, then there's no need to. This marked the first return of Xia Jichai to this house since that misunderstanding. She had presumed that, given Fu Xi's laid-back lifestyle, the home would be somewhat disheveled in her absence. However, to her astonishment, as she pushed the door open, she was greeted by a scene that mirrored her departure almost perfectly. Every item was meticulously preserved, as if he had not returned to reside here at all during these past few days. Her plush slippers lay neatly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting their owner's arrival. "What shall we eat?" Fu Xi inquired as he stepped inside and changed his shoes, then turned towards the kitchen. It was only then that Xia Jichai realized they had not yet had a meal after their prolonged escapade at the Fu family estate. A wave of hunger washed over her, and after a brief contemplation, she replied, "I would like some noodles." Fu Xi acknowledged her request with a nod, retrieving ingredients from the cupboard and igniting the stove. He prepared a delightful dish of tomato and egg noodles, with plump, handmade noodles paired with vibrant red tomatoes, topped with a fried egg, looking utterly appetizing. As they dined, Fu Xi suddenly posed the question, "Are you staying here tonight?" Xia Jichai, with a bite of the fried egg, nodded in response. A glimmer of delight flickered in Fu Xi's peach blossom eyes, evident in his demeanor. After their meal, Fu Xi took a shower, and upon emerging, he found Xia Jichai poised with the remote control, indecisively selecting a program. He settled beside her, leaning in slightly, his damp hair brushing against her. The sensation elicited a ticklish response from Xia Jichai, causing her neck to dampen. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to nudge him playfully, "Why don't you dry your hair?" "I'm used to it." "It will dry soon enough," he replied, straightening slightly. Draped in a loose bathrobe, the neckline gaped slightly, revealing a firm chest, droplets of water glistening on his collarbone, tracing the contours of his physique as they trickled down. He raised a hand, absent-mindedly wiping away a water streak. The seemingly casual gesture exuded an unexpected, languid allure. Xia Jichai felt her ears flush at the sight and hastily declared, "I'll go fetch you a hairdryer." She hurriedly slipped on her slippers and dashed into the bathroom. Fu Xi, a playful smile gracing his lips, observed her ankles until she disappeared from view. When she returned with the hairdryer, Fu Xi had already adjusted his bathrobe and resumed browsing the list of shows she had been sifting through. There was an outlet behind the sofa. After plugging in the hairdryer, Xia Cha instructed, "Could you scoot a bit closer?" Fu Xi shot her a teasing glance and chuckled, "Are you going to dry my hair?" She nodded affirmatively. "I'll get a headache if I don't." "All right," he acquiesced, shifting toward her, turning slightly to face away, adopting a mockingly nonchalant tone. "It is my honor to enjoy the services of Her Highness, the Princess." He often referred to her in such a whimsical manner, and despite her attempt to ignore him, she switched on the dryer. The sound of the rushing air filled the living room. Xia Cha's movements were gentle, her delicate fingers weaving through Fu Xi's dark, damp hair. As he continued to scroll through the movie selections, he asked, "Shall we watch a film?" Xia Cha murmured an affirmative, glancing at the cover of the selected movie on the screen. "Let us go with this one." It was a recent romantic film that had garnered rave reviews during its theatrical release not long ago. Fu Xi skimmed the movie synopsis and pressed play. The television dimmed for a moment, and the opening scene abruptly presented a passionate kiss. The screen displayed two figures entwined in a fervent embrace, their lips locked in a dance of intimacy, catching her completely off guard. The sound of their breathy gasps was amplified by the sound system, intermingling with the whir of the dryer, creating a cacophony of sensations. Xia Cha instinctively froze, her gaze dropping cautiously, only to find Fu Xi maintaining his composed demeanor. As the on-screen imagery grew increasingly suggestive, hinting at an irretrievable escalation, her fingertips curled slightly, and she timidly asked, "Can we fast forward?" "Fast forward what?" Fu Xi replied, his expression leisurely. "It's a perfect opportunity to learn." Xia Cha, feeling her face heat with embarrassment, averted her gaze. Fu Xi had recently trimmed his hair, making it easier to dry. After a few minutes, sensing that it was sufficiently dry, she switched off the dryer and set it aside. The television now displayed nostalgic scenes from their school days, and Xia Cha exhaled in relief. However, just as she turned back, she felt her forearm grasped firmly. With a gentle tug, Fu Xi pulled her into his embrace. The sudden shift left her feeling momentarily weightless as she leaned against him, only to find her waist firmly held. Fu Xi effortlessly lifted her onto his lap, positioning her straddling him. Only when Xia Cha regained her senses did she realize the somewhat compromising nature of her position. As she shifted to escape, Fu Xi's strong hand secured the back of her neck, asserting control as he lowered her head. With his gaze slightly lifted, his dark eyes concealed hints of desire, and he smirked. "Having studied, it's time to review." His voice, deep and magnetic, enveloped her as he descended upon her with a flurry of kisses. Fu Xi's kisses were always tinged with an aggressive fervor, leaving Xia Cha breathless. She struggled to adjust her breathing to match his rhythm, yet found herself gasping uncontrollably. Her eyes fluttered open and shut, clouded with a haze of confusion and longing, as tears formed at the corners, shimmering like stars in the dim light, her clear gaze reflecting a mix of innocence and desire. Fu Xi could hardly resist her bewildered and tender expression. His grip on her waist faltered, and the hem of her shirt inched upwards, revealing smooth, pale skin. Xia Cha let out a soft, nervous sound, feeling something beneath her, her hands instinctively tightening around his shoulders. The sudden pressure on his shoulders snapped Fu Xi back to reality. The television continued to play, casting flickering shadows across his chiseled features, accentuating the restraint in his expression. He locked eyes with her, his amusement evident as he chuckled softly, pinching her cheek with an air of playful dominance. "Don't look at me like that. I might lose control," he warned, before gently patting her back, signaling her to dismount. He then stood up, effortlessly making his way toward the bathroom. At that moment, a slender, warm finger intertwined with his. Fu Xi paused, glancing back. The sound from the television persisted, while Xia Cha lowered her head, revealing only her flushed ears and slightly trembling shoulders. She lifted her hand, her pinky entwined with his, her voice soft and delicate amidst the background noise. "If you can't hold back, then there's no need to." Chapter 92, Have you finally been tempted by my body? In the dimly lit living room, the atmosphere suddenly seemed to freeze. Fu Xi was momentarily taken aback, before fixing his gaze on Xia Cha, as if he had just caught sight of his prey. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his voice hoarse as if it had been forcibly extracted from his throat. "Have you finally been tempted by my body, darling?" Xia Cha fell silent, yet the hand that clutched his did not loosen. Fu Xi turned away, retrieving the remote control from the sofa and switching off the television. The flickering light and the slightly noisy background sounds vanished, leaving only the soft glow of a small wall lamp on the sofa, rendering the vast space so silent that one could almost hear a pin drop. The veins on the back of Fu Chi's hand throbbed with restrained intensity, his dark brows shadowed by the tousled hair on his forehead. In a calm tone, he spoke once more, "I will give you another chance. You can call it off now." Xiaoxicha remained silent, tightening her grip. She had always been willing. She heard Fu Chi let out a low sigh, and then her chin was gently lifted with a hint of reluctant affection. She met his deep, desire-laden gaze, which seemed to scorch the air between them. It felt as if her very soul trembled, her eyelashes fluttered, and she felt an intense warmth envelop her entire body. Before she could react, he kissed her deeply once again. "Darling," he murmured, as if to soothe her fears, gently massaging her spine, "let's go to the bed." That when he pressed the young woman onto the bed, Fu Chi held down her restlessly moving legs and suddenly caught sight of her ankle, unable to resist speaking again. "Your ankle," with her dark hair cascading over the sheets. Xiaoxicha lowered her gaze. "You, be gentle, it's fine." No sooner had she spoken than her neck was met with fervent kisses, as if the restraint of long had finally broken free. The events of that day stretched into the late hours. When Xiaoxicha awoke, she could feel herself cradled in someone's embrace, her bare back pressed against him, sensing the rise and fall of his chest. She felt refreshingly clean, clearly having been attended to after their encounter. Xiaoxicha's memories of what transpired afterward were almost non-existent. She only recalled crying, while Fu Chi comforted her, kissing away her tears as he continued. Disjointed fragments of memory slowly returned, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she buried her face in the quilt. At that moment, a soft laugh reached her ears, tinged with the remnants of sleep. "Awake?" Fu Chi tightened his hold on her, asking with a hint of satisfaction. Xiaoxicha remained hidden beneath the covers, feigning sleep. "All right, you'll run out of air," Fu Chi chuckled. Knowing the young girl was shy, he released her, pulling the covers aside as he got out of bed. Only when she heard his footsteps fade did Xiaoxicha slowly emerge from the quilt. On the bedside lay a neatly folded set of pajamas, and from the master bathroom came the sound of running water. Through the glass door, she could faintly make out Fu Chi's silhouette. Xiaoxicha reached for the pajamas, but her gaze suddenly caught sight of the red marks on her arm, causing her to instinctively curl up in embarrassment. It was their first time for both, and although initially awkward, Fu Chi had soon become remarkably adept. The vigor of a man experiencing intimacy for the first time was astonishing, and she bore the evidence of their passionate encounter all over her body. Not daring to look at these evidences any longer, Xiaoxicha quickly slipped into the pajamas, relieved that they were long-sleeved, and went to the mirror. Other than a few faint marks at the neckline, she was mostly concealed. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased, and Xiaoxicha approached the door, knocking gently. "You can come in," Fu Chi called. She opened the door to find Fu Chi, bare-chested, having just washed his face. Water droplets clung to his chin, and his thick brows were damp. Upon seeing her, he smiled, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, making the bite marks on his neck all the more pronounced. Even though they had laid bare their feelings the previous day, Xiaoxicha still found it difficult to bear such a visual impact. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but Fu Chi stepped forward first, enveloping her in his arms, laughter bubbling from within him. "Go wash up." Xiaoxicha stood frozen, responding awkwardly, and when she released him, her gaze inadvertently fell to his side. Just below his ribcage, there was a small white tattoo, not particularly large or conspicuous. She had seen his body a few times before, but each time, she had only stolen a fleeting glance, never noticing that detail. It was only now that she observed it. The tattoo bore a short scar at its center, the skin slightly indented and pale, indicating an old and deep wound. Fu Chi noticed her gaze lingering and looked down, explaining casually, "It's been a long time." Xiaoxicha's breath caught slightly, and she asked softly, "How did it happen?" "Fu Nanhai did it." Fu Chi raised an eyebrow, recounting, "I wouldn't let Lin Yendi enter, and he pushed me down the stairs, leading me to collide with the sculpture at the side of the staircase." Xiaoxicha's pupils trembled. She remembered that sculpture, a knight stepping on a long sword. Fu Chi's wound must have been inflicted by the sharp edge of that sword. Falling down the staircase must have been excruciating. Her breath grew cautious, and she reached out, gently tracing the scar. The white tattoo covered it, depicting a lightning bolt encircled by chains, resembling a butterfly missing half of its wings. She could hardly fathom what Fu Chi had endured during his time at the Fu family, his mother's sudden passing, the domineering presence of his stepmother, and the indifference of his biological father. In such circumstances, how could he have received proper care for his injuries? Her heart ached painfully, and she could not help but ask, did it hurt a lot? Both the injury and the tattoo must have been painful experiences. Fuchi paused, then looked down at her, a grin spreading across his face. If I say it hurts, will you kiss me? Xiaoxicha hesitated, her fingertip lingering on the scar as she nodded slightly. It was quite painful. As he felt the soft touch wandering, Fuchi's abdomen involuntarily tightened, his gaze flickering as he grasped her hand resting on his wound, playing with her fingers, his tone almost matter-of-fact as he continued, I spent half a month in the hospital. I broke 2 ribs. Yet later, during his wild and reckless days, he had fought countless times, sustaining innumerable injuries, and he had long since forgotten the pain of that incident. Gazing at the worried frown on her small face, Fuchi leaned down, holding her hand and kissing her fingertips, asking, isn't it time for a kiss now? Xiaojicha's lips quivered, and when she met his gaze, her voice faltered, you close your eyes. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Fuchi's eyes, and he obediently closed them, unable to resist teasing. After kissing so many times, still, in an instant, his words were cut short. He felt warmth at his side, a soft touch accompanied by the faintest of breaths. Xiaojicha had crouched slightly, bowing her head to kiss the scar. In that brief moment, Fuchi's heart raced twice, his chest suddenly rising and falling, and he opened his eyes to grasp her waist tightly. As Xiaojicha stood upright, she found herself losing control, instinctively gasping softly as she stumbled a few steps back, her back pressed against the cool surface. Darling, how did you suddenly become so flirtatious? Fuchi could no longer restrain himself, playfully pushing the young girl in front of the sink, laughter resonating from his chest. Moments later, he lowered his shoulders, adopting a posture of reliance and intimacy, pressing his forehead against hers, his eyes filled with tenderness and longing. You make me unable to resist the thought of doing it again. Chapter 93. Ultra-thin edition. As it turns out, Fuchi did not bully Xiaojicha any further. The young lady had experienced her first time last night, and he had overwhelmed her to an extent that was a bit excessive. Just a slight advance towards her, accompanied by some teasing gestures, made him acutely aware of her legs trembling involuntarily, retreating, and lacking in strength, resembling a delicate little rabbit with her ears flushed crimson. He appeared to be a creature driven by insatiable desires. After a moment, Fuchi let out a soft laugh and released her, tousling her hair gently, inquiring, shall we take some more rest after you freshen up? It was still the weekend, with no pressing matters at hand. Xiaojicha gradually regained her strength, supporting herself against the sink, nodding slightly. Indeed, she had been rather exhausted yesterday. Once she sluggishly burrowed back into bed, she fell into a deeper sleep, only to awaken after noon. Faint sounds from the kitchen drifted in from outside. With her legs finally steady, Xiaojicha slipped on her slippers and stepped out. As she opened the bedroom door, a wave of savory aromas wafted towards her. Fuchi was just placing the last dish on the table. Having already eaten, he had prepared only for her. On the dining table lay a white plastic bag from the supermarket, filled to the brim with unknown contents. As Xiaojicha sat at the table, her elbow inadvertently brushed against the bag. The loosely tied plastic bag toppled over, and 2 square boxes tumbled out, landing on the floor. Instinctively, Xiaojicha looked down, and upon seeing the label, her entire being froze. They were condoms. Ultra-thin ones. The packaging boasted dimensions that were particularly prominent, with the largest size glaringly catching her eye, leaving her momentarily dazed, her mind involuntarily flashing back to the vivid scenes from the previous night. Fuchi was exceptional in every regard. Even in this aspect, he was undeniably. Xiaojicha hesitated, stifling the rising heat on her face as she slowly bent down to retrieve them. Upon placing them back into the bag, she realized that Fuchi had not merely purchased 1 or 2 boxes, but an entire bagful, not only ultra-thin ones, but also ribbed and dotted varieties, along with an array of enticing flavors. The heat on her face intensified. Xiaojicha, both embarrassed and anxious, raised her gaze, only to collide with Fuchi's teasing eyes. Why did you buy so many? She asked, biting her lip gently. Consumables, my dear, Fuchi replied languidly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He casually closed the glass door to the kitchen and settled down across from her. They will inevitably be used. Xiaojicha buried her face in her bowl, shoveling a mouthful of food, too shy to glance at the overflowing plastic bag. Fuchi had requested her 3 times yesterday, and that was when he had shown some restraint. She could barely withstand it. With this many, they would surely be exhausted. She felt that, sooner or later, she would be utterly worn out by him. Swallowing her mouthful, Xiaojicha pondered for a moment, daring to muster a feeble protest. We shouldn't indulge too much, it wouldn't be good for you either. How considerate of you regarding my well-being, Fu Qi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her furrowed brow and conflicted expression, a smirk tugging at his lips, his tone languorous. Who was it last night that lacked the stamina to even kneel? Xiaojicha's ears flushed a deep red. After a moment of restraint, she could no longer resist giving him a gentle kick under the table, her voice soft yet indignant. Stop talking. Fu Qi's eyes sparkled with amusement, showing no inclination to evade her playful assault. Instead, he effortlessly grasped her ankle, removing her slipper and placing her foot on his lap, kneading gently he then raised his gaze, inquiring, Does it still hurt? He referred to the twist she had sustained the previous night. Xiaojicha puffed her cheeks, responding rapidly, It doesn't hurt anymore. She attempted to pull away, but her ankle remained firmly held in Fu Qi's warm grasp. Though it was merely a slight sprain, she felt a tad unaccustomed as she bit her lip, allowing him to tend to her. Fu Qi also took it upon himself to wash the dishes afterward, embodying the meticulous nature of a devoted boyfriend. After the meal, fatigue washed over Xiaojicha, prompting her to nestle into the sofa. Initially intending to watch a film, she recalled the events that had spiraled out of control the previous day, ultimately setting her remote aside and picking up her phone instead. Just then, a new notification popped up in her class group chat. She responded with an acknowledgement and exited back to the message list. At that moment, Fu Qi's nonchalant voice drifted down from above, Haven't you changed it back yet? Startled by the sound, Xiaojicha looked up at him in confusion. Changed what? The note. Fu Qi's gaze shifted from her phone screen back to her. He placed a cup of warm water on the coffee table, casually sitting beside her. It was only then that Xiaojicha remembered that although she had retained Fu Qi at the top of her contacts, she had not altered his name since switching it back to his original. The three characters, Fu Qi, stood out prominently at the top of her message list. Fu Qi lowered his eyelids, glancing at her screen again. With a slight smirk, he elongated his tone, Having taken my body, you can't just disregard your responsibilities, can you? The way he phrased it made her feel like a heartbreaker. Xiaojicha fell silent for a moment before changing his contact back to boyfriend. For reasons unknown, ever since she began dating Fu Qi, she couldn't shake the feeling that, compared to her, he was somewhat more challenging to appease. Chapter 94 Inch Fu Ci and That Beast? That evening, Xiaojicha chose not to linger but returned to her dormitory. Fu Ci did not insist. In fact, he was quite agreeable to her decision. The young lady was not one to withstand much strain and required some respite, yet whenever he was in her presence, his composure was nearly non-existent. Had he persuaded her to stay another night, he could not guarantee he would retain his humanity. Upon escorting Xiaojicha to the entrance of the dormitory, Fu Ci lowered his head and inquired, Will you be moving your things back in a couple of days? Xiaojicha responded with a soft bidding him a quiet farewell before turning to ascend the stairs. As customary on weekends, the dormitory was occupied solely by Jiang Lili. She was seated on her bed, a small table before her, engrossed in a drama. The sound of the door opening startled her, and upon recognizing Xiaojicha, her expression shifted to surprise. I thought you were still at Fu Ci's place. Did the great Fu actually allow you to return? Xiaojicha smiled faintly, opting not to reply, her beautiful doe-like eyes lifting to meet hers. Are you preparing to sleep? Yes, Jiang Lili replied, gesturing towards the tablet screen in front of her. I intended to sleep after finishing this episode. Xiaojicha nodded, placing her belongings down to freshen up. Just then, Jiang Lili's gaze was suddenly fixed upon her. Wait a moment. After a brief pause, her expression morphed. As if she had sensed something amiss, she hastily descended from her bed, not even pausing to slip on her slippers, and approached Xiaojicha barefoot, beginning to tug at her collar without uttering a word. Xiaojicha was momentarily taken aback, and before she could react, her collar was pulled aside slightly, revealing faint marks beneath her collarbone. Just a glimpse was sufficient to reveal the intensity of the encounter. Jiang Lili's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, What the hell, Fu Ci is such a beast? Without waiting for Xiaojicha to respond, her expression turned one of heartfelt anguish, as if her beloved cabbage had been ruthlessly ravaged. I knew it. The moment I saw your expression, I felt it. You've definitely taken the plunge. Previously, Xiaojicha had been a pristine white flower, her gaze clear and innocent. How different she appeared now, with a rosy complexion and an almost imperceptible hint of allure in her eyes. It was hard to pinpoint what had changed, yet one could easily discern that this flower had been nurtured by someone. Zhang Lili was never one to shy away from discussing such topics. Fearing the neighboring dormitory might overhear, Xia Zhicha blushed and quickly attempted to cover her mouth, only to nod shyly under Zhang Lili's piercing gaze. With her mouth covered, Zhang Lili wanted to scream, but could only emit muffled sounds, her eyes fixated on Xia Zhicha, the flames of gossip burning brightly within them. After a moment, when Xia Zhicha finally released her hand, she immediately pressed for details. How does it feel? Fu Xi isn't one of those all show and no substance types, is he? How many times did you, and is he skilled? Xia Zhicha recalled the large bag of condoms Fu Xi had purchased, feeling reluctant to answer. Indeed, he was quite adept. Sensing Jiang Lili's relentless pursuit of answers, she hastily gestured 3 with her fingers. Jiang Lili gasped again. Fu Xi is such a beast, huh? Her expression dramatically shifting, she pulled out her phone. No way, I must remind him to exercise restraint. After all, I'm just a delicate little Gigi, I can't let him wear me out. Although Xia Zhicha knew Jiang Lili was merely jesting and would not actually do such a thing, she couldn't help but reach out to stop her. Just then, Jiang Lili's attention was drawn back to the screen, her mouth agape. Wait, Fu Xi. Xia Zhicha's eyelids fluttered, her gaze following Jiang Lili's. On the screen was a post from Jiang Lili's social media, the latest from Fu Xi. It was a photograph. A slender young lady stood before a dressing mirror, meticulously adjusting her attire, her head tilted slightly as if querying someone beside her. The man beside her, towering over her, casually held his phone, seemingly aimlessly directing it towards the mirror, lowering his head to meet her gaze, his body slightly inclined as if about to kiss her. At the moment the shutter clicked, his expression was one of satisfaction, with an unmistakable possessiveness gleaming in his eyes. Xia Zhicha recalled this moment before they had left that day when she was adjusting her collar, preoccupied with the thought of whether the marks would be visible, completely oblivious to Fu Xi's subtle actions. In no time, the comments section of the post was flooded with astonishment. I can't be seeing this wrong, did Fu Gu really post this? Is this still the Fu Lauda I know? Wait, the more I look, the more I feel like Fu Gu is the one who's infatuated? Xia Mimi. Just breathing, Fu Gu, my girlfriend, mine. Hee, am I the only one who thinks Fu Gu is dropping hints? Jiang Lili magnified the photo, scrutinizing Fu Xi's expression several times, then took a deep breath, exclaiming, indeed, it seems that in matters of love, it is the man who is truly besotted. This is killing me. Xia Zhicha could only remain silent. After moving her belongings back to Fu Xi's residence, Xia Zhicha returned to the routine of spending weekends there. However, the previous arrangement of separate rooms had changed to sharing the same bed. Consequently, she found herself subjected to various methods and positions of indulgence, thoroughly consumed in the process. As spring swiftly passed, by late April, the weather in the capital began to heat up. From the start of April, news regarding the Fu family continuously captured the attention of various circles in the city. Following Fu Nanhai's rise to power, a series of unfortunate decisions had thrust the Fu family into the limelight, causing their stock prices to plummet. Ultimately, it was Fu Xi who intervened at a critical juncture, averting a tumultuous crisis. Meanwhile, the media unearthed numerous scandals tied to Fu Nanhai, exposing Lin Yanyi's identity, much to the delight of netizens who thrived on such gossip. In no time, public opinion intensified from all sides. As a result, Fu Nanhai found himself in an increasingly precarious position, providing Fu Xi with an opportunity to seize control, gradually consolidating power within the Fu family. It was only at this point that the conflict between father and son finally surfaced. The scales began to tip increasingly in Fu Xi's favor. By the end of May, the dust had settled. Oh, the press conference from yesterday is trending again today. In the dormitory, Jiang Lili scrolled through Weibo, clucking her tongue in amazement. I told you, the moment Fu Xi's face appears, who cares about anything else? Everyone's just here for the looks. The trending Weibo post featured a close-up of Fu Xi taken during the press conference. The account's serious caption outlined the key points of the event, while the comments section was inundated with affectionate remarks, referring to him as hubby, a veritable flood of adoration. Jiang Lili flipped through the comments, occasionally reading some aloud to Xia Zhicha in an exaggerated tone. Noticing Xia Zhicha slinging her familiar canvas bag over her shoulder, Jiang Lili leaned back in her chair, raising an eyebrow. Are you heading out again? Xia Zhicha confirmed, checking her bag. The screen on her phone displayed a message from Fu Xi. Frowny face arrived. Recognizing her attire, Zhang Lili surmised who she was going to meet. While others call him hubby, you're going straight to find yours. Zhang Lili teased in a playful tone, waving her hand. Off you go, off you go. A brief separation enhances the romance. I'll be heading out for a date too. Upon exiting the campus, Fu Xi's car awaited her at the entrance. As soon as Xia Zhicha settled into the vehicle, Fu Xi leaned in to give her a kiss. Recently, he had traveled abroad to address some lingering issues left by Funan High, only returning just in time for the press conference yesterday, thus missing the chance to see Xia Zhicha sooner. Having not seen each other for nearly half a month, his kiss was more fervent than usual. Xia Zhicha obediently tilted her head back, allowing him to indulge. The late May heat in the capital was palpable, and today she wore a white dress, held up by two delicate straps at the shoulders, the lower half flowing freely, accentuating her slender frame. As she tilted her head back, her neck elongated gracefully, the lines of her collarbones distinctly beautiful. Fu Xi's hand rested on the back of Xia Zhicha's neck, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze, eliciting soft gasps from her. When he finally released her, faint red marks were left on her fair skin. Xia Zhicha adjusted her dress and, regaining her composure, finally remembered to ask, "Where are we going?" Fu Xi had only sent her a message yesterday informing her he would pick her up in the afternoon, leaving her in the dark about their plans. "Have you finally remembered to ask?" Fu Xi squinted at the oblivious young lady, one hand still entwined with her fingers, relishing the chance to touch her after such a long time. Feeling his fingers playfully toying with hers, Xia Zhicha blinked, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to have it grasped more firmly. Fu Xi smirked, one hand lazily gripping the steering wheel. "You'll find out once we get there." Chapter 95. The male goblin who supplements yin with yang. As the car departed from the bustling city, it ventured towards a serene mountain in the outskirts, passing by the quaint stone tablet of Qingshan Garden, behind which lay a tranquil cemetery. Xia Zhicha was taken aback by Fu Xi's choice to bring her here. She raised her lashes to gaze out the window, momentarily lost in thought. "Come on," Fu Xiyu said, his eyes lowered, "I want you to meet my mother." The Fu family had interred their ancestors in Qingshan Garden for generations. When Fu Xiyu's mother passed away, her family had caused quite a stir, attempting to take their daughter back for burial. However, the Fu family, being powerful and the elderly patriarch still in good health, had remained steadfast in their traditions. Despite the uproar, Fu Xiyu's mother was laid to rest here. Ultimately, it was at the cost of a tragic fall down the stairs during that dispute that Fu Xiyu secured the condition that his mother in Funan High would not share a grave in the afterlife. His mother's grave was situated in a relatively secluded area of the cemetery, yet it was impeccably maintained, far beyond the routine upkeep typical of cemetery caretakers, indicating that someone frequently visited. The gravestone bore a melodious name, and the black and white photograph, much like the name itself, exuded a gentle beauty, radiating an air of scholarly grace, with a pair of smiling eyes that seemed to speak. She bore a striking resemblance to Fu Xiyu. Xia Zhicha gazed at the photograph for a while, when suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder. "Mom," Fu Xiyu called softly to the picture, a smile gracing his lips, "I've brought your daughter-in-law to meet you." Xia Zhicha's shoulder trembled abruptly, and for reasons unknown, she felt a surge of nervousness. Lowering her head, she glanced at her dress and felt a twinge of regret. "Is what I'm wearing too casual?" Had she known they were coming here, she surely would have chosen something more formal. "No," Fu Xiyu replied, noticing her sudden seriousness, the curve of his lips deepening. "My mother was quite easygoing. She adores seeing young girls dressed beautifully. She will love it." Xia Zhicha blinked in surprise. After a moment, she turned her gaze back to the photograph on the gravestone and bowed respectfully. "Auntie," she murmured, "next time I visit, I will definitely bring flowers." She heard Fu Xiyu chuckle softly beside her. As she stood upright, she was once again enveloped by his arm around her waist. Fu Xiyu tightened his embrace slightly, his lips brushing against the top of her head, his voice soothing and laced with laughter. "Next time you come, you might just end up calling her Mom." Before departing from Qingshan Garden, Fu Xiyu paused at his grandfather's grave for a moment. The gravestone was pristine, having lived a life of glory. The patriarch's final resting place radiated grandeur. Even now, many came to pay their respects, with bouquets and offerings piled high. Fu Xiyu, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the gravestone with a complex expression. His feelings towards his grandfather were equally complicated. Throughout his upbringing, Fu Huiqing had both doted upon him and harbored high expectations, nurturing and uplifting him with unwavering dedication. Yet, Fu Xiaoyu often understood that what his grandfather truly valued was his status as the eldest grandson and heir. Especially after the events that transpired following the patriarch's death, this realization became even clearer. After collecting his thoughts, Fu Xiaoyu paused briefly before speaking in his characteristic nonchalant tone. "Grandfather, in the end, I am the one who prevails. The legacy you worked so hard to maintain shall not be squandered by your son." At this juncture, he chuckled nonchalantly. "If in 100 years I prevent that couple from being buried here, please do not be upset. I merely wish to spare my mother from their presence." With that, he took Xia Zhicha's hand and left. As they exited Qingshan Garden, the somber, oppressive atmosphere of the cemetery gradually dissipated. Once inside the car, while fastening her seatbelt, Xia Zhicha curiously asked Fu Xiaoyu, "What made you suddenly think of bringing me here?" She had been caught completely off guard. "The matters of the Fu family have concluded," Fu Xiaoyu replied, his demeanor calm as he started the engine, gazing straight ahead as if recounting a story. "With newfound confidence, I thought it was time to inform my mother." Xia Zhicha's lashes fluttered slightly, her understanding faltering. "What confidence?" Fu Xiaoyu smirked. "The confidence to marry you." Xia Zhicha was momentarily taken aback. After a while, her voice softened. "How have you already begun to think about such things?" With her 20th birthday still 2 months away, she felt they were both far too young, with ample time ahead. Why was he already contemplating marriage? Fu Xiaoyu turned his head to glance at her, the smile never leaving his lips, as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. "It's an inevitable matter," he spoke leisurely. Though he could not foresee what the future held, he was certain of one thing: regardless of circumstances, she was the one he would undoubtedly marry. Once determined, there would be no turning back. On the way home, as they passed a bubble tea shop, Fu Xiaoyu halted by the roadside, inquiring, "Would you like something to drink?" This establishment had recently launched new products in collaboration with her favorite cartoon character, and the 2-cup set included a plush toy. After pondering for a moment, Xia Zhicha nodded in agreement. Once she placed the order on her phone, Fu Xiaoyu alighted from the car to collect it. Xia Zhicha lowered her gaze to her phone, switching back to WeChat, and happened to receive messages from Jiang Lili. There were several screenshots of comments regarding Fu Xiaoyu trending on social media. Jiang Lili frowny face, "Haha, I'm dying of laughter." Jiang Lili frowny face, "How do these netizens even think? Their comments just keep getting more absurd, huh?" Jiang Lili frowny face, "Just put on some pants, will you?" The images sent by Jiang Lili were plentiful, and Xia Zhicha randomly opened a couple, encountering rather risque content. "Aw, this look. My goodness, I usually don't like men with slick back hair, it feels so greasy, but why does Fu Xiaoyu give off the vibe of a refined scoundrel? He just needs a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like a refined scoundrel, but his brows and eyes have a hint of a rogue vibe. TSK, he even wears a suit and still can't hide the charisma. Those peach blossom eyes are his greatest weapon. At a glance, you know he is the type who knows how to charm. Exactly, the kind who cuddles you while never missing a beat, calling you baby while driving you to the brink of ecstasy." Upon reading this, a flurry of memories flooded Xia Zhicha's mind, images of her in tears due to his teasing. It was as if blood rushed to her head, and her fingers trembled as she quickly exited the pictures. Why were they discussing such things? It was truly too embarrassing to continue looking. She sent a series of emojis to cover the images. Jiang Lili continued to send her several voice messages. Xia Zhicha lazily scrolled back a bit, and with Fu Xiaoyu absent from the car, she decided to play them aloud. The first 2 messages were filled with Jiang Lili's uncontrollable laughter. "I can't, this group is too hilarious, ha!" As several voice messages played in sequence, just as Xia Zhicha was engrossed in them, the sound of the car door opening suddenly interrupted her. Click. "Do you know what else they said?" Jiang Lili's voice continued, and as Xia Zhicha looked up to see Fu Xiaoyu leaning into the car, the laughter from her phone grew even more raucous. "They said Fu Xiaoyu's face doesn't resemble that of a domineering CEO, but rather like that of a male goblin who supplements yin with yang, ha." Chapter 96. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, forever free. Xia Zhicha felt a sudden tightening in her heart, quickly lowering her head, wishing to exit the chat interface. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the screen, she heard a ding, signaling the end of the voice message. The car fell silent once more. Jiang Lili's words, in comparison to the comments circulating online, were not particularly brazen. However, to have them uttered in front of the principal party, Xia Shicha's gaze fixated on the several voice message bars on the screen as she sluggishly turned off the display, then cautiously lifted her eyes to glance at Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu, taken aback by the unexpected revelation, paused mid-lean. Noticing her gaze, he flashed a smile, his peach blossom eyes curving with mischief, elongating his tone. Were you quietly discussing me behind my back? Xia Shicha feigned ignorance, taking the bag containing the milk tea from his hands, pretending as if nothing had transpired. She took a sip herself, then inserted a straw into the other cup and handed it over, quite adept at playing the fool. Fu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Yet he said nothing further, accepting the cup she offered, taking a sip of the milk tea, and starting the car. The earlier scene had been rather socially mortifying. On the way back, Xia Shicha quietly kept her head down, engrossed in her phone, daring not to speak to Fu Xiaoyu again. It was just too awkward. But at that moment, Jiang Lili sent her another voice message. Of this time, Xia Shicha had learned her lesson and directly forwarded the voice note. Jiang Lili frowny face. Do you think Fu Xiaoyu has seen those comments? If he did, how would he react? I can't let her suffer the embarrassment alone, Xia Shicha thought, replying truthfully to Jiang Lili. He heard your voice message just now. As expected, 3 question marks quickly appeared on the other end. Just as Xia Shicha felt a slight sense of balance returning, she saw 2 more messages from Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili frowny face. Oh no, Gigi, you might be in for a rough night. Jiang Lili frowny face. Hearing that, Fu Xiaoyu might not hold back tonight. Xia Shicha's fingers paused, stealing a glance at the person driving beside her. Fu Xiaoyu was focused on the road ahead, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Retracting her gaze, Xia Shicha let out a quiet breath. He should not have taken it to heart, right? The moment she stepped through the door, Fu Xiaoyu pressed her against the doorframe. Xia Shicha was startled, nearly dropping her unfinished milk tea, nervously lifting her eyes to him. What are you going to do? Fu Xiaoyu lowered his head, his expression rather indifferent as he set her milk tea aside on the entrance cabinet, his gaze fixed on her, casually uttering a suggestive phrase to gather the yin and complement the yang. It felt like retribution. He spoke slowly, each word articulated with clarity. Xia Shicha blinked, her mind momentarily blank. Just as the heat of embarrassment surged to her cheeks, her lips were kissed languidly. Feeling the delicate straps of her dress being toyed with, Xia Shicha shivered, her legs weakening as she whimpered softly, not here. All right. Fu Xiaoyu chuckled softly at her flustered state, lifting her in a princess carry and stepping into the room. Yesterday had been a whirlwind of final company affairs, leading to a sleepless night in the office's break room. This was the first time he returned to this room in quite a while. The room looked just as it had when he left, the quilt covering the entire bed. To avoid dust, he gently set the girl down, half embracing her, before tossing the quilt aside, finally pressing her onto the bed. Having restrained himself for long enough, he had no intention of letting her go today. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room in dim light, and as the door closed, an atmosphere thick with simmering intimacy began to envelop them. Sensing Fu Xiaoyu's pent-up desire, Xia Shicha curled up under his predatory gaze, her entire being suffused with a bashful pink hue. Fu Xiaoyu relished her shy demeanor, akin to a stimulant, utterly unable to restrain himself. He leaned in, lifting her skirt. Xia Shicha shut her eyes. Having gone through this numerous times, her body instinctively submitted, yielding to his touch. Just as she anticipated the tempest to come, she suddenly felt his hands pause. Fu Xiaoyu's body stiffened momentarily, slowly sitting up. Xia Shicha opened her eyes in confusion, finding his gaze fixed on her waist. Feeling the skirt bunched uncomfortably, she instinctively reached to adjust it, only to have Fu Xiaoyu grasp her wrist, preventing her movement. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, staring intently at a specific spot, his voice suddenly hoarse. When did this happen? Xia Shicha lowered her head, recalling that at one side of her originally smooth and fair waist, an unexpected white tattoo had appeared. With her pale skin, this mark seemed to blend seamlessly into her flesh, but now, with her body flushed with desire, it stood out vividly. It was a design echoing Fu Xiaoyu's own tattoo, where lightning transformed into blossoms, chains morphed into a gentle breeze, hidden within the contours of a butterfly. Xia Shicha licked her lips, feeling Fu Xiaoyu's hand resting over the tattoo. He asked again, when did you get this? After you left. Xia Zhicha replied softly. Ever since she saw Fu Xiayu's tattoo, she had longed to have one of her own. So, once he departed, she put her intention into action. Days had passed, and it had fully healed. Fu Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, his lashes casting shadows, his hand gradually caressing the tattoo. The calluses on his fingertips made Xia Zhicha shiver involuntarily, yet she suppressed her reactions, uncertain of his response. After a long while, she heard him ask, "Does it hurt?" Before she could respond, Fu Xiaoyu chuckled softly, leaning down, his lips brushing against her. "It must hurt a lot." Xia Zhicha's breath hitched, her lashes fluttering. It was indeed painful to have it inked at that spot, yet, in that moment, she inexplicably felt a sense of shared experience with Fu Xiaoyu from that time. It was a peculiar sensation. In an instant, it seemed she could endure anything. As Fu Xiaoyu's kisses trailed down to her lower abdomen, Xia Zhicha let out a soft moan, her fingers instinctively tangling in his hair, tugging gently. She heard him hiss softly. He lifted his head, yet his smile remained unchanged, his dark eyes swirling with a tide of emotions. "Baby." Fu Xiaoyu murmured, lowering his head once more to seek her lips. He smiled, deep and husky, his voice seemingly imbued with a touch of reverence. "I think I've truly fallen for you, to the point of being unable to extricate myself." In the dim light, their silhouettes intertwined and swayed. Fu Xiaoyu had already shed his shirt, revealing his lean waist, holding her tightly around the waist, almost recklessly, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. Xia Zhicha felt her shoulders ache from his embrace, yet she did not push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, responding with encouragement. The room was filled with enchanting allure. Their bodies pressed closely together, the two patterns on their waists merged, gently undulating with their breaths. Like butterflies in flight, the fragmented halves were completed. "You." Xia Zhicha called softly, her voice dreamy. Fu Xiaoyu paused in his movements, looking down, responding, "What is it?" Xia Zhicha shook her head, burying her face in the crook of his neck, closing her eyes as the waves of sensation washed over her. "You," she called him gently in her heart once more. From the moment she designed this tattoo, she wished to convey to him, "From now on, you shall never be ensnared by chains again. I shall be your wings. From now on, the sky is high, and the sea is vast, forever free." Chapter 97. He always holds the best fortune in his hand. The following day, Xia Zhichao and Fu Si made a trip to Yunshan Temple. This temple is one of the most renowned in the capital, nestled on the verdant slopes of Yunshan in the outskirts. Not long ago, Jiang Lily had asked Xia Zhichao to accompany her to procure several prayer beads, during which she made her own wishes. Today, they returned to express her gratitude. The stone steps meandered from the base of the mountain to the waist, adorned with a plaque, and fortunately, each step was not particularly high, making the ascent relatively effortless. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the leafy canopies, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a soothing sound. As they walked, Fu Si casually toyed with a small jade Buddha in his hand and asked Xia Zhichao in a nonchalant tone, "What did you wish for?" Ever since Xia Zhichao gifted him this small jade Buddha, he had carried it with him, and in her absence, he had grown accustomed to taking it out from time to time, its surface now polished and radiant. Xia Zhichao replied softly, "I wished for your well-being." From the perspective of the onlookers, the issue concerning the Fu family seemed to resolve swiftly and almost without suspense, yet Xia Zhichao understood that it was far from easy. There was a tempest of complexities beneath the surface. She found herself powerless to assist Fu Si in these matters, and could only quietly wish for his safety and success from the shadows. She did not believe in deities or spirits, her two wishes were solely for him. In such moments, Fu Si often felt his heart soften at the sight of the young girl, unable to resist the urge to lean down and kiss her. However, mindful of their surroundings, he restrained himself, his eyes both gentle and profound. Upon entering the temple, they came upon an area designated for fortune-telling. The influx of tourists was continuous, and the window for romantic fortunes was crowded with couples. Xia Zhichao turned her face, lifting her gaze to Fu Si and inquired, "Would you like to try for one of these?" Fu Si tilted his chin to glance over, a casual smile gracing his lips as he firmly replied, "No, thank you." He had no desire to leave such matters to fate. Be it arrogance or confidence, he firmly believed that as long as Xia Zhichao held his hand, they would inevitably remain together, forever. He would always hold the best fortune in his grasp. Yunshan Temple was expansive. Besides the main hall, there was an entire garden at the rear to explore. With ample time to express gratitude, the two strolled towards the back. The temperature on the mountain was slightly cooler, shrouded by trees, creating a pleasantly shaded atmosphere. At the center of the garden stood a towering ancient tree, its branches lush and full, adorned with various red silk ribbons, each representing a wish. A wooden railing encircled the area, festooned with lovelocks. Given Fu Si's resolute rejection of the fortune-telling, Xia Jichao naturally assumed he had little interest in such matters and refrained from asking further. Nearby, a throng of couples surrounded the lovelock station, and Xia Jichao glanced over just in time to see a young couple joyfully emerging with a lock engraved with their names, hand in hand, ready to secure their token. Although she did not pay much heed to others, as she withdrew her gaze, she suddenly heard a languid voice beside her. "Are you not curious?" Xia Jichao momentarily faltered, exclaiming as she turned to face Fu Si. "What should I ask about?" She caught him retracting his gaze from the lovelocks, his charming eyes glinting with playful arrogance as he raised an eyebrow, succinctly stating, "The lovelocks." Xia Jichao paused, softly explaining, "I thought you were uninterested in these things." Just as her words trailed off, the sound of an argument between a couple reached her ears. "You don't love me. You won't even buy this. Have you never considered being with me forever?" The girl's voice quivered with emotion. "That's not what I mean. These temple trinkets are all a scam. Look, a lot costs over 100. It's not worth it." The boy's voice carried a tone of inadequacy, desperately searching for excuses. Xia Jichao blinked, suddenly feeling Fu Si's hand grasping hers. "Do you also think it's not worth it?" He leaned down, his tone teasingly casual. What was the connection here? The girl was expressing her grievances, yet somehow, Fu Si appeared to be the one feeling aggrieved. Xia Jichao fell silent, sensing his grip tightening slightly around her hand. Fu Si held her hand firmly, his long legs striding leisurely towards the argument's source, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed on her. "If other people's boyfriends have them, I certainly can't be without one, can I?" Xia Jichao, sometimes, he could be rather childlike. The individual in charge of engraving the lovelocks was a monk practicing within the temple, who inquired about their names while reciting a mantra, his demeanor warm and benevolent. As a parting gift, he presented them with a long red string, woven from several sturdy strands, reminiscent of the red thread of fate. Fu Si promptly tied the red string around his wrist and insisted that Xia Jichao do the same. The vibrant red against his pale, slender wrist enhanced its allure. He then clasped her hand tightly, boldly leading her through the throngs of visitors as they exited the temple. By the time they descended the mountain, it was nearing afternoon. With no pressing engagements, the two ambled down the path at a leisurely pace, pausing occasionally to admire the scenery. At this time of year, holding hands for too long could lead to a slight stickiness, prompting Xia Jichao to gently loosen her grip. Fu Si glanced back at her. His earlier wish had been fulfilled, and his eyes now sparkled with evident delight, yet he said nothing. As they descended, Fu Si took the lead with his long strides, while Xia Jichao lagged slightly behind. As they walked, she watched his silhouette and then glanced at the red string tied around her wrist. Feeling an inexplicable sensation wash over her, she quickly took 2 steps forward and grasped Fu Si's hand again. It was a rare moment of initiative from the young girl, causing Fu Si to raise an eyebrow as he looked down at her. "What is it?" "I felt that just now was a bit like." Xia Jichao's voice hesitated, slowly uttering part of her thought before trailing off, shaking her head and saying, "It's nothing." Fu Si studied her for a moment, chuckling softly, and refrained from pressing her further. Upon returning home, the red string was neatly tied in a bow and hung at the entryway. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, and the coziest thing to do in this season was to snuggle under a small blanket on the sofa while watching television. After a meal, feeling drowsy, Xia Jichao draped a plush blanket over herself, her eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, she felt the sofa dip beside her. Fu Si had settled down next to her. He had just stepped out of his room after handling some business matters, casually retrieving the red string from the entryway and twirling it around in his hands. Xia Jichao observed his long fingers, the red string snug around his knuckles, leaving slight indentations on his skin, which had turned pale in those areas. She was abruptly reminded of their earlier encounter. Noticing her gaze, Fu Si seemed to recall that moment as well, and casually asked, "What were you going to say back on the way down?" To her surprise, he brought up the past again. Xia Jichao swallowed hard. "It's nothing." Perhaps it was the intimacy of their surroundings that emboldened her slightly. She subtly shifted closer to him and quietly murmured, "I just felt that, at that moment, we resembled a couple taking a dog for a walk." Chapter 98. "Darling, shall we get engaged?" Having uttered those words, Xia Jichao subtly shifted to the side. One could hardly blame her. During her descent from the mountain, she had encountered several tourists walking their dogs. Notably, one individual was tethering a Doberman with a red leash, which inexplicably stirred her imagination. The air seemed to hush for a moment. Xiao Jichao dared not glance at Fu Ziyu's expression, her heart racing with trepidation as she propped herself up, her ears aflame, yearning to escape. Before she could rise, she was effortlessly pulled back against him. Fu Ziyu chuckled softly, appearing far from angry, his demeanor languid. With a firm embrace, he lifted her onto his lap, raising his gaze to meet hers, his tone languid yet husky. Feeling bold, are we? Quite audacious, treating him like a dog. Xiao Jichao instinctively shrank her neck, an ominous premonition washing over her. In the next instant, Fu Ziyu smirked, pressing her closer to him, his index finger gently curled, tugging at her collar, pulling it down, his voice laced with a playful nonchalance. I wouldn't mind being a dog occasionally. Xiao Jichao's mind went blank. She was clad in a somewhat loose t-shirt, and the neckline was already generous. As he tugged it down, her delicate collarbone, adorned with the remnants of last night's kisses, was laid bare to the air. Before she could regain her senses, a tingling sensation shot through her collarbone as Fu Ziyu playfully nipped at it. His bite was gentle, not painful, yet it carried an enticing and flirtatious undertone, as if teasing the very essence of her being. Xiao Jichao couldn't help but shudder, letting out a soft hum, leaving a slight mark. Fu Ziyu audaciously moved on to nibble at her rounded shoulder. Though he often restrained himself around her, there remained an innate mischief within him that was hard to suppress. He relished leaving his mark on the young girl, as if it were a testament to his ownership of her, utterly and completely. Eventually, when Xiao Jichao could no longer endure it and softly pleaded for mercy, Fu Ziyu leisurely released her. The young girl's top was in disarray, revealing her fair skin peppered with marks, the bite marks layered over the faint imprints of kisses, creating an indescribable visual impact. A faint blush graced her eyes, leaving one to ponder whether it stemmed from embarrassment or discomfort. This made Fu Ziyu seem even more insatiable, yet, he seemed utterly delighted not to act like a gentleman. Thus, he gazed at the marks with a growing smile, leaning closer to Xiao Jichao's ear, his breath warm against her skin. Darling, it's getting serious. Xiao Jichao, feeling a mix of vulnerability and frustration, shot him a soft glare, breathless and closing her eyes, mimicking his earlier actions, and with a hint of vengeance, she bit his collarbone. To her surprise, he let out a low groan, appearing even more exhilarated. Having done this numerous times, she was all too familiar with Fu Ziyu's reactions. Sensing his inclination to escalate further, her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry, she pushed his face away, her voice stammering, "Don't do that anymore. If you do, what will you do?" Fu Ziyu, unperturbed by her push, merely smiled, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief as he inquired in a low, coaxing tone. I just want to let you touch me." The young girl's temperament was exceedingly gentle. Even when attempting to issue a threat, she lacked conviction. Fu Ziyu's gaze flickered, utterly charmed, his desire to tease her rising. He grasped her waist, leaning slightly, and with an outstretched arm, he opened the drawer of the coffee table. Xiao Jichao typically avoided opening that drawer and was unaware of its contents. Hearing the sound, she instinctively turned to look, only to catch sight of his long, bony fingers retrieving a box of condoms. Xiao Jichao was momentarily stunned, her thoughts blanking out as she watched Fu Ziyu skillfully unwrap the outer packaging. When she spoke, her voice was soft and trembling. "How come you have these here too, just in case? I keep them everywhere," Fu Ziyu replied, glancing down, his thin lips pinching the packaging as he tore it open, casually adding, "I even have some in the kitchen." Xiao Jichao felt a wave of heat wash over her. The curtains were still drawn back, and the daylight poured in, though the view from the window concealed the interior. She inexplicably felt a sense of shame akin to public indecency. As she braced herself to flee, Fu Ziyu leisurely pulled her back, his large hand firmly encircling her slender waist. "Shall we try it here?" Ultimately, the curtains in the living room were drawn closed. Long after, the air still lingered with an intoxicating scent. Xiao Jichao had changed into her pajamas, drowsily wrapping herself in a blanket as she sank into the couch. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom ceased, and Xiao Jichao lifted her eyelids to see Fu Ziyu, now dressed in loungewear, approaching her. The lesson from earlier, when she had likened him to a dog, was far too vivid. Sensing he would sit beside her and draw her into his embrace, her body instinctively recoiled, softly murmuring, "No, thank you." Seeing her in such a state, Fu Ziyu's expression softened inexplicably, and with a gentle sigh, he chuckled, pulling her into his arms to soothe her. "I have no intention of exhausting you further." In this regard, he was indeed a man of his word. Xiao Jichao relaxed, leaning into him. Engaging in such activities had proven quite taxing. The familiar, refreshing scent of him brought her comfort, and her eyelids began to grow heavy. The tranquil atmosphere radiated harmony. At that moment, Xiao Jichao, in a haze, heard Fu Xiu softly whisper in her ear, "Darling, shall we get engaged?" The sleepiness that had enveloped her dissipated in an instant as she blinked, meeting Fu Xiu's earnest, deep-set gaze. Engagement. Perhaps it was the lingering fatigue, but she suddenly found herself unable to think clearly. The last time she had heard the word engagement, it had been amidst a misunderstanding, and her initial reaction had been one of unfamiliarity.